Chapter 1 in the Grove. Qian, have you made your decision? In a cornfield at the eastern edge of Yinlong village, a young boy gazed expectantly at the girl before him. I have decided, the girl replied, her face flushed with embarrassment as she nodded. Upon hearing this, the boy trembled slightly, his fists clenching involuntarily. Yefei, I am truly sorry. My father has already accepted the betrothal gift from the Wang family. Seeing Yefei's reaction, the girl named Qian felt a pang of pain in her heart, her guilt intensifying, and she hurried to explain. I do not blame you. Yefei forced a bitter smile, his gaze growing distant. Yefei, I'm so sorry truly. How about I offer my body to you? Rest assured, even if I marry Wang Hai, my heart will forever belong to you, Yefei. The girl bit her lip, seemingly resolute, as she reached to unfasten the buttons of her blouse. In the next moment, a smooth expanse was revealed before Yefei. Though Lu Qian appeared merely 18 or 19, her skin was as white as snow, her figure curvaceous, and her fullness at the chest stood in stark contrast to her youth. Upon witnessing this scene, Yefei's gaze became dazed, his breath quickening. He had never encountered such a sight suddenly parched. He felt an impulse rising within him. Yefei. Sensing Yefei's heated breath, Lu Qian found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. Glurp. The sound of Yefei's swallow echoed. He could no longer restrain himself. We cannot do this, it will harm you. In a moment of confusion, Yefei snapped back to reality, retreating several steps. Hurry and put your clothes back on if someone sees us. There will be no explaining it. He quickly urged. Why do you say that? Do you find me unworthy? Lu Qian bit her crimson lip, her expression one of grievance. Do not say such things. Do you think I, Yefei, am a beast? Yefei's face flushed, his tone filled with agitation. At that moment, he felt that Lu Qian's actions were a profound humiliation to him. I did not mean it that way, Lu Qian opened her mouth to explain. You need not explain, I do not blame you for your choice. After all, I, Yefei, lack spiritual roots. As he spoke, Yefei's expression darkened, and his body trembled slightly. Just yesterday, the immortal master from Chongshu Gate on Hongsang Mountain had tested the spiritual roots of all boys above the age of 16 in the village. To everyone's surprise, Yefei, who displayed great talent in martial arts and was already a master of the hidden strength, was found to have no spiritual roots, rendering him unsuitable for cultivation. Meanwhile, Lu Qian, who was seemingly delicate, and the frivolous Wang Hai, both tested positive for spiritual roots. Lu Qian was particularly remarkable, possessing the rare water elemental spiritual root. Even Wang Hai, though slightly inferior, had both water and wood elemental roots, which were also excellent for cultivation. This revelation was a significant blow to Yefei. It is precisely because he lacks spiritual roots that Lu Qian, who grew up alongside him, was compelled by her father, Lu Dashuan, to agree to an engagement with Wang Hai last night. Upon hearing this news today, he immediately summoned Lu Qian to this place, leading to the scene that just unfolded. I understand your unwillingness, but I am powerless to change this, he said. My father has stated that Wang Hai's uncle is the law elder of the Chongshu sect, and following him will allow me to advance further. He added, my father also mentioned that one can attain immortality after cultivating. Do you understand what immortality means? Seeing Yefei's expression, Lu Qian was overwhelmed with tears, adjusting her attire while explaining to herself. Immortality? I comprehend it well. How could I, Yefei, not understand? I called you out here to discern whether you are acting of your own volition. It appears that you are indeed willing. Then I wish you and Wang Hai a long life. Yefei gave a self-deprecating smile and, without looking back, left the cornfield behind. Lu Qian remained, quietly sobbing. To Yefei's surprise, as he stepped out of the cornfield, he encountered Wang Hai, clad in a brocade robe, striding towards him from the village. You, a wretched toad, should give up. Qian will soon belong to me, Wang Hai. Do not dare to pursue her any longer. Look at yourself, you are nothing but an insignificant insect, yet you aspire to associate with a celestial master? Bah! You should return to chop wood with your blind father. That is the appropriate task for people like you. Upon seeing Yefei emerge from the cornfield, Wang Hai's anger flared, and he hurled insults at him. Wang Hai, you are being excessively cruel. Yefei, who had been exerting great restraint, felt his face flush upon hearing this. Unable to endure such humiliation any longer, he swung his fist towards Wang Hai. Although Wang Hai possessed spiritual roots, he had indulged in a life of ease, wandering aimlessly since childhood, and had never trained in martial arts, rendering him no match for Yi Fei, whose internal energy had reached a profound level. Thud! In the blink of an eye, Wang Hai let out a blood-curdling scream as Yi Fei's fist struck him squarely in the abdomen, sending him flying to the ground. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he struggled briefly before losing consciousness. Yi Fei, you have gotten yourself into serious trouble. You must flee at once, or the Wang family will not spare you. Lu Qianqian, having witnessed the entire scene as she emerged from the cornfield, was filled with panic upon seeing Wang Hai lying motionless. She rushed over to check on him, her face etched with anxiety. Her concern for Wang Hai stirred feelings of discomfort within Yi Fei. Just moments ago, she had shown such eagerness towards him, yet now she was so preoccupied with another man. This humiliation weighed heavily on his heart. With a cold snort, he turned and walked towards the southern part of the village. Alas! Lu Qianqian sighed helplessly as she watched Yi Fei's retreating figure. The situation has escalated beyond her expectations. She merely wished for Yi Fei to depart from Yinlong village, without intending for him to offend the Wang family. This diverges from the discussions held with Yi Songlong. At the southernmost edge of Yinlong village stands a dilapidated wooden house, which serves as his abode. Upon entering, he found a middle-aged man, blind and vacant of expression, seated at the table, lost in thought. You struck Wang Hai? The blind man inquired upon sensing Yi Fei's entrance. Father, how did you know? Yi Fei responded, astonished. It was just moments since he had confronted Wang Hai, and even if someone had reported it, how could they have done so swiftly? How I know is of little consequence. I am aware of your restraint in your actions. However, at this critical juncture, your altercation with Wang Hai cannot simply be overlooked. The middle-aged man spoke with a calm demeanor, refraining from probing further into the circumstances. Are you afraid, father? Yi Fei cautiously ventured. Afraid? Yi Songlong laughed heartily. There is nothing in this world that can instill fear in me. Yi Songlong, I merely worry for your well-being. Since father is unafraid, I too shall not yield to fear. Yi Fei declared, thumping his chest, undeterred. The Wang family may wield considerable influence, but having engaged in conflict, he would not shy away from the repercussions. I recognize your courage, yet confronting the Wang family at this moment is undeniably unwise. Within their residence, an immortal master stands guard should this master seek to apprehend you. What will you do? Will I surrender my life? Yi Songlong rose, hands clasped behind his back, maintaining his composed demeanor. What fear is there in death? I am unafraid. Yi Fei stood resolute, unflinching. My foolish child, come here and shatter this stone pillow. Yi Songlong gestured towards a white stone pillow resting on a wooden bed against the wall. Father, why must I break it? Yi Fei asked, somewhat perplexed. You will understand once it is broken. Yi Songlong's lips curved into a mysterious smile. With his father's words in mind, Yi Fei did not hesitate. He lifted the stone pillow and hurled it forcefully to the ground. Bang! Crash! In an instant, shards of stone flew about as the resilient pillow shattered under Yi Fei's force. Suddenly, a purple-hued jade tablet soared from the remnants of the pillow, landing on the ground beside him. Chapter 2. Ascending the green pine with the jade tablet. Upon discovering a jade tablet concealed within the stone pillow, Yi Fei was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly approached to retrieve it. This square jade tablet, cool to the touch and roughly the size of a palm, bore the inscription Xiao Yao. What is this? Yi Fei inquired, casting a perplexed glance at Yi Songlong. The Xiao Yao sect. I presume you have heard of it? Yi Songlong resumed his seat, speaking with a calm demeanor. I have heard of it. The Xiao Yao sect resides atop Qingsong Mountain, 1,000 miles south of Hongsong Mountain, and is reputed to be even more formidable than the Chongsu sect. Could this jade tablet be? In an instant, Yi Fei connected the dots. Indeed, possessing this jade tablet grants you direct entry into the Xiao Yao sect, bypassing the entrance examination. Yi Songlong affirmed with a nod. How could this be? I lack a spiritual root, yet I can still join the Xiao Yao sect? How did you acquire such a remarkable jade tablet, father? Yi Fei's face was awash with disbelief upon learning of its significance. Do you not wish to know how I lost my sight? Yi Songlong's gaze fell upon Yi Fei with a hint of somberness. This jade tablet was exchanged for my eyesight. Remember, regardless of one's spiritual roots, the path to immortality shall not impede a heart that yearns for transcendence. Once you arrive at Qingsong Mountain, simply drip a drop of blood upon the jade tablet, and someone will come to guide you. At that moment, you need only present this jade tablet to them. Yi Songlong gently traced the 2 deep crimson scars beneath his brow, as if recalling a memory, his tone growing melancholic. Father, why did you make such a sacrifice? What did you endure back then? This line of questioning stirred a mix of sorrow and curiosity within Yi Fei regarding his father's past. Like you, I was driven by a singular breath, a desire for enlightenment, Yi Songlong replied. Now, we must depart. It will soon be too late, for the Wang family will be here shortly. With that, he waved his hand, urging Yi Fei to leave promptly without further explanation. What will you do once I am gone? Yi Fei hesitated. Do not fret. They will not harm me once you are away. Yi Songlong reassured him with a tranquil smile, gesturing once more for Yi Fei to go. Rest assured, once I reach the Xiao Yao sect, I shall seek justice for you, Yi Fei declared, gritting his teeth as he knelt before Yi Songlong, bowing 3 times with reverence. His forehead struck the debris-laden ground, and blood immediately oozed forth. The crimson droplets flowed from his brow, mingling with tears as they cascaded down to the earth, creating splotches of deep red. Alas, depart now. Remember, strive to excel, and do not squander the sacrifice of your father's eyesight. Yi Songlong sighed softly, again urging Yi Fei to leave. Seeing this, Yi Fei resolved to act. Brushing away the stone fragments from his forehead before firmly clutching the jade tablet and turning to exit the courtyard. A tease time later, on a high ground 3 miles from Yinlong village, Yi Fei gazed intently at the dilapidated thatched cottage, his fists clenched and his gaze resolute. Wang Hai, upon my return, I, Yi Fei, shall surely trample you beneath my feet. After calling out twice towards the direction of Hidden Dragon Village, Yi Fei turned his back and ventured into the distant mountain woods. Having grown up in these forests, he was well acquainted with the terrain. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he had found his way onto a southern official road. For those celestial masters capable of soaring through the skies, the vast distance of 10,000 miles might seem insignificant. However, for a mere mortal like Yi Fei, it felt akin to traversing a heavenly path, a journey fraught with despair. Fortunately, having trained in martial arts from a young age, his inner strength had reached the level of hidden energy. Although he encountered numerous challenges along the way, he managed to navigate through them safely. After 6 months, he finally arrived at Qingsong Mountain. Were it not for his commendable skills, which allowed him to hunt game at any moment, he might have taken another 6 months to reach this destination. Exhaling deeply while gazing upon the expanse of mountains before him, Yi Fei found a clear patch of land. He retrieved a jade token, bit his finger, and allowed a drop of blood to fall upon it. Remarkably, the blood was instantly absorbed by the jade token, which then emitted a beam of yellow light, shooting deep into Qingsong Mountain, vanishing from sight. Although Yi Fei was uncertain of the nature of this yellow light, he could surmise its purpose, so he stood still, awaiting its return. Meanwhile, within a cave on Qingzhou Peak of the Carefree sect, a beautiful woman with brown hair clad in yellow gauze suddenly opened her eyes. Has he arrived? She murmured, slowly rising to gaze towards the exterior of Qingsong Mountain. A fleeting glimmer of memory flickered in her enchanting eyes, and with a subtle movement of her mind, she produced a purple jade token, identical to the one in Yi Fei's possession. See you, come here for a moment. Her delicate lips parted, and an authoritative voice resonated through the cave. Greetings, master, Siyu responded, a radiant young woman with a bright smile and a graceful figure, who entered the cave and bowed respectfully. A son of an old acquaintance is waiting outside the mountain. Please go and guide him here. It is his first visit, so do enlighten him along the way. As she spoke, the woman raised her jade hand, and the jade token flew into Siyu's grasp. After accepting the token, Siyu nodded in acknowledgement and bowed once more before exiting the cave. Here, let us descend the mountain together. Outside the cave, the young woman flashed a charming smile at the celestial crane stationed at the entrance. Then, with a light step, she landed gracefully on its back. Caw. The crane seemed to comprehend her words, nodding its head in response before raising its neck and letting out a cry, flapping its wings as it soared down the mountain. The crane flew swiftly, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. At the periphery of Song Mountain, Yi Fei awaited eagerly, craning his neck in anticipation. After a wait of half an hour, just as impatience began to stir within him, a dark dot appeared on the distant horizon. As the dot grew larger, he could discern its form after a few dozen breaths. What a magnificent celestial crane! Upon discerning the nature of the sight before him, Yi Fei could not restrain a gasp of astonishment. Before him soared a celestial crane, measuring a length of nearly 10 feet, its crown of vivid red, its neck elegantly elongated, and its plumage immaculately white. This was the first occasion for Yi Fei to behold such a grand creature. Was there a celestial master perched upon the crane? As the magnificent bird approached, Yi Fei's gaze fell upon a young lady standing upon its back, and with but a fleeting glance, he was rendered spellbound. Clad in a flowing azure gown, her fair complexion and exquisite features painted a picture of ethereal beauty. Her hair dancing gracefully in the wind, she resembled a celestial being, effortlessly enchanting. In a mere breath, the crane alighted gracefully above Yi Fei, and the young lady, with a delicate touch of her toes, descended silently beside him. "Are you the one seeking to ascend to the celestial gate?" she inquired, her lips curving into a playful smile at the sight of Yi Fei's dazed expression. "Indeed, it is I," he stammered, abruptly roused from his stupor, bowing deeply and failing to meet her gaze. "Very well, then come with me. My master awaits you atop Qingzhou Peak," she instructed, stepping forward to grasp his arm with her delicate hand. With a gentle push from her toes, Yi Fei felt an unexpected lightness throughout his body, and in the next instant, they found themselves upon the crane's back. The crane's broad back, spanning nearly 3 feet, accommodated them comfortably side by side. Once they steadied themselves, without awaiting further direction from the young lady, the crane let out a resounding call, flapping its wings as it soared towards Qingzhou Peak, carrying them aloft. As the wind whistled past his ears and the mountains and trees raced by beneath them, Yi Fei dared not move an inch, fearing that even the slightest shift might send him plummeting to his demise. Moreover, being in such close proximity to the young lady, he was enveloped by her enchanting fragrance, a scent so unique that it sent his heart racing uncontrollably. "Relax. You needn't be so tense. You won't fall," she reassured him with a soft smile, twirling gracefully upon the crane's back. "Forgive my awkwardness," Yi Fei replied, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Unexpectedly, just as he spoke, the previously steady crane let out a shrill cry and trembled violently. The two atop its back found their balance compromised, swaying precariously. Though the young lady was a cultivator capable of maintaining her composure amidst such turbulence, Yi Fei, being merely a martial artist, could not withstand the sudden jolt. And with one misstep, he tumbled from the crane's back. What just happened? The young lady's heart sank as she witnessed the unfolding scene, her instincts urging her to reach out. Despite her swift reaction, Yi Fei descended too swiftly for her to grasp. In an instant, he vanished from her sight. "This is disastrous," she gasped, her face paling as she beheld the spot where he had fallen, drained of all color. Chapter 3. The Consumption of a Mysterious Fruit. Qinglongjuan. The place where Yi Fei fell was unexpectedly Qinglongjuan. The girl, filled with urgency, skillfully maneuvered her celestial crane, soaring swiftly towards Qingzhou Peak. She had to report this news to her master without delay, otherwise it might be too late. Meanwhile, Yi Fei, after plummeting from the celestial crane, was engulfed in sheer terror. Despite his frantic struggles in midair, his efforts were in vain, as his descent accelerated with alarming speed. Was he to perish like this? "Father, your son is unfilial. Your precious eyes will surely be wasted on me. I refuse to accept this fate." As the wind howled past his ears, Yi Fei reluctantly closed his eyes. Just as despair enveloped him, he suddenly felt his descent slowing inexplicably. "What is happening?" Sensing something unusual, he opened his eyes and glanced around. Before him loomed a sheer rock face, beneath him, an unfathomable abyss. Astonishingly, he was drifting downwards like a feather in the air, gently swaying from side to side, an experience both wondrous and bewildering. Beyond the cliff was a vast expanse of cloud sea, while the rock face was stark and barren, devoid of any vegetation. Am I dreaming? Yi Fei pondered uneasily. This was undeniably strange. He had never encountered, nor even heard of, such phenomena. After several attempts to regain control of his descent, he ultimately chose to surrender to the peculiar circumstance. After what felt like the passage of half a stick of incense, a hint of earthy yellow gradually emerged beneath him. Clearly, he was nearing the ground. The surrounding mist began to thin, and his vision gradually sharpened. Moments later, Yi Fei firmly landed on solid ground. Upon raising his gaze, he found himself in a narrow valley, approximately a mile wide. Although the terrain was flat, not a single blade of grass could be seen. Desolation stretched as far as the eye could see, devoid of even the sound of insects. What an odd valley. Yi Fei furrowed his brows, uncertain of where the paths on either side would lead, so he arbitrarily chose a direction and continued onward. After walking several miles, the scenery remained unchanged, leaving him with no choice but to persist in his forward journey. Was that a tree? After an hour of walking, a splash of verdant greenery finally appeared in the distance. From afar, it resembled a small tree. This discovery sparked a glimmer of joy within Yi Fei, quickening his pace. As he approached the verdant site, he discerned that it was indeed a tree. Standing about 10 feet tall, it resembled a mushroom. Its branches were lush, adorned with 5 round fruits the size of longan, resplendent in a deep crimson hue. The fruits were remarkably peculiar, unlike anything Yi Fei had ever encountered. Standing beneath the tree, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find the same barren landscape stretching endlessly. What should I do? Should I pick one? Gazing at the 5 plump and luscious fruits, Yi Fei hesitated momentarily. Nevertheless, he resolved to pluck them first. Moments later, steeling himself, he ascended the tree with agile movements, gathering all 5 fruits into his embrace. To his astonishment, upon descending, he observed the tree withering at an astonishingly rapid pace, its vibrant foliage turning a desolate yellow. Within mere breaths, it had completely dried up. This abrupt transformation startled him. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he discovered that the 5 fruits in his possession had inexplicably levitated before his eyes. Stunned, he pondered whether the fruits had gained sentience. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the fruits began to soar towards his mouth. Recognizing the fruit's peculiar nature, Yi Fei firmly resolved not to consume them. He clenched his jaw, preparing to swat them away. However, to his dismay, an invisible force compelled his mouth to open against his will, and his hands remained unresponsive. Refusing to move, helplessly, he watched as the 5 fruits flew into his mouth. Upon entry, the fruits disintegrated instantaneously into 5 streams of liquid, cascading down his throat and into his abdomen. As the liquid settled within him, an intense heat surged through his body, though this sensation was fleeting, dissipating almost as quickly as it had come. Simultaneously, he regained control over his body. Coughing, Yi Fei, now free, did not hesitate. He thrust his fingers into his mouth, desperately attempting to expel the 5 fruits. Yet, no matter his efforts, they proved futile. The 5 streams had already been wholly absorbed by his body. This place was too strange to linger in. With a complex expression, he cast one last glance at the withered tree before departing without delay, continuing onward. Fortunately, after a brief interval, he reached the end of the valley. Finally, the light ahead signaled his imminent escape. Taking a deep breath of relief, Yi Fei felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Although he had encountered no significant dangers along the way, the oppressive silence of the valley had been stifling. Master, I have emerged. I am truly free. Outside the valley, a slender figure drew near, a girl clad in azure robes, who leaped with exuberance. This girl was none other than Siyu, the one who had previously guided Yi Fei. Beside her stood a beautiful woman with chestnut hair, adorned in yellow silk, both of whom had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Yi Fei emerge, a flicker of surprise crossed the woman's eyes, as she regarded the barren valley with a furrowed brow, deep in contemplation. The moment their eyes met, Yi Fei recognized both figures. Upon recognizing the young maiden clad in azure, he quickened his pace, hastening his steps until he arrived at the mouth of the valley in mere moments. Having encountered both celestial masters, Yi Fei stepped forward and respectfully bowed to each of them. What is your name? The beautiful woman inquired softly, tilting her head slightly. Yi Fei, he replied, standing before them with his hands at his sides, responding with due reverence. Yi Songlong is your father, is he not? The woman raised her delicate brows, posing another question. Do you know my father? Yi Fei asked in astonishment, completely taken aback by the realization that someone in the celestial sect might recognize his father. Consider it an old acquaintance. Otherwise, I would not be here, she explained lightly. By the way, How did you emerge unscathed from such a great fall? In response, Yifei did not conceal anything, recounting his previous experiences in detail. However, he remained cautious and refrained from mentioning the incident involving the 5 fruits. Throughout his journey, he had been pondering this matter, sensing its peculiarity. Especially upon seeing the 2 waiting for him just outside the valley, he comprehended that the valley held secrets beyond the ordinary. Thus, he chose to withhold the story of consuming the 5 fruits. I see. The woman nodded in understanding after hearing his explanation. Although she remained somewhat puzzled, she appeared satisfied. After casting a glance into the valley, she waved her jade hand, and a magic scepter materialized from thin air, swiftly enlarging to an impressive length of 2 zhang and a breadth of 2 feet. "Follow me," she commanded, and with a flourish of her sleeve, 2 streams of divine consciousness enveloped Yi Fei and the maiden, lifting them onto the scepter. Once they stood firmly, she raised her right finger, and the scepter shot forth like a bolt of lightning, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. The speed of the scepter exceeded that of the celestial crane by more than 3-fold. In just a quarter of an hour, they traversed through a vibrant curtain of colors, entering a realm of misty, towering mountains. As he gazed around, Yi Fei observed peaks that soared into the clouds, numbering in the dozens. Each summit was adorned with clusters of palatial structures, undulating gracefully. Furthermore, between these peaks, streaks of azure light occasionally darted by, swift though not as rapid as the scepter, yet still outpacing the celestial crane. After a short while longer, the woman guided the scepter to descend upon a platform of green stone, measuring approximately 7 to 8 zhang on each side. The edges of the platform were lined with an array of exotic flowers and herbs, their fragrances enchanting the air. "Come with me," she beckoned, tucking the scepter away before gracefully stepping forward, leading Yi Fei across the stone platform to a pavilion nestled against the mountainside. "Let us assess your spiritual roots," she said slowly, settling onto a stone bench. With a gesture of her right hand, a round jade orb, the size of a bowl, materialized before Yi Fei, hovering in midair. Chapter 4 Official Entrance. Do we still need to test for spiritual roots? Upon seeing the jade sphere, Yi Fei's expression changed, sensing something amiss. "Have you tested your spiritual roots before?" the exquisite woman asked with keen interest. "And no," Yi Fei stammered, a nervous smile gracing his face as his heart raced. It was his first time fabricating such a lie, leaving him feeling somewhat guilty. "Place your hand on the jade sphere," she instructed, refraining from pursuing the matter further. With a delicate flick of her slender fingers, the jade sphere floated gracefully to Yi Fei's side. Resigned, Yi Fei extended his right hand and rested it upon the sphere. Initially, the jade sphere appeared dull and unremarkable. Yet upon contact, 5 vibrant lights, gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, began to flicker in a mesmerizing dance. At first, the lights pulsed slowly, but soon their rhythm quickened until they abruptly froze in place. When the lights settled, all 5 colors shone forth simultaneously, each in equal proportion, with none prevailing over the others. An all-encompassing mixed spiritual root, and so evenly distributed. The woman shook her head gently, her expression a mix of complexity as she glanced at Yi Fei. In stark contrast, Yi Fei stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the jade sphere. Previously, he had tested his spiritual roots and received the disheartening result of having none. Yet today, he had discovered he possessed spiritual roots. Although they were mixed, it was still a significant improvement over having none at all. At the very least, he could now pursue cultivation. However, before he could express his joy, the woman's brows furrowed and she sighed. Her expression sent a shiver through Yi Fei, eliciting a wave of anxiety within him. After a brief moment of contemplation, she spoke softly, "Do not despair. Cultivation relies on opportunity, and a mixed spiritual root does not preclude the possibility of achieving greatness. With your aptitude, you would ordinarily lack the qualification to become my disciple, but due to a prior promise, I shall accept you as a registered disciple. However, you are not permitted to cultivate here on Qingzhou Peak until you establish your foundation. You must first undergo trials in the outer sect. Once you have successfully established your foundation, you may formally join my sect." Hearing this, Yi Fei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He understood the implications of her words. Yet at this moment, he had no other recourse. "Disciple Yi Fei pays respects to the master," he declared, kneeling before the woman despite his reluctance. Observing this, A faint smile graced the woman's lips as she said slowly, "In that case, you may hand over the jade token." At this point, Yi Fei had no choice but to retrieve the purple jade token from his possession. A sense of reluctance welled up within him as he regarded the token, a precious item exchanged for his father's very eyes. Yet, he had no alternative but to extend the token to the woman. She did not reach for it, but instead beckoned with her fingers, causing the token to glide effortlessly into her grasp. Upon receiving it, the woman let out a quiet sigh of relief. "See you. I entrust the remaining matters to you. Please inform Li Zitian from the outer sect that Yi Fei's monthly stipend shall be set according to the standards for inner sect disciples." After giving the nearby young woman a brief instruction, the beautiful matron slowly entered the cave dwelling, not even casting a glance at Yi Fei. "Junior brother Yi Fei, I am Ning Siyu. From now on, you may address me as senior sister Siyu." Although Ning Siyu had observed everything that had transpired, she bore no disdain for Yi Fei and took the initiative to introduce herself. "Greetings, senior sister Siyu." Yi Fei felt warmth in his heart and bowed respectfully to Ning Siyu. "There is no need for such formality, junior brother. Let us proceed to Moya Peak." Noticing Yi Fei's courteousness, Ning Siyu waved her hand dismissively. As she spoke, she pointed to her waist, and a flying sword swiftly emerged from her storage pouch. Landing before them, the sword measured about 5 feet in length and a foot in width, ample enough for both of them to stand comfortably upon it. After they boarded the flying sword, Ning Siyu guided it downward towards Qingzhou Peak. In contrast to the matron's graceful descent, the speed of this flying sword was noticeably slower, even lacking when compared to the celestial cranes. They flew for a full quarter of an hour before reaching the summit of a mountain. This particular peak, while the lowest among all the peaks of the Xiaoyao sect, was the largest in area, spanning several dozen miles. At the summit, there lay a vast plaza, flanked by 4 two-story pavilions. Ning Siyu maneuvered the flying sword to a halt before the leftmost pavilion. Reception Pavilion. Upon disembarking, Yi Fei glanced upward and saw the plaque above the pavilion. "Ah, it is indeed junior sister Ning who has arrived. Please, come in." Just as Ning Siyu retracted the flying sword, a cheerful voice emanated from within the pavilion. Hearing this voice, Ning Siyu smiled slightly and led Yi Fei inside. As soon as they stepped through the grand entrance, an elderly man clad in a blue robe, with a white beard, approached them. This man was none other than Li Zitian, the elder of the outer sect of Xiaoyao sect. "Greetings, brotherly." Upon seeing him, Ning Siyu promptly clasped her hands in salute, showing great respect. Yi Fei followed suit, mimicking her gesture towards the elder. "And who might this be?" the elder inquired, somewhat surprised at Yi Fei's mere bow. "He, brotherly, this is my master's newly accepted disciple, Yi Fei. I have brought him here to seek your arrangements." Ning Siyu explained with a bright smile. Upon learning that Yi Fei was a newly accepted disciple of the esteemed elder, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Li Zitian's eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure and laughed heartily, saying, "Ah, so you are the new junior disciple of Master Luo. Rest assured, junior sister Ning, with me around, everything will be arranged perfectly, and I shall ensure that your junior brother suffers no grievances. Then I shall trouble you, senior brotherly," Yi Siyu said respectfully. "According to our master, Yi Shidi's monthly stipend will initially be determined based on the standards for inner disciples." Certainly, Li Zitian replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. "Here is this month's stipend, along with some provisions due to newly admitted disciples. I shall present them to Yi Shidi now." As he spoke, Li Zitian reached for his waist storage belt, and a wooden box, approximately 2 feet in length, materialized before flying towards Yi Fei. "Thank you, senior brotherly." Yi Fei expressed his gratitude, quickly accepting the wooden box and cradling it in his arms. "Yi Shidi is too polite. I wonder if you have any specific preferences regarding your cave abode?" Li Zitian inquired nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips. "Yi Shidi enjoys tranquility. I suggest senior brotherly find a more secluded location," Ning Siyu interjected before Yi Fei could respond. "In that case, let Yi Shidi reside in cave No. 3. It is quite secluded there." Li Zitian glanced at Ning Siyu in surprise, then, after a moment's contemplation, retrieved a green jade token from his waist and handed it to Yi Fei. Yi Fei stepped forward eagerly to accept the jade token. It measured 2 inches in length and 1 inch in width, inscribed with the character A on one side and the number 3 on the other. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Ning Siyu led Yi Fei away. "I will escort my junior to his residence." On the square, Ning Xiu summoned her flying sword once more, taking Yi Fei beneath the Mo Yun Peak in flight. In just a few breaths, they arrived before Cave No. 3. This cave was situated on the mountainside of Mo Yun Peak, surrounded by serene solitude, with no other caves within 100 meters. Furthermore, there was a modest spiritual field right at the entrance. This place is quite satisfactory. Yi Shidi may cultivate diligently here in the future, Ning Xiu remarked, surveying the surroundings with satisfaction. Thank you, senior sister Xiu, Yi Fei said, placing the wooden box on the ground and bowing respectfully. Seeing Yi Fei's courteous demeanor, Ning Xiu smiled warmly and handed him a milky white jade token, saying, Yi Shidi, there is no need for such formality between fellow disciples. This is my communication jade token. Should you have any matters to discuss, simply convey your thoughts through it. Strive diligently in your cultivation. I shall await you at Qingzhou Peak. After Yi Fei accepted the jade token, Ning Xiu did not linger, stepping onto her flying sword and departing. As Yi Fei watched her figure gradually recede into the distance, he bowed once more in silent gratitude. Only after Ning Xiu's silhouette completely vanished from sight did he embrace the wooden box and enter the cave. This cave had been hewn from the mountainside and was modest in size, approximately 2 zhang squared. It contained 3 rooms, a living area, a bedroom, and a simple kitchen. The furnishings were complete with tables, chairs, pots, and utensils, even including half a bag of rice. Sighing with relief, Yi Fei placed the wooden box on the living room table. Nevertheless, he successfully became a disciple of the tranquil sect. After a brief moment of respite, his gaze fell upon the wooden box, filled with curiosity about the mysterious contents it held. Chapter 5. What kind of spiritual root does Brother Yi possess? With a newfound determination, Yi Fei rose without hesitation and opened the wooden box. Upon closer inspection, he discovered 6 items within: a sword, 2 books, a jade vial, an identity token, a gray robe, and a cloth bag. His gaze swept across these objects before he lifted the cloth bag. Upon opening it, he found several translucent stones, each the size of a quail egg. Pouring them out onto the surface, he counted a total of 20 pieces. These must be the spiritual stones his father often spoke of. As he contemplated the stones, a thought sparked in Yi Fei's mind, recalling some teachings from Yi Tsonglong. Carefully placing the spiritual stones back into the bag, he picked up the 2 books. One was a manual for disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, while the other contained cultivation techniques. He began perusing the manual first. From the manual, Yi Fei learned that disciples of the Xiaoyao sect could use spiritual stones to exchange for food and various cultivation necessities at the treasure's pavilion on the mountain. Moreover, they could purchase seeds for food and medicinal herbs to cultivate in the fields outside their caves. Matured herbs could not only fulfill sect tasks, but could also be exchanged for additional spiritual stones for personal cultivation. Outer disciples of the Xiaoyao sect received a monthly stipend of 5 inferior spiritual stones, contingent upon completing sect tasks. However, for those who had yet to successfully cultivate their qi, the sect offered special provisions, including a 3-month assessment period during which the stipend continued without the necessity of fulfilling tasks. At the end of this period, those who had not succeeded in cultivating their qi would be expelled from the sect. Conversely, successful disciples would be required to complete sect tasks each month to qualify for their stipend. It seemed imperative for Yi Fei to hasten his progress, lest he face expulsion. Setting the manual aside, he picked up the cultivation technique book, the Xiaoyao True Formula. Gazing at the 4 prominent characters on the cover, he murmured the title to himself before retreating to his bedroom. He understood that his ability to become an immortal master and remain in the Xiaoyao sect hinged entirely upon this technique. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Yi Fei calmed his thoughts and opened to the first page of the Xiaoyao True Formula. This cultivation technique, created by the founding master of the Xiaoyao sect, was divided into 12 volumes. The first 3 volumes focused on cultivating qi to transcend the mundane, followed by 3 volumes to strengthen the body and establish a foundation. Then 3 volumes to condense essence into pills, and the final 3 volumes to transform pills into infants. The first page provided an introduction to the Xiaoyao True Formula. Although Yi Fei was uncertain of its rank, it was likely high, given that it could lead to ascension. Regrettably, the version he possessed contained only the first 3 volumes. To access the latter volumes, he would need to reach the foundational stage. After a cursory glance, Yi Fei took a deep breath and began to cultivate according to the contents of the first volume. The process of qi cultivation involved 4 steps: sensing qi, absorbing qi, circulating qi, and gathering qi. Yi Fei's primary focus was to sense the qi. This manual, enriched with illustrations alongside textual descriptions, presented no significant challenge for him to comprehend. Although he possessed a mixed spiritual root, the presence of a spiritual root nonetheless facilitated his understanding. Under the guidance of the technique, he was able to perceive the spiritual energy in the air within a mere 15 minutes. However, when he began to absorb the energy, the drawbacks of his mixed spiritual root became apparent. The process of absorption, which entailed drawing in spiritual energy, proved arduous due to his inferior aptitude. Despite the abundance of spiritual energy in the atmosphere, its chaotic nature rendered his absorption and transformation efforts exceedingly difficult, allowing him only to convert minuscule amounts. The scant spiritual power he managed to transform was insufficient to clear the meridians within his body. Without the ability to open his meridians, how could he possibly gather energy? Alas, was I truly unfit for cultivation? After an hour had passed, Yi Fei let out a long sigh and ceased his practice. The sky had darkened completely by this time. Am I truly so inept? Venturing into the courtyard, he gazed at the starry sky, engulfed by a profound sense of defeat. Yet, as this feeling washed over him, he suddenly jolted with determination. No, this is merely the beginning. I must not falter. If I was able to evolve from having no spiritual root to a mixed one, then there must be a way to enhance my mixed root as well. I am resolute in carving out my own path. I shall rise above those who belittle me as insignificant, and I will not betray my father's hopeful gaze. Standing in the courtyard with clenched fists and a determined expression, he steadied his emotions and returned to his dwelling. Despite his indomitable will, he remained immortal, and the fatigue from his journey left him ravenous, his stomach grumbling audibly. Fortunately, with rice and water at hand, he prepared a simple porridge and, after consuming it, collapsed into slumber. The conditions here were far superior to sleeping rough in the wilderness, and as soon as he lay down, his breathing became steady and rhythmic. In his dreams, Yi Fei beheld Yi Songlong, who stood at the entrance of Qinglong Valley, beckoning him repeatedly. The voice of Yi Songlong resonated in his ears. Fei, hurry to Qinglong Valley. There lies the means for you to grow stronger. This phrase echoed incessantly, reverberating through his mind. Father. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Fei uttered this in his dream before abruptly awakening and sitting up in bed. Outside the cave, daylight had already broken. What a peculiar dream. Reflecting on the scenes from his dream, Yi Fei found himself pondering. Though curiosity about Qinglong Valley stirred within him, he was completely unaware of its exact location. Even if he did know, given his current abilities, navigating the perilous terrain of Hongcong Mountain, rife with ferocious beasts, would be impossible. He would be devoured before reaching Qinglong Valley. Sighing, Yi Fei hastily prepared a morsel to eat and once again settled on his bed to practice. Thus, he persisted until the 10th day, when he finally finished the remaining half-bag of rice and ceased his efforts. Alas, yet again, he found himself devoid of any progress. Feeling the unchanged state of his body, Yi Fei was somewhat melancholic. For 10 days, he had not indulged in idleness. Each day was consumed by relentless training, save for meals and sleep. Nonetheless, he had not made a single breakthrough. Furthermore, every time he succumbed to slumber, the images from his dreams would incessantly replay. Much to his vexation, in desperation, he decided to leave his cave dwelling and ascend the mountain. He intended to procure some provisions and, at the same time, seek guidance from Li Ziqian regarding his cultivation. In his view, given Li Ziqian's warm demeanor upon their first meeting, he would undoubtedly be willing to assist. Is Senior Brotherly present? Upon reaching the summit, Yi Fei approached the reception pavilion and inquired respectfully. Just as his words fell, a young man clad in white, his expression icy, emerged from the pavilion and admonished Yi Fei sternly. You audacious fool. My master is not someone of your trivial status who can call out to at will. The young man stood 6 feet tall, with fair skin, a straight nose, and slightly slanted sword-like brows, exuding an air of arrogance. His attire indicated that he was an inner sect disciple, a student of Li Zishan. Such rudeness is uncalled for. This is your uncle Yi, came Li Zishan's voice from within. Humph. Hearing Li Zishan's intervention, the young man shot Yi Fei a disdainful look before retreating. Yi Fei, shaking his head in resignation, stepped inside. "Greetings, Senior Brotherly." Approaching Li Zishan, who sat in the main seat, Yi Fei clasped his hands in salute. "You are too courteous, Junior Brother Yi. What brings you here?" Li Zishan replied with a calm smile, surveying Yi Fei with keen interest. "I seek your guidance on certain matters regarding cultivation," Yi Fei replied, nodding and recounting the difficulties he had encountered. "Oh, what type of spiritual root does Junior Brother possess?" Li Zishan inquired, one eyebrow raised in curiosity after listening to Yi Fei's account. "A mixed spiritual root," Yi Fei replied sheepishly. Uffed. At this revelation, Li Zishan's lips quivered slightly, while the young man beside him let out a chuckle. The young man then muttered under his breath, "So, yes, just a waste." Though his voice was low, both Yi Fei and Li Zishan heard him, causing Yi Fei's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. He remained silent, merely gritting his teeth in frustration. Li Zishan shot a glare at the young man, then composed himself, offering a gentle smile to Yi Fei. Perhaps holding a spirit stone while cultivating might yield better results, he suggested, before closing his eyes and lapsing into silence. With a sigh, Yi Fei bowed to Li Zishan and turned to leave the reception pavilion. He then spent a low-grade spirit stone to purchase a bag of rice from the treasure pavilion before returning to his cave. Unbeknownst to him, from the moment he exited the reception pavilion, he had been labeled the most inept disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. However, even if he were to learn of it, he might not care much about these matters. His current thoughts are solely focused on completing his qi cultivation as soon as possible. Once again, he sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a spirit stone in one hand. He hoped it would prove beneficial. Gazing at the spirit stone in his hand, Yi Fei's heart brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 6. The Theft of Spirit Stones. With a deep breath, Yi Fei closed his eyes. He silently recited the incantation, activating the celestial freedom technique within him. In an instant, his eyes brightened. He discovered that as soon as the incantation began to circulate, two torrents of pure spiritual energy surged from the palms of his hands into his body. This energy was so refined that it required no transformation. It seamlessly transformed into streams of true qi, rushing towards his Guanyuan point. However, a membranous barrier at the Guanyuan obstructed the flow, compelling Yi Fei to employ his qi circulation technique to guide the true qi, relentlessly assaulting this layer of obstruction. Fortunately, the barrier was thin, and within a brief span of time, it was breached. Subsequently, the true qi flowed into Yi Fei's meridians like wild horses unleashed from their restraints. Yet, as it advanced, it encountered the barrier at the Shermin point. Charge forth. With two spirit stones continuously supplying spiritual energy, Yi Fei felt no trepidation. Gritting his teeth, he accelerated the circulation of his incantation. Waves of true qi surged forward, repeatedly striking against the barrier. After another brief period, the barrier at the Shermin point was also shattered. The true qi continued its relentless journey, pushing towards the qi high point. Through Yi Fei's unwavering efforts, the true qi within his meridians became unstoppable. After 3 hours, he broke through 80 barriers, unlocking 80 acupoints. As he breached the final acupoint, the two spirit stones in his hand disintegrated into ashes, their energy completely expended. The efficacy of the spirit stones was indeed remarkable. Savoring the changes within his body, Yi Fei felt a surge of joy. He noticed that as more meridians opened, his auditory and visual acuity had markedly improved. Furthermore, he sensed a significant lightness in his body. As long as there was a potential breakthrough, he was unperturbed by the consumption of spirit stones. After all, his monthly stipend was 4 times that of other outer disciples. At this pace, with just 10 more spirit stones, he would likely be able to unlock all his meridians. Once all the meridians were opened, the true qi would circulate within his body, signifying his success in qi cultivation. The mere thought filled Yi Fei with exhilaration. After a brief rest, he retrieved 2 more spirit stones and resumed his pursuit of the remaining acupoints, Shuepen, Qihu, Kufang. One by one, the acupoints were unlocked. 3 hours later, as the energy from the 2 spirit stones was once again depleted, Yi Fei had opened 69 additional acupoints. At this juncture, he could distinctly feel that the energy required to unlock each subsequent acupoint was increasing. Given this diminishing rate, it would likely be challenging to open all the acupoints within the month. Reflecting on Li Ziqian's attitude towards him earlier, Yi Fei's expression darkened. He could not guarantee that Li Ziqian would provide him with the full stipend next time. Alas, With a resigned sigh, Yi Fei ceased his cultivation, hastily prepared a modest meal, and then succumbed to slumber. The following day, after finishing breakfast, he once again seated himself on the bed, resuming his practice. On that day, he expended 4 spirit stones, successfully opening 104 meridians. Thus, he continued to consume 4 spirit stones daily for his cultivation, and after 2 days, he had opened an additional 68 meridians. Over the span of 4 days, he had consumed a total of 16 spirit stones, unlocking 321 meridians, leaving 40 still unactivated from the total of 361. At this juncture, he found himself with only 3 spirit stones remaining. Resolutely, he decided to use them all. Glancing at the remaining half-bag of rice, Yi Fei gritted his teeth. Ultimately, after depleting the 3 spirit stones, he managed to open 34 more meridians. Observing the empty cloth bag, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Although devoid of spirit stones, he did not relinquish his pursuit of cultivation. Each day, he sat cross-legged on his bed, gradually converting the spiritual energy from the air to penetrate the final 5 meridians. Regrettably, after half a month of relentless effort, he had not managed to break through even a single meridian through his own abilities. I truly lack skill. After a fortnight, Yi Fei wryly smiled and exited his cave dwelling, making his way once more to the reception pavilion. To his surprise, Li Zitian did not create any obstacles for him. After explaining his intentions, Li Zitian directly handed him a cloth bag and a jade vial. Inside the bag were 20 spirit stones, and the vial contained 2 chi recovery pills, medicinal pills for restoring true chi during the foundation establishment stage. With these spirit stones in hand, even a pig could successfully cultivate chi. Cradling the spirit stones, Yi Fei felt an exhilarating rush. Halt! However, before he could cover much distance, he was intercepted by 4 young men, clad in gray robes and appearing to be around 20. Each bore a long sword at their backs. Their gazes towards Yi Fei filled with avarice. "Gentlemen, what can I do for you?" The expressions of the 4 caused Yi Fei's heart to leap, instinctively shielding the spirit stones in his possession. "Are you Yi Fei?" The leader, a long-faced youth, stepped forward, his tone dripping with disdain. "I am Yi Fei. How do you know me? What do you want?" Yi Fei furrowed his brow, perplexed. Haha. Little did you know, upon uttering those words, the 4 burst into simultaneous laughter. "Not only do we know you, but it is likely that no one in the outer sect is unaware of your existence." As he spoke, the long-faced youth retrieved a crumpled piece of paper from his robes and handed it to Yi Fei. With suspicion, Yi Fei accepted it, gently unfolding it, his expression turning ashen. The paper bore his likeness, and if that were not alarming enough, beneath the image was inscribed a line of small text, "The greatest waste of the Xiaoyao sect." What is the meaning of this? Surprisingly, Yi Fei did not react with anger. Instead, he inquired in a voice laced with coldness. "What do you mean? Your presence is displeasing to me. Despite having entered the ranks of the esteemed elder, you remain but a mere mortal, truly a waste of potential. Given your ineptitude, is it not a bit extravagant to receive such a generous monthly stipend?" The young man with an elongated visage let out a derisive snort, his gaze fixated greedily upon the pouch at Yi Fei's chest. "What? Do you covet the spirit stones I possess?" A smirk danced upon Yi Fei's lips as he nonchalantly retrieved the cloth bag from his bosom. "Huh. It seems you possess some sense of propriety. My companions and I require but 4 stones. The remainder is yours." The young man's eyes were riveted on the bag in Yi Fei's grasp, drool nearly escaping his lips. The 4 of them were merely at the 2nd level of chi training, barely sustaining themselves within the sect. After fulfilling their monthly tasks and accounting for their sustenance, they hardly had any spirit stones left. Thus, encountering such a bounty was bound to ignite their excitement. "If you desire the spirit stones, you must first tread over my corpse." Yi Fei's eyes narrowed, his voice chillingly resolute. He exhibited no trace of fear before the quartet. A man may be impoverished, his strength may be modest, but he must never relinquish his dignity. This was Yi Fei's unwavering principle. "You're a fool for your ignorance." Observing Yi Fei's unwillingness to yield, the young man's expression darkened, twisting into a sinister grimace. He then lunged forward, swinging his right fist toward Yi Fei, intent on delivering a severe lesson. In his mind, a 2nd-level chi practitioner easily besting a mere mortal was a foregone conclusion. Yet, he was mistaken. Although Yi Fei remained in a mortal body, He had trained in martial arts since childhood and had opened most of his body's acupoints. His strength was not to be underestimated. As the punch hurtled towards him, Yi Fei stood undaunted. He stepped forward with his left foot, effortlessly evading the blow. Simultaneously, he stowed the spirit stones in his bosom, channeling his inner strength into his right fist and striking fiercely at the young man. Oh, what a surprise! I did not expect a mere mortal to possess such skill. The elongated-faced youth scoffed, showing no inclination to evade, and retaliated with his own punch, meeting Yi Fei's fist head-on. In an instant, the two fists collided. With a resounding thud, Yi Fei's body was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turned ashen. Clearly, this blow had inflicted significant injury upon him. While Yi Fei had some knowledge of combat techniques, the disparity in power between cultivators and martial artists was undeniable, leading to this inevitable outcome. Humph, a waste is a waste. A mere mortal daring to provoke me is truly foolhardy. The elongated-faced youth sneered as he approached, seizing the spirit stones from Yi Fei's grasp. Here, take these 4. Do not accuse us of bullying you. Given your strength, this is all you are entitled to. With a wicked grin, he flung the 4 spirit stones at Yi Fei's face. Remember this name, Duan Hong. When your cultivation surpasses mine, feel free to seek your revenge. Oh, I had almost forgotten. You are of the mixed spirit root. So how could you possibly cultivate your energy successfully within 3 months? In this lifetime, you likely have no opportunity to seek revenge against me. Ha ha. With his goals accomplished, Duan Hong erupted into a boisterous laugh, departing with his 3 companions. Watching their receding figures, Yi Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to rise from the ground. After retrieving the spirit stones scattered on the ground, he limped down the mountain. At this moment, his heart was remarkably tranquil. He bore no resentment towards the 4. Rather, he lamented his own lack of strength. Although he uttered no harsh words, he etched today's grievance into his memory. After Yi Fei's departure, a flash of white light emerged from the nearby forest, revealing a young man clad in white. Chapter 7. Success in Qi Training. Encountering Duan Hong from a distance. The white-clad youth observed Yi Fei's limping figure with a sly smile before swiftly pursuing Duan Hong and his companions. Unbeknownst to Yi Fei, the appearance of the white-clad youth was a mere shadow in his mind. Upon returning to his cave abode, he sat cross-legged on his bed, beginning to meditate and recuperate from his injuries. After a grueling 5 days of recovery, Yi Fei's wounds had finally healed to a satisfactory extent. Alas, is it truly worth disregarding the bonds of camaraderie for a handful of spirit stones? Sitting on his bed, Yi Fei couldn't help but let out a sigh. Truth be told, this experience had imparted a valuable lesson. He now realized that even if he were to remain in the Xianyao sect, his future would likely be fraught with challenges. Today it was Duan Hong, tomorrow it could be Li Hong, and the day after, perhaps Wang Hong. He discerned that the Xianyao sect operated under the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak. Until he elevated his own strength, he would remain at the bottom, subject to exploitation. It was imperative to complete his Qi training, no matter how arduous the journey. Casting aside his tumultuous thoughts, Yi Fei retrieved 2 spirit stones from within his robes. He then recited the incantation, allowing the Xianyao true technique to circulate within him. In mere moments, streams of true energy began to flow through his meridians, relentlessly surging towards the final few acupoints. After an hour, with the rupture of the diaphragm at the intermediate acupoint, the last barrier within him was successfully breached. The torrents of true energy cascaded like a spring towards the Guan Yuan acupoint. In an instant, 2 streams of true energy converged at the Guan Yuan, intertwining in a vibrant dance. As this fusion occurred, the Guan Yuan acupoint trembled violently, expanding rapidly until it formed a space the size of a walnut. At the heart of this space, a rotating sphere of energy, akin to a yellow bean, emerged, propelling the merged true energy into a continuous cycle within Yi Fei's body. Thus, Yi Fei's dantian was officially established. The moment the dantian formed, a resounding echo reverberated through his mind, illuminating his consciousness. Suddenly, everything within a radius of 30 feet became vividly clear in his thoughts. At that moment, Yi Fei attained spiritual awareness. He had finally succeeded in Qi training, stepping into the first layer of cultivation, becoming a true immortal practitioner. Exhaling deeply, Yi Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him as he sensed the transformation within his body. However, he did not succumb to excessive joy. Instead, he focused intently, allowing the Xian Yao True technique to persist in its circulation, continually absorbing the residual energy from the spirit stones in his hand. After half an hour, when the 2 spirit stones had been reduced to ash, he finally rose and exited the cave. At this moment, his cultivation level had stabilized significantly. Standing in the courtyard, Yi Fei closed his eyes, immersing himself in the sensations of his newfound strength. 2 days later, as a long sword twirled and danced around Yi Fei, a subtle smile graced the corners of his mouth. After 2 days of relentless exploration and experimentation, he had become adept at wielding his spiritual consciousness. Whether probing with his mind or manipulating objects through it, he could now do so with effortless ease. Having mastered the control of his spiritual awareness, Yi Fei slung the long sword across his back and ascended to the peak once more. This time, he did not head to the guidance pavilion, but instead made his way directly to the treasure pavilion. Within the pavilion, he spent his only 2 spiritual stones, one to purchase 50 seeds of the earth yellow grass, and the other for a manual entitled Lingxiao Dominating Slash, a technique of swordsmanship. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he tidied up the spiritual field in his courtyard and planted the seeds of the earth yellow grass. Having successfully cultivated his qi, his primary objective now was to remain within the Xiaoyao sect. The prerequisite for this was to complete the sect's tasks. Although searching for spiritual herbs externally might be faster, cultivating them himself, albeit slower, would yield a bountiful harvest once matured. For instance, the 50 seeds of earth yellow grass, if they were to thrive, could not only fulfill 2 months of sect tasks, but also alleviate his concerns for the next batch of herbs. As for the matter of food, he no longer worried. Having successfully cultivated his qi, he had time to venture down the mountain. Within these hills, a plethora of wild game awaited, and with a stroke of luck, he might even gather a few spiritual herbs. These were plans he had meticulously devised beforehand. Once he had sown all the seeds, he retrieved the manual Lingxiao Dominating Slash. It was a low-tier sword technique, the only one he could afford. A mere sweep of his spiritual consciousness over the text allowed Yi Fei to imprint all its contents into his memory. Subsequently, he drew his long sword and commenced practicing in the courtyard. Thus, he tended to the spiritual field while honing his skills in Lingxiao Dominating Slash. Days passed in fulfilling labor. However, each time he lay down to rest, he would find himself ensnared in the same recurring dream. Fei, hurry to Qinglong Valley. There lies something that will make you stronger. Fei, hurry to Qinglong Valley. There lies something that will make you stronger. For over a month, such dreams had not ceased. Calculating carefully, he realized he had been away from home for 8 months. Hearing his father's voice in his dreams each day brought him a certain sense of contentment, alleviating, at least somewhat, his longing for Yi Songlong. 5 days later, having consumed the last of his rice, he shouldered his sword and descended the mountain. This marked his inaugural descent from the Mo Yun Peak. However, to his surprise, as he reached the foot of the mountain, he encountered 4 individuals approaching him. These 4 were none other than Duan Hong and 3 other outer disciples. It seemed as though they were awaiting his arrival, for the moment he appeared, they converged upon him with clear intent. "Oh, you worthless fool! How dare you show your face?" Duan Hong sneered contemptuously as he approached Yi Fei. "Were you waiting here for me?" Yi Fei furrowed his brow. He was no fool, and such an obvious scheme was not lost on him. He bore no animosity towards these individuals, having never even crossed paths with them before. Thus, their sudden antagonism towards him left him utterly bewildered. "No. We simply happened to pass by," Duan Hong replied, though his expression betrayed a hint of unease. "Even if that is the case, I have no spirit stones left. Why are you still obstructing me?" Yi Fei retorted, his tone laced with irritation. He could hardly afford a meal, let alone possess any spirit stones. "Who said we wanted spirit stones? We are merely seeking your assistance," Duan Hong said, his eyes narrowing with a hint of significance. "Assistance? What sort of assistance?" Yi Fei asked, momentarily taken aback. "Come with us, and you will find out," Duan Hong insisted, not allowing Yi Fei the opportunity to decline as he reached for Yi Fei's arm. Seeing this, Yi Fei swiftly stepped back, evading the grasp, and raised an eyebrow. "What if I refuse to go?" "Your decision holds no weight," Duan Hong replied, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he lunged for Yi Fei once more. However, Yi Fei, now far more adept than before, would not fall prey to Duan Hong's grasp. He pushed off with his heel, propelling himself quickly backwards, narrowly escaping yet again. "You have successfully cultivated your qi?" Duan Hong asked, astonishment written across his face, struggling to accept the reality of Yi Fei's swift movements. "And if I have?" Yi Fei responded with a calm smile, then inquired, "Can you divulge who sent you to do this?" "Humph, I never imagined that you, a mere waste with a mixed spiritual root, could achieve qi cultivation. Nevertheless, you remain a waste, unable to escape my grasp," Duan Hong sneered, disregarding Yi Fei's question as he lunged for him again, this time employing his utmost speed. He could not believe that as a second-level qi cultivator, he would be unable to subdue a first-level one. Yet, the outcome was disappointing. Yi Fei's reflexes were remarkably quick. He stepped to the right and deftly evaded the attack once more. "Let us all go at once." Enraged by Yi Fei's agility, Duan Hong called upon the other three to join him. Realizing he could not afford to linger, Yi Fei sprang into action, using the tips of his toes to propel himself a considerable distance with each leap. Without hesitation, he made a beeline for the mountain, intending to reach his cave dwelling. Once there, the protective array would shield him from harm. "After him," Duan Hong shouted, leading the three others in pursuit. However, despite being second-level qi cultivators, they could not catch up to Yi Fei, who had grown up in the mountains. "What a bunch of useless fools," he thought as he distanced himself from them. Just as he felt he had outpaced them, a commanding voice echoed from above. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and a young man in white intercepted Yi Fei's path. Chapter 8. "I wish to play a game with you, so it is you." Observing the young man before him, Yi Fei felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This individual was none other than Lu Yishan, the disciple of Li Zitian, possessing the cultivation of the mid-stage foundation establishment. Yi Fei had learned his name from a steward at the Duobao Pavilion. "To think that you, a mere waste, have made such rapid progress in your cultivation. In just over a month, you've reached the first layer of qi refinement." Lu Yishan fixed a cold and sinister gaze upon Yi Fei. "What is your purpose in all this? It seems we have no enmity between us." Yi Fei inquired with confusion. "Enmity? Huh? Why should there be enmity? I simply find you displeasing." Lu Yishan laughed heartily, his face filled with disdain. This response left Yi Fei momentarily speechless. Indeed, in the eyes of high-level cultivators, that is reason enough. Whether this reasoning is justified or not holds no significance. For them, the clarity of one's thoughts is paramount. You are weak, merely an ant, deserving of being trampled. This is not a matter of reason. It is the law of survival. When a tiger seeks to devour a sheep, does it inquire whether the sheep consents? No, it simply descends upon its prey. What do you intend to do? For some reason, facing Lu Yishan's demeanor filled Yi Fei with a hint of dread. He had not anticipated Lu Yishan to be so twisted in nature. "What do I intend? Do you not know?" Lu Yishan licked his lips, speaking in a chilling tone. "What do you want me to do?" The expression on Lu Yishan's face sent a shiver down Yi Fei's spine, raising goosebumps across his skin. "You will know when the time comes." As he spoke, Lu Yishan reached for his storage bag at his waist, and a flying sword emerged. With a flick of his sleeve, a strand of divine sense shot forth, ensnaring Yi Fei and lifting him onto the sword. Under the oppressive weight of Lu Yishan's spiritual pressure, Yi Fei found himself incapable of resistance. The disparity in their realms was far too great, akin to an adult bullying a child. "You four useless ones, keep your mouth shut, or else I won't hesitate to take you along for some fun." Standing atop the flying sword, Lu Yishan coldly addressed the four who had just arrived, including Duan Hong. "Rest assured, Brother Lu, my companions and I have been cultivating within the cave and have not ventured outside today." Lu Yishan's words sent a shiver through the four, who hastily nodded and bowed in acquiescence. "Humph, it is best that way." Lu Yishan grunted coldly, and with a flicker of his consciousness, the flying sword ascended into the sky, gradually vanishing into the horizon. As they soared through the air, Yi Fei felt a growing unease. Within the confines of the sect, the rules offered some semblance of protection. Perhaps Lu Yishan would not dare to harm him. However, once we leave the Bliss Gate, I fear that dire consequences will befall us. "Where exactly do you intend to take me?" As Yi Fei perceived the distance from the Bliss Gate widening, he could no longer restrain his curiosity. "It is undoubtedly a splendid place," Lu Yishan grinned, his expression somewhat sinister. Witnessing this, Yi Fei steeled himself, resolutely enduring the oppressive force of Lu Yishan's consciousness, and reached for the long sword at his back. In his view, rather than waiting for death, it would be far more honorable to engage in a fierce battle, thus giving his existence on this mortal plane some meaning. Although Lu Yishan did not turn around, every movement of Yi Fei was within his perceptual grasp. Yet, he made no move, allowing Yi Fei to draw his sword unimpeded. To hell with it. Observing Lu Yishan's lack of response, Yi Fei's heart surged with joy as he gritted his teeth and thrust the long sword fiercely towards Lu Yishan. Overestimating oneself, Lu Yishan sneered, then merely flicked his finger backward, striking the sword directly. Ding! Whoosh! The sounds echoed in succession as Yi Fei's sword was forcefully repelled by Lu Yishan's finger, flying far away into the forest below. In response, Yi Fei let out a furious roar, clenching his fists tightly, and unleashed all his strength in a strike towards Lu Yishan. Useless fool, don't waste your energy. You may need it later, Lu Yishan scoffed dismissively, making no effort to defend himself as Yi Fei's fist struck him. Bang! Bang! With two soft thuds, Lu Yishan remained largely unaffected, while Yi Fei winced in pain, his knuckles turning crimson. At that moment, Lu Yishan smirked, and the flying sword beneath their feet tilted downward, bringing them swiftly to the ground. They now stood at the entrance of a valley. Before them stretched a seemingly endless ravine, devoid of any vegetation. To the left of the valley stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words Qinglong Valley. This was indeed the same valley Yi Fei had visited previously. What do you mean by this? Gazing at the Qinglong Valley, Yi Fei's heart stirred, feigning confusion. I wish to engage you in a game. Lu Yishan grinned wickedly. If you intend to kill me, why all this pretense? Yi Fei clenched his fists in anger. Why the rush? If you agree to play this game with me, there is still hope for your survival. Refuse, and I can end your life this very moment, Lu Yishan replied, unhurriedly. What sort of game? Yi Fei's eyes brightened with curiosity. Haha, this game is called Survival of the Fittest, and it is quite intriguing. You will compete against a first-level beast for the chance to survive. The victor shall live while the defeated shall pay with their life. Of course, if you manage to slay a first-level beast and traverse this valley, I assure you I shall release you immediately and trouble you no more in the future. Lu Yishan explained with a smile. In his eyes, Yi Fei had no choice but to resort to this method. Regardless of how he chose, the outcome remained singular, death. This, indeed, was the result he desired. The mere thought of Yi Fei battling a demon beast, struggling in a desperate situation, stirred excitement within him. Even if Yi Fei were to slay the beast, he would harbor no disappointment. After all, Yi Fei still had to traverse the Qinglong Valley. It should be noted that none who entered this valley had ever emerged alive. He had witnessed more than once a living person enter the valley, only to be dismembered before his eyes, their remains absorbed by the very earth of Qinglong Valley, leaving no trace behind. The fear and thrill of such experiences ignited his blood. I possess nothing. You urge me to fight a demon beast, clearly wishing for my demise. Rather than being devoured by the beast, you might as well kill me now, Yi Fei thought coldly, adopting an attitude of fearless resignation. Yet, deep within, he felt a flicker of exhilaration. Regardless of Lu Yishan's intentions, he had no intention of engaging with the demon beast. He would choose to enter the valley directly. He was confident that Lu Yishan would not pursue him. Thus, he retained a glimmer of hope. Although the Qinglong Valley was barren, he had only traversed a portion of it. What lay in the remaining expanse was still uncertain. Moreover, he had a faint suspicion that the emergence of his spiritual roots was undoubtedly linked to those 5 peculiar fruits. Perhaps, during this venture, he would uncover other unexpected revelations. Take this sword. If wielded adeptly, slaying that demon beast is not beyond possibility. Observing Yi Fei's attitude, Lu Yishan's eyes glinted with cunning as he retrieved a long sword. With a flick of his finger, the sword soared toward Yi Fei. Without hesitation, Yi Fei reached out to catch the sword. Very well, let us commence, he declared. Lu Yishan's lips curled slightly upward upon seeing Yi Fei accept the magical artifact. Channeling his spirit, he produced an incense stick, slender as a pinky and 2 inches long. After planting it in the ground, Lu Yishan snapped his fingers. A flame erupted from between his fingers, igniting the incense. Once lit, the incense emitted neither smoke nor scent, rendering it imperceptible unless witnessed firsthand. What is this? Yi Fei inquired with curiosity, noting its distinctiveness from ordinary incense. You will find out shortly, Lu Yishan replied with a mysterious smile, stepping onto his flying sword and ascending into the sky. Observing this, Yi Fei felt an ominous premonition. He quietly retreated a few steps towards the Qinglong Valley, now mere paces from its entrance. In that fleeting moment, a distant roar of a demon beast echoed through the air. Immediately, two enormous beasts materialized within Yi Fei's line of sight. The moment these creatures appeared, they swiftly charged in his direction. Goodness, this is hardly just one. Yi Fei's pupils constricted as he cast a glance at Lu Yishan hovering above. What a despicable individual. With a sigh of exasperation, he hastily retreated. It was no jest. Even a single beast would pose a formidable challenge for him, let alone the two now advancing. His wisest course of action was undoubtedly to seek refuge in the Qinglong Valley. To think of entering the valley directly? How utterly unexciting. It would be far more entertaining to linger outside for a while. Lu Yishan observed every movement Yi Fei made. A cold smirk crept across his face as he focused his mind, conjuring a shield that materialized in his grasp. With a flick of his right hand, the shield soared forth, forming an expansive barrier that obstructed Yi Fei's path of retreat. Chapter 9. The chaotic spiritual route in a state of utter frustration. Yi Fei cursed silently as he found his escape route blocked. Turning around, he discovered that the two monstrous beasts had drawn near, towering over a person. With bodies measuring 7 to 8 feet in length, these creatures bore the head of a wolf and the body of a tiger. Yi Fei immediately recognized them as the Kanglinkuan wolves, a first-tier beast documented in the Manual of Living. Behind the two Kanglinkuan wolves, 5 or 6 more beasts of varying forms approached, all with the same objective in mind. From his vantage point in the air, Lu Yishan's face lit up with excitement upon witnessing the arrival of so many beasts. With a swift motion of his right hand, he grasped the partially burnt incense stick and quickly stowed it away in his storage pouch. Awu! The leading Kanglinkuan wolf, sensing its target had vanished, let out a fierce howl, its eyes gleaming with an otherworldly blue light as it fixated intently on Yi Fei. In their minds, it was undoubtedly Yi Fei's doing. What the hell? Witnessing this scene, Yi Fei was gripped by fear. With no time to spare, he darted to the left, attempting to circumvent the shield wall and enter the Qinglong Valley. Yet, the moment he fled, it provoked the primal instincts of the Kanglinkuan wolves. With ferocious glares and bared fangs, the two wolves propelled themselves forward, lunging at Yi Fei. Fool! Don't run, stop and fight them. Lu Yishan, hovering above, flushed with excitement, called out as he watched Yi Fei flee desperately. As the two Kanglinkuan wolves closed in on him, Yi Fei had no time to heed Lu Yishan's words. He pushed his speed to its utmost limit, nearing the end of the shield wall. However, before he could rejoice, Lu Yishan smirked, his fingers elegantly slicing through the air, causing the shield wall to shift several feet closer to Yi Fei once more, blocking his path yet again. Despicable. With no alternatives left, Yi Fei reluctantly drew his sword and turned to face the approaching Kanglinkuan wolves. At that moment, 2 azure rainbows suddenly flared from the depths of Qinglong Valley. These rainbows, slender as threads, one veered past the shield wall towards Yi Fei, while the other targeted Lu Yishan in the air. As the azure rainbows enveloped the two men, they swiftly pulled both into the depths of Qinglong Valley. The speed of the rainbows was astonishing, leaving even Lu Yishan, whose cultivation had reached the mid-foundation stage, powerless to resist. He could only watch helplessly as he was drawn into the valley's depths. Without the support of spiritual consciousness, the shield wall quickly transformed into a half-height shield, toppling to the ground. The Kanglinkuan wolves at the mouth of Qinglong Valley, upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of their target, exchanged glances filled with confusion. Yet, as they beheld the desolate valley before them, their bodies trembled with fear, and without hesitation, they turned and fled. Meanwhile, Yi Fei and Lu Yishan, swept away by the Qinghong, found themselves beneath a withered little tree. Above them, a spectral 3-clawed azure dragon circled gracefully. This dragon, measuring approximately 11 to 12 zhang in length, possessed 4 limbs, each adorned with 3 claws, and a pair of majestic horns graced its head. Its scales shimmered with an eerie azure luminescence. Though ethereal in form, its presence was imposing, enveloping both men in a suffocating aura. They gazed up at the dragon, rendered speechless by astonishment. It is worth noting that this creature was the foremost among the 4 divine beasts, a legendary entity. Young man, I care not for your misdeeds against others. Yet to cast your gaze upon this child is rather audacious, the dragon intoned, unexpectedly directing its attention towards Louis Shan. Great Azure Dragon, spare me. This is all a misunderstanding. This worthless. No, Master Yi is my elder. How could I ever harm him? Louis Shan exclaimed, his eyes wide as he beheld the dragon's lantern-like gaze. He promptly knelt, prostrating himself repeatedly upon the ground. Spare you? The dragon chuckled sinisterly. This child has forged a chaotic spiritual root, yet requires a further 98 purifications of his essence. As for you, you barely suffice for the first. How could one waste such an opportunity? The spectral dragon grinned wickedly, casting a glance at the withered tree. Suddenly, Louis Shan let out a harrowing scream. Clutching his head and rolling on the ground, blood streamed from his orifices, and his body trembled violently, filled with anguished wails. The sight horrified Yi Fei, sending chills down his spine. As time wore on, Louis Shan's form gradually withered, his flesh and blood transforming into wisps of crimson mist, absorbed by the desolate tree. Upon consuming the red mist, the tree began to regain vitality, sprouting 5 crimson flower buds. These buds slowly unfurled, only to wither again, giving rise to 5 azure fruits. The fruits swelled incrementally, and as Louis Shan's corporeal form vanished entirely, the fruits radiated a mesmerizing crimson glow, achieving full ripeness. Yi Fei stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. What are you lingering for? Quickly, pluck those 5 fruits and consume them, urged the azure dragon, its spectral form now hovering nearby. Yi Fei hesitated, grappling with the implications of witnessing the fruit's genesis. Is there truly any difference between this and consuming a human? The thought is revolting. Fret not. These fruits are mere manifestations of spiritual energy, devoid of any connection to that young man. Why do you concern yourself so? Had it not been for my intervention, you would have surely been devoured by those vile beasts. To show mercy towards such a heartless adversary is folly. The once circling specter now materialized into a venerable elder clad in azure robes, standing beside Yi Fei. Though appearing human, he bore horns upon his head, with flowing golden hair, his body remaining a mere apparition. Why do you offer your assistance to me? Yi Fei refrained from plucking the 5 fruits and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, if it weren't for a debt of gratitude, do you truly believe I would assist you, a mere mortal? The old man in the azure robe merely smirked. A debt of gratitude? My father, perhaps? Yi Fei's heart stirred, prompting him to ask further. No, the elder replied, it pertains to a woman. The specifics are not for you to know at this moment. All you need to do is consume those 5 fruits. The azure-robed elder gazed skyward into the valley, his eyes clouded with deep reminiscence. A woman? Yi Fei murmured, suddenly jolting as realization dawned upon him. Is it my mother? He ventured tentatively. At your current state, you are not yet entitled to such knowledge. Once you transcend to the nascent soul stage and achieve the transformation of spirit, I shall reveal the truth to you. The elder stated, shaking his head without elaborating further. What are these fruits? Yi Fei gestured toward the 5 fruits on the tree. This is the spirit-washing tree, and those fruits are known as spirit-washing fruits. The spirit-washing tree is rootless and was born at the inception of chaos. There exists only one such tree in every realm. This tree bears 5 fruits, capable of refining a mortal's spiritual root, and it can subsequently bloom and bear fruits a total of 99 times. Each time it bears 5 fruits, it allows the refined spiritual root to undergo cleansing. Once the spiritual root has been purified 98 times, it can attain the chaotic spiritual root. When the chaotic spiritual root reaches its zenith, this tree will transform into a wisp of chaotic energy, aiding you in achieving a chaotic body, the azure-robed elder elucidated patiently. Despite the elder's clear explanations, Yi Fei, a novice in the realm of cultivation, found himself engulfed in confusion. Does this tree require the consumption of human flesh and blood for each bloom and fruiting? He probed further. Anything imbued with spiritual energy is suitable. Spirit stones, spiritual veins, even heavenly materials and treasures, as well as the carcasses of demonic beasts, can suffice. However, with each blooming and fruiting, the required spiritual energy increases by 20%. By the time of the final blooming, the requisite spiritual energy will be over 200 million times that of the first. In total, the energy required will amount to an astounding 1,300,000,000 times the initial, equivalent to the power of 130 million mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. When converted to spirit stones, it would likely reach trillions. The elder astonishingly calculated these figures for Yi Fei. Upon hearing these staggering statistics, Yi Fei was left utterly speechless. This is absurd. With my current abilities, even remaining in the Celestial Gate is a challenge, let alone acquiring such an astronomical amount of spirit stones. The Azure Dragon's words felt futile to him. Quickly consume these fruits so I may take you to another place, the elder urged again, observing Yi Fei's lingering hesitation. Chapter 10. Engaging in future transactions. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Fei could only shake his head in resignation. With the lightest touch of his toes, he leapt into the air, effortlessly plucking several fruits from the tree. As soon as he collected the fruits, the wash spirit tree withered and perished once more. Gazing at the wash spirit fruits in his hand, Yi Fei did not hesitate and consumed them one after another. As before, the 5 fruits transformed into 5 streams of essence the moment they entered his mouth, flowing into his abdomen. In the next instant, a searing heat enveloped him. This time, the sensation of heat persisted for a considerably longer duration. Moreover, with the prolongation of this heat, he felt as if his body were being gnawed upon by a multitude of ants. The sensation was both invigorating and torturous. Fortunately, his willpower remained steadfast, or he would have succumbed to groans. Simultaneously, he could distinctly sense the impurities within his body being expelled through his pores, accumulating on his surface to form a thin layer of grime, exuding a nauseating stench. Observing this, the Azure Dragon, now in human form, waved its large sleeve, summoning a cascade of clear water to wash over Yi Fei from head to toe, completely cleansing him of the filth. How do you feel? The Azure Dragon inquired with a smile, noticing the renewed vigor in Yi Fei. I feel considerably lighter, and my perception has improved as well. Yi Fei replied with a hint of delight after taking a moment to assess his condition. Good, this is merely the first instance. The benefits of cleansing one's spiritual roots will become more evident in due time, the Azure Dragon said, nodding with a smile. It then reached out, retrieving the storage bag left behind by Lu Yishan, and handed it to Yi Fei, stating, although this is a low-level item, it may still prove useful to you. Take it for now. Yi Fei graciously accepted the storage bag, bowing respectfully to the Azure Dragon in appreciation. Let us proceed. I shall take you to a special location, the Azure Dragon remarked, satisfied by Yi Fei's courtesy. Transforming into a streak of azure light, it whisked Yi Fei away, vanishing from the spot. Yi Fei felt a fleeting blur before he found himself at the end of the valley. Here, where 2 mountain peaks converged, a waterfall cascaded as if descending from the celestial river above, plunging into a pool of water below. This pool, measuring approximately 20 zhang in diameter, was a deep, inky green, its depths unfathomable. Even from a distance of 10 zhang, the chilling essence emanating from the waters was palpable. Yi Fei shivered involuntarily, acutely aware of the frigid temperature of the water. Additionally, behind them lay a patch of spiritual field spanning 10 acres. Aside from this, the surroundings were barren, devoid of any life. However, as soon as Yi Fei stood there, he noticed that the spiritual energy was exceptionally dense, surpassing that of the Xianyao sect by more than 5-fold. What is this place? Yi Fei inquired, curiosity piqued as he surveyed the area. This is the Azure Dragon Pool, approximately 1,000 zhang deep, underlined by a premium spiritual vein. The spiritual vein beneath your Xianyao sect is merely of medium quality, the Azure Dragon explained. The waterfall before us is the Qinglong Waterfall, whose waters are ethereal, born from the clouds above. This divine essence nourishes the spirit fields, accelerating the growth of miraculous herbs. In this realm, there exists no other place quite like it. Here lies the Qinglong herb field, enhanced by temporal formations, where time flows at tenfold the rate of the outside world, a coveted haven for countless cultivators. The venerable Qinglong gestured towards these 3 locations, providing a thorough introduction to Yi Fei. Surely, your bringing me here is not merely a casual affair? Yi Fei inquired, raising an eyebrow, his tone imbued with significance after hearing Qinglong's exposition. Despite his limited knowledge of the cultivation world, he discerned the extraordinary nature of what was presented. Qinglong would not have brought him here without a substantial motive. It was clear that his intentions were far from trivial. Haha, you are quite astute, my young friend. Indeed you are. However, you are mistaken in one regard. I seek not to gain from you, but rather to engage in a transaction." Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, Qinglong chuckled heartily, revealing his true purpose. "A transaction? I am but a mere mortal, just beginning to cultivate my qi. What could I possibly possess that would interest the esteemed Qinglong?" Yi Fei's brow furrowed in confusion. "Not now, perhaps, but that does not preclude future possibilities. All I require is your solemn promise." Qinglong replied, his tone laden with meaning. "Please, enlighten me, esteemed Qinglong." Yi Fei bowed respectfully, refraining from an immediate response as he sought to comprehend Qinglong's true intentions. "Once you ascend to the higher realms, all I ask is that you assist me in reclaiming my true form. Beyond that, I desire nothing else. If you agree to this condition, all these treasures shall be yours, and I will also bestow upon you a drop of my true dragon blood." As he spoke of this matter, Qinglong's demeanor grew serious. "How can you be so certain that I will ascend to the higher realms? Even if I were to achieve that, how could I possibly locate your true form?" Yi Fei pressed on, still reluctant to concede. "I cannot guarantee your ascension. It is merely a wager. Should you fail to ascend, it will not affect you. However, even if you do reach the higher realms, retrieving my true form will indeed be fraught with challenges and may pose a threat to your life. I will instruct you on the specifics at the appropriate time, but I cannot divulge them now. Should you succeed, we shall forge a heavenly oath. If you fail, I shall send you back without any further complications." Qinglong laid out the terms clearly, without exerting pressure. "Is there a time limit?" Yi Fei pondered briefly before posing another question. "Within a millennium of your ascension," Qinglong replied, seemingly having contemplated this matter long before. "Very well. I am willing to enter into this transaction with you, esteemed Qinglong." Yi Fei nodded firmly, accepting the terms of the agreement. Subsequently, the two individuals solemnly swore an oath, thereby solidifying their transaction. Yi Fei agreed to this deal, fully aware that with his current abilities, he would not progress far on the path to immortality. However, the existence of these treasures would significantly extend his journey toward ascension. Each additional step taken would be a gain for him. "Senior Qinglong, what brings your spirit to this place?" After the transaction was completed, Yi Fei expressed his lingering curiosity. This tale is rather lengthy. I am the rightful heir of the Qinglong bloodline, the sole successor to the clan leader of the Qinglong lineage. Yet, scarcely after I took form and before I could mature, I was betrayed by a Yinglong that evolved from a serpent, resulting in my spirit being severed from my body. Had it not been for the sacred relic of my clan, which allowed me to tear through the spatial barrier to arrive here, I would have long since perished." The Qinglong sighed, his gaze clouded with the weight of past sorrows. "Given that you have just taken form, how is it that you now appear as you do?" Yi Fei inquired, pointing at the now-aged Qinglong. "Due to the severance of spirit and body, deprived of the nurturing essence of my bloodline, and after 3 millennia of the passage of time, my survival until now is already a remarkable feat. This transaction with you may very well be the pinnacle of what my spirit can achieve." The Qinglong shook his head in resignation, revealing the underlying reasons. "Rest assured, Senior Qinglong, once I, Yi, successfully ascend to the higher realms, I shall exert every effort to restore your physical form and assist in your spirit's reunification with your body." Yi Fei felt a deep sympathy for the Qinglong's plight. "You are indeed a child of loyalty and sentiment. In that case, the existence of Qinglong Valley has become unnecessary." As he spoke, a glimmer of light sparkled in the Qinglong's eyes, directing his gaze toward the direction of the blissful valley. Chapter 11. The Shadow of the Azure Dragon. Is there truly no need for the Azure Dragon Abyss to exist any longer? Could it possibly vanish? Yi Fei inquired, perplexed. "Indeed, I established this Azure Dragon Abyss solely to seek someone to aid me in reclaiming my corporeal form. Now that I have encountered you, my mission is fulfilled." The Azure Dragon elucidated with a nod. Upon concluding his words, he gently extended his right index finger, and the surrounding scenery dissolved into a radiant light, vanishing from sight. The Azure Dragon himself also disappeared from Yi Fei's side. Although Yi Fei remained within a valley, this valley was distinctly different from before. It was lush and vibrant, clearly transformed back to its original state. Before him, a short sword hovered in the air. This was a bronze short sword, adorned with an exquisitely carved azure dragon, lifelike and steeped in antiquity. However, upon closer inspection, the bronze sword exuded no spiritual energy, akin to an ordinary magical artifact. This is the Azure Dragon Sword, a sacred relic of my Azure Dragon lineage. It contains its own space. The Azure Dragon Waterfall, the Azure Dragon Pool, and the Azure Dragon Herb Field are all within it, destined to accompany you henceforth. Just as Yi Fei gazed at the bronze short sword in confusion, the voice of the Azure Dragon emanated from within the sword. As the voice faded, the bronze short sword shimmered with azure light and seamlessly attached itself to Yi Fei's waist. "Senior, how may I enter within?" Yi Fei inquired. Curiosity piqued as he reached out to touch the bronze short sword. After recognizing its master, you need only release a thread of your consciousness to enter at will. Whether it is your consciousness or your physical form that enters is entirely at your discretion. The Azure Dragon's voice resonated again from the Azure Dragon Sword. "Very well. I shall attempt it." Yi Fei nodded, then pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the Azure Dragon Sword. The moment the blood mingled with the sword, a connection of mind and spirit was forged between Yi Fei and the Azure Dragon Sword. Subsequently, with a mere thought, a strand of his consciousness reached out towards the sword. The instant his consciousness made contact with the sword's surface, Yi Fei experienced a fleeting moment of illumination. And in the next instant, he found himself within the confines of the Azure Dragon Sword. The scene before him was identical to that of the previous Azure Dragon Abyss, and the ethereal figure of the Azure Dragon stood beside him. "How marvelous!" Yi Fei exclaimed, unable to contain his wonder. Indeed, do not underestimate its value. Even within this mortal realm, the Azure Dragon Sword is a supreme treasure, unmatched in any realm below the celestial planes. The Azure Dragon replied with a sense of pride. "Can this sword be used in combat?" Yi Fei nodded and inquired once more. "Certainly. Do not be deceived by its unassuming exterior. This Azure Dragon Sword can alter its length, is impervious to all attacks, and can be deemed a pseudo-immortal artifact. However, given your current level of cultivation, you are not yet capable of wielding it. You must at least reach the Great Ascension stage," the Azure Dragon explained with a smile. "Does that imply that the Azure Dragon Sword can only serve as an auxiliary tool? It seems less formidable than I had envisioned." Yi Fei expressed with a hint of disappointment. "My dear child, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. If you utilize the 3 treasures within wisely, they could very well assist you in ascending to the celestial realm. Remember, the path of immortality is ethereal. One must cultivate oneself and refrain from excessive reliance on external objects, as well as from overreaching ambition," the Azure Dragon advised patiently. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance." Upon hearing these words, Yi Fei felt as though he had been struck awake, his mind clearing significantly. He promptly bowed in respect to the Azure Dragon. "Well, I have shared all I can. The rest is up to you. There is nothing of great importance, so do not disturb me further. I shall enter a period of slumber." The Azure Dragon yawned and transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring into the clouds above the Azure Dragon Falls. "First, let me examine Louis Shan's storage bag. It should contain numerous valuable items." After surveying the surroundings, Yi Fei sat cross-legged on the ground, sending forth a strand of mental energy to probe the storage bag. Now that Louis Shan had perished, this storage bag had become a masterless object, and Yi Fei's consciousness easily penetrated it. This was Yi Fei's first encounter with a storage bag. As his consciousness ventured inside, he discovered that the space was rather limited, measuring only about 5 feet square. However, the contents were quite diverse, including 500 spirit stones, 4 bottles of elixirs, and a 2-foot-long spirit weapon sword. Yi Fei meticulously examined each item, even spotting the sound transmission jade tablet that Ning Xiu had given him. "What is that?" Curiosity piqued as Yi Fei noticed a vermilion rectangular wooden box. He focused his mental energy and extracted the box from the storage bag. Measuring 8 inches in length and 4 inches in width, it felt remarkably light in his hand. Driven by curiosity, Yi Fei opened the box. The moment it was unsealed, a wave of cold, sinister energy wafted forth. Inside the box lay a black flag and a jade slip, both coming into Yi Fei's view. The chilling aura emanated from the black flag. "Is this an evil artifact?" Yi Fei mused, taking hold of the flag and expressing his confusion. The flag felt icy to the touch, and at the instant he grasped it, he seemed to hear the wails of countless vengeful souls emanating from it, stirring his spirit and igniting an impulse to prostrate himself. Alarmed, Yi Fei quickly placed the flag back into the wooden box. There was no doubt it was a malevolent object. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to uncover the truth. He released a strand of mental energy and directly scanned the jade slip. In mere moments, the contents of the slip materialized in his mind. This flag was called the Yin Luo banner, a treasure that even late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators would struggle to wield. It could absorb Yin souls and utilize the collected souls in combat. The jade slip contained the incantation to control the Yin Luo banner. It would be wise to keep my distance from such an object. Lu Yishan's abnormality was likely linked to this Yin Luo banner. Shuddering at the thought of Lu Yishan's grotesque demeanor, Yi Fei hurriedly stowed the wooden box away. Though lingering doubts resided in his heart at this moment, he chose not to dwell on them and continued to sift through the contents of the storage bag. After thoroughly rummaging through Lu Yishan's storage bag, he finally withdrew his consciousness. In the course of his search, he discovered a considerable number of medicinal seeds. Without hesitation, Yi Fei extracted these seeds and planted them all into the medicinal field. After sowing the seeds and watering the field with the pond water, he focused his mind and withdrew the Qinglong sword. Now, he needed to devise a way to return to the Xiaoyao sect. Fortunately, Lu Yishan's storage bag contained a map. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for direction. Nevertheless, it took Yi Fei considerable effort and 7 days of arduous travel before he finally returned to the Xiaoyao sect. Upon his return to the sect, Yi Fei made his way directly to the Baibao Pavilion, where he purchased a bag of rice and some grain seeds before heading back to his cave dwelling. Sitting cross-legged on his bed once again, Yi Fei felt as though he were in a dream. He touched the short sword at his waist, feeling a surge of emotions within. After calming his thoughts, he focused his mind and entered the Qinglong sword once more. In the medicinal garden, he unearthed a plot of land, planted some grain seeds, and then seated himself by the pond. With his eyes slightly closed, he concentrated and chanted incantations, commencing his cultivation. After a morning of effort, he had yet to find a satisfactory choice, so he settled on this one. As the Xiaoyao true art circulated within him, streams of spiritual energy began to flow through the pores of his body, drawn into his being. Under the influence of the Xiaoyao true art, this spiritual energy was gradually transformed into true qi, converging into Yi Fei's dantian. Through the action of the swirling energy mass, it steadily flowed into Yi Fei's meridians, enhancing the flow of true qi within him while circulating ceaselessly through his channels. After refining his spiritual roots, he indeed absorbed spiritual power more rapidly. In just a few breaths, Yi Fei could distinctly feel that his efficiency in absorbing and transforming spiritual energy had improved compared to before. Nevertheless, it still paled in comparison to the speed of cultivation when utilizing spirit stones. Thus, he resolutely took out 2 spirit stones and held them in his hand, intending to use them to swiftly elevate his cultivation level. Chapter 12. The 4th layer of qi refinement. Through this experience, Yi Fei developed an insatiable yearning for the enhancement of his cultivation. The despair he felt in the face of formidable opponents left an indelible mark on him, one that he would carry for a lifetime. Thus, he resolved to strengthen himself, vowing never to be subjugated again. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. After expending 150 spirit stones, Yi Fei finally broke through 2 minor realms in quick succession, advancing to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. This achievement filled him with immense joy. Even more delightful was the fact that the first batch of medicinal seeds he had sown had matured splendidly. Remarkably, the grains he had cultivated also yielded a bountiful harvest. The speed of it all was astonishing. Gazing upon the over 100 low-grade spiritual herbs, Yi Fei was utterly mesmerized. The harvest from this month was sufficient to fulfill a year's worth of sect tasks. Moreover, the seeds from these herbs could be replanted, allowing his medicinal garden to expand exponentially. Once the area of his garden reached 10 acres, the yield would be truly phenomenal. The grain production was simply outrageous. Upon completing the harvest, Yi Fei was left speechless. Having assisted Yi Songlong in farming since his childhood, he knew that a good yield of rice from an acre of land was typically 400 to 500 pounds. Yet, his half-acre of medicinal field produced an astonishing 1,000 pounds. He had filled over 30 bags, enough to last for an entire year. Not only were the rice grains plump, but they also exuded a faint aura of spiritual energy. It was evident that consuming this rice would greatly benefit his cultivation. He was undoubtedly on the path to prosperity. Standing before the verdant medicinal field, Yi Fei felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He harvested all the mature medicinal herbs and replanted the seeds back into the field. From just one harvest, he had enough seeds to fill 7 acres of the medicinal garden. As he surveyed the remaining 3 acres of vacant land, a thought struck him, and he promptly drew the Qinglong sword. He made his way to the summit of Mo Yun Peak. "Is Senior Brotherly present?" Yi Fei inquired politely at the entrance of the reception pavilion. "Come in," came the indifferent voice of Li Ziqian as Yi Fei's words fell. Upon receiving permission, Yi Fei stepped forward and entered the reception pavilion. "Greetings, Senior Brotherly," he said, bowing respectfully to Li Ziqian, who sat at the head of the hall. "There's no need for such formality, Junior Brother Yi," Li Ziqian replied. "Oh, Junior Brother Yi has actually reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement?" Li Ziqian lifted his gaze to Yi Fei, and upon realizing his cultivation level, he was momentarily taken aback. Having recently descended the mountain and acquired a century-old ginseng, he had experienced some breakthroughs. Yi Fei had already prepared a response to Li Ziqian's inquiry. "I see, Junior Brother Yi is indeed quite fortunate." Li Ziqian nodded, albeit with a hint of skepticism, and decided not to press further. "Senior Brotherly, I have come to collect this month's stipend." This time, Yi Fei did not wait for Li Ziqian to inquire, but respectfully stated, "Very well, please take these. Starting next month, Junior Brother, you will need to undertake some sect tasks. Otherwise, I would have difficulty explaining to the other disciples," Li Ziqian remarked, feigning helplessness while handing over the spirit stones and elixirs. "May I ask, Brotherly, by what criteria will my sect tasks be assessed?" Yi Fei inquired again, maintaining his respectful demeanor. He held no grievances despite Li Ziqian assigning him sect duties. Since Junior Brother Ye's monthly stipend is 4 times that of the outer disciples, the number of tasks should naturally be quadrupled as well. If the number of tasks Junior Brother Yi completes each month falls short of 4 times, then the monthly stipend will be deducted accordingly, just as with the other disciples. I will convey these matters to the deacon of the task pavilion, and starting next month, you may collect your stipend there based on the tasks completed. Junior Brother Yi, do you have any objections to this?" Li Ziqian said with a smile. "No objections," Yi Fei replied, his expression unchanged. After exchanging a few more casual words with Li Ziqian, he turned and exited the reception pavilion. Even though he understood that Li Ziqian was intentionally making things difficult for him, he remained unconcerned. With the newly established medicinal fields that accelerated the growth of spirit herbs, he no longer regarded these tasks with any seriousness. "Could the disappearance of Lu Yishan truly be connected to you?" Li Ziqian muttered as he watched Yi Fei's retreating figure, his gaze gradually turning cold. Although he found it hard to believe, his investigation revealed that a month prior, Lu Yishan had indeed left the sect alongside Yi Fei. Yet, a few days later, Yi Fei returned alone, while Lu Yishan had vanished without a trace. Coincidentally, during that period, the mysterious disappearance of the Qinglong abyss within Qingsong Mountain had also occurred. Coupled with the fact that a disciple with a mixed spiritual root like Yi Fei had managed to reach the 3rd layer of qi refinement in just 1 month. These 3 incidents collectively aroused Li Ziqian's suspicions. However, in the absence of evidence, he refrained from taking any reckless actions that might lead to unnecessary trouble. After all, Yi Fei was a registered disciple of the Grand Elder. While Lu Yishan might dare to act so boldly, Li Ziqian felt he could not. After leaving the reception pavilion, Yi Fei made his way directly to the treasure pavilion. With the pretense of possessing 20 spirit stones, he felt emboldened. He purchased 2 manuals with those stones, one on body techniques, smoke steps, and the other on swordsmanship, 9 swords of the leaning Luo. He intended to enhance his combat skills during his practice. After exhausting all his spirit stones, Yi Fei returned to his cave dwelling. Following over a month of growth, the spirit herbs in his courtyard had sprouted tender shoots, showing promising vitality. After watering the herbs with some pond water, he retreated to his bedroom to commence his cultivation with the spirit stones. Time slipped away unnoticed as he immersed himself in his practice for a month. Of the 500 spirit stones he had received from Lu Yishan, he had already consumed over 300. His cultivation had barely ascended from the 3rd to the 4th level of qi refinement. Upon reaching the 4th level, Yi Fei discovered that no matter how diligently he endeavored, his cultivation would not advance even a fraction. Clearly, he had encountered a formidable bottleneck in his training. With no other options, Yi Fei was compelled to come to a halt. Over the past month, the spiritual herbs in his medicinal field had yielded another harvest, and now a substantial pile had accumulated within the Azure Dragon Sword. He had also gathered a considerable number of medicinal seeds, sufficiently filling his 10-acre medicinal field. Surely, these spiritual herbs would suffice for the spirit-cleansing tree to mature once more. Gazing at the nearly 1,000 spiritual herbs before him, Yi Fei suddenly recalled the spirit-cleansing tree. With a mere thought, he materialized beside the tree. Although Yi Fei was currently only at the 4th level of Qi refinement, the Azure Dragon Sword had already recognized him as its master, allowing him to traverse this space with just a thought. Standing before the spirit-cleansing tree, Yi Fei extended his right hand deep into the valley, summoning the pile of spiritual herbs toward him. As soon as these herbs appeared, they were swiftly devoured by the spirit-cleansing tree. After several breaths, only about 40 to 50 of the original 1,000 herbs remained. Fortunately, that was sufficient. Spotting 5 crimson, round fruits on the spirit-cleansing tree, Yi Fei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly grasped the 5 fruits, which appeared in his hand in the blink of an eye. Consuming all 5 fruits, Yi Fei sat cross-legged on the ground, ready to undergo the cleansing of his spiritual roots. After approximately 15 minutes, the cleansing concluded, and Yi Fei returned to the edge of the pond. After washing away the grime that clung to him, he resumed his meditation. Indeed, it was a matter of spiritual root quality. After a brief period of cultivation, Yi Fei realized that following the second cleansing of his spiritual roots, his cultivation bottleneck had vanished. Moreover, his training speed had notably increased. This revelation filled Yi Fei with joy, prompting him to produce a spirit stone and continue his practice. However, after just over half a month of training, having reached the later stage of the 4th level of Qi refinement, he encountered yet another bottleneck. Was his cultivation aptitude truly that poor? To not even break through a minor realm before facing another obstacle was utterly disheartening, and Yi Fei felt as if he might as well dash his head against a wall in frustration. With no other recourse, he hoisted his long sword and made his way to the task pavilion. Chapter 13. The young maiden seeks companions at present. Yi Fei's foremost task is to cleanse his spiritual roots. As for cultivation, that must await the purification of his roots, for without this cleansing, he finds himself ensnared by a bottleneck that prevents any advancement in his realm. In pursuit of a more expedient purification, Yi Fei realizes he cannot place all his hopes upon the medicinal fields. Each subsequent attempt at cleansing his roots consumes 20% more spiritual energy than the last. Relying solely on the spiritual herbs from the fields would prove excessively time-consuming. The next attempt would necessitate a 2-month wait, and the one following that, perhaps 3 months. The further he progresses, the longer the waiting period becomes, and Yi Fei is resolute in his desire not to linger. Thus, he makes his way to the task pavilion, intending to undertake missions that will yield spiritual stones, while simultaneously seeking opportunities beyond. Previously, Qinglong had mentioned that numerous entities could facilitate the growth of the spirit-cleansing tree, including demon beasts. Over the past month and a half, Yi Fei has not only been elevating his cultivation, but also diligently practicing the Ilan 9 swords and the Ruoyan steps, both of which he has now mastered to a modest degree. In his estimation, he should be adequately prepared to face ordinary first-level demon beasts. Therefore, he is eager to venture forth, hopeful for unexpected gains. In contrast to the reception pavilion, the task pavilion is considerably more vibrant. Disciples bustle in and out, albeit with hurried steps, yet the flow is unceasing. The task pavilion is significantly larger than the reception pavilion, measuring 20 zhang on each side. At the very center of the pavilion stands a square stone table, upon which rests a crescent-shaped stand made of purple sandalwood, cradling a milky white jade sphere the size of a bowl. Besides this stone table, 2 desks are positioned against the central wall. In front of each desk stands a wooden sign, one indicating the task reception area, and the other the task submission area. Behind the desks, 2 chairs accommodate disciples clad in white robes. To the left of the 2 desks lies a storeroom, clearly designated for the storage of task-related items. Beyond this, the first floor of the task pavilion bears no additional furnishings. Although it is Yi Fei's inaugural visit to this place, he has gleaned the procedure for accepting tasks from the disciple's handbook. He strides briskly to the stone table, extending his consciousness to scan the jade sphere within. Instantly, his mind is flooded with hundreds of various sect tasks. The sect tasks are divided into 2 categories. One involves gathering basic spiritual herbs, offering no reward in spiritual stones, but upon completion, confers eligibility for monthly allowances. The other category presents a greater challenge, rewarding not only a sum of spiritual stones upon completion, but also task points. Accumulating a requisite number of points allows for the exchange of sect rewards. However, outer disciples are limited to lower-tier sect tasks. Each task offers identical rewards, 2 low-grade spiritual stones and 1 sect point. Most of these tasks revolve around collecting materials from first-level demon beasts, although a few pertain to gathering rare low-grade spiritual herbs. After reviewing the tasks, Yifei approaches the reception desk, presenting his identity jade token. Task number 3 involves collecting a pair of fire crow claws. Task number 9 requires obtaining a piece of earth-splitting beast skin, and task number 35. Without waiting for the disciple in charge of registration to inquire, Yifei promptly listed all the tasks he wished to undertake. To his surprise, the disciple, after taking his identity jade token, did not register him but instead spoke with a tone of mockery. You haven't even completed your basic tasks. Yet you aspire to undertake lower-tier assignments? It was evident that he had recognized Yifei. Previously, Li Ziqian had instructed him to make things difficult for Yifei if he sought to accept tasks, with the Elder's orders backing him. How could he allow Yifei to take on missions so easily? Is that not permissible? Yifei raised an eyebrow and countered. Certainly not. If everyone were like you, who would undertake the foundational tasks, without anyone fulfilling basic assignments, how would the sect flourish? The disciple declared with an air of righteousness, with Li Ziqian supporting him. He was unfazed, even if Yifei was a named disciple of the Supreme Elder. After all, this was the outer sect, and Li Ziqian held the authority here. If Li Ziqian was unafraid, what was there for him to fear? Moreover, it wouldn't be long before their sect leader from the Luocha sect would lead an assault on the Xiaoyao sect. Whether the Supreme Elder could survive was uncertain. What did he have to fear? Is this regulation set by you, my esteemed nephew? Despite the disciple's demeanor, Yifei remained unperturbed, a slight smile gracing his lips as he posed another question. You, who is your esteemed nephew? While I may not have established this rule, I hold the authority here. If I say you cannot take on the task, then you cannot. The disciple's face flushed with indignation at being referred to as esteemed nephew, and he retorted defensively. Are you implying that you hold a higher status than brotherly? Yifei inquired, his expression unchanged, deliberately raising his voice a notch. Instantly, all the disciples in the task pavilion turned their attention toward them. I did not say that. Don't slander me. At Yifei's words, the disciple trembled slightly, hurriedly attempting to clarify. In private, he could indeed make things difficult for Yifei, and no one would be the wiser. However, when it came to public discourse, he lacked the courage. Should someone inadvertently relay his words to the Supreme Elder, he might not even need to wait for the Luocha sect's forces to arrive before facing annihilation at the hands of the Supreme Elder. Thus, under the watchful eyes of so many, the disciple felt a twinge of trepidation. Then may I ask, esteemed nephew, whether I am able to accept this task today or not? Yifei inquired with a smile that danced on the edge of sarcasm. Of course, you may accept it. I shall register you right away. The disciple, gritting his teeth, reluctantly retrieved a jade slip and recorded all the tasks Yifei had just mentioned. My gratitude to you, esteemed nephew. Accepting the identity jade token handed over by the disciple, Yifei smiled serenely and turned to leave. Before Li Ziqian, he might still show some restraint. However, in the face of these arrogant and overbearing disciples, he had no desire to engage in pretense. Uncle Yi, please wait. Just as Yifei stepped out of the mission hall, a slender girl, clad in a gray gauzy dress with 2 ponytails, hurried after him. This girl, possessing a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of qi refinement, appeared to be even younger than Yifei. Upon their meeting, she immediately knelt and greeted him with great respect. May I inquire what brings you here, young lady? Yifei asked, slightly taken aback, as he was unsure why she had called him to a halt. Uncle Yi, my name is Jiang Yiyun. You may simply call me Yun, she replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed at being referred to as a younger sister. I sought you out to form a team for an external mission. Hesitating momentarily, Yifei was unsure how to respond. To be candid, he preferred solitude. With the Azure Dragon sword in his possession, he found it more convenient to operate alone. Yun, perhaps you should team up with someone else. My cultivation level is also quite low, and I am not of much assistance, he suggested after pondering. But Uncle Yi, please help me, Jiang Yiyun implored, her eyes glistening with tears. My abilities are insufficient, and the senior brothers refuse to partner with me. If you do not join me, I may fail to complete my sect tasks and risk being expelled from the Xiaoyao sect. Can you bear to witness my expulsion?" Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Jiang Yun's face, and her voice rose in desperation, drawing the attention of numerous disciples nearby. Although they could not hear her words, they observed her weeping in front of Yi Fei and cast suspicious glances, as if questioning whether he had wronged her in some manner. "Please, do not cry. I will agree to help you," Yi Fei said, feeling a sense of helplessness under her imploring gaze and the scrutiny of those around them. "Thank you, Uncle Yi," Jiang Yun exclaimed, her tears instantly transforming into joy as she leaped with glee. The abruptness of her mood shift left Yi Fei utterly astonished. Could it be that I have fallen prey to this little girl's manipulation? A sense of foreboding suddenly crept into Yi Fei's mind. Chapter 14. Encounter with the monster. Yi Fei's sixth sense proved to be quite keen. As he descended from the ink-laden peak alongside Jiang Yun, every disciple they encountered displayed expressions of schadenfreude towards him. "Yun, why do those individuals look so peculiar?" Yi Fei pondered, increasingly unsettled, casting a suspicious glance at Jiang Yun. "Not at all. I perceive them as perfectly normal," Jiang Yun replied, her expression one of confusion. "Perhaps I am overthinking it," Yi Fei conceded, shaking his head in resignation. Thus, he and Jiang Yun soon exited the confines of the blissful sect. "Uncle Yi, have you ever slain a first-tier beast?" Jiang Yun inquired with a hint of curiosity after they had traveled several miles from the sect. "Never," Yi Fei replied candidly. "What? You have yet to kill a beast?" Jiang Yun's lips pursed in disappointment upon hearing his answer. "Why? Have you slain one, Yun?" Yi Fei's embarrassment was palpable as he observed her expression. "Of course. How could I have?" Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled, her chest slightly puffing up, ready to speak, but suddenly she realized something and quickly changed her tone, hastily denying it. "No worries. Once we collaborate, a single kill will make us accustomed to it." Yi Fei smiled nonchalantly, not dwelling on the matter. "Uncle Yi, if you've never slain a beast, how do you dare accept so many missions? It almost makes me think you are a beast slayer," Jiang Yun remarked, her bright eyes filled with confusion. "Moreover, without a storage bag, how can you contain the items from these missions? What is the use of taking on so many tasks?" "Well, I simply believe that, given my abilities, handling a first-tier beast should pose no issue. As for how to store the materials, I neglected to consider that," Yi Fei admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. He had been focused on his Qinglong sword, which possessed ample space for any materials, oblivious to the fact that this secret must remain undisclosed. "Uncle Yi, I think we should refrain from going any further," Jiang Yun said, her lips twitching at his response. As she abruptly halted, concern etched on her face. "Why is that?" Yi Fei asked, perplexed. "I fear that if we venture too far, we may find ourselves in danger," Jiang Yun confessed, her voice tinged with anxiety. "How could that be? There are no beasts around. Where would the danger come from?" Yi Fei found Jiang Yun's apprehension quite baffling. "We are merely a few miles from the blissful sect. Any beasts in such proximity have long been eradicated." Yi Fei recalled from the handbook, which indicated that in the 50-mile radius surrounding the sect, no beasts existed. "Look, they are coming." As soon as Yi Fei's voice fell, Jiang Yun pointed ahead. Then, as if she had committed a misdeed, she shrank back her neck, anxiously glancing at Yi Fei. "Beasts of the abyss. How could there possibly be such creatures here?" Following Jiang Yun's, Yi Fei could not help but exclaim in disbelief. 2 miles ahead, 2 enormous rift beasts were charging towards them. "Yun, step back. These 2 creatures are my responsibility," Yi Fei said, quickly shielding Jiang Yun behind him after a brief moment of astonishment. He then drew the long sword from his back. "Master Yi, we should flee. We can't handle 2 of them at once. You won't be able to defeat them." Seeing Yi Fei had no intention of retreating, Jiang Yun hurriedly cautioned him. "It's all right. I have my means. Just stay here and watch," Yi Fei replied with a calm smile. With a swift push off the ground, he propelled himself forward, sword in hand, to meet the advancing rift beasts. These rift beasts bore a striking resemblance to crocodiles, each over 10 feet long, with jaws as wide as water barrels. Exuding a fierce presence, their fist-sized eyes were fixated on Jiang Yun, blood-red and seemingly frenzied. Did these beasts perhaps have a penchant for women? Yi Fei couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Nevertheless, he quickened his pace, and in the blink of an eye, he confronted the 2 rift beasts. Although Yi Fei had never engaged with such beasts before, He had slain numerous ferocious wild animals and possessed considerable combat experience. Facing the two rift beasts simultaneously did not instill fear in him. At the moment he met the beasts, Yi Fei's figure flickered, executing the smoke step he had practiced for a long time, and in an instant, he stood to the left of one of the rift beasts. "Die!" he shouted, exerting force in his wrist as he fiercely thrust his sword towards the creature's abdomen. To his surprise, the rift beast showed no intention of halting. It merely flicked its tail to evade his attack and continued barreling towards Jiang Yiyun. "Master Yi, save me!" Jiang Yiyun cried out, her face filled with urgency. "Don't run. Come at me." Seeing the two rift beasts charge towards Jiang Yiyun, Yi Fei was instantly alarmed. With a flurry of footwork, he employed the smoke step repeatedly, quickly closing the distance. Fortunately, the rift beasts were solely focused on Jiang Yiyun, lowering their guard against Yi Fei, allowing him to land several strikes upon them. However, to Yi Fei's dismay, the beast's tough hide rendered his sword ineffective, failing to inflict any damage. What to do? With the rift beasts nearly upon Jiang Yiyun, Yi Fei's anxiety escalated. "Master Yi, aim for their eyes. That is their weak spot." At that moment, Jiang Yiyun's excited voice reached him. Indeed, Jiang Yiyun was brimming with exhilaration. She had not anticipated that Yi Fei, despite being only at the 4th layer of qi refinement, could move with such remarkable speed. Had it not been for the lower grade of the treasure in his possession, he would have likely slain the two earth-split beasts by now. Upon hearing Jiang Yiyun's reminder, Yi Fei's eyes sparkled with delight. He promptly propelled himself into the air, landing atop one of the earth-split beasts. Simultaneously, he deftly twisted his wrist, thrusting his long sword towards the creature's eye with great force. In an instant, blood erupted as the sword pierced through the beast's eye. The creature, writhing in agony, let out a deafening roar, swinging its tail viciously towards Yi Fei. With a smirk, Yi Fei rotated his wrist once more, stirring the sword within the beast's eye socket, then deftly withdrew the blade and leaped into the air, narrowly evading the sweeping tail. One eye rendered useless, he descended while thrusting his sword toward the other eye of the earth-split beast. In a swift motion, the second eye too succumbed to the blade. The beast, now bereft of sight, could no longer focus on Jiang Yiyun and began to spin in distress, howling mournfully. Observing this scene, Yi Fei exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. However, upon lifting his gaze forward, he was taken aback. The other earth-split beast was now less than 3 zhang away from Jiang Yiyun, while he was still 5 to 6 zhang distant. There was no time to catch up. In that critical moment, a surge of energy coursed through him, and he fervently channeled his true qi into his sword. White rainbow piercing the sun, the first sword of the 9 swords of Allah was unleashed by Yi Fei. He propelled himself forward, and with a fierce swing of his sword, a sharp beam of sword light shot forth, striking the earth-split beast from 5 zhang away. In an explosive flurry of flesh and blood, the creature was cleaved in two, instantly slain. This spectacle left Jiang Yiyun utterly astonished, and even Yi Fei himself could hardly believe it. Uncle Yi is truly formidable. Jiang Yiyun was the first to recover, casting an admiring glance at him. "It was merely luck," Yi Fei replied with a sheepish smile, before once again swinging his sword to slay the sightless, earth-split beast. "Uncle Yi, we must flee." Just as Yi Fei intended to approach and skin the slain beast, an anxious voice from Jiang Yiyun reached his ears once more. "What is happening?" Yi Fei was startled and quickly turned to look behind him. At just a glance, his pupils constricted sharply, and he no longer paid heed to the beast's hide, turning to flee instead. As he rushed past Jiang Yiyun, he grasped her delicate hand without hesitation and swiftly darted toward the direction of the Xiaoyao sect. Chapter 15 The first encounter with Jiang Mingyun Isnt. It stated in the manual that there should generally be no demonic beasts within a 50-mile radius of the sect. Yet, what transpired today? Why are there so many demonic beasts? Yi Fei furrowed his brows tightly, murmuring to himself as he fled alongside Jiang Yiyun. Just moments ago, he had witnessed a swarm of dozens of fire crows soaring toward them from the sky ahead. With such a multitude of fire crows, it was clear that even seasoned disciples at the 8th or 9th level of qi refinement would be compelled to flee, let alone the two of them. Mere novices at the 3rd or 4th level. Even though they had taken off in advance, they were still several miles away from the protective array of the mountain. Given their current pace, evading these swift fire crows proved to be quite a challenge. As expected, despite Yi Fei pushing his speed to the utmost, The distance between them and the flock of fire crows continued to diminish, now less than 10 zhang away. However, they were still 5 or 6 miles from the protective array of the Xiaoyao sect. Clearly, it was impossible for them to reach the array before the fire crows caught up. Moreover, there were no other disciples of the Xiaoyao sect in the vicinity. Yiyun, you must flee at once. I will buy you some time, Yi Fei thought resolutely. As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force with his right hand, propelling Jiang Yiyun several zhang ahead. After that, he could no longer afford to concern himself with her safety. He drew his longsword and summoned all his true energy, striking horizontally behind him with a single sword swing. This sword, named Golden Goose Across the Sky, was the second of the 9 swords of the law, more potent than the first, Golden Rainbow piercing the sun. As the sword was unleashed, a golden sword aura rippled toward the approaching fire crows. The strike was swift, leaving the fire crows with no opportunity to evade. Uft, uft. One after another, clouds of blood mist erupted as several fire crows were cleaved by the sword aura. However, the fallen fire crows were but a fraction. The majority continued their relentless pursuit, swiftly closing in on Yi Fei. Faced with this life-and-death situation, Yi Fei could no longer hesitate and prepared to retreat into the Azure Dragon Sword. His urgency in sending Jiang Yiyun away was not out of chivalry, but rather a desire to keep his secret hidden from her. Yet, before he could enter the Azure Dragon Sword, he heard Jiang Yiyun's anxious voice from afar. "Andy, I know you're nearby. Please make your move quickly, or it will be too late." It turned out that Jiang Yiyun, instead of fleeing, had merely paused to observe after being propelled forward by Yi Fei. Hearing her call, Yi Fei felt a surge of emotion. He pushed off with his toes, forcibly utilizing the smoke step technique to create some distance between himself and the flock of fire crows. He abandoned the idea of entering the Azure Dragon Sword. At that critical moment, a figure clad in yellow suddenly appeared before Yi Fei. It was a woman dressed in a yellow gown, her back turned to him. Although her face remained obscured, her graceful silhouette stirred Yi Fei's heart profoundly. With a graceful motion of her jade hand, countless small swords of true energy shot forth, piercing directly into the oncoming swarm of fire crows. The sound of splattering blood echoed as dozens of fire crows fell from the sky, struck down by the small swords of true energy. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Yi Fei stood in shock. "Master Yi, are you all right?" At that moment, Jiang Yiyun rushed over from a distance, grasping Yi Fei's arm with a worried expression. I'm fine," Yi Fei replied with an awkward smile, subtly withdrawing his arm. He then stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the woman in the yellow dress. "Thank you for saving my life, esteemed elder." "There's no need for thanks. This was merely an unforeseen calamity," the woman in yellow replied nonchalantly, casting a sharp glance at Jiang Yiyun, who stood beside Yi Fei. Upon feeling the gaze of the woman in yellow, Jiang Yiyun's cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively recoiled, too timid to utter a word. As Yi Fei beheld the woman's exquisite features, he became utterly entranced, his gaze vacant. "Master Yi, you're drooling on your shoes." Just as Yi Fei struggled to regain his composure, Jiang Yiyun tugged at his sleeve and teased him. "Huh, where? I'm not." Awakened from his daze by Jiang Yiyun's words, Yi Fei exclaimed, hastily looking down at his shoes. Upon discovering that there was no drool, he cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Yiyun. "Haha, Master Yi is quite amusing." Seeing Yi Fei in such a comical state, Jiang Yiyun covered her mouth with her hand, laughing with abandon. Even the woman in yellow across from them wore a smile, showing no sign of reproach for Yi Fei's momentary lapse. It was as if she found such antics commonplace. "I apologize for the amusement, esteemed elder." Yi Fei finally regained his senses. His face flushed with embarrassment as he bowed deeply to the woman in yellow, no longer daring to look upon her face. "Are you the newly accepted disciple of Senior Sister Luoying?" The woman in yellow inquired softly, nodding slightly. "Indeed, I am her disciple." "Ah, Yi Fei. Express my gratitude for your life-saving grace, esteemed elder," Yi Fei replied, quickly correcting his address upon realizing her identity, bowing once more in respect. "You are quite young, yet possess a sharp mind. I am Yiyun's aunt. Henceforth, you may refer to me as Aunt Jiang. However, there is no need to mention the life-saving deed. It was merely a consequence of this girl's troublemaking, so do not take it to heart." The woman in yellow was evidently pleased with Yi Fei's response, and she cast another disapproving glance at Jiang Yiyun. Jiang Yiyun pouted in annoyance, appearing quite aggrieved. Aunt Jiang, you misunderstand. Yun did not cause any trouble. It was merely an unfortunate accident. Yifei quickly interjected on Jiang Yun's behalf, convinced of the truth in his words. Upon learning that Jiang Yun was the niece of the woman in the yellow dress, he hesitated to address her as his disciple. Little did Yi realize that this young lady, endowed with a natural enchanting fragrance, possessed an innate allure for demonic beasts. Wherever she ventured, the creatures within a 50-mile radius would sense her presence and be drawn towards her. The recent disturbances among the demonic beasts were indeed instigated by her. With a gentle sigh, the woman in the yellow dress elaborated to Yifei. For reasons unknown, the sight of Yifei evoked thoughts of another person in her mind, creating an instant bond that encouraged her to speak more freely. So that was the case. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of an enchanting physique, Yifei grasped her explanation. This revelation piqued his curiosity about Jiang Yun, prompting him to steal a glance at her. He even took a deliberate deep breath, hoping to detect any unique fragrance lingering in the air. Naturally, this gesture did not escape Jiang Yun's notice, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she buried her head deeper into her chest. Well then, there is nothing more to be done here. I shall take this girl back with me. You may keep the fire crow's claws and beak to complete your task. Additionally, please accept this storage bag. It will facilitate your future sect assignments. With a graceful wave of her hand, a storage bag flew from the ring on her finger and landed in Yifei's grasp. With a flourish of her sleeve, she and Jiang Yun vanished from sight. Thank you, Master Jiang, for your generous gift. Although he was unaware of the direction in which the woman had departed, Yifei bowed respectfully towards the direction of the Xiaoyao sect. This Master Jiang was far superior to my so-called master. Gazing at the storage bag in his hands, Yifei felt a mix of emotions. After calming himself, he approached the corpses of the fire crows. Given the proximity to the Xiaoyao sect, he dared not place these corpses into the Qinglong's sword. Instead, he simply severed the claws and beaks of the fire crows, gathering them in a pile. However, when he attempted to store these items in the storage bag, he suddenly discovered several other objects within it. Chapter 16. The Third Purification of the Spiritual Root. If only I had chosen to apprentice under Master Jiang from the very beginning. Li Fei mused as he beheld the contents of the storage bag. The woman in the yellow dress had bestowed upon him more than just a mere bag. It contained 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones, a spiritual weapon in the form of a longsword, and 2 vials of elixirs. Upon examining the vials, Li Fei found that one contained the precious Baohua Yilu pills, 15 in total, intended for the restoration of vital energy. The other vial held the more valuable Shanyun pills, albeit only 5, designed to enhance the cultivation of Qi refinement stage practitioners. For an outer sect disciple, such treasures were undeniably extravagant. Let me first complete the task, he sighed again, waving his hand to store the fire crow claws, fire crow beaks, and his long sword into the storage bag. Fortunately, this bag was larger than the one he had obtained from Louis Shan. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate all these items. After securing the storage bag at his waist, he returned to the blissful sect, proud of the legitimate acquisition of his belongings. As he walked, he felt a sense of superiority upon seeing other outer sect disciples passing by with their swords slung across their backs. Indeed, the absence of a long sword made his steps noticeably lighter, a sensation that filled him with satisfaction. Upon arriving at the task pavilion, Li Fei approached the submission counter. I am here to submit tasks number 3 and 35, he declared, producing his identity jade token and handing it to the inner sect disciple seated at the counter. So soon? The disciple was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Li Fei. It had only been half an hour since he had departed. Under normal circumstances, he would have barely ventured a few dozen miles from the sect, perhaps just encountering a few demonic beasts. Yet here was Li Fei, ready to submit his tasks. Indeed, it was rather swift, though the items appeared remarkably fresh. With that, Li Fei extracted 45 pairs of fire crow claws and 45 fire crow beaks from the storage bag, piling them on the floor beside the counter. Did you just acquire all of this? This is an astonishing amount. The disciple was momentarily speechless, his astonishment evident as he gazed at the blood-stained fire crow beaks and then at Li Fei's storage bag. He struggled to articulate his thoughts. Not just him, but all the disciples within the task pavilion turned to Li Fei with wide eyes. Although the fire crows were not particularly formidable beasts, They were not easily vanquished by the outer sect disciples. After all, a first-level demonic beast possessed strength comparable to a practitioner at the fourth level of chi refinement. To eliminate so many fire crows in such a short span was an unprecedented feat among the outer sect. It was simply inconceivable. How could this not astonish them? What? Is there a limit to how many I can submit? Li Fei inquired with a slight smile, his expression teasing. No, there isn't. The disciple exchanged a glance with the one at the task reception before nodding eagerly. If it was possible, they should proceed with the registration swiftly, Yi Fei urged. The other disciple, resigned, waved his sleeve to stow away the fire crow claw and fire crow beak. Subsequently, he raised his right hand and tossed 180 low-grade spirit stones to Yi Fei. He then recorded Yi Fei's task points onto a jade slip. Please accept task number 3 and 35 once more. After completing the task handover, Yi Fei directly approached the task reception desk with his identity jade token. All right, please hold on. This time, the disciple at the reception spoke little and was notably more courteous, quickly registering Yi Fei's tasks. After securing his jade token, Yi Fei descended the mountain once again, exiting the blissful sect. As soon as he departed, the disciple at the task reception produced a sound transmission jade token. Whispering a few words, and a sinister smile crept across his face. Unbeknownst to Yi Fei, who had already left the blissful sect, he covered a distance of 60 miles in just half an hour. Here, he stumbled upon a rift beast. You shall be my subject for experimentation, Yi Fei smirked, stealthily advancing. Gu. When Yi Fei was still 20 zhang away from the rift beast, it detected his presence. With a fierce roar, it charged towards him. Come forth. With a flick of his mind, Yi Fei summoned his longsword, executing the first move of the Iluan 9 swords. Without any suspense, the rift beast was effortlessly dispatched by Yi Fei, its body cleaved in two. Through this experience, Yi Fei recognized the formidable power of the Iluan 9 swords. However, he also noted a critical issue. The sword technique consumed an exorbitant amount of true energy. In the previous intense battles, he had overlooked this aspect, but after this execution, he realized that it had depleted nearly 20% of his true energy. I should conserve it, Yi Fei sighed, shaking his head. If he resorted to this technique every time he encountered a beast, he would soon find himself drained of energy. Standing before the corpse of the rift beast, Yi Fei heightened his spiritual awareness, confirming the absence of anyone nearby. With a mental command, he transported the carcass into the Azure Dragon's sword. Simultaneously, the Azure Dragon's sword shrank swiftly, transforming into a speck of dust suspended in midair. Once inside the Azure Dragon sword, Yi Fei first skinned the rift beast and then approached the spirit washing tree, attempting to have it absorb the beast's remains. To his astonishment, the results were remarkably evident. The mere presence of the rift beast's body revitalized the spirit washing tree from its wilted state, even prompting the emergence of several tender buds. Yi Fei's heart swelled with joy. He then exited the Azure Dragon's sword, and witnessing the superior efficacy of the beast's corpse over spirit herbs, he resolved to proceed accordingly. In the ensuing 20 days, Yi Fei's figure repeatedly appeared within a 100-mile radius of the carefree sect. To avoid arousing suspicion, he returned to the mission pavilion every other day to submit a task. After more than 20 days of relentless effort, he had slain 150 first-level demon beasts, exchanging them for 400 low-grade spirit stones and 200 task points. Simultaneously, his fervent dedication to completing tasks stirred quite a commotion among the outer sect. A practitioner with a 5-element mixed spiritual root, defying destiny, tirelessly amassed spirit stones in pursuit of cultivation, striving to transcend his limits. How could those so-called geniuses with 3 or 2 spiritual roots not exert themselves? In a short time, Yi Fei became a paragon for many outer sect disciples to emulate. Unbeknownst to him, after submitting his final task, he returned to his cave dwelling and entered the Qinglong sword. It had finally matured. After absorbing the corpses of 150 demon beasts, the fruit of the spirit cleansing tree had at last ripened. Gazing at the 5 luscious spirit cleansing fruits, Yi Fei felt an indescribable thrill. After cleansing his spiritual roots once more, he could continue his cultivation. The mere thought of this sent waves of excitement through him, and he promptly plucked the 5 fruits. As the spirit cleansing tree withered for the 3rd time, Yi Fei sat cross-legged on the ground, preparing to undergo the cleansing of his spiritual roots. With that familiar sensation akin to countless ants gnawing at his skin, dirt began to accumulate on the surface. Compared to the previous occasion, this time the cleansing process took slightly longer, and the pain was more intense. Upon successfully cleansing his spiritual roots, the cultivation bottleneck that had plagued Yi Fei was finally shattered. He immediately took out the spirit stones and resumed his cultivation. To his delight, he noticed that with each successive cleansing of his spiritual roots, the speed at which he absorbed the spirit energy from the stones had significantly increased. Half a month later, Yi Fei successfully advanced to the 5th layer of qi refining. His strength had markedly improved, and the range of his spiritual awareness expanded to a radius of 10 zhang. Drawing from his prior experience, Yi Fei understood that he would encounter a new cultivation bottleneck before reaching the 6th layer of qi refining. Thus, he decided to pause and focus on cleansing his spiritual roots. With this resolution in mind, he exited his cave and returned to the mission pavilion to accept a new task. This time, he intended to spend a month hunting 200 first-level demon beasts. However, unbeknownst to Yi Fei, as he stepped beyond the protective array of the carefree sect, a disciple clad in gray stealthily followed him. Once outside the array, this disciple retrieved a yellow talisman from his robe. He then recited a spell, causing the talisman to transform into a beam of yellow light, which soared towards the outskirts of Qingsong Mountain. Moments later, on a hillside 200 miles from the carefree sect, a young man in black robes, seated on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 17. Ambushed. Has he finally emerged? The young man clad in black robes cast a sinister smile towards the direction of the Xiaoyao sect, lightly touching the ground with his right index finger, propelling his body into the air. Immediately, a beam of black light shot forth from his waist, and a dark disk materialized beneath his feet. This disk, entirely ebony and the size of a grinding stone, was indiscernible in terms of its material. Once the black-robed youth's feet landed upon the disk, it launched forth like an arrow towards the Xiaoyao sect. Although its speed did not rival that of a flying sword, it surpassed that of a practitioner employing the wind technique by a considerable margin. As he ascended, several shadows emerged from the surrounding hillside, closely trailing him. Their speed was far inferior to that of the black-robed youth, yet they were able to accurately track his precise location. Meanwhile, Yi Fei remained oblivious to the fact that he had become a target in the eyes of others. Half an hour later, he encountered his first beast, a Kanglin Kuan wolf. Faced with this formidable creature, Yi Fei refrained from using the Yiluan 9 swords, opting instead for the Lingxiao dominant slash, purchased with a spirit stone, to engage in battle. Despite its imposing name, the Lingxiao dominant slash was not particularly powerful, but it demanded little of his vital energy. The Kanglin Kuan wolf excelled in speed, its hide not as resilient as that of the earth-shatter beast, allowing Yi Fei's enchanted sword to pierce through with ease. Thus, he remained patient, entangling himself with the wolf for the duration of a stick of incense before delivering a decisive blow that severed its head. Yi Fei's intention was to refine his skills through combat. As he stowed the slain Kanglin Kuan wolf, a dark figure suddenly appeared in the distant sky. It was a slender young man dressed in black robes, standing upon an enigmatic black disk. Upon laying eyes on this figure, Yi Fei's pupils involuntarily constricted, and a certain individual came to mind. "Are you Yi Fei?" As the black-robed youth landed a mere 10 paces before him, he questioned with a tone steeped in disdain. "Who are you?" Yi Fei arched an eyebrow in retort. "You know Louis Shan, do you not? He is my brother, my only kin in this world. And I am his brother, Louis Hong. I have come today to avenge my brother. I understand that you are not the one who killed him, nor do you possess the capability to do so. However, his death must be connected to you. If you are wise, you will disclose the identity of the murderer, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Otherwise, I shall ensure that your soul is obliterated, condemned to never transcend." Yi Fei posed a single inquiry, yet the gray-robed youth seemed to lose himself in a frenzy, launching into a lengthy tirade. He glared at Yi Fei with a seething hatred, as if he longed to devour him alive. "Madman." Witnessing his demeanor, Yi Fei couldn't help but smirk. "I advise you to speak up." Louis Hong's voice was icy, betraying no hint of the murderous intent in his gaze. "I am utterly unaware of the identity of the murderer. What do you wish for me to say?" To fabricate accusations, one need not search far for excuses. If it is a battle you seek, then let us engage without further ado. Yi Fei extended his right hand, summoning forth his sword, a formidable artifact. Although he recognized that Lu Yihong's cultivation realm surpassed his own, the palpable aura emanating from Lu Yihong suggested a difference of merely two minor realms. Such a disparity, while daunting, still afforded Yi Fei the possibility of retreat. Thus he felt no trepidation. Very well, if it is a clash you desire, I shall oblige you, Lu Yihong retorted with a disdainful scoff, producing a small black flag with a flourish of his right hand. This black flag bore resemblance to the banner wielded by Lu Yishan, yet the intensity of its presence was markedly superior. Even so, Yi Fei dared not underestimate it. In stark contrast to Yi Fei, Lu Yihong harbored no reservations. With a swift motion, he brandished the black flag, which emitted a crisp sound. Ethereal mist, arise. He intoned, and from the flag emerged tendrils of dark smoke, swirling forth as if possessed of a sentience. As soon as they materialized, they slithered toward Yi Fei with alarming speed, coalescing into a serpentine form of shadowy vapor. Yi Fei remained vigilant, thrusting his sword repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of fierce sword energy that surged forth like waves against the encroaching black mist. Transform. Upon witnessing Yi Fei's onslaught, Lu Yihong bellowed, incessantly wielding the black flag. In response, a multitude of malevolent spirits, each brandishing a battle axe, erupted from the flag. As they emerged, they dove into the tendrils of black mist, instantaneously teleporting to the forefront, where they swung their axes to intercept Yi Fei's sword energy. Despite their diminutive size, the might of their axes was formidable, successfully severing all of Yi Fei's lethal strikes. Interesting, Yi Fei mused, his gaze sharpening as he employed the ethereal step technique, swiftly positioning himself at the heart of the shadowy serpent. Disperse. He executed the first move of the Eloah 9 swords, the golden rainbow piercing the sun, aiming to dissipate the black mist. Converge. Lu Yihong, unperturbed by Yi Fei's assault, commanded as he flicked his wrist, causing the black mist to retract towards its core. Before Yi Fei's sword could descend, it morphed into a colossal black blade. Engage. As the giant blade materialized, Lu Yihong made another swift motion with the small flag. The massive blade surged forth, meeting the descending sword head-on. With a resounding clash akin to iron striking iron, Yi Fei was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground. Such formidable strength. Yi Fei's heart raced as he struggled to rise from the earth. At that moment, he felt a fissure in his palm, blood subtly seeping forth, while his right arm trembled uncontrollably, nearly causing him to relinquish his grip on the sword. How do you fare? Can I speak now? Observing Yi Fei's demeanor, Lu Yihong smirked coldly. Again, with gritted teeth, Yi Fei said nothing further and charged forward once more, sword in hand. The golden swan soared through the air. As he approached within 5 paces of Lu Yihong, Yi Fei resolutely unleashed the second strike of the Eloah 9 swords. Upon the sword's arc, a golden ripple of sword energy surged forth, aimed directly at Lu Yihong. Overestimating your abilities. Lu Yihong scoffed, shaking the black flag in his hand. The still emanating colossal blade surged forth to meet the sword energy ripple. Bang! In an instant, the clash of sword and blade produced a deafening explosion. Simultaneously, Yi Fei was sent reeling backward, crashing heavily to the ground and coughing up blood twice. Opposite him, Lu Yihong was not faring much better. The black flag in his grasp emitted wisps of white smoke that ignited. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, and his body swayed precariously, nearly toppling over. Clearly, his artifact had suffered damage, rebounding upon him with considerable force. To think that a mere 5th-level Qi cultivator could unleash the strength of a 7th-level cultivator. I truly underestimated you. Wiping the blood from his lips, Lu Yihong grinned viciously, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he commanded loudly, surround him. As his words echoed, a dozen shadows sprang forth from the periphery, encircling Yi Fei. When did so many people arrive? As the sudden influx of figures closed in, Yi Fei's heart raced, and he struggled to rise from the ground. His expression grim. Can I speak now? Lu Yihong's eyes narrowed as he inquired once more. Very well, I shall speak. With so many people encircling him, Yi Fei glanced around and, realizing the futility of resistance, willingly dropped his long sword, surrendering. Chapter 18. The golden cicada sheds its shell at this moment. Yi Fei was gravely injured and surrounded on all sides, making escape an insurmountable challenge. If he were to recklessly flaunt his bravado now, it would be sheer folly. Have you come to your senses? Lu Yihong grinned wickedly. Tell me, will you spare my life? Yi Fei looked at Lu Yihong with hopeful anticipation. Rest assured, as long as you speak, I promise I won't lay a hand on you. Lu Yihong nodded earnestly. Very well, I shall speak. The one who killed your brother is my master's brother, Yi Fei said, biting his lip as if summoning great resolve. Upon hearing this revelation, Lu Yihong's brows furrowed in confusion. Your master's brother? Who is it? He is the outer elder of the Xiaoyao sect, Li Zitian. Yi Fei sighed, speaking with evident reluctance. Dare to deceive me? You seek death. Lu Yihong's expression darkened. Since you've already deduced part of the truth, you cannot be spared. Kill him. To Yi Fei's astonishment, upon hearing his response, Lu Yihong not only disbelieved him, but immediately flew into a rage and chose to attack. Weren't you the one who said that if I spoke, you wouldn't kill me? Yi Fei exclaimed in desperation. I said I wouldn't act against you, but I never claimed that I wouldn't let them attack you. Moreover, I have no faith in your words. Attack. Lu Yihong snorted coldly, gesturing to the men in black to act. At that moment, the ground began to tremble violently. A swirling dust cloud erupted from the surrounding woods, followed by the rising chorus of beastly roars growing ever closer. What is happening? Lu Yihong suddenly froze, scanning his surroundings. To his astonishment, he spotted hundreds of demonic beasts charging towards them, the dust clouds stirred up by their stampede. As the creatures drew nearer, Lu Yihong cast a puzzled glance at Yi Fei, unable to fathom why these beasts would come unprovoked. Yet, he knew it could not be the doing of their own people. The only possibility was Yi Fei. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Lu Yihong, his eyes widening in a fierce glare. Did you kill my brother? Otherwise, how could that beast-attracting incense be in your possession? Yi Fei smiled nonchalantly. I did not kill him, but all his belongings are indeed in my grasp. As he observed the approaching beasts, Yi Fei felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then shifted his stance, extending his left hand to retrieve a short incense stick, merely an inch in height, from a small pit beneath his feet. This incense was the very one he had taken from Lu Yishan, which had lured the Kanglin Kun wolves. Earlier, when Yi Fei had risen and discarded his sword, he had discreetly ignited this incense. Kill him! Kill him! Upon seeing the fragment of the enticing incense, Lu Yihong's eyes turned crimson, resembling a madman as he howled incessantly. At the command of Lu Yihong, the black-clad figures surrounding Yi Fei hesitated no longer. They brandished their magical artifacts and advanced towards him, utterly disregarding the encroaching beasts. Too late. Despite the injuries he bore, Yi Fei raised his right hand, grasping the long sword from the ground, and with a nimble push of his toes, leaped into the air. A golden rainbow pierced the sky. As Yi Fei swung the sword, he spun mid-air, unleashing a circular wave of sword energy that radiated outward. Although the force of his strike was formidable, its potency diminished as it expanded. The black-clad individuals, despite being slightly weaker, stood undeterred. Their magical artifacts merely deflected Yi Fei's onslaught. This was precisely the effect Yi Fei sought. Seizing the moment as they defended, he descended swiftly, executing a series of ethereal steps that allowed him to slip past one of the black-clad figures and break free from their encirclement, racing toward the approaching horde of beasts. A group of inept fools. Witnessing Yi Fei's effortless escape, Lu Yihong was consumed by fury. Ignoring his injuries, he propelled himself forward, pursuing Yi Fei with unbridled haste. At this moment, the beast horde was less than 10 paces from Yi Fei, sensing the unique scent of the enticing incense emanating from Yi Fei's hand. The beast's eyes glowed red as they launched themselves at him in unison. Don't seek me, pursue him instead. With a flick of his left finger, Yi Fei sent the fragment of incense flying toward Lu Yihong. Simultaneously, he executed the ethereal steps once more, plunging directly into the midst of the beast horde. Instantly, he was engulfed, and soon after, his presence vanished, evidently trampled to death by the beasts. Infuriating. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yihong cursed vehemently, having comprehended Yi Fei's intentions. Yi Fei, fully aware of his inability to escape, sought to orchestrate his demise as a means to drag Lu Yihong down with him. Now that he had deciphered Yi Fei's scheme, Lu Yihong was resolute in thwarting it. He did not attempt to retrieve the flying fragment of incense, allowing it to drift toward the group of black-clad figures instead. Instead, he forcibly halted his momentum, swiftly summoning a black circular artifact, and propelled himself into the sky, soaring away from the impending beasts. Lu Yihong's actions were fluid and seamless, perfectly evading the oncoming creatures. Although he evaded their grasp, the black-clad followers behind him were far less fortunate, encircled by over 100 beasts. Despite their numbers, they were overwhelmed, unable to withstand the simultaneous assault. After vanquishing more than 30 beasts, they ultimately succumbed to the remaining creatures. At this juncture, the fragment of incense had burned out, leaving the beasts momentarily aimless. After a brief roar, they retreated along their original path. Meanwhile, Lu Yihong had already fled to a distance of several dozen miles. He waited for a quarter of an hour, observing as the dust from the earlier chaos settled, before steering the black disc back. Despite being a practitioner of the dark arts, he could not suppress a shiver upon witnessing the scene before him. All 15 of the black-clad individuals he had brought with him had perished. Their bodies, mangled and torn by the beasts, lay scattered across the ground in a most tragic manner. Lu Yihong regarded the corpses of these black-clad men with indifference, directing his spiritual sense in search of Yi Fei's storage pouch. However, after 3 thorough examinations, he found no trace of the pouch, nor even Yi Fei's body. Could it be that the beasts had consumed him? Lu Yihong's brows furrowed tightly, this possibility dominating his thoughts. It was no wonder he thought so. Yi Fei had been in a situation where escape was utterly impossible. Had he not possessed a flying artifact, he too would have met his demise on the spot. A bunch of useless fools. Casting another glance at the corpses of the black-clad men, Lu Yihong let out a cold snort. He then focused his mind and produced a jade tablet. With his right hand forming a seal, he whispered to the jade tablet, "Elderly, Yi Fei has been eliminated. The Yin Luo banner has yet to be found. Your mission continues." After stowing the jade tablet, Lu Yihong stood in place, murmuring, "It seems that not a single beast within 100 miles can be spared. Perhaps Yi Fei's storage pouch lies within one of their bellies." Moments later, he summoned the black disc once more, guiding it into the distance. After Lu Yihong departed, a short while passed, approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick, when suddenly, a speck of dust lifted from the corpse of a beast. This particle of dust rapidly expanded at a visible speed, transforming in the blink of an eye into a bronze short sword. When the bronze sword had grown to about 2 inches in length, a beam of gray light shot forth from within. The previously vanished Yi Fei landed safely on the ground. Finally, he was secure. Yi Fei let out a long sigh of relief, surveying the multitude of corpses around him. "Thank you all," he said with a grin, his sleeves sweeping gracefully as he collected the bodies of the beasts one by one. After gathering the remains, Yi Fei turned his gaze towards the direction Lu Yihong had taken. After a moment's contemplation, he re-entered the Azure Dragon's sword and pursued him directly. Chapter 19. Poor Lu Yihong. It was at the moment Yi Fei charged into the horde of demonic beasts that he entered the Qinglong's sword. Concealed by the throng of monsters, Lu Yihong remained oblivious to his presence. Within the confines of the Qinglong's sword, Yi Fei diligently consumed medicinal pills for recovery while keenly observing the unfolding events outside. He heard every word Lu Yihong uttered and perceived everything with clarity. At this juncture, Yi Fei realized that Li Zaiqian, the outer elder of the Xiaoyao sect, was certainly not a person of integrity and had undoubtedly betrayed the sect. With this thought in mind, he cautiously advanced while retrieving the transmission jade talisman that Ning Xiu had given him previously. Given their proximity to the Xiaoyao sect, less than 100 miles away, the talisman remained functional. "Sister, there are suspicions of treachery surrounding outer elderly Zaiqian. Please exercise caution and avoid forming too deep of a bond with him. Additionally, I may not be able to return to the sect for some time, so I kindly request you to inform Master on my behalf." After activating the talisman, Yi Fei sent his succinct warning. Moments later, the jade talisman suddenly glowed, and Ning Xiu's somewhat anxious voice resonated within. "Master is already aware of this matter. Junior brother, you are in danger? I shall come to your aid immediately." Feeling warmth in his heart at Ning Xiu's concern, Yi Fei quickly transmitted back, "Sister, there is no need for alarm. I am well, and the danger has passed. But I cannot return yet for fear of arousing Li Zaiqian's suspicion. Currently, I am facing a bottleneck in my cultivation and would like to venture out for some experience. I hope you will support me in this." After a brief pause, Ning Xiu's voice emerged once more. "Master said that there is a market in Qingyuan town, located southwest of Qingsong Mountain. You might find some opportunities there to aid your breakthrough. Clearly, Ning Xiu had conveyed his message to their master, Luo Ying. With the communication clarified, Yi Fei ceased further transmissions and stowed the jade talisman away. However, after walking for over a mile, Yi Fei stumbled upon the lifeless body of a fisher beast. The creature had been eviscerated, unmistakably deceased. Yet, the residual warmth of its body indicated that it had not been dead for long, likely the work of Lu Yihong. Thank you for this gift. I graciously accept. Yi Fei chuckled softly before sweeping his sleeve to absorb the fisher beast's corpse into the Qinglong sword. He then commanded the sword to ascend into the air, discerning the direction before pursuing Lu Yihong once more. Given that Lu Yihong was merely at the qi refining stage with a spiritual sense not exceeding 20 zhang, he remained oblivious to the presence of the Qinglong sword. Moreover, the commotion from his battles with the demonic beasts further masked his trail, allowing Yi Fei to keep a close watch on him. Thus, while Lu Yihong diligently fought to slay the demonic beasts, Yi Fei comfortably collected the spoils. Their collaboration remarkably harmonious. This synergy continued seamlessly for 10 days, during which Lu Yihong remained committed to his duty, hardly resting even with his injuries. Indeed, through his relentless efforts, Yi Fei has reaped considerable rewards. He has collected over 200 corpses of various first-tier demonic beasts, sufficient for him to cleanse his spiritual roots once more. On the 11th day, having seen little success, Lu Yihong decided to abandon his search. He found a secluded large stone and seated himself upon it. Damn it, which beast could have devoured that young man? He sighed. 10 days have passed, and I am utterly exhausted. If I do not recuperate soon, it may jeopardize my foundation. Perched atop the stone, Lu Yihong lamented. It was indeed disheartening for him, a complete cultivator at the 6th layer of qi refinement, to be so thoroughly bested by Yi Fei, who was merely at the 5th layer. Additionally, after 10 days of ceaseless battles with demonic beasts, Lu Yihong felt both physically and mentally drained. He must locate that Yin Luo banner, otherwise, he would have no explanation to offer the young master upon his return. With a furrowed brow, he muttered to himself and took a precious Baohua Yulu pill, beginning his recovery. Unbeknownst to him, as he recuperated, a minuscule speck of dust, carried by the wind, drew ever closer. Having arrived, it seemed there was no reason to retreat. As the particle of dust drifted behind Lu Yihong, a voice suddenly emerged from within it. Simultaneously, Yi Fei sprang forth, his sword aimed directly at Lu Yihong's heart. Who? Lu Yihong instinctively turned his head back, failing to dodge in time. Upon recognizing Yi Fei behind him, his eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the individual he presumed to be devoured by a beast had reappeared before him. In that instant, Yi Fei's sword pierced through his heart. You are still alive. Blood gushed from Lu Yihong's lips as he fell to the ground. A look of unwillingness etched across his face, and thus he met his demise, a most disheartening end. Gazing upon Lu Yihong's lifeless body, Yi Fei displayed neither joy nor sorrow. He extended his right hand and grasped Lu Yihong's storage bag. Then, with a flicker of his consciousness, he entered the Qinglong sword, transforming into a speck of dust and attaching himself to a nearby tree. Within the Qinglong sword, Yi Fei emptied the contents of Lu Yihong's storage bag. Among the items were a black circular magical artifact, a vial of restorative elixirs, 50 low-grade spirit stones, an ordinary long sword, a black token, a communication jade tablet, 2 pale yellow talismans, and a tome entitled Yin Luo Gong. Beyond these, there was nothing of significance. It was surprising that a man capable of leading more than a dozen subordinates was so impoverished. After surveying the items with a hint of disappointment, Yi Fei stowed away the long sword and spirit stones before picking up the black token. Before him lay a hexagonal token, no larger than the palm of his hand. One side bore the character for Luo, while the other side displayed the character for Sha. It was evidently a token of identity belonging to a sect. Setting the token aside, Yi Fei then picked up the 2 talismans. As it was his first encounter with such items, he could not discern their significance and chose to store them away. As for the tome titled Yin Luo Gong, he had no inclination to study it. The very name suggested it was a form of malevolent practice, leading him to toss it aside without a second thought. Finally, Yi Fei grasped the black circular disc, a flying artifact of unknown material. He refrained from refining it at that moment and opted to stow it away instead. After thoroughly examining his spoils, Yi Fei proceeded directly to the spirit washing tree. At this juncture, the bodies of the beasts lay piled high beside the tree. Drawing his sword, he severed all parts of the beast corpses that could be submitted for tasks and allowed the spirit-washing tree to absorb them entirely. When the spirit-washing fruit ripened once more, Yifei calculated the quantity of beast bodies the tree had absorbed this time. Previously, there were 150 corpses, and now there were 180. Thus, the next count would likely be 216. Quickly, he deduced the number of beasts required for the next maturation of the spirit-washing fruit. The task was progressively more challenging. With a soft sigh, Yifei plucked the spirit-washing fruit and placed it in his mouth. Thus, within the Azure Dragon's sword, he completed the fourth cleansing of his spiritual roots. This cleansing session lasted nearly 2/4 of an hour, and the sensation of 1,000 ants gnawing at him intensified compared to before, almost overwhelming him. At this rate, he feared he would not endure the next cleansing session. After purging the impurities from his body, Yifei furrowed his brow. He vaguely perceived that the duration of the cleansing and the agony endured were increasing in tandem with the maturation of the spirit-washing tree, following a certain ratio. Presently, it appeared to be approximately 20%. If this trend continued, it seemed unlikely that anyone could withstand the 81st cleansing of their spiritual roots. The duration of the final cleansing alone would stretch over several decades. Who could bear such a burden? The more he pondered, the colder his heart felt. No, he must seek clarity from the Azure Dragon. With this thought, Yifei tilted his head upwards, gazing at the clouds that crowned the summit of the Azure Dragon waterfall. Chapter 20. The Market of Qingyuan Town. Senior Qinglong, might you descend for a moment? Yifei called out to the clouds above. What is it? No sooner had the words left his lips than Qinglong's figure materialized before Yifei. Senior, is it not true that the duration required for the cleansing of one's spiritual roots and the agony endured by the body are both on the rise? Yifei inquired, articulating the thoughts that had weighed heavily on his mind. Indeed, Qinglong replied with a knowing smile. Have you begun to feel overwhelmed? Yes. I fear that during the next cleansing of my spiritual roots, I may not be able to withstand the pain, Yifei admitted, his face flushing with embarrassment. It was indeed somewhat shameful that he had already reached his limit after only 4 cleansings. This is quite normal. After 81 cleansings of the spiritual roots, only those with immense fortitude can succeed. To alleviate the suffering, one must cultivate their physique. That is the only solution. There are 9 realms of physical cultivation, each aiding you in successfully completing the 9 cleansings of your spiritual roots. Here are the cultivation formulas and methods for the 9 realms of physical training. Qinglong chuckled, having anticipated this matter. With a swift motion, he pointed his right finger at Yifei's brow, and the cultivation formulas for the 9 realms of physical training appeared in Yifei's mind. Is it difficult to practice the 9 realms of physical training? Yifei asked curiously, delaying his examination of the formulas. Extremely challenging. It requires a vast amount of rare materials and elixirs, and even then, success is not guaranteed. However, to achieve 81 cleansings of the spiritual roots, one must complete the 9 realms of physical training. Thus, you must embark on this path of physical cultivation. Otherwise, with your aptitude, you may find even foundational establishment to be beyond your reach, Qinglong explained, shaking his head as he regarded Yifei. Senior, what rare materials and elixirs are required? Do you have any knowledge of this? Yifei's heart sank upon hearing the explanation, yet he still inquired. If he were indeed unable to establish a foundation, how could he face Yi Songlong again? Therefore, for Yifei, every glimmer of hope was worth pursuing with utmost effort. I only know of the Compendium of Physical Cultivation, which is a legacy passed down through our Qinglong clan. Due to the passage of time, I cannot say what rare materials are mentioned within or if they still exist. I will now convey this knowledge to you. Whether or not it proves useful will depend on your fortune. As he spoke, Qinglong once more touched Yifei's brow with his finger, imparting a wealth of information into Yifei's mind. After bestowing these 2 pieces of knowledge upon Yifei, Qinglong's figure flickered and returned to the clouds above. The 9 realms of physical training. The Compendium of Physical Cultivation, Yifei murmured, his mind racing with the new insights bestowed upon him by Qinglong. The 9 realms of physical training are divided into the upper 4 realms and the lower 5 realms. The upper 4 realms are refining the skin, refining the flesh, refining the bones, and refining the tendons. The lower 5 realms consist of opening the meridians, golden marrow, establishing the body, golden form, and the Tao body. Each realm of physical training corresponds to a specific level of cultivation for the practitioner. From the realms of qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul, to the spiritual dimensions of God transformation, void God, unity, great ascension, and tribulation crossing, it is evident that this is not merely a physical cultivation. It is, in fact, a simultaneous mastery of two distinct systems. After absorbing the entirety of this content, Yifei could not help but smile wryly. It was no wonder that the Azure Dragon stated that such an individual could only exist once within a single realm. In Yifei's perspective, even one was excessive. The endeavor was not just challenging, but utterly unattainable. The medicinal herbs documented in the body refinement pharmacopoeia were entirely unfamiliar to him, as his current knowledge was insufficient to recognize even a single item. Since it was beyond his capabilities at present, he decided to set it aside for the moment and focus on elevating his cultivation level instead. After weighing the pros and cons, Yifei cleared his mind of distractions and retrieved 2 spirit stones to commence his training. Following the 4th cleansing of his spiritual roots, his cultivation speed noticeably accelerated. From initially consuming only 4 spirit stones per day, he was now able to expend 8. His rate of advancement had effectively doubled. Yifei speculated that, while his cultivation speed might not match that of a 4 spiritual root cultivator, it was not far off. With an ample supply of cultivation resources and no apparent bottlenecks, Yifei remained within the Azure Dragon Sword for the subsequent 2 months, during which he elevated his cultivation to the mid-stage of qi refinement, pausing only upon encountering another obstacle. Over these 2 months, he consumed a total of 450 spirit stones, reducing his stock by 1/3. However, it is worth noting that not all of these resources were dedicated to cultivation. He also tended to his medicinal garden in the intervals. After nearly 3 months, his garden yielded 3 harvests, resulting in a substantial accumulation of herbs within the Azure Dragon Sword, with a significant stock of seeds as well. Furthermore, Yifei had barely managed to cultivate the 3rd sword of the 9 swords of relying on the Luo, known as sweeping the 4 directions. While this 3rd sword was indeed formidable, it consumed an exorbitant amount of true qi. At his current mid-stage qi refinement level, a single strike would deplete 60% of his energy, rendering it a last resort for survival. Upon concluding his cultivation, Yifei retrieved a black circular talisman. After acknowledging it with a drop of blood to establish his ownership, he summoned his consciousness and exited the Azure Dragon Sword. By this point, Lu Yihong's corpse had been completely consumed by the beasts, leaving no trace behind. Observing the barren stone where the body once lay, Yifei sighed. It was not that he was heartless. Had he not possessed the Azure Dragon Sword, his fate would have mirrored that of Lu Yihong. After reflecting for a moment, Yifei activated the black disc, lightly leaping onto its surface. After a few attempts, he gradually ascended into the air, heading southwest. The sensation was indeed delightful. Watching the scenery rush beneath him, Yifei felt a surge of pride. This was his first experience of flying with an artifact, a sensation vastly different from riding another's flying sword. Fortunately, the true qi consumption of this flying disc was considerably less than that of a flying sword. Otherwise, with Yifei's current energy reserves, he would not have been able to travel far. Nonetheless, Yifei had only traversed a little over 200 miles before coming to a halt. This distance had consumed a staggering 60% of his true energy. Upon touching down, Yifei could not help but emit a wry smile as he stowed away the disc. This was also the reason he had refrained from refining the flying sword belonging to Lu Yishan earlier. Given his previous reserve of true energy, it was likely he would have been unable to sustain flight for more than a few dozen miles. Deprived of the assistance from a flying artifact, Yifei's speed diminished considerably. After 2 days of travel and inquiries, he finally arrived at Qingyuan town, nestled at the confluence of Qingsong Mountain and the Xinyu Plain. Qingyuan town, though merely a town, was teeming with activity. Spanning over 2 miles, it was larger than the average small town. The streets were predominantly filled with cultivators, with mere mortals being a rare sight. Due to its unique location, low-tier cultivators would gather here to trade for essential items, thus sparing themselves the arduous journey to larger cities. After all, those below the foundation establishment stage seldom possessed the capability to fly with their artifacts for extended durations. A single trip to a grand cultivation city could take 2 to 3 months round trip, an utter waste of time. Furthermore, The journey was rife with dangers, rendering it hardly worthwhile. Consequently, Qingyuan town emerged as the sole marketplace for cultivators within a radius of several hundred miles. This locale was markedly distinct from bustling mortal markets. While there were indeed many cultivators operating stalls along the streets, they sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation, eschewing the cacophony of hawking their wares. In addition to these informal stalls, every few paces there were one or two shops offering a variety of cultivation necessities, including branches of merchant guilds. After spending a quarter of an hour exploring the entirety of Qingyuan town, Yi Fei paused before one such establishment. Chapter 21. Acquiring the seeds of stone grass. This shop is a 3-story wooden building, each floor housing 4 spacious rooms. It stands as the largest establishment in Qingyuan town, known as the Luoyuan Chamber of Commerce. The name itself suggests it is a branch of a significant commercial entity. As Yi Fei paused in front of the Luoyuan Chamber, a young attendant promptly emerged from the entrance. Esteemed friend, if you have a moment, do step inside. Whether you decide to purchase or not is of little consequence. Consider it a casual visit. The attendant greeted with a respectful bow. Do you accept spiritual herbs here? Yi Fei inquired, returning the gesture. Indeed, we do. We welcome as many as you wish to sell. Rest assured, our prices here in Qingyuan town are the most reasonable, bar none. The attendant responded enthusiastically upon hearing of Yi Fei's intention to sell herbs, eagerly inviting him inside. The first floor, though expansive, featured only 4 display cabinets, showcasing techniques, elixirs, treasures, and talismans. While the quality of the items was modest, the variety was commendable. How many spiritual herbs do you wish to part with? The attendant asked, his gaze fixed eagerly on the storage pouch at Yi Fei's waist as they entered the shop. 1,000. Yi Fei replied coolly. Please, follow me to the second floor. The attendant said, his face lighting up with excitement at the quantity mentioned, as he courteously led Yi Fei upstairs. The second floor lacked display cabinets. Instead, it featured 2 compartments on either side and a reception area in the center. After guiding Yi Fei to a seat in the reception area and serving him a cup of spiritual tea, the attendant stood beside him, inquiring politely, might I ask what types of spiritual herbs you wish to sell? Taking a delicate sip of the tea, Yi Fei replied evenly, what are the prices for low-grade and inferior-grade spiritual herbs? Each herb has its price. Here is the list for your review. The attendant swiftly handed Yi Fei a jade slip. Upon receiving the slip, Yi Fei focused his consciousness, scanning its contents. Moments later, he returned the slip to the attendant. Then, with a deft motion, he reached into his storage pouch, producing 5 bundles of spiritual herbs that landed in a heap upon the floor. The attendant, elated to see such a substantial quantity of herbs, hurried over to inspect them. 200 stalks each of Dihuang grass, Qingmu grass, Inya grass, Xianshuang flower, and golden ginseng. Apart from the Dihuang grass, which is priced at 2 low-grade spiritual stones per stalk, the others are 1 low-grade spiritual stone each. He calculated swiftly, soon presenting the total to Yi Fei. Agreed, let us proceed with this price. Yi Fei nodded, satisfied with the offer. It is worth noting that while this harvest was considerable, it merely represented a single yield from his herb garden. An income of 1,200 spiritual stones within a month is indeed a remarkable sum for a Qi refinement stage cultivator. Please hold on a moment. I will fetch your spiritual stones right away. The young attendant smiled and cupped his hands toward Yi Fei before ascending to the 3rd floor. Moments later, he returned bearing a storage bag. He first placed the spiritual herbs into the bag and then, with a flicker of his consciousness, produced a box of spirit stones. Yi Fei, not one to be polite, scanned the contents with his spiritual sense, confirming the quantity was accurate, and with a wave of his hand, collected the spirit stones. Are you in need of any magical treasures or elixirs? Our Luoyuan Chamber of Commerce offers a wide array of items across various tiers, ensuring your satisfaction, he eagerly introduced, his heart elated by the successful transaction. The commission from this deal alone amounted to 12 spirit stones, equivalent to a month's wages. Should Yi Fei choose to purchase more spirit stones, he would earn an additional profit. It was rare to encounter a patron of Yi Fei's caliber in a year, and since the opportunity had presented itself, he was keen to maximize his earnings. As for the origin of Yi Fei's vast collection of spiritual herbs, it was of no concern to him or the Luoyuan Chamber of Commerce. Here, only transactions mattered, not provenance. Do you happen to have sheepy grass? Yi Fei's thoughts shifted to the crucial herb required for concocting the skin refinement pill. This herb was essential for cultivating the first realm of the 9 realms of body refinement. Without it, he could not proceed with the 5th cleansing of his spiritual roots. Sheepy grass. The attendant's brow furrowed slightly as he shook his head gently. What? You don't have it? Yi Fei felt a twinge of disappointment. Ah, my friend. There is no need for misunderstanding. We do have sheepy grass, but it is quite unique. We only possess the seeds, not the mature herbs, the attendant explained awkwardly. If you have the seeds, why not the mature herbs? Yi Fei queried in confusion. You see, once sheepy grass is removed from its soil, it quickly withers and loses its medicinal properties. Only the seeds can be preserved. Therefore, if you require sheepy grass, you would need to purchase seeds and cultivate them yourself. The attendant patiently elucidated. I see now. I was indeed ignorant, Yi Fei admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Not at all, my friend. At our Luyan Chamber of Commerce, we have jade slips documenting the properties and effects of various spiritual herbs, and they are quite reasonably priced. The most comprehensive ones are merely 10 low-grade spirit stones. If you are interested, I can fetch one for you, the attendant remarked, noticing Yi Fei's limited knowledge of spiritual herbs. Very well, please bring me the most detailed one. And I would also like some seeds of sheepy grass. Yi Fei nodded in agreement. The seeds of sheepy grass are 5 low-grade spirit stones for 5 seeds. How many do you wish to acquire? The attendant asked with a smile. 50 seeds, please. Yi Fei held up 5 fingers. Understood, please wait a moment. The attendant replied cheerfully as he turned toward the left partition. In just a short while, he returned with a jade slip and a cloth bag. Yi Fei, seeing this, wasted no time and handed him 20 low-grade spirit stones. The companion, possessing considerable wealth and concealing a true visage, must surely find it prudent to acquire a certain artifact for protection during his travels. The innkeeper gladly accepted the spirit stones, handing the items to Yi Fei, and then enthusiastically promoted other wares. It must be said that the innkeeper was indeed a remarkable talent. With his persuasive tongue, he managed to entice Yi Fei into purchasing yet another treasure from the Luyan Merchant Association. Upon exiting, Yi Fei had transformed into a completely different individual. At that moment, he donned a skin-toned mask and was enveloped in a blue cloak. Even his footwear had been changed, giving him an appearance that seemed taller. The mask was exquisitely crafted, rendering him indistinguishable from a real person. It mimicked human skin flawlessly. This purchase was made at the innkeeper's strong recommendation, who asserted that the mask could thwart the scrutiny of cultivators below the core formation stage. Naturally, the price was steep, costing him 200 low-grade spirit stones. As for the cloak and shoes, Yi Fei merely sought to obscure his figure and alter his height. They bore no unique qualities. His motivations for these acquisitions stemmed both from the innkeeper's fervent endorsement and his desire to sell off all the spirit herbs in his possession. He feared that maintaining a singular identity might draw unwanted attention. Thus, when the innkeeper introduced the mask to him, he was compelled to act. With the mask in place, Yi Fei felt a surge of courage. He continuously altered his appearance, visiting 5 different shops and successfully selling off the remaining 2,000 spirit herbs. Consequently, he accrued an additional 2,400 low-grade spirit stones, bringing his total to 4,500. Such a sum of spirit stones resembled a small mountain within the Qinglong's sword. Once he revealed his true countenance, Yi Fei strolled once more through the streets, his eyes scanning the stalls on either side, eager to discover any worthwhile items. After all, his intent in exchanging spirit stones was to acquire useful goods. Thus, he ambled leisurely, scrutinizing his surroundings. Young man, that alchemy furnace seems intriguing. You might consider purchasing it for further study. Came the unexpected voice of the Qinglong sword as Yi Fei approached the stall of an elderly man with white hair, half a stick of incense later. Chapter 22. The overbearing autumn sun. Upon hearing the words of the Qinglong, Yi Fei paused, curiosity piqued. What is this? Subsequently, he pointed to a dilapidated alchemical furnace displayed on the stall. This furnace possessed a rather peculiar appearance, resembling neither a traditional furnace nor a cauldron. Unlike other alchemical furnaces with rounded bodies, this one was square, akin to a cauldron. While typical furnaces lacked handles, this one had two. Furthermore, whereas most cauldron lids were square, this square furnace bore a round lid. This is an alchemical furnace, the white-haired elder politely explained. Can it actually refine elixirs in such a form? Yi Fei expressed skepticism. Perhaps it can, the elder replied, his uncertainty evident. At such a response, Yi Fei couldn't help but twitch his lips. This old man is quite a character, selling a furnace yet unsure of its capabilities. I have never refined elixirs myself, so I cannot ascertain its efficacy, but it has been passed down through my family. It should be a treasure. Were it not for my stagnant cultivation and impending end of days, I would never part with it, the elder hastily clarified, noticing Yi Fei's expression. And how much do you intend to sell it for? Yi Fei pondered briefly before inquiring. 50 low-grade spirit stones, the elder stated promptly. Very well, given your age. I shall accept 50, Yi Fei replied, recognizing the elder's advanced age and modest cultivation level. Without further bargaining, he retrieved 50 spirit stones and tossed them to the elder. The elder, exhilarated, accepted the stones and handed the furnace over to Yi Fei, never anticipating that he would actually sell it. What manner of alchemical furnace is this that it is worth 50 low-grade spirit stones? Just as Yi Fei received the furnace, a pale-faced youth clad in a black cloak approached from the side, attempting to snatch it away. His complexion was ashen, and his eyes glowed with a sinister blue hue, rendering him somewhat menacing. What do you want? Fortunately, Yi Fei reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time. Realizing a theft was underway, he did not hesitate and swiftly stored the furnace within the Qinglong's sword. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the furnace. Otherwise, you will not leave this Qingyuan town. The pale-faced youth sneered coldly as he raised an eyebrow upon witnessing Yi Fei's actions. This furnace seems unrelated to you. Yi Fei furrowed his brows and quietly retreated a step, sensing that he could not gauge the youth's cultivation level, which was evidently superior to his own. Given the imposing aura, he surmised that even if the youth had not reached the foundation establishment stage, he possessed the strength of the 9th level of qi refinement. A chill ran down Yi Fei's spine. Humph, who says it's unrelated? Old man, here is 100 spirit stones. Hand over the furnace, it is mine now. The pale-faced youth scoffed, tossing a bag towards the elder. The elderly man, trembling slightly, accepted the pouch containing 100 spirit stones. His gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at Yi Fei. He hoped that Yi Fei would return the alchemy furnace to him. However, he was acutely aware that such a request was somewhat inappropriate, and thus the words remained unspoken. My friend, according to our agreement, our transaction is complete, and the furnace now belongs to me. Yi Fei gently shook his head. Were it a common alchemy furnace, he might have been willing to negotiate. But judging by the reaction of the Qinglong, this furnace was anything but ordinary. How could he possibly concede? My young friend, I no longer wish to sell this furnace. Please return it to me. The elderly man, glancing at the spirit stones in his hand, gritted his teeth and implored. I'm sorry, our transaction has been finalized. The elderly man's actions displeased Yi Fei, causing his tone to chill. Faced with Yi Fei's refusal, the old man found himself at a loss. As a mere low-level rogue cultivator, he could not afford to offend either of the two. He was caught in a dilemma. Is there anyone who dares to deny me? What I desire. Noticing Yi Fei's reluctance to part with the alchemy furnace, the pale-faced youth let out a cold snort, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. What? Do you intend to seize it by force? Yi Fei's pupils constricted as he discreetly released his spiritual sense, seeking an escape route. In this situation, to protect the furnace, fleeing seemed his only option. However, as soon as his spiritual sense was dispatched, a wave of unease washed over him, and his expression darkened. Unbeknownst to him, over 20 men clad in black had silently surrounded him. All of them were at least at his level, with the weakest being at the 6th layer of qi refinement, and some were even foundation establishment cultivators. Have you realized your predicament? This is fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of further persuasion. Hand it over, lest you sacrifice your life for a mere furnace. Huo Qiuyang sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. What could you possibly find intriguing about this mere alchemy furnace? Yi Fei asked, puzzled. Haha, curiosity, of course. A dilapidated furnace that can fetch 50 spirit stones. Aren't you curious? Huo Qiuyang laughed heartily. If you desire it, take it, Yi Fei said with resignation, extending his hand to retrieve the furnace and toss it to Huo Qiuyang. Given the current circumstances, he had no other choice. Even if the furnace were extraordinary, what use would it be if he lost his life? You show some sense. I shall spare your life today. Huo Qiuyang smirked derisively at Yi Fei, then turned his attention to the furnace in his hands. His greatest pleasure was to trample upon others, That sensation brought him profound satisfaction. Today, he relished that delight once more at Yi Fei's expense. Indeed, it was just a worthless furnace, hardly worth 50 low-grade spirit stones. You've made a poor investment. Huo Qiuyang scrutinized the Dan furnace closely, only to find it utterly unremarkable, and a wave of disinterest washed over him. Hey, who dispose of this Dan furnace? He commanded, tossing the furnace to a towering figure clad in black nearby. The man accepted the furnace, placed it on the ground, and unsheathed a massive blade from his back, delivering a fierce blow upon the furnace. With a resounding crash, the Dan furnace shattered into countless fragments. Haha, what a delightful sensation. Truly exhilarating. Huo Qiuyang erupted in laughter at the sight of the destruction. With a dismissive glance at Yi Fei, he waved his hand and departed with his entourage of black-clad figures. Friend, may I have my spirit stones returned to me? Once the group had receded into the distance, Yi Fei turned to the elder beside him. Since the elder had obtained Huo Qiuyang's 100 spirit stones, he was determined to reclaim his own 50. However, to Yi Fei's astonishment, the elder, who had just been present, had now vanished without a trace. What could have happened? Yi Fei hurriedly surveyed his surroundings, meticulously searching for any sign of the elder. Regrettably, his efforts yielded disappointment. Within a radius of 10 zhang, there was no sign of the elder at all. What a bizarre turn of events. He muttered in frustration before striding over to the pile of debris. Just as he bent down to examine the shards for anything of significance, the voice of the Qinglong emerged once more from the Qinglong's sword. Young one, do not bother looking. I have already swapped the Dan furnace. Chapter 23. How remarkable is this alchemical furnace? A switcheroo? Yi Fei found it somewhat incredible. He recalled that when he took out the alchemical furnace, he had not noticed any difference from before. Moreover, how could the Azure Dragon have accomplished this in such a brief span of time? You shall know when you enter next time. The voice of the Azure Dragon echoed again, leaving no room for Yi Fei's inquiries. Accepting this, Yi Fei pondered briefly before departing from Qingyuan town. He intended to return to the Carefree sect, now that he had obtained the seeds of the stone cattail. He simply needed to cultivate them to concoct the skin refining pill. With the skin refining pill in hand, the 9th level of body refinement, the skin refinement stage, would become significantly easier for him. Driven by curiosity about the alchemical furnace, Yi Fei sought a secluded grove after leaving Qingyuan town and entered the Azure Dragon sword. Once inside, the Azure Dragon sword transformed into a speck of dust, attaching itself to a tree. Upon entering, Yi Fei discovered the Azure Dragon seated calmly by a pond. Senior, how did you manage the switch? Yi Fei inquired, stepping forward with curiosity. By crafting an identical one, the Azure Dragon replied with a serene smile. You accomplished this so swiftly? Yi Fei expressed disbelief. What difficulty is there in that? The Azure Dragon responded, casually grasping the earth beneath him, causing a clump of yellow soil to levitate. In the blink of an eye, under his mental influence, the clump of soil transformed into the shape of the alchemical furnace. At first glance, there was no discernible difference. Let us conclude the demonstration here. Using divine fire for refining would deplete my energy unnecessarily, which serves no meaningful purpose, the Azure Dragon stated, directing his finger to present the clay-crafted furnace before Yi Fei. Impressive. Yi Fei marveled at how effortlessly the Azure Dragon had created an identical alchemical furnace. Once he reached the Dan formation and nascent soul stages, crafting such items will be mere child's play, the Azure Dragon remarked dismissively. How did you know I would surrender the alchemical furnace? After uttering this, Yi Fei's face flushed slightly, feeling somewhat cowardly. Haha, given your capabilities, this was the only viable path. It was a wise decision. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. If you were to forsake your life over a mere alchemical furnace, that would be either foolish or senseless. Fortunately, you are relatively astute. Otherwise, I would have sought another, the Azure Dragon said, nodding in satisfaction as he regarded Yi Fei. Why do you hold this alchemical furnace in such high regard? It appears rather ordinary, Yi Fei queried, feeling somewhat reassured by the Azure Dragon's praise, leading him to ask with genuine curiosity. This alchemical furnace possesses a significant legacy. It is the divine alchemist's cauldron, not merely an ordinary furnace. However, upon inspection, I found it to be intact, although the lid is evidently a later addition. The original lid was a 4-symbol cover, which must have been lost. And this lid was subsequently crafted by later generations, explained Qinglong. So, Does that mean this Dan furnace is rendered useless? Yi Fei expressed a hint of disappointment. Who claims it is useless? Although this lid was added later and cannot unleash the full potential of the medicine god cauldron, it can still exhibit about 30 to 40% of its efficacy, Qinglong retorted sharply. Only 30 to 40%? Does that not render it quite similar to an ordinary Dan furnace? Yi Fei remarked skeptically. You, young man, truly possess a narrow perspective. This medicine god cauldron is the foremost Dan cauldron of ancient times. Even at merely 30 to 40% of its power, it surpasses any contemporary alchemical furnace, Qinglong said, tapping Yi Fei's forehead with his ethereal finger, a look of exasperation on his face. This Dan furnace is that formidable. Does that mean my success rate will significantly increase if I use it for alchemy? Yi Fei's eyes suddenly brightened with excitement. That is indeed the case. If you are skilled, your success rate should be at least 60%, Qinglong replied with a smile. Such a high rate? If that is true, then I need not worry about alchemy in the future. This answer brought immense joy to Yi Fei. However, do not rejoice too soon. Alchemy requires a good Dan formula. You currently do not possess a single Dan formula. How can you discuss the practice of alchemy? Qinglong promptly doused Yi Fei's enthusiasm with cold water. Senior Qinglong, does your legacy contain any Dan formulas? Yi Fei inquired with anticipation. None. Our Qinglong clan has never consumed Dan medicines, so where would we acquire Dan formulas? Qinglong shook his head. This revelation left Yi Fei quite disheartened. You need not despair. Dan formulas are not rare treasures. With fortune on your side, you will acquire one soon enough. Observing Yi Fei's dejected demeanor, Qinglong smiled faintly, his words laden with significance. Let us hope so, Yi Fei sighed softly. After exchanging a few more words, Qinglong returned to the clouds, while Yi Fei cleared a small patch of land in the medicinal field to sow the 50 seeds of sheepy grass. Once he completed these tasks, he was about to summon the Qinglong sword when he sensed a group of individuals approaching through the woods. Peering outside, Yi Fei recognized that the group comprised Hu Qiuyang and his subordinates. Upon arriving in the woods, Hu Qiuyang sat beneath a tree, visibly furious. Young master, please temper your anger. The Luoyuan Chamber of Commerce has the Jiang family backing it, and they are indeed formidable. A burly man in black, who was at the foundation establishment stage, attempted to console him, observing Hu Qiuyang's ire. Humph, that wretched Jiang Luoyuan, I merely wish to touch her rear. Yet she reacts so fiercely, even summoning her golden core elder. If it were not for that Jiang Mingyun woman, my Luocha sect would have devoured the Luoyuan Chamber of Commerce long ago. I, Hu Qiuyang, vow that one day, I shall have those women of the Jiang family beneath my sway. Hu Qiuyang snorted coldly, his face twisted with malice. His subordinate, confident in the young master's capabilities. Flattered, I am certain you will succeed. Have we made contact with Li Zaiqian? Hu Qiuyang inquired. No, we have reached out several times, but received no response. The burly man in black replied, furrowing his brow in concern. Could something have happened? That shouldn't be the case. The Luocha sect has been rather inactive lately. Hu Qiuyang frowned. 2 months ago, it seems Lu Yihong came with a team. The burly man appeared to recall something. Lu Yihong, the second son of the Lu family? Hu Qiuyang raised an eyebrow. Indeed. It is said that his elder brother was slain by an outer disciple of the Xiaoyao sect named Yi Fei. Around the same time the Yin Luo banner vanished, the burly man stated cautiously. As far as I know, Lu Yishan's cultivation is on par with yours. How could he have been defeated by an outer disciple? This matter seems far from simple. Could it be that our plans have already been uncovered by those 2 women? Hu Qiuyang's expression darkened. I am unaware of that. According to Li Zaiqian, the Yin Luo banner disappeared at that time. Later, Lu Yihong transmitted a message saying that Yi Fei had been killed, yet the Yin Luo banner remained unfound. Subsequently, both Lu Yihong and Lu Yishan became unreachable. The burly man disclosed all he knew. Both went missing simultaneously? How intriguing. Could it be that they both developed an interest in the Yin Luo banner? A glint of cold light flickered in Hu Qiuyang's eyes, his demeanor growing increasingly grim. What does the young master imply? The burly man felt a surge of curiosity. Send someone to investigate. The moment we have any trace of the 2, report to me immediately. We must retrieve the Yin Luo banner. The Divine Feather Secret Realm shall open in a year, and without the Yin Luo banner, how can we enter that place? Hu Qiuyang gazed toward the northwest, his tone icy. Rest assured, young master, I shall not let you down. The burly man bowed respectfully to Huoqiuyang. Very well, I leave this matter in your hands. I must return to the Luocha sect to nurture my soul-devouring spear. In a year, it shall reveal its true prowess. Huoqiuyang cackled, gesturing for his 10 or so black-clad followers to depart the grove, leaving behind the burly man and 5 others. Brother, what should we do next? One of the black-clad men cautiously approached after Huoqiuyang's departure. What shall we do? Why, we shall eliminate you. The burly man grinned wickedly at the 5 before him, his voice laced with malice. Chapter 24, showing the medicine garden to Jiang Mingyun. Brother, what do you mean? The expressions of several men in black changed, their confusion evident. Who is your brother? Take a good look at who I am. The burly man in black smiled seductively, then gently peeled off a human skin mask from his face. What emerged was the visage of a woman, her skin fair and features exquisite. Jiang Luyun, how is this possible? Aren't you still with the flowing cloud merchants? The faces of the 5 men in black shifted dramatically at the sight of her countenance. Haha, that is something you need not know. The woman, Jiang Luyun, raised her delicate hand, and a long sword materialized within it. With swift precision, she struck, and in mere moments, 5 heads rolled to the ground. Her opponents had not even the chance to resist, falling victim to her lethal prowess. Humph, you insignificant characters thought you could humiliate me. Jiang Luyun, I spit on you. She cast a disdainful glance at the lifeless bodies before turning to depart. How melodramatic. Observing this scene from within the azure dragon sword, Yi Fei could only feel a sense of incredulity. It turned out that his esteemed master Jiang was indeed associated with the flowing cloud merchants. Yi Fei rested his chin on his hand, reminiscing about their initial encounter with Jiang Mingyun. After a quarter of an hour, with no one else arriving, Yi Fei finally emerged from the azure dragon sword. He surveyed his surroundings, ensuring safety, before summoning his circular treasure and soaring towards the direction of the Carefree sect. Counting carefully, he realized it had been over 2 months since he left the Carefree sect. According to Jiang Luyun, it seemed that Li Zitian had likely been dealt with by the sect. How did Jiang Luyun know such details so clearly? On the circular disc, curiosity began to brew within Yi Fei. Even if disguise techniques could be masterfully executed, memories could not be fabricated. He decided to set aside these thoughts for now and would inquire when the opportunity arose. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yi Fei felt certain that he would undoubtedly cross paths with Jiang Luyun again in the future. In order to save time on this return, Yi Fei had been consuming the precious flower jade dew pill to restore his true energy, flying the entire way with the circular treasure. In just half a day's time, he had returned to the Carefree sect. Fortunately, the speed of recovery through the elixirs exceeded the rate of consumption. Otherwise, he would have truly struggled. It seems he must prepare more recovery elixirs in the future. Having experienced the benefits of using flying treasures, Yi Fei's mind began to churn with ideas. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he discovered that the communication jade plate in his storage bag had mysteriously lit up. As he took it out, Ning Siyu's voice immediately resonated from within. Junior brother Yi, Li Zitian has already been slain by Master. You may return now. Junior brother Yi, why have you not returned after such a long time? Junior brother Yi, please send me a message as soon as you return. Evidently, these were messages sent by Ning Siyu at different times. Touched by her evident concern for him, Yi Fei felt a swell of emotion. Senior sister, I have returned. In order to alleviate Ning Siyu's worries, Yi Fei hastily sent a message. Please wait for me in the cave abode. Moments later, a voice filled with surprise emanated from the jade tablet. This senior sister is truly far superior to that inexpensive master. Yi Fei shook his head helplessly. A quarter of an hour later, a streak of azure light swept across the sky above Yi Fei's cave abode, as Ning Siyu, wielding her flying sword, descended before the entrance. Junior brother Yi, I have arrived, she called out from outside the protective array of the cave. In truth, Yi Fei had already spotted her and swiftly made his way to the entrance. Please, senior sister, come in. With a wave of his right hand, he opened a gap in the protective array. Ning Siyu stepped through the opening. Wow, junior brother Yi, the spiritual herbs you have cultivated are thriving splendidly. With just a glance, Ning Siyu noticed the flourishing herbs in Yi Fei's courtyard. These spiritual herbs had been nourished with water from the azure dragon pool, causing them to grow more robustly than usual. Thank you for your kind words, senior sister. Yi Fei smiled as he welcomed Ning Siyu into the cave. Junior brother Yi, you have already reached the 6th level of qi refinement? After sitting down on a stool, Ning Xiu was visibly astonished upon witnessing Yi Fei's cultivation level. She had never anticipated that Yi Fei, once a practitioner with mixed spiritual roots, would ascend to the 6th level of qi refinement in just over 6 months. It is known that cultivators with mixed spiritual roots often cannot break through beyond the 4th level, yet Yi Fei had achieved the 6th level. This was merely a fortuitous encounter during my travels, Yi Fei replied with a calm smile, choosing his words carefully. Oh, I have been extremely worried since you did not return in the last 2 months. A month ago, I even made a special trip to the market in Qingyuan town, but I was unable to find you. I feared you might have encountered some misfortune. Upon seeing Yi Fei's return, Ning Xiu visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. Yi Fei expressed his sincere gratitude. We are all fellow disciples. There is no need for such formality. I have come today to discuss a matter with you. A month ago, Uncle Jiang mentioned she was in need of a disciple to oversee the herb garden and asked me for a recommendation. You immediately came to mind. Now, seeing how well you care for the herbs in your courtyard, I believe this task would suit you perfectly. Noticing Yi Fei's polite demeanor, Ning Xiu quickly waved her hand and disclosed the purpose of her visit. I fear I may not perform well, Yi Fei replied with a hint of concern. It will be fine. Uncle Jiang is a very kind person. Besides, managing the herb garden is not a complicated task. Furthermore, the rewards are quite generous, offering 10 low-grade spirit stones per month, and you won't need to undertake sect missions. Fearing Yi Fei might decline, Ning Xiu quickly added, Then I am truly grateful to you, senior sister. Yi Fei swiftly rose to his feet, bowing deeply to Ning Xiu as a gesture of acceptance for the task at hand. You are far too courteous, junior brother Yi, Ning Xiu playfully chided, casting him a playful glare. Hee, it has become second nature, Yi Fei confessed, scratching his head in embarrassment. Come, let us make our way to Uncle Jiang. It has been a month already, and any further delay may displease him. With a radiant smile, Ning Xiu stood and led the way outside. The two then soared through the air on her flying sword, heading deeper into the Xiaoyao sect. After a brief quarter of an hour, they arrived at a flat expanse nestled among the mountains. Towering peaks flanked them on either side, creating a serene valley. Though the terrain was elevated, it resembled a vast, level plain spanning several miles. We have arrived. Uncle Jiang's dwelling lies at the southern peak of the Jade Maiden Mountain. Disembarking from the flying sword, Ning Xiu guided Yi Fei towards the leftmost mountain. Come in, echoed Jiang Mingyun's voice from within as they approached the entrance of the cave. With her invitation granted, they stepped inside without hesitation. The cave was carved into the mountainside, and as they drew near, Yi Fei caught a whiff of a subtle fragrance, like that of flowers mingled with a hint of a woman's unique scent. Upon entering the cave, they beheld Jiang Mingyun, adorned in a yellow gown, seated gracefully in the main chair, her eyes twinkling with warmth as she regarded them. Xiu has come to visit, she remarked. And this is your junior brother, Yi Fei. They both stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Please, have a seat, Jiang Mingyun offered with a gentle nod, gesturing towards the chairs on either side. Thank you, Uncle Jiang, they replied, bowing again before taking their seats. Uncle Jiang, I have brought him to you. He is my junior brother, Yi Fei, Ning Xiu quickly introduced once seated. Very well, let Yi Fei remain, Jiang Mingyun replied with a serene smile, showing no further curiosity. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Junior brother Yi has only recently joined US and may be unfamiliar with certain customs, so I hope you will be understanding. Ning Xiu added, her delight evident at Jiang Mingyun's consent. I have met junior brother Yi briefly, so there is no need for concern on your part. When you return, please explain to Sister Luo to avoid any misunderstandings, Jiang Mingyun remarked, casting a knowing glance at Yi Fei, her words laden with significance. Ning Xiu was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Mingyun's statement, but refrained from inquiring further. She simply nodded and took her leave. Once Ning Xiu departed, only Yi Fei and Jiang Mingyun remained in the hall. You have made considerable progress over the past few months, Jiang Mingyun observed, her smile warm as she looked at Yi Fei, who sat before her. Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Jiang. I merely encountered some minor opportunities during my recent excursion, Yi Fei humbly explained. Do not pretend in my presence. You may take this pill formula for now. Strive to refine the skin refining pill at the earliest and aim to elevate your cultivation to the pinnacle of qi refinement within a year. Jiang Mingyun smiled gently, casting a glance at the short sword at Yi Fei's waist. With a delicate flick of her jade-like fingers, a jade slip soared into Yi Fei's hand. Subsequently, she rose and made her way towards the depths of the cave dwelling. Chapter 25. I wish to reside with brother Yi, holding the jade slip in his hand. Yi Fei stood rooted to the spot, his heart surging with tumultuous waves as he recalled Jiang Mingyun's fleeting glance towards the Qinglong sword. What could this possibly mean? Did Jiang Mingyun discover his secret? How could that be? He had never confided in anyone regarding this matter. Yi Fei was perplexed, unable to fathom the situation at hand. He chastised himself to cease his unfounded speculations. He was privy to the secrets of Qinglong Valley. All he needed to do was to cultivate diligently. And as his prowess increased, certain truths would naturally reveal themselves. Just as Yi Fei was at a loss for what to do, Jiang Mingyun's voice resonated from within the cave. Thank you, Uncle Jiang, I understand. Upon hearing her words, Yi Fei bowed respectfully towards the cave and turned to leave. She actually knew the secrets of Qinglong Valley. Exiting Jiang Mingyun's abode, Yi Fei's expression was one of incredulity. Whatever the case may be, he would inquire with Qinglong later. He shook his head in resignation and proceeded towards the northern peak of the Jade Maiden Summit. Upon arriving at the northern peak, Yi Fei was astounded by the sight before him. The peak appeared to span a diameter of at least 2 to 3 miles. Its overall shape was conical, tapering as it ascended, with a vertical distance of at least 300 feet from his position. Yet, within this expanse of over 300 feet, there lay a medicinal field, more than a yard wide, spiraling up the mountain to its summit. Upon closer inspection, this field encircled the peak at least 20 times. Although the area diminished as it rose, the cumulative measure was still considerable, likely amounting to several hundred acres. Furthermore, various spiritual herbs had already been planted within this medicinal field, thriving remarkably well. This is simply astonishing. As Yi Fei beheld the spiraling medicinal field, he found himself at a loss for words to express his current emotions. The mountain was so steep that there was no water source. The mere act of irrigation was not something an ordinary person could manage. While Yi Fei pondered this marvel, a slender girl dressed in a gray gauze skirt, her hair styled in 2 ponytails, emerged from the medicinal field. This girl was Jiang Yun, the one who, since birth, could attract demonic beasts. Brother Yi, when did you arrive? Upon seeing Yi Fei, Jiang Yun rushed over with excitement, circling him several times, her joy palpable as she danced about. Has this medicinal field been under your care all along? The sight of Jiang Yun brought an unexplainable sense of relief to Yi Fei. Yes, but my aunt mentioned that she would find me some assistance. That assistant wouldn't happen to be you, Brother Yi, would it? Jiang Yun inquired with a smile. And suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, her beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment as she looked at Yi Fei. Indeed, I am your assistant. Yi Fei replied with a nonchalant shrug and a gentle smile. How wonderful. I am so happy to tend to the medicinal garden with Brother Yi, Jiang Yun exclaimed, her elation evident. Jiang Yun twirled around Yi Fei like a child, her admiration for him evident despite having met only once. His character had left a profound impression on her, fostering a warm affection. All right, I shall first secure a place to stay, and we can converse further later. Observing Jiang Yun's childlike demeanor, Yi Fei felt a wave of exasperation and gestured toward the mountain before them. Why complicate matters? Why not simply reside in my aunt's cave? There are numerous secret chambers within. Jiang Yun looked at him in confusion. Well, I can manage here just fine. Yi Fei hastily waved his hand, dismissing the notion. He would never dare entertain such an idea. Approaching the rock face, he summoned his sword and began to carve into the peak. In just a short while, he had excavated a rudimentary cave dwelling. How rudimentary? Jiang Yun frowned at the modest 2-room cave, recognizing it paled in comparison to Jiang Mingyun's residence. It suffices for me alone, Yi Fei said, clapping his hands in satisfaction with his handiwork. Compared to sleeping outdoors, the prospect of a fixed abode left him quite content, as he had never asked for much. I wish to live with you, Senior Brother Yi. Residing with my aunt would be exceedingly dull. After exploring the 2 rooms, Jiang Yun exclaimed with excitement. Ahem. Yun, perhaps you should discuss this with your Uncle Jiang. Yi Fei nearly choked on his words, hastily concocting an excuse to send her away. This girl was rather bold, indeed. Once Jiang Yun departed, Yi Fei finally exhaled in relief. He then used stones to fashion a simple stone table, stone stools, and a stone bed before sheathing his sword. Nodding in satisfaction, What should he do next? It was inappropriate to directly enter the Qinglong sword here. Sitting on the stone stool, he found himself at a loss. Kid, if you wish to enter, do so. Your uncle Jiang is aware of my existence. Just as Yi Fei pondered, the voice of the Qinglong emerged from the sword. Your uncle Jiang knows of your existence? Yi Fei was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. With a flicker of his consciousness, he found himself within the Qinglong's sword. What is happening? Yi Fei curiously regarded the Qinglong, who stood beside a medicinal field. That girl Zhang Mingyun has been to Qinglanjuan before. She is aware of my existence. Not only her, but 2 others also know of me. The Qinglong's gaze turned contemplative, as if recalling past events. Who are those 2? Yi Fei inquired, intrigued. One is named Luo Yu, and the other is Yi Songlong, the Qinglong replied, turning its gaze back to Yi Fei with a smile. My father? Upon hearing his father's name, Yi Fei was taken aback. Indeed, do not be misled by your father's unremarkable reputation. He is far from ordinary. He is a prodigious talent with a celestial root, a rarity in the realm of immortality, albeit somewhat understated, with few being aware of his prowess. Qinglong remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Is my father truly that impressive? Yi Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. In his memory, Yi Songlong was merely an exceedingly ordinary blind man. What? Do you doubt it? Qinglong said with a smirk. If he is so remarkable, why did he not teach me the ways of cultivation? Yi Fei retorted, a hint of disdain in his tone. Haha, you lack a spiritual root. Even if he were to teach you, would you be able to comprehend it? Qinglong countered with a laugh. At this, Yi Fei fell silent, his face flushing with embarrassment. Qinglong's words were akin to an insult, implying he was worthless. And who is Luo Yu? Yi Fei suddenly recalled another individual and inquired eagerly. Luo Yu is the sister of your master. She ascended to a higher realm 15 years ago. If fate permits, you may encounter her upon your own ascension. Qinglong said with hopeful anticipation. Then why did the elder not choose the 3 of them? Yi Fei asked, curiosity piqued once more. Because they all possess spiritual roots. What I require is an ordinary mortal devoid of such. Otherwise, the spirit-washing tree would not fulfill its purpose, Qinglong explained with a smile. Is this the reason my father sent me to the Xiao sect? Yi Fei suddenly grasped the implication, a pang of discomfort stirring within him. Listen well, young one. Your progress to this point, and the distance you will travel in the future, relies not on your father, but solely on yourself. One's destiny is not dictated by others, but forged through one's own endeavors. Your presence here is not merely because of your father's will. The spirit-washing tree's acknowledgement is also essential. Otherwise, when you fell into the Qinglong abyss, you would have long ago become sustenance for the spirit-washing tree. Qinglong cautioned as he noticed the shift in Yi Fei's emotions. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. Yi Fei took a deep breath, steadying his heart before bowing in gratitude to Qinglong. A promising youth indeed. You may leave now, the young lady has arrived. Pleased with Yi Fei's demeanor, Qinglong offered a final reminder before soaring back into the clouds. Responding to Qinglong's cue, Yi Fei summoned the Qinglong sword. Senior brother Yi, my aunt has consented. As Yi Fei materialized on the stone bench, Jiang Yiyun's voice echoed in. Immediately thereafter, she bounced in, appearing right before Yi Fei. She agreed? Yi Fei was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implications. This seemed rather implausible. Did Zhang Mingyun not fear his inability to maintain composure? Yi Fei pondered in bemusement. Indeed, my aunt has given her consent and asked me to bring you some items. Jiang Yiyun smiled sweetly and extended her hand to offer Yi Fei a storage bag. Chapter 26. Do you miss me? What is it? Yi Fei asked, a hint of confusion evident as he accepted the storage bag. I haven't looked, Jiang Yiyun replied innocently. Well, this response left Yi Fei speechless, and he could only shake his head in resignation. Then, with a flicker of thought, he probed into the bag with his spiritual sense. Inside, he discovered merely 2 items, a bronze alchemy furnace and a tome entitled Dandian. How extravagant. Just giving it to me directly would suffice. Why go through the trouble of using a storage bag? Yi Fei mused internally, lamenting the wealth of the nascent soul cultivators. It is worth noting that within the outer sect of the Xianyao Gate, nearly 99% of the disciples still carried their swords on their backs. He, too, was once among them. Yet, whenever Zhang Mingyun casually gifted something, it was always contained within a storage bag. The disparity was indeed striking. Senior brother Yi, Where will I stay? Shall we reside together? After taking another look around the cave dwelling, Jiang Yun asked shyly, now realizing there was but a single stone chamber. How could the two of us live together? Yi Fei exclaimed, feeling flustered. Sister Yun, please sit here and wait. I will carve out another stone chamber for you. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's inquiry, Yi Fei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and quickly rose to create another stone chamber on the opposite side of the living room. He truly could not comprehend why Jiang Mingyun had consented to this arrangement. To maintain some distance between them, he even fashioned a corridor measuring 2 zhang between the stone chamber and the living area. Observing Yi Fei's flurry of activity, Jiang Yun, sitting on the stone bench, gazed at him with rapt admiration, her heart racing uncontrollably. At that moment, she felt a profound sense of happiness, a feeling she had never experienced in her life before. Sister Yun, you may arrange the interior as you wish. I shall go check on the medicinal garden. Once the stone chamber was completed, Yi Fei hurriedly departed. How could Jiang Yun's expression escape his notice? It stirred a sense of unease within him. He did not wish to linger in such a confined space. Upon exiting the cave, Yi Fei focused his mind and retrieved the jade slip he had purchased from the Luyan Trading Company. After scanning its contents with his spiritual sense, he followed the narrow path adjacent to the medicinal fields, ascending further. Silver leaf grass, profound frost flower, golden ginseng, blood-tinged vine, purple leaf celosia. As Yi Fei walked, he identified the spiritual herbs before him based on the information from the jade slip. After ascending several hundred zhang, he discerned a pattern in the cultivation of these herbs. The higher he climbed, the more advanced the spiritual herbs became. As he neared the summit, the herbs he encountered transformed into rare varieties. According to the descriptions within the jade slip, these spiritual herbs were exceedingly scarce throughout the entire cultivation world. Uncle Jiang is truly affluent. Reflecting on the spiritual herbs he had encountered along the way, Yi Fei could not help but exclaim, if all these herbs were exchanged for spirit stones, they would surely amount to several million. Since my task is to tend to the medicinal garden, let us begin at once. After a moment of reflection, Yi Fei stretched lazily, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he retrieved a wooden bucket from the Qinglong sword. This bucket, which he had stored within the sword, was intended for irrigating his medicinal herb fields. And now it proved to be quite useful. Under the influence of his divine consciousness, he drew forth bucket after bucket of spring water from the Qinglong sword, pouring it meticulously onto the herb garden before him. Thus, Yi Fei proceeded to irrigate the entire field, drop by drop. Thanks to his divine consciousness, the task was accomplished swiftly, and he completed the watering of the entire garden in merely 2 hours. Senior brother Yi, you have finally returned. As soon as Yi Fei entered his cave dwelling, Jiang Yun hastened to greet him. Is there something you need, Yun? Yi Fei inquired curiously, noting that she had been sitting on a stone bench in the living room, lost in thought. I missed you. Jiang Yun's cheeks flushed slightly, her tone unexpectedly laced with a hint of playfulness. Cough, cough. Yun, I need to study how to refine pills, so I shall return to my cultivation chamber. Yi Fei said, feeling a sudden surge of nervousness at her words. Casting a glance towards Jiang Mingyun's cave, he instinctively recoiled, then hastily retreated into his stone chamber. Oh dear, what am I to do? Sitting on the stone bed, Yi Fei lamented inwardly at the thought of Jiang Yun outside. He harbored no interest in her whatsoever. Besides, there was little about her that piqued his curiosity, lacking in both figure and appeal. However, when he thought of Jiang Shizu, the image of her alluring stature filled his mind, and he found himself momentarily entranced. Enough of these nonsensical thoughts. As soon as such notions surfaced, a wave of embarrassment washed over him, prompting him to spit in disdain and cast aside the distractions in his mind. It was imperative to focus on the task at hand. Yi Fei compelled himself to calm his thoughts. Then, with a flicker of intention, he retrieved the 3 items that Jiang Mingyun had given him: the pill formula jade slip, the pill classic, and a bronze alchemy furnace. Gazing at the 3 items before him, Yi Fei held his breath, carefully taking the jade slip in hand. A mere sweep of his divine consciousness revealed the contents within, presenting the steps of alchemical refinement in his mind. The information was succinct, outlining several essential procedures and their critical nuances. In summary, the process of pill refinement consists of 5 steps: the liquefaction of spiritual herbs, purification of the liquid essence, fusion of the medicinal liquids, shaping of the pills, and finally, the successful emergence of the finished product. Each step, though seemingly simple, harbors significant challenges. For instance, if one fails to master the heat during the liquefaction of spiritual herbs, it could result in the loss of key components, diminishing the yield of pills. Purification is even more critical. An impure liquid can easily lead to furnace explosions during the fusion process. Even if the purity is satisfactory, incorrect sequencing during fusion can cause conflicting medicinal properties, resulting in catastrophe. The art of pill crafting is indeed a formidable challenge. It not only tests one's ability to control the fire, but also necessitates meticulous attention to the proportions of each ingredient. Enhancing the yield of pills while ensuring the potency of the medicinal properties is a true testament to an alchemist's skill. The process of pill formation is equally intricate. The myriad techniques for forming pills are countless, with each type requiring distinct methods and quantities. Mastering these techniques is no simple feat. A moment's carelessness could lead to the leakage of medicinal power, and in more severe cases, result in explosions within the alchemical furnace. After a thorough examination, Yifei could not help but take a deep breath. The complexities of pill crafting surpassed his initial expectations. After memorizing the various pill formulas, he retrieved the book titled Pill Canon. It meticulously detailed the recipes for a multitude of pills, their respective medicinal properties, and alternative spiritual herbs. The content was exceedingly comprehensive, and Yifei committed it all to memory. However, he realized he was not yet ready to begin the crafting process. Observing the intricate techniques required for pill formation, he shook his head in resignation. Without mastering these techniques, any attempts at crafting would be futile. Although he had memorized the incantations, without practicing the techniques, he would be unable to execute them. Even with practice, lacking proficiency could lead to disastrous results. Fortunately, Yifei had previously tended to the herb fields, watering them thoroughly. And with the miraculous properties of the spring water, he would not need to manage them for the time being. Thus, he settled into a meditative stance within his cave abode, patiently practicing various pill-forming techniques. The process was monotonous, devoid of shortcuts, requiring relentless practice. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, half a month had elapsed. "Brother Yi, are you still cultivating?" After observing that Yifei had not left the stone chamber for half a month, Jiang Yun grew anxious and could not refrain from calling out from outside. "Is there something you need, Yun?" Hearing her voice, Yifei reluctantly paused and exited the chamber. "You are quite the cultivation fanatic. It has been half a month without stepping outside. Don't you need to eat?" Jiang Yun pouted, a hint of irritation in her tone. "When I went out, I purchased some fasting pills, so I do not require any food," Yifei explained awkwardly. "I asked you to oversee the herb fields. Why haven't you watered them or pulled any weeds?" Jiang Yun continued to press. "I watered them beforehand. They should be flourishing now," Yifei replied, a note of skepticism in his voice. With that, he stepped out of the cave and looked towards the herb fields. "See, the herbs have grown significantly since I arrived," he pointed out, indicating the noticeably taller spiritual herbs. "Humph, you naughty rascal, always finding excuses to avoid me." To his surprise, Jiang Yun stomped her foot in frustration, let out a cold huff, and dashed towards Jiang Mingyun's cave. "What just happened? Did I do something wrong?" Yifei scratched his head in confusion. "Aunt, Yifei is a notorious scoundrel. You must find a way to discipline him." In Jiang Mingyun's cave abode, Jiang Yun sat beside her, seething with anger. "Oh, as a young lady, why can't you exhibit a bit more restraint? Your behavior will only frighten Yifei away." Jiang Mingyun gently shook her head, exuding an air of disappointment. "What must I do for Yifei to stop avoiding me?" Upon hearing Jiang Mingyun's words, Jiang Yun instantly grew anxious. "Hasten your cultivation. With your talent, reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement within a year is entirely feasible. By then, you can venture into the divine feather secret realm alongside Yifei, fighting side by side, allowing time for your bond to flourish." Jiang Mingyun patiently encouraged her. "But I cannot concentrate on my cultivation." Jiang Yun glanced towards the northern peak, feeling a sense of despair. For the past half-month, her thoughts had been consumed by Yifei, rendering her unable to focus. Yet, Yifei continued to evade her, refusing to meet her gaze, which only fueled her frustration. "Well, if it proves too difficult, perhaps you should return to Divine Feather City. Once you achieve the pinnacle of qi refinement, I shall come to fetch you." The path of immortality is elusive. Men do not seek mere adornments, but rather a companion who can journey alongside them. Therefore, if you truly wish to forge a bond with Yifei, Your cultivation must not falter. Jiang Mingyun sighed softly, offering her understanding. Very well, I shall heed my aunt's advice and return to Divine Feather City. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun bit her crimson lip, her gaze resolute. Chapter 27 The First Alchemy. Unbeknownst to Yi Fei, Jiang Yun's departure left him undisturbed, as he continued to immerse himself in daily practice. However, since that day, he found himself weary from his alchemical endeavors and would occasionally take strolls, tending to the medicinal fields by watering and weeding. Whenever a high-tier spiritual herb reached maturity, he would discreetly reserve some seeds to plant in the spiritual herb garden of his Qinglong sword. Moreover, he dedicated a portion of his time each day to practicing the body refinement technique. As half a month passed, Yi Fei had completely mastered the intricate techniques of alchemy, and the time had come for him to embark on his first attempt. It's time to give it a try, he murmured, rising from his seat and exiting his cave dwelling. After a month of diligent training, he had become proficient in the complex methods of alchemy. With the sheepy grass now ripe, he would soon be able to concoct the skin refinement pill, which would significantly enhance his chances of entering the skin refinement realm. However, the process of alchemy required flames, and as a novice in the qi refinement stage without a solid foundation, he lacked the innate true fire within him. Thus, he had to rely on the earth fire. The only source of earth fire available for disciples was located on Qilin Peak. Therefore, Yi Fei needed to venture out. Is Master Jiang present? After contemplating, Yi Fei approached Jiang Mingyun's cave dwelling and respectfully inquired, bowing slightly as he spoke. He was uncertain about the duration of his alchemical attempts, making it necessary to formally request leave. What is it? Came Jiang Mingyun's melodious voice from within. Greetings, Master Jiang. Your disciple wishes to be away for a few days, Yi Fei replied with utmost reverence. Going out? For what purpose? Jiang Mingyun queried, puzzled. Your disciple intends to visit Qilin Peak to utilize the earth fire there and experiment with alchemical concoctions, Yi Fei replied earnestly. Why go through such trouble for earth fire? I have some right here. I can provide you with a room. The third one on the left has milder flames, which will suit your cultivation level perfectly, Jiang Mingyun said with a serene smile. After her words, silence enveloped the space. Yi Fei felt a wave of gratitude. It turned out that there was earth fire available here, and the resources of Master Jiang were indeed abundant. With her assurance, he no longer hesitated and stepped into Jiang Mingyun's cave dwelling. As he entered, a delicate fragrance wafted toward him, captivating his senses. Passing through the reception area, he arrived at a corridor approximately 5 feet wide. This corridor led deep into the cave, flanked by stone chambers, 9 on each side, a considerable number. Yi Fei was oblivious to the contents within and dared not probe with his consciousness. Above the corridor, luminous pearls were embedded at intervals of about 10 feet, illuminating the depths of the cave as if it were daylight. Once in the corridor, Yi Fei refrained from wandering his gaze and directly approached the third stone chamber on the left. He opened the door and stepped inside. As soon as he entered the stone chamber, a wave of heat greeted him, causing Yi Fei to shiver involuntarily. He gazed intently and discovered that the stone chamber measured approximately 2 zhang on each side. At the very center of the chamber stood a fiery stone platform about a foot high. The platform was the size of a grinding wheel, with a hole of arm's thickness at its center. Within this aperture flickered a cluster of flames, dancing restlessly. This flame surged more than a foot above the fiery stone, roughly the thickness of an infant's arm. Though the flame appeared diminutive, it emanated an intense heat. Even from a distance of 10 feet, Yi Fei could feel its searing warmth. The stone chamber appeared quite spacious, yet apart from the platform, it contained no other objects. This was indeed the essence of earth fire. Observing the lively flames before him, Yi Fei felt a swell of curiosity. He approached, scrutinizing the phenomenon for a while before settling cross-legged in front of the stone platform. He then retrieved the medicine god cauldron and placed it atop the platform to preheat it. Subsequently, with a flicker of his consciousness, the 4 spirit herbs, Qingmu root, silver leaf grass, Xian frost flower, and golden ginseng, materialized beside him. These 4 herbs were the essential ingredients for concocting a qi-boosting elixir, and Yi Fei intended to commence his alchemical endeavors with this potion. After approximately a dozen breaths, the cauldron was sufficiently preheated. Yi Fei exhaled a word of initiation, gently raising his left index finger. The lid of the medicine god cauldron began to levitate slowly. With a series of deft movements, Yi Fei pointed his right finger, and the four spirit herbs were enveloped in his true energy, guided by his consciousness, and sent sequentially into the cauldron. As the herbs entered, he withdrew his left hand, allowing the lid to descend gradually. The herbs, under Yi Fei's mental control, floated at four distinct positions, each avoiding contact with the others. Thanks to the prior preheating of the cauldron, the internal temperature was high, and in mere moments, the four spirit herbs began to melt gradually. Within the four orbs of true energy, droplets of spiritual liquid began to form and coalesce. In just a short while, all four herbs had melted, transforming into four substantial orbs of spiritual liquid. The first step of the herb transformation was successfully completed by Yi Fei. However, this liquid still contained a considerable amount of herbal residue. Yi Fei then extended four strands of consciousness to meticulously separate the remnants from the liquid, discarding them from the cauldron. With the residue expelled, he had successfully achieved the second step of liquid purification in his elixir crafting process. This step, though seemingly straightforward, was exceptionally challenging, requiring a robust command of consciousness. Even at the 6th level of Qi training, beads of sweat began to form on Yi Fei's brow after completing this phase. Taking a deep breath, he proceeded to the third step of liquid amalgamation as per the elixir formula. Following the guidance from the elixir classic, he commenced the slow fusion of the liquids from the Qingmu root and golden ginseng. Bang! The two liquids barely began to merge before they erupted violently, sending forth a tempest of energy that shattered the remaining two orbs of liquid. Simultaneously, the medicine god cauldron trembled, black smoke billowing forth, and the acrid scent of charred material swiftly filled the stone chamber. Yi Fei's first batch of elixir had barely entered the third step before it erupted in chaos. Cough! Cough! What is happening? I have meticulously followed each step. Yi Fei covered his nose with his right hand, coughing several times, his face a mask of astonishment. As the smoke cleared, he sat cross-legged on the ground, carefully recalling every detail of his third operation. He had neglected to merge the other two concoctions simultaneously. Soon, Yi Fei discerned his mistake. When he combined the Qingmu root and the golden ginseng, he should have merged the other two elixirs concurrently as well. Moreover, their rates of fusion needed to be consistent. Only then could the potency within the cauldron maintain equilibrium. Otherwise, any imbalance would result in the disastrous explosion he had just witnessed. Having identified the issue, Yi Fei took a deep breath, steadying his mind, and retrieved another set of ingredients. Armed with the experience from his first attempt, he executed the liquefaction and purification processes with remarkable ease the second time around. Under his careful supervision, the third step was successfully completed. The four elixirs within the apothecary cauldron had merged into a single mass, now suspended in the center of the cauldron. With his mind intensely focused, Yi Fei was drenched in sweat after the elixir fusion. Only the final two steps remained. He must remain steady. Encouraging himself inwardly, Yi Fei calmed his thoughts and embarked on the fourth step, solidifying the elixir. This phase was crucial in the entire alchemical process as it determined the yield of the final product. However, the Dandian also specified the conventional yield for each type of elixir. For instance, the Qi replenishing pill typically produces 6 pieces, a quantity that most alchemists can achieve. Yi Fei, of course, was no exception. His target was 6. While enveloping the elixir with his true energy, he chanted incantations, invoking the fire control technique to gradually intensify the earth fire. As the intensity of the fire increased, the temperature within the cauldron rose correspondingly. With the ascent in temperature, the moisture in the elixir evaporated little by little, rendering it increasingly viscous and reducing its volume. After approximately half a quarter of an hour, the elixir transformed into a thick paste. Observing the formation of the paste, Yi Fei couldn't help but exhale in relief. Next, with a flicker of his consciousness, 6 strands of divine awareness emerged, cautiously dividing the paste into 6 equal portions, each shaped into a round pill. As this was his first attempt, the process was rather slow, consuming half a stick of incense's worth of time. Fortunately, Yi Fei exhibited strong control over his divine awareness, and after a quarter of an hour, the fourth step was successfully completed. Unbeknownst to Yi Fei, as he accomplished the fourth step in the innermost stone chamber, Jiang Mingyan nodded in satisfaction. She observed all of Yi Fei's actions, noting that completing the fourth step on only his second attempt surpassed over 90% of practitioners. After finishing the fourth step, Yifei closed his eyes and began to weave intricate hand seals, his fingers continuously pointing towards the apothecary cauldron. With each point of his finger, a radiant yellow orb would emerge from his fingertips, traversing through the medicine god cauldron and striking the 6 elixirs within. Each orb that made contact caused the respective elixir to quiver, enveloping it in a layer of luminous yellow membrane. The more orbs that struck an elixir, the thicker its exterior membrane became. Gradually, the color of the elixirs intensified, turning increasingly yellow. Once the hue of the elixir stabilized, Yifei ceased his movements. The elixirs were complete. Suddenly, Yifei opened his eyes, and with both hands forming intricate seals, a luminous orb the size of the medicine god cauldron materialized in an instant. He raised his right hand and gently tapped the orb, which promptly sank into the cauldron. With a resonant humming sound, the lid of the cauldron slowly lifted, releasing a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs into the air. Soon thereafter, 6 elixirs of identical size, all of vibrant yellow, emerged and hovered before Yifei. Gazing at the 6 elixirs, Yifei's heart surged with excitement. He had successfully refined his first batch of medicinal pills. Triumphantly, he swung his right fist through the air and then reached out to grasp all 6 elixirs in his hand. Among the 6, 4 appeared somewhat dull, classified as inferior pills, while 2 gleamed slightly, categorized as low-grade pills. What a pity! As he beheld these 6 elixirs, Yifei, despite his elation, couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Chapter 28. The Stone of the Waterfall and Body Refinement. Fully observed by Jiang Mengyun, Yifei felt that the quality of the first batch of elixirs he refined was terribly poor. Although the inferior-grade elixirs could still be considered medicinal, they were merely marginally better than waste elixirs, possessing feeble potency and considerable toxicity. Prolonged consumption would adversely affect one's cultivation, which is a primary reason many loose cultivators struggle to advance. He distinctly remembered that when he executed the alchemical formula, the capacity of the elixir had reached its limit, so how could the quality still be so lacking? Furthermore, he had devoted a fair amount of time to concocting this batch of chi-replenishing elixirs, nearly half an hour. Determined to try again, Yifei stored the elixirs away and retrieved another set of materials. Armed with the experience of his previous attempt, he was able to refine the ingredients at a significantly faster pace this time. In just over a minute, he progressed to the 5th step. Bang! Yet, at the crucial moment of finalizing the elixir, the furnace unexpectedly exploded. Had it been overpressured? Observing the charred remnants before him, Yifei could not help but frown. The previous batch had been of subpar quality, and he had hoped to enhance the elixir's potency by incorporating additional formations this time. However, the furnace had simply detonated. Undeterred, Yifei prepared another set of materials. This time, he was much more cautious, resisting the urge to rush and deliberately slowing his pace. After another half hour, he successfully refined another batch of chi-replenishing elixirs. 3 inferior-grade and 3 lower-grade elixirs emerged, slightly better than the last. Observing the quality of the 6 elixirs before him, Yifei felt a sense of modest satisfaction. Perhaps it was indeed a matter of inexperience. After self-comforting, he did not halt his efforts and continued his work. 2 days later, when Yifei emerged from the stone chamber, he appeared haggard yet unable to conceal the joy on his face. Through relentless effort, he had successfully refined 60 batches of chi-replenishing elixirs over the span of 2 days. His alchemical techniques had become remarkably adept, allowing him to produce a batch in just 15 minutes. Moreover, the quality of the elixirs had shown marked improvement. In his most recent batch, he had produced 6 elixirs, for lower grade and 2 middle grade. Yifei chose to cease his alchemical endeavors due to the immense toll on his spiritual consciousness. He could no longer endure the strain and needed a proper rest. Upon returning to his cave abode, he collapsed onto the stone bed and fell into a deep slumber. The young man's talent for alchemy was no less than that of Sister Luo Yu. Jiang Mengyun, who had been observing Yifei for 2 days, was captivated, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. With the Yin Luo banner in one hand and the Qinglong sword in the other, she pondered whether something might be concealed within the Qinglong sword. Sitting cross-legged in the stone chamber, Jiang Mengyun murmured to herself, seemingly faced with a challenging decision. Meanwhile, Yifei remained blissfully unaware as he slept soundly on the bed for a full day and night. After such an extended period of rest, his spiritual consciousness had fully returned to its peak state. It was time to concoct the skin-refining pill. Yi Fei exited his cave dwelling and once more arrived at the underground fire chamber. His skills in alchemy had become quite proficient. Following the records in the body refinement pharmacopoeia, he summoned his mental energy and extracted 5 stalks of stone pih grass from the Qinglong's sword. As the medicinal properties of the stone pih grass would gradually diminish once removed from the soil, Yi Fei acted without hesitation, promptly placing the 5 stalks into the alchemical cauldron and commencing the refinement of the skin refining pill. A quarter of an hour later, a fragrant aroma wafted from the cauldron, signaling the success of his first batch of skin refining pills. He had produced 3 low-grade and 3 mid-grade pills. Observing the 3 pale green and 3 yellow-green pills, Yi Fei nodded in satisfaction. The quality of this batch was superior to the previous one. After storing the pills, he began the refinement process anew. An hour and a half later, upon finishing the last batch of skin refining pills, Yi Fei stood up from the ground. With only 50 stalks of stone pih grass available, he had managed to refine 10 batches, all of which were successful, yielding a total of 60 pills, 20 low-grade and 40 mid-grade. Yi Shiji, come with me, called Jiang Mingyun, appearing at the entrance of the stone chamber as Yi Fei prepared to leave. Not daring to hesitate, Yi Fei promptly followed her outside. Upon reaching the exterior of the cave, Jiang Mingyun gracefully raised her hand, and a flying vessel emerged from the storage ring on her finger, quickly expanding to a length of about 2 yards. Let us go. I shall take you to a place, she said, waving her hand. In an instant, both she and Yi Fei found themselves on the deck of the vessel. The ship then sped away like lightning, disappearing into the horizon. In a brief span of time, the vessel halted before a towering peak, approximately 200 yards high. This peak was remarkably steep and peculiar, standing erect like a pillar amidst the sprawling mountains of the Shaoyao Gate. At its summit lay a substantial celestial lake, occupying nearly the entire mountaintop. To the south of the lake, near the edge of the peak, there was a 2-foot-wide gap through which a torrent of water cascaded, forming a waterfall approximately 200 yards in height. As the water flowed, it stirred up layers of mist in the mountain breeze, creating a breathtaking spectacle of white haze from top to bottom. The vessel lingered momentarily before tilting downward and, within a few breaths, landed at the base of the peak. Before them lay the spot where the waterfall descended, a massive stone of dark green hue. The water, plummeting from such a height, should have crashed down with tremendous force. Yet upon striking the stone, it seemed absorbed, producing not even a splash. The waterfall appeared to vanish into thin air, and curiously, no flowing water could be seen beneath the stone, rendering the scene quite enigmatic. The peak before us is known as the Falling Water Peak, and this stone is referred to as the Welcoming Water Stone. If you seek to refine your body, this stone serves as an exceptional location. Upon disembarking from the spaceship, Jiang Mingyun gestured toward the massive rock and spoke. Refine my body here? I fear my physique may not withstand it, Yi Fei replied, his expression somewhat grim. The force of the cascading water was such that, not only would his flesh be at risk, but even a block of iron would surely be punctured through. Without the impact of the waterfall, how could you possibly endure the overwhelming potency of the skin refining pill? Jiang Mingyun gently shook her head, a smile gracing her lips. Clearly, she possessed considerable knowledge regarding the pill's formidable effects. The skin refining pill is indeed potent? Yi Fei was taken aback by her assertion. This was something he had not previously known. It is not merely potent. If ingested directly, it could very well lead to excruciating pain, perhaps even death. Otherwise, the ranks of body refinement practitioners would number in the millions, Jiang Mingyun lamented. Now I understand. Thank you, Master Jiang, for your guidance. After hearing her explanation, Yi Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him, his gratitude for Jiang Mingyun deepening. Had she not cautioned him, he might have foolishly consumed the skin refining pill and jeopardized his life. Proceed. I shall remain here to guard you. With a serene smile, Jiang Mingyun swiftly settled onto a stone slab. Observing her, Yi Fei sprang lightly to the edge of the massive rock. He then retrieved a skin refining pill and placed it in his mouth. As soon as the pill touched his tongue, it dissolved into a medicinal liquid that coursed through his abdomen. How painful! In an instant, Yi Fei could not contain a cry of anguish. Dismissing all else, he swiftly moved to the center of the stone, plunging into the waterfall's embrace. Just moments prior, as the pill's potency began to spread, he felt an excruciating pain radiating through his skin. An overwhelming sensation of expansion engulfed him, akin to an impending explosion. The pain pierced deep into his bones, akin to flesh being sliced, rendering Yi Fei nearly unable to endure it. Thus, he unhesitatingly leapt into the waterfall. Fortunately, the moment he stood beneath the cascading waters, the relentless impact significantly alleviated the intense pain that had gripped him. Although it did not vanish entirely, it remained a deep, haunting ache. Thankfully, this suffering was bearable, and he gritted his teeth to endure it. However, another rather embarrassing predicament soon unfolded, leaving Yi Fei in a quandary. Barely had he stood under the waterfall when his garments were utterly torn to shreds by the rushing water, cascading down to the stone below. With his clothes in tatters, he found himself exposed beneath the waterfall, fully visible to Jiang Mingyun sitting nearby. How could this happen? Yi Fei lamented inwardly. Yet, in the face of such circumstances, he had no choice but to steel himself and endure the onslaught of the waterfall. He promptly began to circulate the body-refining mantra, determined not to squander the potency of the skin-refining pill. As Yi Fei found himself in a moment of embarrassment, a somewhat bashful voice reached his ears, Jiang Mingyun's. Indeed, she had seen everything. The sound of her voice nearly sent Yi Fei into despair. Initially, he had managed to deceive himself, using the excuse that Jiang Mingyun was simply too indifferent to notice him. But now, Yi Fei could only lament silently as he began to circulate the body-refining mantra within himself. It was then that he realized his skin, under the relentless assault of the cascading water, was nearly stripped away. However, with the guidance of the refining mantra, the potent essence of the skin-refining elixir began to regenerate his skin, albeit slowly. Yet, just as soon as his skin began to grow back, it was forcefully torn away by the violent waterfall once more. How frustrating! Yi Fei felt utterly speechless at this outcome. With no other choice, he persisted in circulating the mantra, consuming the elixir's potency to continuously restore his skin. Growth and tearing and growth. Thus, Yi Fei endured this inhumane trial for a full 2 hours. After this duration, the elixir's effects began to wane, and the speed of his skin regeneration could no longer keep pace with the tearing. I cannot endure this any longer, Yi Fei shouted, bolting from beneath the waterfall. Thud. Upon escaping, he could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed at the edge of a massive rock, losing consciousness. 2 hours was essentially his limit. To constantly endure such excruciating pain was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The fact that he had managed to endure for 2 hours was truly remarkable. What should be done now? Watching Yi Fei, who lay bare upon the rock, Jiang Mingyun found herself at a loss for what to do. Chapter 29. The path to success in body refinement. At this juncture, it was only reasonable for Jiang Mingyun to escort Yi Fei back. However, Yi Fei, in his current state, was entirely unclad, and Jiang Mingyun found herself devoid of any garments suitable for a man. This predicament undeniably placed her in an awkward situation. Moreover, confronted with Yi Fei's bare form, a flicker of unease stirred within her. Truth be told, this was the first occasion in her century-long cultivation journey that she had beheld the naked physique of a man. Despite being under 17, Yi Fei's physique was remarkably well-defined and robust, a testament to his years of martial training. He was undeniably captivating. Yet, she reminded herself that this was the son of her sister, Luo Yu, and thus, she must not entertain any improper thoughts. Regaining her composure, Jiang Mingyun took a deep breath, silently admonishing herself. Once her emotions had settled, she summoned her spiritual energy, causing a jade-green pill, translucent and radiant, to levitate before her. With a delicate gesture of her finger, the pill soared towards Yi Fei, entering his mouth effortlessly. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, releasing potent medicinal energy that permeated his entire being. In a mere instant, Yi Fei stirred awake. Quickly don your clothing. Upon witnessing Yi Fei's bewilderment as he gazed at himself, even Jiang Mingyun, despite her profound cultivation, felt her cheeks flush. At her reminder, Yi Fei gasped, suddenly cognizant of his state of undress. Hastily, he reached for his storage pouch and retrieved the Qinglong sword from beneath the waterfall. He then extracted a gray robe from his pouch and clothed himself. Apologies, Master Jiang, he said with an awkward smile, his face flushed with embarrassment after donning his attire. We are both practitioners of the Tao. The body is merely a vessel. Besides, considering my age, you appear as a mere child in my eyes. There is no need for such concern, she reassured him. After a moment's rest, we must press on. Achieving the first realm of body refinement is no trivial task. Much hardship lies ahead. Jiang Mingyun exerted effort to maintain her composure, striving to present a semblance of normalcy. After speaking, she resumed her previous position on the stone slab, entering a meditative state. Let us continue. Yi Fei's heart trembled as he gazed at the cascading waterfall, a sigh of resignation escaping his lips. To be candid, if given the choice, he would prefer to avoid the excruciating pain he had previously endured. Yet, if he wished to advance in his cultivation journey, such suffering was an inevitability he must bear. With determination, he resolved to persevere. After resting for a brief half-hour, Yi Fei gritted his teeth and placed a skin-refining pill into his mouth. This time, without waiting for the medicinal effects to take hold, he swiftly dove into the waterfall. The pain was as intense as ever. Within moments, the searing agony coursed through his entire being once more, though it seemed slightly more bearable than the last time. After approximately half a stick of incense had burned, Yi Fei suddenly sensed that the torment he was experiencing was indeed less severe than before. Moreover, he perceived that the impact of the cascading waters had notably lessened the damage to his skin. Upon sensing this transformation, a surge of joy filled Yi Fei's heart, and he was immediately imbued with vigor. 2 hours later, when the potency of the second skin-refining pill was exhausted, Yi Fei did not yield to despair as he had during his initial experience. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his willpower and retrieved yet another skin-refining pill, placing it into his mouth. Although the pain had somewhat diminished this time, the continuous endurance of such torment compelled his body to tremble involuntarily. Yi Fei, you must persist, he shouted fervently, clenching his jaw as he accelerated the pace of his body refinement technique to its utmost limit. After another 2 hours, when the effects of the third skin-refining pill waned, Yi Fei chose not to press on any further. In a swift motion, he leapt from the waterfall. Following this, he summoned a garment with his mind and donned it. Once clothed, he disregarded everything else and lay back against a massive stone, gasping for breath. Should we continue? Observing him in such a state, Jiang Mingyun felt a tremor of concern and inquired anxiously. She had witnessed the suffering Yi Fei endured, and her heart ached at the thought of him faltering. Of course we must continue. However, I need a moment to rest. The pain is overwhelming, and I can hardly stand. Though he grimaced in agony, Yi Fei's gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Very well. Jiang Mingyun nodded gently, choosing silence. She longed to offer him another pill, but, after careful consideration, she refrained. To traverse further along this ethereal path, such suffering was indispensable. Only through relentless trials could one forge their will and solidify their resolve. For Yi Fei, enduring these tribulations would yield manifold benefits. After resting for a brief half-hour, Yi Fei rose and promptly discarded his remaining garment. This action momentarily stunned Jiang Mingyun, who had been observing him from a distance, compelling her to turn away. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Although she had already seen Yi Fei's bare form, his voluntary disrobing impacted her more profoundly. Yi Fei's actions stemmed from necessity. His storage bag contained but this one piece of clothing. Should the waterfall tear it away, he would be left entirely unclad, having already been exposed. One more viewing seemed inconsequential. In his heart, he dismissed all reservations. Jiang Mingyun had stated that the body was merely a vessel. If she, as a woman, was unperturbed, what fear could he, as a man, possibly harbor? Once again, he swallowed a skin-refining pill and charged into the torrent. Thus began a regimen wherein Yi Fei consumed 2 pills before resting, then 3, followed by 4, and ultimately 5. As his skin continually tore and regenerated, its resilience grew increasingly formidable. By the time he ingested the 15th skin-refining pill, the sensation of pain had become nearly imperceptible. The impact of the cascading water upon his skin had diminished significantly, rendering it nearly impossible to inflict any harm. He had finally endured the ordeal. Jiang Mingyun, who had been attentively watching Yi Fei, felt a sense of relief wash over her, and a faint smile graced her lips. Yi Fei had not disappointed her. At this moment, Yi Fei shared a similar sentiment with Jiang Mingyun. Not only had the pain in his body dissipated, but the force of the falling water even brought him a semblance of comfort. Upon consuming the 16th skin-refining pill, his body exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Clearly, the pill had ceased to be effective. Moreover, even without the aid of the pill, standing beneath the waterfall. The force of the water no longer posed any threat to him. Very well, let us cease, Jiang Mingyun instructed, prompting Yi Fei to halt his training. Master Jiang, have I succeeded in my refinement? Donning his clothing and standing once more beside Jiang Mingyun, Yi Fei's face radiated excitement. Indeed, Jiang Mingyun affirmed with a gentle nod and a smile. Then allow me to see just how resilient my skin has become post-refinement. With a sudden burst of enthusiasm upon realizing his success, Yi Fei summoned his enchanted sword. Grasping the sword firmly in his right hand, he drew it sharply across his left arm. To his astonishment, the sword not only failed to breach his skin, but he also felt no pain whatsoever, accompanied by the sound of metallic friction. Is it truly this remarkable? Yi Fei found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Ah, you should not conduct experiments on yourself, Jiang Mingyun remarked with a light laugh, her demeanor exuding charm. Ordinary magical artifacts are acceptable, but one must exercise caution with spiritual instruments. Observing Yi Fei's bewilderment, she couldn't help but chuckle, revealing her enchanting allure. Master Jiang, you are truly beautiful. Strangely, upon witnessing Jiang Mingyun's captivating smile, Yi Fei became entranced, momentarily losing his sense of self. Chapter 30. The annoying bottleneck. Did I fail to maintain control again? Observing Yi Fei's expression, Jiang Mingyun's demeanor darkened, and she could not help but let out a soft sigh. With a graceful wave of her sleeve, a gentle breeze swept past Yi Fei, suddenly jolted from his stupor. Yi Fei regained his composure. Let us return, Jiang Mingyun stated calmly, her gaze lingering on Yi Fei, who appeared somewhat dazed. She summoned the flying vessel and led him back to the Jade Maiden Peak. Focus on your training upon our return. Once they arrived at the peak, Jiang Mingyun lightly nodded her head towards Yi Fei before turning to enter her cave dwelling. Yes, Yi Fei replied softly. Upon returning to his abode, he seated himself on a stone bench and raked his fingers through his hair. What just happened to me? Yi Fei pondered, feeling a sense of bewilderment. He had a vague recollection of his earlier lapse, yet his thoughts had spiraled beyond his control at that moment, leaving him puzzled as to why he had uttered those words. Though the words themselves were innocuous, his expression had betrayed him. Regardless, it seemed Jiang Shishu was not upset. Unable to decipher the matter to his satisfaction, Yi Fei decided to cast it aside and, with a flicker of thought, delved directly into the Qinglong sword. Having completed his physical cultivation, what remained was the cleansing of his spiritual roots. During the fourth cleansing, he had over 40 beast carcasses left, so this time he commanded the spirit cleansing tree to absorb them. After the absorption, the spirit cleansing tree sprouted tender shoots, yet it still had a considerable distance to go before bearing fruit. At that moment, Yi Fei felt disinclined to hunt beasts outside, and instead allowed the spirit cleansing tree to absorb all the spiritual herbs he had harvested previously. Even so, it still fell short. Ultimately, Yi Fei took out spirit stones, the most straightforward solution. After consuming 200 inferior spirit stones, the spirit cleansing tree finally matured once more. It was indeed a challenge. Gazing at the spirit cleansing fruits emanating a purplish-red glow, Yi Fei felt a surge of emotion. The attainment of physical cultivation may sound simple, yet the suffering endured was known only to those who had experienced it, a pain etched deeply in memory. After a moment of reflection, Yi Fei reached out and plucked all 5 spirit cleansing fruits. Consuming them, he settled beside the spirit cleansing tree and commenced the 5th cleansing of his spiritual roots. This time, the duration of the cleansing was slightly longer than the 4th, taking nearly half an hour. However, after his physical cultivation, the sensation akin to being gnawed by 1,000 ants was significantly diminished compared to the previous attempt, indicating that physical cultivation had some beneficial effect on the cleansing process. This realization eased Yi Fei's mind, instilling a glimmer of hope for his future path. Following the cleansing, he opted not to utilize spirit stones for cultivation, but instead positioned himself next to the Qinglong pool, intending to harness the exceptional spiritual vein beneath it for his future training. After all, hastening the maturation of the spirit washing tree consumes substantial resources, and he must be frugal with the spirit stones at his disposal. Previously, he was reluctant to meditate here. On one hand, the progress was rather slow, and on the other, the frigid atmosphere was unbearable for extended periods. However, the situation has changed. He has successfully refined his body and can now withstand the cold. Given the current strength of his physique, he may delve 100 feet underground for training. Just as Yifei settled at the edge of the Azure Dragon pool, the voice of the Azure Dragon resonated from the clouds above. Underground? Yifei queried, somewhat perplexed. Beneath the surface lies a 1,000-foot expanse, rich with superior spiritual veins. The further one descends, the denser the spiritual energy becomes. Yet, with the Azure Dragon pool above, the cold intensifies as one goes deeper, rendering it unbearable for ordinary individuals. With your refined skin realm physique, the 100-foot depth beside the Azure Dragon pool is your limit. After reaching the meat refining realm, you may descend another 100 feet. Once you attain the Tao body, you will be able to immerse yourself in the pool for cultivation, reaping boundless benefits. Noticing Yifei's confusion, the Azure Dragon elaborated further. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. After comprehending the explanation, Yifei bowed respectfully towards the clouds above. He then recited a spell under his breath, invoking the Earth Escape technique. Within mere breaths, Yifei burrowed down to the 100-foot mark. Indeed, as the Azure Dragon had mentioned, the chilling force intensified the deeper he went. With his body's resistance, the 100-foot depth was already his limit. What abundant spiritual energy! Upon arriving, Yifei immediately sensed the extraordinary richness of the spiritual energy, at least tenfold more concentrated than outside. Let me test my cultivation speed, he thought, promptly circulating the carefree, true formula within him. As the formula flowed, torrents of spiritual energy were drawn through his pores into his body. Under the operation of the carefree, true formula, they transformed into pure essence and converged in Yifei's dantian. To his astonishment, the speed surpassed even that of using spirit stones for cultivation. Moments later, Yifei suddenly opened his eyes, unable to contain his excitement. He discovered that the purity of the spiritual energy here was exceptional, with a high conversion rate. His cultivation speed here was even faster than using inferior spirit stones. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Yifei's realm had finally ascended to the 7th layer of qi refinement, entering the late stage of qi refinement. However, he was disheartened to find that after stabilizing his realm at the 7th layer, he encountered yet another cultivation bottleneck. Must my cultivation bottlenecks be so frequent? Feeling the stagnation again, Yifei felt an urge to vent his frustration. Indeed, these bottlenecks were occurring far too often. This frequency of bottlenecks cannot solely be attributed to external circumstances. Rather, it is due to the inferior quality of his spiritual roots. Even after cleansing his roots 5 times, Yifei's attributes remain relatively poor, perhaps just slightly superior to those of 4-root cultivators. Given such spiritual root qualifications, reaching this realm is indeed the limit. Without the substantial resources at his disposal, given his qualifications, it would have taken him at least several decades to reach this level. Reluctantly, Yifei returned once more beneath the spirit cleansing tree. With a mere thought, a multitude of spirit stones materialized beside him. Feast, he commanded, and with a flick of his finger, the stones flew towards the tree like pearls strung on a thread, each one absorbed by the tree and transformed into nourishment. As the spirit cleansing tree consumed these spirit stones, it continually grew, blossomed, and bore fruit. After absorbing 2,500 inferior spirit stones, the 5 spirit cleansing fruits finally reached maturity. Truly, it was a bottomless pit. Observing the remaining 1,000 stones, Yifei shook his head in resignation. It was important to note that these represented months of his harvest of medicinal herbs. Nevertheless, when he beheld the 5 luscious spirit cleansing fruits, a smile of excitement illuminated his face. For the 6th time, Yifei sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing at the spirit cleansing fruits in his hands, muttering quietly. Then, with a swift motion, he devoured all 5 fruits. 3 months later, when Yifei opened his eyes once more, he had advanced to the late stage of the 7th layer of qi refinement, achieving 2 minor realms of improvement. The reason for his pause was that he had encountered yet another cultivation bottleneck. Sighing silently, Yifei approached the spirit cleansing tree again. This time, he intended to forego using spirit stones to hasten the tree's maturation and instead directly utilize the medicinal herbs he had harvested over the past 5 months. Fortunately, the quantity of herbs was ample. After absorbing over 3,000 plants, the spirit cleansing fruits finally ripened. This marked the 7th time, and according to the established pattern, he would next be able to ascend directly to the mid-stage of the 8th layer of qi refinement. Holding the 5 spirit cleansing fruits, Yi Fei was filled with anticipation. Without delay, he swiftly completed the 7th cleansing of his spiritual roots. What is happening? Did I not just cleanse my spiritual roots? Why is there no effect? To Yi Fei's dismay, after this cleansing, his cultivation bottleneck remained intact. When he resumed his practice, his progress remained stagnant. Could it be that the late stage of the 7th layer of qi refinement is my limit? Contemplating this, Yi Fei's complexion paled, and his body began to tremble. Chapter 31. Returning to the village faced with the disappointing reality of being unable to cultivate beyond the 7th layer of qi refinement. Yi Fei found himself utterly unwilling to accept this fate. A deep sense of frustration welled within him. No, I must try once more, he resolved, gritting his teeth. He pushed the operation speed of the carefree true art to its utmost limit. Streams of spiritual energy, transformed by the carefree true art, rapidly converted into true qi, flowing into Yi Fei's dantian. To his dismay, however, the true qi that entered his dantian could not circulate within his body. After flowing into his meridians, it dissipated throughout his entire being, eventually escaping through his pores and resulting in a futile waste. Despite numerous attempts, the outcome remained unchanged. With a heavy sigh, Yi Fei resigned himself to this reality. Reluctantly, he drew forth the azure dragon sword and returned to his cave abode. What should I do next? Yi Fei pondered deeply. Pacing within the cave, momentarily devoid of direction. Calculating the time, he realized that he had been cultivating for a year and a half. Achieving his current level of cultivation could be deemed a modest success, far surpassing the majority. Father, I truly feel like a failure. I may be letting you down, he lamented, recalling how Yi Songlong had sacrificed his own eyes for him. A pang of pain struck Yi Fei's heart as he felt a profound sense of longing and guilt towards Yi Songlong. Although the Azure Dragon had mentioned that Yi Songlong was not an ordinary man, in Yi Fei's eyes, he was merely a common mortal who had lost his sight. After much contemplation, Yi Fei reached a decision. Over the past 5 months, he had also nurtured the spiritual herbs alongside his cultivation. Consequently, the herbs in his medicinal field had flourished remarkably, with many having matured ahead of schedule. Yi Fei had harvested a considerable amount of mid-tier and high-tier medicinal herbs. After watering the herbs and weeding the field, he made his way to Jiang Mingyun's cave. Disciple seeks an audience with Master Jiang, Yi Fei announced, bowing respectfully at the entrance of the cave. Come in, Jiang Mingyun's voice called from within. Upon receiving permission, Yi Fei stepped inside the cave. Upon entering the living room, he saw Jiang Mingyun seated at the head of the table. He dared not be negligent and hurried to bow in greeting once more. There is no need for excessive formality. Please, take a seat, Jiang Mingyun said, waving her hand and gesturing to a seat on her left. With a sheepish smile, Yi Fei complied and sat down. What is it? Jiang Mingyun inquired first. I wish to return home for a visit, and I kindly request Master Jiang's approval. Yi Fei stated candidly. Home? What is it? Are you missing your father? Jiang Mingyun asked with a gentle smile, a trace of affection flickering in her beautiful eyes. Please excuse me for my sentimentality, Yi Fei replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. It is perfectly natural. If you wish to return, then go ahead. I grant you permission. Jiang Mingyun reassured him. Moreover, in just over a year, your cultivation has advanced remarkably. It is time for you to venture forth and broaden your horizons. Otherwise, if one remains solely engrossed in solitary training, one may easily encounter a bottleneck in their cultivation, which is hardly beneficial. Jiang Yun did not mock Yi Fei, but instead offered guidance with patience. Thank you, Master Jiang, for your insights. Yi Fei expressed with genuine gratitude. Please accept this map, jade slip, and the golden sword talisman. They may prove useful. In response to Yi Fei's gratitude, Jiang Mingyun simply nodded. And with a deft flick of her delicate fingers, a jade slip and a small yellow sword-shaped talisman flew before Yi Fei. Thank you, Master Jiang, for your generous gifts. Yi Fei promptly rose and bowed respectfully to Jiang Mingyun before placing the 2 items into his storage pouch. There is no need for such formality. The golden sword talisman is more than sufficient for dealing with ordinary foundational cultivators. Keep it well. In the realm of cultivation, the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and deception abounds. You must always remain vigilant and never act carelessly. That is all I shall say. You may descend the mountain now. After imparting a few more words of advice, Jiang Mingyun waved her hand, signaling for Yi Fei to take his leave. Upon departing Jiang Mingyun's abode, Yi Fei summoned the flying sword he had acquired from Louis Shan. He then mounted the sword and set off towards the northern reaches of the Xiaoyao sect. Yi Fei had completed the refinement of this flying sword along with 2 other spiritual long swords 2 months prior. Although the flying sword consumed a considerable amount of true energy, the short distance within the sect was manageable for Yi Fei. After a brief half-hour flight, once Yi Fei had exited the protective formation of the Xiaoyao sect, he exchanged the flying sword for a black disc. In contrast to the sword, the black disc required significantly less true energy, allowing him to maintain prolonged flight. Having previously refined dozens of energy-replenishing pills, Yi Fei was unperturbed by the consumption of true energy, continuously consuming the pills along the way. Thus, he skillfully maneuvered the black disc, flying unceasingly towards the northern Hongtsong mountain. Although the black disc was slower than the flying sword, it could still cover over 150 miles in an hour, a considerable improvement over his initial journey. In just 9 days, he found himself at the foot of Hongtsong Mountain, beside a moderately sized village. This village was Inchong Village, the place where he had grown up. Now, Inchong Village bore little difference from when he had departed. At this moment, Yi Fei stood before a plot of farmland, his expression clouded with melancholy. He vividly recalled that a year prior, this area had been home to a small courtyard and a dilapidated wooden house. Yet now, all of that had vanished, along with his father who had raised him. Just as Yi Fei was reminiscing about his life with Yi Songlong, a man in his 50s with a weathered face slowly approached from within the village. This man was Lu Qianqian's father, Lu Dashuan. He had intended to inspect the crops in this field, but was taken aback to see a familiar figure. "Are you Yi Fei?" Lu Dashuan's voice was tinged with agitation. Upon hearing the commotion, Yi Fei immediately snapped back to reality. When he recognized the approaching figure as Lu Dashuan, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "Uncle Lu, it has been quite some time," he remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips, his tone remarkably nonchalant, as if the animosity he once harbored towards Lu Dashuan had vanished entirely. Indeed, Yi Fei bore a grudge against Lu Dashuan, for it was largely due to him that his separation from Lu Qianqian had come to pass. However, the current Yi Fei had grown weary of harboring resentment. "You, Yi Fei, have struck my fine son-in-law, and you dare to return? It seems you have a death wish," Lu Dashuan spat, his face contorted with malice. After confirming that the person before him was indeed Yi Fei, he pivoted and dashed towards the village, dismissing Yi Fei entirely. "Kill me? I shall see if they possess the capability," Yi Fei scoffed, his countenance dripping with disdain. As he watched Lu Dashuan's retreating figure, a surge of anger began to swell within him. Ridiculous. He was now a bona fide cultivator. Dealing with these mortals was no more challenging than slicing through vegetables. After approximately a quarter of an hour, a group of men clad in gray robes, led by a middle-aged man adorned in fine garments and a floral hat, approached Yi Fei with an imposing demeanor. This finely dressed individual was none other than Wang Lin, the father of Wang Hai. As he stepped before Yi Fei, he immediately adopted a condescending stance. "I never anticipated you would dare return," clearly showing disdain for my Wang family, he proclaimed. "In light of this, today I shall demonstrate the might of a cultivator's family. Surround him." Wang Lin offered Yi Fei no opportunity to respond, launching into a tirade of threats before gesturing for the men to encircle Yi Fei. "What of my father?" Yi Fei coldly inquired, disregarding the throng before him. "That blind man. I was just about to ask you. After he killed the immortal master, he fled, causing my Wang family to suffer his wrath. Now that you have returned, you are perfectly positioned to inform me of your blind father's whereabouts, so I can send our family's immortal master to eliminate him." Wang Lin exclaimed, his agitation palpable as he locked eyes with Yi Fei, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 32 Farewell to Wang Hai. Did my father kill the celestial master? Yi Fei couldn't help but feel a wave of astonishment. It should be noted that the disciples from the Chongshu sect who initially arrived at Hidden Dragon Village wielded flying swords. They were not merely foundational cultivators. They were likely at the 8th or 9th layer of qi refinement. Even if they were just at that level, could the blind Yi Songlong truly defeat them? Although the Qinglong had mentioned that Yi Songlong was no ordinary man, Yi Fei still found it hard to accept. "Enough of your pretense. If we cannot capture your father, seizing you will suffice. The celestial master will surely reward us," Wang Lin declared dismissively, waving his hand to signal his men to take action. As the men approached, Fists clenched and ready to strike, Yi Fei's gaze sharpened. His internal energy surged as he bellowed, "Get lost!" Instantly, a wave of sound rippled outward. Ah! Ouch! In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so men that Wang Lin had brought were struck by the sonic wave, sent flying backward, and crashed to the ground, moaning in agony. Though these henchmen were mere mortals, they had committed numerous misdeeds, bullying the weak and aiding the wicked. Yi Fei showed no mercy. Even though he only used sound to strike them, they suffered serious injuries, each spitting blood and turning pale. You have also become a celestial master?" Wang Lin stammered, his heart trembling as he witnessed his men swiftly incapacitated. His legs shook, and he looked as though he might collapse at any moment. Clearly, he was deeply frightened. Despite having seen celestial masters and having one in his family, Wang Lin was still just a mortal. If Yi Fei chose to unleash his wrath, he would be killed instantly. Having 1,000 celestial masters back home would be of no use. Since you have a celestial master at home, let him come. Yi Fei sneered at the terrified Wang Lin, seeing that Yi Fei spared his life and even encouraged him to fetch help. Wang Lin felt a surge of relief and fled without a second thought for his men. "You, wait for me." After running a considerable distance, he turned back to point at Yi Fei, leaving behind a threatening remark. However, his tone betrayed a hint of cowardice. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Yi Fei merely snorted dismissively, uninterested in engaging further. Observing Wang Lin's cowardly flight, the remaining black-clad men exchanged glances, confused. "Look, your master has abandoned you, showing no concern for your fate," Yi Fei remarked with a mocking expression. "Celestial Master, spare us. We were momentarily blinded by folly, following that scoundrel Wang Lin. If you can forgive us, we shall sincerely repent and strive to be better individuals," one burly man pleaded, kneeling before Yi Fei, prostrating and weeping profusely. "Repent and strive to be better individuals?" Yi Fei could not help but sneer, his face adorned with a palpable disdain. "Spare us, O immortal master. We shall surely mend our ways and strive to be better individuals." The scorn etched upon Yi Fei's visage caused the burly men to tremble, momentarily disregarding their wounds as they all knelt before him, bowing their heads in supplication. "Do you truly believe I would be swayed by such words? For years, you have wielded the power of the Wang family, oppressing the villagers nearby, committing numerous heinous acts. Do you think a mere promise of reform can erase your transgressions?" As he uttered these words, a chilling glint of murderous intent flickered in Yi Fei's eyes. He had no intention of sparing any of these men. "Brothers, this brat means to ensure our demise. We must fight back." The black-faced thug, the first to speak, immediately rose from the ground. His expression twisted with ferocity as he shouted at Yi Fei. Hearing his words, although fear still lingered on the faces of the others, they too stood up, charging at Yi Fei in a frenzy. Their earlier pleas for mercy were merely a ruse to buy time, waiting for the arrival of the Wang family's immortal master. Once he arrived, they believed their lives would be spared. Now that Yi Fei had revealed his murderous intent, they felt they had no choice but to confront him, wagering on his reluctance to actually take their lives. However, they had miscalculated. Faced with such ruthless scoundrels, Yi Fei would not hold back. "If you seek death, I shall oblige," he coldly huffed. Without even drawing a magical artifact, he merely waved his right hand, unleashing a surge of true energy from his fingertips. This energy, akin to a long sword, swiftly swept toward the necks of the thugs. With the sound of flesh being severed, within an instant, blood gushed forth as the men collapsed, their lives extinguished. Observing the bloodied corpses, Yi Fei furrowed his brow and summoned fireballs with a flick of his hand, incinerating the bodies entirely. He then stood there, patiently awaiting the arrival of the immortal master. In just the span of a short incense stick's burn time, a figure draped in green raced into Hidden Dragon Village. The immortal master guarding the Wang family had arrived. This individual, a young man in a flowing green robe with a handsome countenance, possessed a cultivation level of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Upon arrival, he held his nose high, exuding an air of superiority. Yet, the moment his gaze met Yi Fei's, his pupils involuntarily constricted. However, a quick shift in his demeanor revealed a benign smile as he politely clasped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am Chen Shi, a disciple of the outer sect of the Qing Su sect. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" After retracting his hands, Chen Shi placed them behind his back, casually retrieving a jade token from his waist. Subsequently, he discreetly formed a hand seal with his right finger behind his back, causing a yellow light to vanish into the jade token. This maneuver was executed with utmost secrecy, unnoticed by Yi Fei. As a cultivator, have you been waiting here in this mortal village solely for my arrival? Yi Fei scrutinized Chen Shi with a perplexed expression and inquired, despite your seemingly modest cultivation, I see you possess 2 storage bags at your waist, quite extravagant for one in your position. Friend, you misunderstand. This is the ancestral home of Elder Wang, the law enforcement elder of my Chongshu sect. I am here merely to safeguard the safety of Elder Wang's residence. Chen Shi replied awkwardly. Is that so? Yi Fei responded, a smile playing on his lips. Indeed, it is as I say. I am merely following orders, and I kindly request your understanding. If there are any grievances between you and the Wang family, you may resolve them as you see fit once I depart. Chen Shi spoke earnestly, attempting to clarify his intentions. You are aware of the events from a year ago, are you not? Yi Fei probed, sensing an opportunity. Yes, yes. Chen Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly responded to Yi Fei's inquiry. Do you know who the victim was? What cultivation level did he possess? Yi Fei pressed, fixing his gaze intently on Chen Shi. He was an inner disciple of our Chongshu sect, at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Chen Shi replied candidly, without hesitation. For what reason did this occur? Yi Fei continued to inquire. He was here, taking advantage of his superior cultivation to provoke a blind man, only to be met with a lethal counterattack from that man. Chen Shi recounted, maintaining a steady demeanor while carefully observing Yi Fei's reaction. He was acutely aware that Yi Fei was the son of that blind man, which is why he refrained from using the term blind, fearing it might provoke Yi Fei and create unnecessary trouble. You know who I am, don't you? Yi Fei teased. This matter does not concern me. I am merely executing my duties and am not involved in anything else. Chen Shi hastily laughed off the implication. Is that so? Your associates should be arriving shortly, correct? Yi Fei remarked with a knowing glance at Chen Shi. What do you mean, friend? Chen Shi's expression shifted dramatically, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He had not anticipated that his discreet movements would be uncovered by Yi Fei. If you are merely on duty, why carry 2 storage bags? Surely, you harbor some ulterior motives. Yi Fei's eyes narrowed, his tone laced with amusement. You are mistaken. I am indeed here solely on duty. Chen Shi said as he quietly began to retreat, contemplating escape. Think you can flee? Where do you think you are going? Yi Fei scoffed. Do not push your luck. Chen Shi warned, realizing that the faade he had maintained was no longer necessary. Am I pushing my luck? It seems you were the one who approached me first. Had my cultivation been inferior to yours, I suspect it would be I making such remarks. Yi Fei sighed, shaking his head. Spare me your words, Chen Shi retorted. I advise you to leave quickly. Brother Wang Hai will arrive shortly, and once he does, it will be too late for you to escape. Chen Shi glanced behind him, mustering his courage to speak. He had indeed sent a message to Wang Hai earlier. He believed that during the time he had delayed, Wang Hai must be nearing. After all, the secret teleportation array was only a few miles away, and it wouldn't take long to traverse that distance. Wang Hai? What is his current cultivation level? Upon hearing Wang Hai's name, Yi Fei suddenly became intrigued. Brother Wang Hai is now at the 8th level of Qi refinement. If you know what is good for you, you should leave at once. While Chen Shi eagerly awaited Wang Hai's arrival, he wished even more fervently for Yi Fei to depart. Only then would he feel truly secure. The 8th level of Qi refinement. How astonishingly swift. Yi Fei's countenance betrayed not a trace of fear. Who dares to bully a member of the Qingshu sect? Just then, from the rear of Yinlong village, a fierce shout echoed. Almost immediately, a green light soared from the distance. A young man clad in a blue robe, handsome with a long face and riding a flying sword, emerged within Yi Fei's line of sight. This young man was none other than Wang Hai, the one who had once referred to Yi Fei as an insignificant insect. Chapter 33. The Demise of Wang Hai. Who am I? Do you still remember this fist? As Wang Hai descended from his flying sword, Yi Fei donned a calm smile, clenching his right hand into a fist and gesturing towards him. Yi Fei, how can this be? Did you not lack spiritual roots? How have you attained the 7th layer of Qi refinement so swiftly? Upon recognizing Yi Fei before him, Wang Hai's face was a mask of disbelief. What? Are you afraid? A playful smile flickered on Yi Fei's lips. Nonsense. How could I possibly be afraid? You are merely at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. in my presence. You remain nothing more than an ant. Today, I shall avenge the humiliation of that punch from a year ago. Wang Hai's eyes burned crimson, revealing the murderous intent he did not bother to disguise. His fists clenched tightly. The punch from Yi Fei a year prior had brought him immense humiliation, stripping him of his dignity before Lu Qianqian, an event that lingered painfully in his memory, almost becoming his inner demon. For over a year, he had been searching for Yi Fei, intent on killing him to eradicate his own psychological torment. Yet, with his limited power, how could he possibly find Yi Fei? This only intensified the hatred he harbored in his heart. Now, seeing Yi Fei, he trembled with excitement, barely able to contain himself. Avenge? You must possess the capability to do so. A year ago, I could bring you to your knees with a single punch. Today, I can just as easily make you beg for mercy. Yi Fei let out a cold snort, his voice growing increasingly frigid. If one were to inquire who he despised the most in his life, it would undoubtedly be Wang Hai. Were it not for Wang Hai, perhaps he and Lu Qianqian would have already been together. You may lack strength, yet your arrogance knows no bounds. Today, I shall demonstrate to you that an ant remains an ant. No matter how robust it may appear, it will always be but a mere insect. Wang Hai's expression twisted into a snarl as he extended his right hand, producing a long ruler. This ruler, nearly 3 feet in length, resembled a sword, bladeless and entirely black. It was a top-tier magical artifact. Seeing Wang Hai wielding a magical treasure, Yi Fei ceased his words, summoning his own long sword with a flick of his consciousness. Aware that Wang Hai surpassed him by a realm, Yi Fei dared not underestimate him. The two stood 5 zhang apart, gazing at each other across the expanse, both eyes brimming with combat fervor. With a shout, Wang Hai unleashed his attack, the long ruler sweeping through the air towards Yi Fei. The ruler, imbued with tremendous momentum, rapidly expanded and elongated, soon measuring 6 zhang in length and 3 inches in thickness. Like a piece of flying iron, it aimed to strike Yi Fei with great force. As the massive ruler approached, Yi Fei narrowed his eyes, his vital energy surging within, coalescing in his right arm. With a powerful stride forward, he thrust his right leg, simultaneously releasing a fierce shout as he slashed forward with his long sword. Yi Fei unleashed the 3rd sword of the Yi Luo 9 swords, a strike that represented his most formidable offensive capability to date, capable of rivaling a practitioner at the 9th layer of qi refinement. He merely wished for Wang Hai to experience the taste of being humiliated. With a resounding clash, swords met, sparks flying, and dust swirling around, accompanied by a tremendous explosion. Wang Hai's body was sent hurtling backward like a cast stone, crashing violently to the ground. Gasping, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, his complexion turning ashen. In stark contrast, Yi Fei remained standing, his expression calm, though his right hand trembled slightly, and scathed. How could this be? You are merely an ant at the 7th level of qi refinement. Overwhelmed by the disparity, Wang Hai struggled to rise, his face a mask of disbelief. I told you, a year ago I could knock you down with a single punch, and today, I can still make you kneel and beg for mercy. Yi Fei scoffed, his gaze towards Wang Hai filled with disdain. I refuse to accept this. Wang Hai's eyes burned crimson, his expression twisted with rage. The blow from Yi Fei's sword had struck him deeply, the one he had always regarded as an ant, with a cultivation level beneath his own, had managed to injure him severely with a single strike. For him, this was as humiliating as the punch from a year ago. Is this truly unbearable for you? Yi Fei shook his head lightly, pointing at Wang Hai as he continued. From childhood, you have been the young master of this hidden dragon village. Who would dare to offend you? To you, everyone has always been worthless, mere insects. Have you ever considered their feelings? I suspect you have not, for you are indifferent, believing it to be your due. For years they have endured, and yet you cannot withstand a single punch or a single sword strike. As he spoke, Yi Fei's tone was devoid of emotion, his expression neutral. You were always worthless, deserving of my scorn. Even so, do you dare to resist? You do not dare. This world operates on the principle of the strong preying upon the weak. My Wang family boasts of a core formation expert. Who among you would dare to challenge that? What if you are stronger than I? Do you dare to kill me? You do not dare. For should you take my life, your own would be forfeit. I refuse to believe there exists anyone in this world who fears death. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, Wang Hai felt no remorse. Instead, he erupted into a maniacal laughter. regarding Yi Fei with utter disdain. Dare not. Then shall we engage once more? Yi Fei's lips curled into a wicked smile. Come, come. Do I fear you? An insignificant ant? Wang Hai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, with a sinister grin, exchanged his long sword for a spiritual weapon. After the switch, he brandished the spiritual sword tauntingly before Yi Fei. Did you think I lacked one? Yi Fei replied serenely, reaching into his storage bag, from which two spiritual swords emerged, one landing in each hand. The sight of Yi Fei wielding two spiritual weapons sent a tremor through Wang Hai, leaving him momentarily speechless. He realized that he could no longer turn the tide. He could not fathom how someone so insignificant could undergo such a transformation in just over a year. Come on. Unleash your strongest strike. Yi Fei suddenly shouted at Wang Hai. The suddenness of his voice startled Wang Hai, causing him to nearly drop the spirit sword he held. I will fight you to the end. One sword to part the heavens. Overwhelmed by his own embarrassment, Wang Hai could no longer contain himself and yelled as he swung his sword towards Yi Fei. You are utterly useless. Yi Fei scoffed, wielding the third sword of the 9 swords of Luo with a sweeping motion, meeting Wang Hai's attack head-on. With a resounding clash, Wang Hai was once again sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth repeatedly, and despite his efforts, he could not rise. Meanwhile, Yi Fei remained unfazed, his arms steady and composed. Once again, Wang Hai was no match for him. So how does it feel? This insignificant ant has managed to surprise you, hasn't it? If you cannot even defeat someone you deem an ant, does that not make you lesser than one? Is there even a reason for someone inferior to an ant to continue living? Holding the spirit sword, Yi Fei slowly approached Wang Hai as he spoke. What do you intend to do? You cannot kill me. If you do, my uncle will not let you off. He will make you pay for this. As Yi Fei drew nearer, Wang Hai trembled uncontrollably, a puddle of yellow liquid forming beneath him due to sheer terror. He had been so frightened that he lost control. Didn't you say everyone fears death? That fear restrains you from taking action against me? Well, today I shall tell you, I am not afraid. Standing before Wang Hai, Yi Fei clenched his jaw and, after boldly declaring his lack of fear, swiftly brought his sword down, severing Wang Hai's head. At the moment Wang Hai's head fell, Yi Fei felt an unexpected lightness in his body, invigorated as if the cultivation bottleneck he had previously faced had vanished. Why you actually dared to kill senior brother Wang Hai? Chen Shi, witnessing Wang Hai's demise, looked at Yi Fei with wide eyes filled with terror. What is there to fear now that he is dead? But you. It would be better if you honestly tell me your purpose for being in Hidden Dragon Village. As Yi Fei collected Wang Hai's storage bag and spirit sword, he vanished and reappeared by Chen Shi's side in an instant. Chapter 34. The annihilation of the Wang family. The sudden appearance of Yi Fei rendered Chen Shi incapable of suppressing the terror that surged within him. With a thud, he fell to his knees before Yi Fei. As long as you spare me, I shall divulge everything. Chen Shi, tears streaming down his face, pleaded for mercy. Now, tell me, what is your purpose for remaining here? Yi Fei inquired once more. If I tell you, will you truly let me go? Chen Shi asked, biting his lip. That will depend on the value of the information you provide. Yi Fei replied with a shrug, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Very well, I shall speak. With no alternatives left, Chen Shi reached into his storage pouch and produced a map, handing it over to Yi Fei. What is this? Yi Fei asked curiously as he accepted the map. It is a distribution map of the Spirit Stone Mine, Chen Shi replied candidly. A Spirit Stone Mine. Yi Fei's heart raced, and he looked up at Chen Shi. Indeed, there lies a small spirit stone mine beneath Yinlong Village, albeit with limited reserves. I have been responsible for its extraction, Chen Shi explained, gesturing towards the ground beneath Yinlong Village. Is this mine affiliated with the sect? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow. Probing further, it does not belong to the sect. It is the private property of the law elder, Wang Changqing. At this point, Chen Shi ceased to conceal the truth and recounted everything he knew. It turned out that long before Wang Changqing advanced to the foundation establishment stage, he had inadvertently discovered the spirit stone mine beneath the village. However, he chose not to report it to the sect, instead claiming it as the Wang family's private possession. Utilizing this spirit stone mine, he, with his dual elemental affinity of water and wood, managed to ascend to the foundation establishment stage in merely 50 years, eventually becoming the law elder of Chongshu sect. Due to his limited aptitude, the late stage of foundation establishment was as far as he could progress, leading to a waning motivation for cultivation and a decline in the mine's extraction. He intended to reserve the mine for the future generations of the Wang family. However, a year and a half ago, after Yi Songlong killed an inner disciple of the Chongshu sect, Wang Chongqing felt a sense of urgency. He suspected that Yi Songlong's presence was linked to that spirit stone mine. Thus, he secretly sent his disciple, Chen Shi, to oversee the mine's operations. In a desperate bid for survival, Chen Shi revealed every detail, trivial or significant, in his narrative. Now, can I be spared? After divulging all he knew, Chen Shi gazed at Yi Fei with hopeful anticipation. Did I ever promise to spare you? Yi Fei smirked, and before Chen Shi could react, he swiftly extended his right hand and grasped Chen Shi's neck. With a crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed, and Chen Shi's head drooped lifelessly, meeting his demise. After stowing away the map and seizing Chen Shi's storage pouch, Yi Fei's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the direction of the Wang family estate in Yinlong village. Moments ago, he had witnessed Wang Lin fleeing in a panic. You saw it all, didn't you? Yi Fei narrowed his eyes, his figure flashing as he pursued ahead. In the Wang family's estate in Hidden Dragon Village, Wang Lin trembled uncontrollably. Upon returning home, he had refrained from notifying anyone, not even his wife. He entered his study alone and soon discovered an aged talisman from the bookshelf. Grasping the talisman, Wang Lin let out a long sigh of relief, his terror somewhat alleviated. His uncle had once mentioned that the talisman's power was comparable to a strike from a foundational cultivator. Surely Yi Fei would be unable to evade it. Wang Lin murmured to himself, tucking the talisman into his bosom as he cautiously approached the door of the study. However, before he could reach it, Yi Fei strode in from outside. Wang Lin, how could you be so malevolent as to send a cultivator to kill my father? You must be dreaming if you thought today would not lead you to my hands. Yi Fei's voice was frigid, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Though Yi Fei was not a killer by nature, the man before him was one he deemed deserving of death. Although Yi Songlong had not perished at the hands of that cultivator, Wang Lin's audacity to act so recklessly had struck a nerve within Yi Fei, akin to the vengeance of a son avenging his father. You dare harm my son. Your blind old father deserved to die. What wrong have I committed? Now that you have killed my son Wang Hai, I shall ensure you suffer a miserable end. To Yi Fei's surprise, Wang Lin was unfazed by his words, erupting into a hysterical scream. You seek death. Infuriated by Wang Lin's unrepentant demeanor, Yi Fei lashed out, reaching for Wang Lin's neck. Just as his fingers brushed Wang Lin's body, a brilliant yellow light suddenly enveloped Wang Lin. Yi Fei felt an intense sense of crisis surge within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed off with his toes and rapidly retreated. Yet, even then, his speed was somewhat sluggish. The yellow light surrounding Wang Lin had transformed into a colossal sword, raised high and swiftly descending toward him. How formidable! Sensing the immense energy contained within the giant sword, Yi Fei's heart trembled as he continued to retreat. With a flick of his consciousness, he summoned a small jade talisman shaped like a sword. The moment he grasped the talisman, he infused it with a trace of true energy, activating it. Whoosh! As the talisman activated, a beam of yellow light shot forth from it, materializing into a short sword approximately 2 inches in length. It raced forward with astonishing speed, seemingly guided by instinct, directly intercepting the giant sword that descended upon Yi Fei. Despite its diminutive size, the short sword possessed immense explosive power, and upon contact with the giant sword, it managed to hold it at bay. Boom! The two forces erupted simultaneously, producing a tremendous roar. The shockwave from the explosion, accompanied by searing heat, surged outward. Witnessing this, Yi Fei's eyes widened, and he pushed his speed to its utmost, retreating swiftly. However, due to the proximity, the shockwave still struck him, propelling him backward. Fortunately, having tempered his body, his skin's resilience was akin to that of a magical artifact, sparing him from severe injury. However, Wang Hai and the entire Wang family were distinctly different. The study was situated at the heart of the Wang estate, and the explosive shockwave, with its vast reach, reduced the entire family residence to mere rubble. Every member of the Wang household within that compound met an untimely fate, becoming but spirits in the afterlife. Was this truly the will of fate? As he beheld the billowing clouds of smoke, Yi Fei felt a tumult of emotions within him. Seizing the moment while the villagers remained in shock, he silently recited an incantation, employing the earth escape technique to burrow underground. After descending 2 yards beneath the surface, Yi Fei halted, then focused his mind to retrieve the storage bags of Chen Shi and Wang Hai. Chen Shi's storage bag contained nothing but spirit stones, a total exceeding 5,000 upon Yi Fei's mental scan. Meanwhile, Wang Hai's bag offered a bit more variety, in addition to 2 magical artifacts. It held several vials of elixirs, a jade slip of cultivation methods, 2 tomes of arcane techniques, and 3,200 spirit stones. Yi Fei was taken aback by the wealth of these 2 individuals. His excitement surged as he grasped the substantial increase in spirit stones, alleviating his concerns about the lack of resources to hasten the growth of his spirit tree. After securing the 2 storage bags, Yi Fei retrieved the map of the mine. Given that it was a spirit stone mine, there must be even greater riches beneath the surface. The thought exhilarated him. After committing the map's details to memory, he prepared to delve deeper. Just then, a furious roar erupted above him. "Who dares to annihilate my Wang family?" The voice thundered, resonating across several miles, shaking the ground and startling the wildlife, while the villagers of Yinlong were struck by sheer terror. Chapter 35. By the Spirit Stone Mine. Waiting for the opportune moment, the instant he heard the sound, Yi Fei acted without hesitation. His consciousness surged and entered the Qinglong's sword. Simultaneously, the sword transformed into a speck of dust, vanishing into the earth. Once inside the Qinglong's sword, Yi Fei's heart raced uncontrollably. He possessed an instinctive sense that had he hesitated, even for a fraction of a second, he would have been discovered by that individual. Was that person Wang Changqing? A suspicion arose within him. Even within the confines of the Qinglong's sword, he dared not extend his consciousness even a fraction. After all, the awareness of a core formation expert was formidable. Any slight disturbance could reveal his presence. He could only remain hidden for a while. Sighing inwardly, Yi Fei commanded the Qinglong's sword to burrow 100 feet underground. Since he could not venture outside, Yi Fei decided to utilize this time to examine whether he had surmounted his cultivation bottleneck. When he had vanquished Wang Hai, he had sensed an inkling of this breakthrough, and now he sought to confirm it. Indeed, the bottleneck had dissipated. As the Xiaoyao True technique circulated within him for just 1 cycle, Yi Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. He realized that his previous cultivation session had borne fruit. Joy surged within him as he closed his eyes once more, accelerating the flow of the Xiaoyao True technique to its utmost limit. The spiritual energy surrounding his body began to swiftly converge around him, which he absorbed and transformed into streams of true qi, circulating through his meridians and solidifying the cyclone in his dantian. Yi Fei's intuition was correct. The moment he entered the Qinglong's sword, Wang Changqing unleashed his consciousness across a vast expanse, even penetrating 100 feet underground. It was only due to Yi Fei's slight swiftness that he eluded Wang Changqing's probing awareness. Upon sensing the activation of the giant sword talisman, Wang Changqing quickly rose and rushed to the scene. From the circumstances at hand, he deduced that the intruder's strength was likely at the Foundation establishment stage. Logically, given his speed, it was improbable for the intruder to have escaped the 10-mile radius so swiftly. However, after thorough investigation, he found no trace of any cultivator within a 30-mile vicinity, leaving him profoundly perplexed. To prevent the intruder from utilizing concealment artifacts to evade his consciousness, Wang Changqing resolutely remained there for 3 days and nights, vigilantly observing every movement within a 10-mile radius of Yinshan village. Undoubtedly, the outcome was disappointing. Reluctantly, he returned to the Chongshu sect to report the discovery of a spirit stone mine beneath Yinshan village. His actions were born of necessity, fearing the emergence of any unnecessary complications. The following day, over 20 disciples from the Chongshu sect arrived at Yinshan village. Of course, these developments were unbeknownst to Yi Fei, who remained concealed within the Qinglong's sword. After 10 days of cultivation within the sword, Yi Fei ceased his practice and resurfaced. At this moment, he had successfully advanced from the 7th to the 8th layer of qi refinement. After careful deliberation, Yi Fei discreetly released a thread of spiritual awareness to observe the surroundings. Upon extending his perception, he discovered that the hidden dragon village was devoid of any villagers. Clearly, they had all vacated. To his left, 5 or 6 zhang beneath the ground, an underground cave had mysteriously appeared. This cave, measuring 3 zhang on each side, housed 12 disciples of the Chongshu sect. who were seated with closed eyes, absorbed in their cultivation. Their levels of cultivation were rather modest, mostly below the 5th tier of chi refinement. Beside them lay a pile of over a dozen storage bags. What could have prompted such an influx of Chongshu sect disciples? Were they here to mine spirit stones? Within the Qinglong sword, Yi Fei furrowed his brow, forming a conjecture. If these were merely minor figures, could it be that I might? As he gazed at the disciples of the Chongshu sect outside, an ingenious idea swiftly took shape in his mind. He commanded the dust transformed from the Qinglong sword to stealthily approach the cave. A quarter of an hour later, a particle of dust adhered itself to the cave's wall. Before this minute speck lay the 12 storage bags. Indeed, Yi Fei intended to lay his hands on these bags. Without a doubt, the bags left here were brimming with spirit stones. Opting for this ready bounty was a far wiser choice than toiling away in excavation. Should he wait, or seize everything at once? Within the Qinglong sword, Yi Fei thoughtfully pinched his chin, weighing the pros and cons. With his capabilities, he could effortlessly abscond with all the storage bags. He estimated that these 12 bags could contain roughly 30,000 spirit stones. However, should he take them all at once? That would be the extent of his gain. Future endeavors might prove challenging. If the situation escalated, and a foundation establishment or core formation expert appeared, he would stand no chance. 30,000 spirit stones were indeed considerable, yet in comparison to the entire spirit stone mine, even this miniature vein represented less than a quarter. Thus, Yi Fei found himself in a state of indecision. Cursed be the need for sacrifice to reap the rewards. Ultimately, he steeled himself and forced himself to remain calm. He refrained from acting rashly, choosing instead to conceal himself within the Qinglong sword, biding his time for a significant opportunity. Perhaps it was fate intervening, for Yi Fei's avarice fortuitously allowed him to evade calamity. At this moment, 100 zhang away underground, Wang Chongqing was closely monitoring the situation. He had not left this spot for the past 10 days. He firmly believed that the one who had annihilated his Wang family was lurking nearby, armed with a treasure capable of concealing one's aura. Why, one might wonder, did Elder Wang not dispatch someone to retrieve the spirit stones? This was indeed peculiar. According to the usual protocol, someone should have come to collect them daily. Yet, it had been 11 days, and with over 60,000 spirit stones accumulated, no one had arrived. This was, undeniably, a most unusual occurrence. Not only was there no one to take it, but did you not notice? Not a single senior brother with foundational skills accompanied us. 5 days later, as Yi Fei sat cross-legged within the Qinglong sword, he overheard a conversation between 2 disciples of the Qingshu sect within the cave. Their dialogue stirred something within Yi Fei. Could there be an underlying issue? The thought crossed Yi Fei's mind instantaneously. It appeared that my decision to refrain from acting in the past few days was indeed prudent. He felt a flicker of luck within himself. Fearing the potential for a trap, Yi Fei was even more reluctant to act recklessly. Scarcely daring to release much of his spiritual sense, he could only cultivate while eagerly watching the pile of storage bags ahead grow ever higher, awaiting the opportune moment. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. The storage bags before Yi Fei had accumulated to a considerable height, numbering over 30, containing approximately 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. After such a prolonged period of observation, Yi Fei discerned that there were a total of 24 disciples from the Qingshu sect present. They were divided into 2 groups of 12, each group mining for 6 hours before swapping with the other. The shift changes were remarkably punctual. Despite the abundance of spirit stones, these disciples dared not utilize them for cultivation. They merely sat in meditation, absorbing the spiritual energy from the surrounding air. 2 days later, even before the 6-hour mark was reached, the group that had descended to mine returned prematurely. Through their conversation, Yi Fei learned that the spirit stones had already been completely excavated. Had they truly been depleted so swiftly? Observing the departing individuals, Yi Fei felt a sense of urgency rising within him. He had not anticipated that this spirit stone mine would be so quickly exhausted. After waiting for so long, he could not return empty-handed. As he watched the pile of storage bags about to be taken away, Yi Fei gritted his teeth, preparing to seize the opportunity without regard for the consequences. The allure of those hundreds of thousands of spirit stones was far too great. With the Qinglong sword at his side, he was willing to take a risk. Ah, Wang Chongqing, what are you, a core formation cultivator, doing hiding underground? Are you playing a game of hide and seek? Just then, a mocking and eerie laughter echoed from above the cave, startling Yi Fei. Upon hearing that voice, his eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 36. The successful heist of spirit stones. This voice was familiar to Yi Fei. It belonged to the white-haired elder from the Qingyuan town market who had sold him the alchemical furnace. The elder's ability to utter such words indicated that his cultivation was on par with Wang Changqing's. How could this be? At that time, he was merely at the third layer of qi refinement. How had he now transformed into a formidable golden core cultivator? The possibility left Yi Fei utterly astonished. Deng Chao, why are you here? Just as Yi Fei was grappling with his surprise, an irritable voice from Wang Changqing echoed nearby. I was merely taking a stroll, and unexpectedly found myself here. What is more astonishing is witnessing you engaged in a game of hide and seek. Haha, what fun is it to hide here with a group of disciples? Why not engage in a contest with me to strengthen our bodies? The elder, Deng Chao, pointed at Wang Changqing, who had just emerged from underground, bursting into laughter. Stop your slander and leave. You have no business here. Wang Changqing glared at Deng Chao, his teeth gritted in frustration. Want me to leave? Very well, let us first determine a victor. I have heard that your spiritual sense has reached a range of 30 miles. Coincidentally, mine is not lacking either. Shall we have a proper contest? Deng Chao's eyes sparkled with mirth, showing no inclination to depart. Deng, Wang Changqing found himself at a loss for words, feeling exasperated by Deng Chao's unfounded accusations. After all, Deng Chao was notorious for his slanderous reputation in the cultivation world and possessed formidable strength, making it quite challenging for Wang Changqing to contend with him. Let us not dawdle. How about we each demonstrate a single move? Afterward, I must head south to the Linwu town market to settle a debt of 50 spirit stones with an old acquaintance. Observing Wang Changqing's indecisiveness, Deng Chao's impatience began to show. Make sure you keep your word. We shall only compare one move, and then you can leave. Wang Changqing's eyes brightened as he quickly confirmed. Do you not know? I, Deng Chao, am a man of my word. I always deliver on my promises. Deng Chao reassured with a pat on his chest. Hearing Deng Chao's self-praise, a corner of Wang Changqing's mouth twitched. Yet he chose not to comment further and immediately assumed a stance. The ground trembled. As Wang Changqing prepared, Deng Chao revealed a playful smile. He then shouted, clenching his right fist and striking the ground with tremendous force. In an instant, an invisible wave of energy radiated outward from his center, causing the earth to quake and dust to billow. Although the display was impressive, to the late-stage golden core Wang Changqing, it appeared rather mundane. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he conjured a circular barrier of light that stood before him, effortlessly shielding him from the tumultuous dust and energy waves that posed no threat to him. Indeed, Elder Wang is formidable. I am truly impressed. I shall take my leave now. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of his strike, Deng Chao helplessly shook his head, clasped his fists in salute to Wang Changqing, and then swiftly soared southward. This madman. Observing Deng Chao's retreating figure, Wang Changqing felt an overwhelming sense of speechlessness. Wait, something is amiss. The storage bags have vanished. Just as Wang Changqing withdrew his gaze, he sensed an anomaly. The storage bags within the subterranean cave had mysteriously disappeared. Moreover, the 20 or so disciples remained obliviously gazing upward at him, entirely unaware of the missing bags. Infuriated, Wang Changqing bellowed, his consciousness spreading expansively in all directions. 10 miles. 20 miles. 30 miles. In the blink of an eye, his awareness enveloped a radius of 30 miles. Meanwhile, Deng Chao had barely flown 10 miles. Could it be Deng Chao? That is impossible. He never had the chance to act. Who could it be? The individual capable of stealthily absconding with such numerous storage bags must possess a storage ring. Could it be some ancient nascent soul cultivator? Wang Changqing discreetly retracted his consciousness. His expression grave. Each storage bag held a capacity of 1,000 liters. The combined volume of over 30 bags amounted to more than 30,000 liters. Such a substantial volume could only be contained within a storage ring. Even a storage belt, with a capacity of 10,000 liters, would struggle to accommodate them. Storage rings are exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation. Even nascent soul experts cannot guarantee possession of one. Thus, he dared not investigate further. Encountering a capricious nascent soul elder could spell trouble for him. With this thought, Wang Changqing hastily led his 20 or so disciples back to the Chongshu sect. Whether or not the sect would penalize him was of little importance to him now. In truth, Wang Changqing had misjudged the situation. The one who had taken the spirit stones was not some ancient nascent soul practitioner, but rather Yi Fei. Initially perplexed by Deng Chao's appearance, Yi Fei's suspicions were aroused when Deng Chao mentioned 50 spirit stones. Thus, as Deng Chao unleashed his earth-shattering attack, Yi Fei seized the opportunity. While the disciples were captivated by the battle above, to swiftly collect the storage bags into the Qinglong's sword. Subsequently, he utilized the tremors of the earth to allow the dust created by the Qinglong's sword to swiftly ascend to the surface. Thereafter, carried by the winds, this particle of dust soared southward. He recalled Deng Chao mentioning that there was a market in Linwu town to the south. After the dust had flown 30 miles south, Yi Fei emerged directly from the Qinglong's sword. He then summoned a black disk and hastened towards Linwu town at the utmost speed. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Fei found himself on the streets of Linwu town. This town resembled Qingyuan town, serving as a market near the Hongsong mountain. However, Linwu town was considerably smaller in size. After all, its location was not as advantageous as that of Qingyuan town. Indeed, he had arrived here. As Yi Fei traversed the streets of Linwu town, he soon caught sight of Deng Chao. At that moment, Deng Chao was still peddling his wares by the roadside, his cultivation level remaining at the 3rd tier of qi refinement. "It is time you returned the 50 spirit stones you owe me," Yi Fei remarked, extending his right hand toward Deng Chao with a smile. "Haha, you are indeed clever. The spirit stones can wait. I shall repay you next time," Deng Chao chuckled, patting a stone bench beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fei approached and took a seat. Once settled, he gazed curiously at Deng Chao, remaining silent. "What's the matter? Aren't you going to ask me anything?" Deng Chao inquired, slightly taken aback by Yi Fei's silence. "I am unsure what to ask," Yi Fei shrugged, his expression nonchalant. "Unfamiliar with my background, yet you dare to approach?" Deng Chao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "I must be foolish." Yi Fei shrugged once more. "Your demeanor mirrors that of my master. You truly are his son," Deng Chao exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise at Yi Fei's personality. "What do you mean? I am the son of your master?" Yi Fei stood abruptly from the stone bench, his expression revealing a hint of agitation. "Indeed, you are the son of my master." Deng Chao nodded affirmatively. "Who is your master?" Yi Fei pressed eagerly. "My master is your father," Deng Chao replied, looking at Yi Fei as if he were simple-minded. "My father? Do you truly know who my father is?" Yi Fei furrowed his brow slightly. "Is it not Yi Songlong?" Deng Chao responded matter-of-factly. "Are you genuinely my father's disciple?" At the mention of Yi Songlong's name, Yi Fei's face was filled with disbelief. Chapter 37. The eccentric senior brother Deng Chao. Yi Fei could hardly fathom that his father had a disciple, and one of such high caliber, a formidable figure at the core formation stage. What cultivation level did his father possess? Was it the nascent soul? The mere thought of this possibility stirred tumultuous waves within Yi Fei's heart. "What? Do you not believe me, junior brother?" Deng Chao inquired, sensing Yi Fei's lack of response and growing anxious. Words alone hold no merit. Yi Fei feigned disbelief, shaking his head. Yet, despite his outward demeanor, he was already convinced to a significant extent. If there were no such connection, Deng Chao would never have bestowed the divine apothecary cauldron upon him. Under the circumstances at that time, it was evident that Deng Chao had been waiting for him. Moreover, this time, he had allowed Yi Fei to take advantage of the situation, acquiring a substantial amount of spirit stones. If there were no ties between them, Deng Chao would not have acted in such a manner. "My master has indeed never given me any token. The cultivation technique my master practices, you have not cultivated either. How can I prove that my master is truly my master?" Deng Chao exclaimed in a flustered manner, amusingly exasperated. "Very well, if you have no token, then tell me where my father is now," Deng Chao suggested, his expression revealing a hint of desperation. Yi Fei, not wishing to further complicate matters for him, pondered a moment and devised a new approach. I do not know that." Deng Chao quickly shook his head. "You do not know? Then how do you know my whereabouts?" Yi Fei questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. "Your whereabouts were conveyed to me by my master," Deng Chao replied, his eyes wide in earnestness. "Yet you do not know where my father is?" Yi Fei felt a surge of frustration, almost yielding to the impulse to chastise Deng Chao. "Junior brother, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I genuinely do not know where my master is," Deng Chao insisted, adopting an innocent demeanor. "Then how did you ascertain my movements?" Yi Fei forced himself to remain calm and pressed on with his inquiry. "My master informed me. Deng Chao reiterated with sincerity. Ah, I am going mad. If your information came from my father, then you must have met him recently, correct? Yi Fei raked his fingers through his hair, hastily altering his line of questioning. He realized that pursuing the previous line would lead to an inescapable loop. Deng Chao's intellect was indeed concerning. I have not seen him. I have not met my master in 20 years. Deng Chao immediately shook his head. 20 years without a meeting? Then how did you communicate with my father? Yi Fei asked, curiosity piqued. Well, Deng Chao began, producing a sound transmission jade from his waist pouch. Is this my father's sound transmission jade? Yi Fei's expression brightened as he eagerly seized the jade from Deng Chao's grasp. This sound transmission jade does not belong to my master, it is mine. Whenever there is a matter, my master always informs me through this jade, Deng Chao clarified. Can this sound transmission jade pendant contact my father? Yi Fei asked excitedly. No, this is my sound transmission jade pendant. It can only receive messages from my master. Deng Chao replied, shaking his head. You two are truly peculiar, Yi Fei remarked, momentarily at a loss for words. Hee, my master's wife said the same thing back then, Deng Chao said, scratching his head bashfully. My mother? Is she still alive? Where is she? Upon hearing Deng Chao mention his mother, Yi Fei stepped forward, gripping his shoulder and asking urgently, his body trembling slightly. Of course, she is alive. However, she ascended to the upper realm over a decade ago, Deng Chao stated, not wishing to conceal the truth given Yi Fei's evident excitement. Ascended? What is my mother's name? Yi Fei inquired again. She was the foremost figure in the Divine Feather Kingdom, the celestial maiden Luo Yu, Deng Chao replied without hesitation. The esteemed elder of the Xian Yao Gate who ascended is actually my mother? My master is my aunt. Yi Fei stood there in shock, his expression a vivid tapestry of emotions. Ahem, junior brother, when you meet the master, please don't mention that I told you this. The master specifically instructed me not to disclose this until you reach the foundation establishment stage, Deng Chao said awkwardly. He recalled how Yi Zonglong had repeatedly emphasized not to reveal this matter to Yi Fei. To his surprise, during their first meeting, he inadvertently disclosed it. Rest assured, senior brother, I will not speak of it, Yi Fei said with a nervous smile. In that case, you should return to your cultivation promptly. There is less than half a year until the opening of the Divine Feather Secret Realm, and you must elevate your cultivation to the peak of qi refinement. Or you will face considerable disadvantage, Deng Chao said earnestly. The Divine Feather Secret Realm? What is that place? Yi Fei asked, his face reflecting confusion. He remembered that Huoqiuyang had also mentioned this name in the woods outside Qingyuan town. The Divine Feather Secret Realm is the most significant secret realm in the Divine Feather Kingdom and the entire Divine Dragon Continent. Although the cultivation of those entering is restricted to qi refinement, the treasures produced within are the highest grade in the entire Divine Dragon Continent. This includes the God-devouring herb, which drives even nascent soul cultivators of the immortal realm to madness. Therefore, the quantity of rewards obtained from the Divine Feather Secret Realm directly impacts the survival of a sect, Deng Chao explained in detail. The God-devouring herb? The one used to refine ascension pills? Yi Fei gasped in astonishment. Indeed. Thus, junior brother, you must strive diligently. Otherwise, you may perish within due to insufficient strength. In the present day, the master's wife has ascended, and should you perish within, the master would be unable to grant me another junior brother. How pitiable I, Deng Chao, would be, left without a little brother. Deng Chao expressed his concerns. You are more likely to meet your demise than I am. A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory, Yi Fei retorted with a disapproving glare. I was merely jesting, dear junior brother. Do not take offense, Deng Chao replied, offering Yi Fei a communication jade tablet. This jade tablet is for you. Should any matters arise, you can contact me directly. I will receive your message within 100 miles. Understood. Senior brother, do not follow me too closely. It is quite exhausting. Yi Fei remarked with a hint of deeper meaning. All right, I shall refrain from doing so in the future. Deng Chao responded awkwardly with a smile. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, they parted ways. With little to occupy his time, Yi Fei summoned the black disc and soared back to the Xianyao sect. 10 days later, Yi Fei successfully returned to the Jade Maiden Peak of the Xianyao sect. At last, I am home, gazing at the familiar medicinal garden before him. Yi Fei inhaled deeply, feeling an inexplicable sense of fulfillment within. Yi Shizizi, come here for a moment. Just as Yi Fei was about to head to his cave dwelling, Jiang Mingyun summoned him through sound transmission. Upon hearing Jiang Mingyun's call, Yi Fei hastened into her cave dwelling without hesitation. In the sitting room, Jiang Mingyun awaited him in the main seat. "Please, have a seat." Without allowing Yi Fei to offer his respects, Jiang Mingyun gestured for him to take a seat beside her. "What business do you have with me, Jiang Shizu?" Yi Fei inquired respectfully. "Indeed, there is a matter for which I seek your assistance, Yi Shizizi," Jiang Mingyun said, a hint of shyness in her voice. "Whatever it is, Jiang Shizu, please feel free to command me," Yi Fei replied promptly. "Are you aware of the Divine Feather Secret Realm?" Jiang Mingyun asked softly. "I know a bit about it." Yi Fei nodded. "Then, when you enter the Divine Feather Secret Realm, could you bring me along?" Jiang Mingyun bit her crimson lip, mustering the courage to voice her request. Chapter 38. An agreement with Jiang Mingyun. Is it not said that once one's cultivation surpasses the qi refinement stage, one cannot enter the Divine Feather Secret Realm? Yi Fei was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Mingyun's words, responding with a perplexed inquiry. "You possess the Azure Dragon Sword. I can enter it in advance." Thus circumventing the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao, Jiang Mingyun elucidated. "Then, once you enter the secret realm, will you be able to emerge from the Azure Dragon Sword? Will your cultivation be suppressed upon exit?" Yi Fei asked, curiosity piqued. He was genuinely interested in this matter. If Jiang Mingyun could manifest with nascent soul cultivation within the Divine Feather Secret Realm, she could effortlessly dominate her surroundings, making the Xianyao sect the greatest beneficiary. "It should be possible to exit, though your realm may be constrained to the peak of the qi refinement stage," Jiang Mingyun replied, somewhat uncertainly. She had pondered this decision for a considerable time. There were indeed risks involved, as such occurrences had never been documented before. What unforeseen events might transpire within remained a mystery to her. The risk of demise was palpable. However, for the sake of the god-eating herb, she was willing to take this gamble. "Must I participate in this secret realm?" Yi Fei hesitated before voicing his concern. To be candid, he lacked substantial understanding of the Divine Feather Secret Realm at this moment. Participation is essential for foundation establishment. Otherwise, you may never attain it in your lifetime. Jiang Mingyun explained. "Are you unfamiliar with the Divine Feather Secret Realm, Yisha's nephew?" Jiang Mingyun inquired, casting a surprised glance at him before elaborating. "I am somewhat unaware, only knowing that it yields numerous high-tier spiritual herbs," Yi Fei admitted with a sheepish smile. While the presence of high-tier spiritual herbs was indeed significant, the crux of the matter was that cultivators from the Dragon Spirit continent must venture into the Divine Feather Secret Realm to establish their foundations. This realm only opens once every 20 years, and should one miss this opportunity, they would have to wait another 2 decades to attempt foundation establishment. "Why is that?" Yi Fei queried, brow furrowed. "Isn't there the foundation establishment pill? Can't one simply take it without entering the Divine Feather Secret Realm? That is not feasible. Only by consuming the unique herb, the Mortal Cleansing Grass. Within the Divine Feather Secret Realm can the Foundation Establishment Pill become effective after cleansing the mortal body to forge a spiritual physique. The Mortal Cleansing Grass cannot be taken out of the Secret Realm. Without it, no amount of Foundation Establishment Pills will suffice to break through." Jiang Mingyun gently shook her head. "Can all qi refinement cultivators enter the Secret Realm?" Yi Fei's interest was piqued once more. "Theoretically, yes. But those who have not reached the late qi refinement stage are generally hesitant to enter. The Divine Feather Secret Realm is fraught with peril, not only teeming with countless demonic beasts, but also rife with fierce competition and conflict among cultivators. The sects are equally embroiled in intense rivalry. If one's cultivation is low and strength weak, entering would merely make one cannon fodder." Speaking of this, Jiang Mingyun's expression revealed a hint of sadness, likely recalling past experiences within. "Must one wait another 20 years for a missed opportunity?" Yi Fei murmured, his brows furrowed. "Of course. If Yi Shiji is reluctant to participate in this secret realm, waiting another 20 years is certainly an option." Jiang Mingyun did not press him, merely offering a serene smile. For her, there is little distinction between venturing now or in 20 years' time. Is Master Uncle entering the secret realm to seek the divine devouring herb? Yi Fei did not respond directly, but instead inquired cautiously. "Indeed, I have now reached the peak of the mid-core formation stage and wish to prepare for ascension. The divine devouring herb can only be found in the Divine Feather Secret Realm, and there is but one. I do not wish to rely on others. I intend to strive for it myself." Jiang Mingyun candidly shared her intentions with Yi Fei. Very well, I am willing to partake in this divine feather secret realm. Upon witnessing Jiang Mingyun's honesty, Yi Fei hesitated only briefly before making his decision. Then I extend my gratitude to you, Yi Shiji. With only 4 months remaining until the secret realm opens, you must seize this time to cultivate diligently. Here are some Bai Yun pills to assist you in achieving the 9th layer of qi refinement within these 4 months. A higher cultivation level will provide you with greater assurance within the divine domain secret realm. Jiang Mingyun smiled gratefully at Yi Fei, then deftly flicked her fingers, sending a jade vial soaring into his hands. After accepting the vial, Yi Fei bid farewell to Jiang Mingyun and made his way to the herb garden. He spent half a day meticulously tending to the garden before returning to his cave abode. After sitting on a stone bench and pondering for a moment, Yi Fei finally focused his mind and entered the Qinglong sword. On the way back, he had concentrated on maneuvering the flying artifact to hasten his speed, neglecting to examine the spirit stones. Now that he had the time, he certainly intended to inspect them. Finding an open space, he emptied all the spirit stones from his storage bags. So many. Gazing at the pile of spirit stones that resembled a small mountain, Yi Fei felt a surge of excitement. 123,500 pieces. As Yi Fei swept his consciousness over the pile, his mouth fell agape. This abundance of spirit stones was indeed overwhelming. Not only would a novice in the qi refinement stage be envious, even cultivators in the core formation stage would be green with envy. After regaining his composure, Yi Fei approached the spirit washing tree. Although he had not yet encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, to break through the qi refinement stage, he still needed to wash his spiritual roots twice. With an ample supply of spirit stones, he decided to cleanse all his roots at once, allowing him to focus solely on cultivation thereafter. Standing beneath the spirit washing tree, Yi Fei grasped with his right hand, summoning a large quantity of spirit stones beside him. After half a day and expending roughly 8,000 low-grade spirit stones, Yi Fei successfully completed the washing of his spiritual roots twice. Compared to before, the torment of these 2 rounds of spiritual root cleansing has intensified with each iteration, lasting longer than the last. During the 9th session, the suffering persisted for nearly half an hour. Even with his refined physique, he nearly faltered under the strain. How extreme this has become. At this rate, once he establishes his foundation, his foremost task will be to elevate his body refinement level. After cleansing away the impurities, Yi Fei could only shake his head in resignation. While the qi refining stage comprises 9 levels, the subsequent realms are not so meticulously divided. They are categorized merely into early, middle, late, and perfected stages. According to the standard that each major realm necessitates 9 rounds of spiritual root cleansing. To break through the initial bottleneck of foundation establishment, he must undergo cleansing 3 times at each minor stage. However, in light of his current physical endurance, he must advance to the 2nd level of body refinement, the flesh refinement stage, before his next cleansing. Otherwise, he would be utterly incapable of withstanding the agony of the next round. Such considerations will have to wait until after he establishes his foundation. With a soft sigh, Yi Fei settled beside the azure dragon pool. He then retrieved a Baiyun pill and placed it in his mouth. The pill melted instantly, transforming into streams of medicinal liquid that flowed into his limbs and bones. The potency of this medicine was incredibly robust, creating a sensation of overwhelming force that left Yi Fei somewhat uncomfortable. Such a domineering medicinal strength. Feeling the fierce energy within him, Yi Fei focused intently as the Xian Yao True technique began to operate rapidly. As the technique circulated, the powerful medicinal essence was swiftly converted into streams of true qi. This qi flowed through Yi Fei's acupoints, entering his meridians, and began to circulate ceaselessly within. His cultivation was visibly increasing at an astonishing pace. What remarkable speed! After 2 hours, Yi Fei opened his eyes, his expression one of disbelief. Chapter 39. The Divine Feather Peak. Yi Fei discovered that using the Baiyun Dan for cultivation significantly accelerated his progress, surpassing even the effects of spirit stones by several times. Just a single pill seemed to rival the arduous toil of several days. Holding the Baiyun Dan in his hand, Yi Fei found it hard to believe. This was the first time he had tasted the sweetness of cultivating with pills. It appeared that he must earnestly delve into the path of alchemy henceforth. Determined, he resolved in his heart. With a substantial quantity of Baiyun Dan gifted by Jiang Mingyun, he settled onto the ground and devoted himself entirely to cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. When Yi Fei opened his eyes again, a glint of brilliance flashed within them. As he extended his consciousness, everything within a radius of 15 zhang materialized in his mind. Was this the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, the 9th level? Rising to his feet, he sensed the transformations within his body, still struggling to grasp the reality of it. In just 2 months, aided by the Baiyun Dan, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement. He was but a step away from foundation establishment. According to Jiang Mingyun, once he entered the divine feather secret realm and consumed the chiffon herb, he would be poised to challenge foundation establishment. After establishing his foundation, he could formally join her sect. For some inexplicable reason, Yi Fei suddenly recalled the words spoken by Luo Ying. To join your sect? His eyes narrowed involuntarily. By familial ties, Luo Ying was his aunt, and it would be expected for her to be quite close to him. Yet, the reality was starkly contrary. Since his entry into the Xianyao sect, Luo Ying had shown no concern for his well-being. This hardly resembled an aunt's affection. Was there some secret unknown to him? Reflecting on the jade pendant he had once given to Luo Ying, Yi Fei could not help but entertain this thought. Perhaps he would revisit this matter after establishing his foundation. Setting aside his tumultuous thoughts, Yi Fei strove to calm himself. With a flick of his consciousness, he summoned the Qinglong sword. After tending to the medicinal garden once more, he approached Jiang Mingyun's abode. Upon securing her consent, he entered the fire chamber he had previously utilized and began experimenting with the refinement of various pills. The path of alchemy offered no shortcuts. Only through relentless practice and gradual mastery could one hope to refine higher quality pills. Yet, increased practice invariably meant greater consumption of spirit herbs. This might be an unbearable burden for other cultivators. However, Yi Fei remained undaunted, for the miraculous Qinglong medicinal field provided him with an inexhaustible supply of spirit herbs. After diligently managing the medicinal garden for so long, he had amassed a considerable collection of spirit herb seeds across various tiers. Many had already yielded products in the Qinglong field, even including some top-grade spirit herbs. Thus, he faced no shortage of herbs for practice. A month later, through Yi Fei's continuous refinement, he successfully concocted his first batch of Hui Qi Dan, officially becoming a low-grade spirit pill master in the truest sense. Yi Fei's previous concoctions, whether the qi replenishing pill or the skin refining pill, merely belong to the category of precious pills and do not constitute true spiritual elixirs. In contrast, the qi recovery pill is genuinely regarded as a low-grade spiritual elixir. It is a restorative concoction frequently utilized by cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. Yi Shiji, please step outside, called Jiang Mingyun, summoning him after Yi Fei successfully crafted the qi recovery pill. What instructions do you have, Uncle Jiang? Yi Fei inquired respectfully, standing before Jiang Mingyun in the parlor. Did you happen to acquire a Yin Luo banner? Jiang Mingyun asked with a smile. The Yin Luo banner? Is this it? Yi Fei responded, producing a black banner with a flick of his consciousness. This banner had been obtained from Louis Shan. Indeed, that is the one, Jiang Mingyun affirmed with a nod. What purpose does it serve? Yi Fei asked, somewhat perplexed. When the time comes to retrieve the god-devouring herb, this Yin Luo banner will be a crucial item, Jiang Mingyun elucidated. It is a sinister object, Yi Fei remarked, furrowing his brow. He had never anticipated that this malevolent artifact would hold such significance. Though it is a wicked item, it is also a bane to low-tier Yin spirits. If you find the time, you should refine it in advance. While you may not be able to fully wield it, it can still be utilized to some extent within the divine feather secret realm, Jiang Mingyun advised, gesturing towards the Yin Luo banner. I would prefer you to keep it. I am not particularly fond of this item, Yi Fei said, directly handing the Yin Luo banner to Jiang Mingyun. Very well, I shall accept it. You may accompany me when the time comes, Jiang Mingyun replied without hesitation, taking the banner. With the secret realm opening in a month, if you have the opportunity, you should visit Divine Feather Peak. There, you can meet more elite disciples within the sect. Once inside the secret realm, you can look out for one another. Jiang Mingyun continued after stowing away the Yin Luo banner. Will there be many disciples from our Xiaoyao sect entering the Divine Feather Secret Realm? Yi Fei asked curiously. You will find out when you arrive. Now, go on. The path of alchemy is vast and profound, not to be mastered in a day. Use the remaining time to enhance your abilities. The Divine Feather Secret Realm is fraught with peril. Each increment in strength will enhance your chances of survival. Jiang Mingyun replied enigmatically with a smile, prompting Yi Fei to depart. Reluctantly, Yi Fei exited Jiang Mingyun's dwelling, summoned his flying sword, and soared towards Divine Feather Peak. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Fei alighted atop a mountain peak approximately 500 zhang high. This was Divine Feather Peak. Although it was not particularly tall, it spanned a vast area. At its summit lay a grand circular plaza known as Divine Feather Square. The plaza's diameter exceeded 300 zhang, accommodating thousands of individuals simultaneously. It served as a venue for disciples of the Xiaoyao sect to engage in martial arts and sparring. At this moment, dozens of disciples clad in white robes were engaged in friendly duels. Yi Fei made a rough calculation and realized that among these disciples, all were at the late stage of qi refinement. Remarkably, there were 20 who matched his own cultivation level, all having reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. The others were also quite formidable, with more than 30 at the 8th layer and over 20 at the 7th layer. This assembly totaled more than 80 individuals, which took Yi Fei by surprise. Could it be that all these disciples were to participate in the Divine Feather Secret Realm? Yi Fei pondered. If just the Xianyao sect had so many disciples entering, how many would there be from the entire Divine Feather Kingdom? Thousands, perhaps even more. If one were to obtain the God-eating herb and it happened to come to the attention of others, what would be the consequence? Would 1,000 converge upon one? In such a scenario, death would be the only outcome. If that individual perished, what fate would befall the second person to acquire the God-eating herb? And should the second fall, what of the third? Would there be a fourth, a fifth? The mere thought of these possibilities sent a shiver down Yi Fei's spine. The Divine Feather Secret Realm was clearly a veritable meat grinder. In a short span, Yi Fei grasped the inherent dangers within the Divine Feather Secret Realm. Just as his thoughts became convoluted, a round-faced, portly figure at the 8th layer of qi refinement approached him. "Greetings, I am Du Yuan. You seem somewhat unfamiliar, senior brother," the stout man said as he approached Yi Fei, clasping his hands in a polite gesture. "I am Yi Fei, and I have been guarding the medicinal garden on Jade Maiden Peak." Without venturing out, Yi Fei replied, returning the gesture. "No wonder. Are you also set to participate in the Divine Feather Secret Realm, Brother Yi?" Du Yuan inquired. "Yes. Are all these individuals here to partake in the Divine Feather Secret Realm as well?" Yi Fei nodded and gestured towards the others in the square. "Du Yuan, come over quickly. I happen to have some free time and wish to play with you a bit more," called out a handsome young man in white from a distance. His tone laced with an ominous undertone. Chapter 40. A dreadful presence. Upon hearing that voice, Du Yuan involuntarily trembled, awkwardly offering a smile to Yi Fei. "Brother Jiang Feng, I truly am no match for you. Please, let me be." Reluctantly, Du Yuan turned to the young man, named Jiang Feng, with a sheepish expression. "Junior brother Du, what do you mean by that? I merely wish to engage in a friendly spar. Is it not permissible for us, as fellow disciples, to practice together?" Jiang Feng replied, feigning seriousness. "Brother Jiang, we have already sparred over a dozen times. Each time, I end up bedridden for half a month. Now that the secret realm is about to open, could you spare me this time?" Du Yuan lamented, his face a portrait of despair. "Fear not, junior brother Du. This time, I shall not exert myself too fiercely. I assure you, you will not be harmed," Jiang Feng said, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Brother Jiang, we are all of the same sect. Why must you persist? Your inability to best Brother Feng Pu has nothing to do with me. We bear no grudge, do we? Yet every time you lose to Brother Feng, you take it out on me. Could you not find someone else?" Du Yuan sighed helplessly, his expression a mix of sorrow and indignation. "What's this? You are unwilling?" At the mention of Feng Pu, a glint of coldness flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Fixing his gaze on Du Yuan, his voice chillingly frosty. "Indeed, this time, I would rather die than endure further humiliation." Du Yuan steeled himself, meeting Jiang Feng's gaze without a hint of trepidation. He had endured too much and could no longer bear it. Should Jiang Feng injure him again, his chances of survival in the Divine Feather Secret Realm would diminish greatly. Better to fight valiantly in the face of death than to perish in that realm without dignity. "Die? We are of the same sect. How could I allow you to perish? We are merely engaging in a friendly spar. Even in the event of an accident, it would only result in injury, not a threat to your life," Jiang Feng sneered, his intentions towards Du Yuan far from benign. Junior brother Du, how about we spar together? At that moment, Yi Fei, who had been observing, interjected. Brother Yi, what did you just call me? Du Yuan asked, somewhat taken aback. Junior disciple. I neglected to mention that I am a direct disciple of Elder Luoying, Yi Fei replied nonchalantly. Having met Yi Fei's uncle before, Du Yuan immediately bowed in respect upon hearing Yi Fei's status as a disciple of the elder. Even he understood the significance of Yi Fei's words. He was being offered a way out, and how could he not appreciate Yi Fei's kindness? What do you say? Shall we spar together? Yi Fei inquired with a calm smile. Very well, I shall gladly exchange a few moves with you, brother Yi, Du Yuan responded eagerly. Not so fast. Du Yuan must first spar with me. Upon noticing that Yi Fei and Du Yuan were sidelining him, Jiang Feng's expression darkened, and he quickly interjected. Master Jiang, what do you mean by that? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow, her tone growing colder. I was the one who proposed to spar with Du Yuan. So he must face me first, Jiang Feng declared arrogantly. Junior Du, do you agree? Yi Fei turned her gaze towards Du Yuan, smiling as she inquired. Replying to Master Yi, I do not agree. I only wish to spar with you, Du Yuan grinned. Did you hear that, Master Jiang? Yi Fei shrugged. Then I shall spar with you. Jiang Feng shifted his focus to Yi Fei. To challenge me? As a junior, you should have a valid reason to confront your elder. Yi Fei remarked, a playful smile gracing her lips as she regarded Jiang Feng. You are merely a disciple by name. Whether you can officially enter the sect is still uncertain. To call yourself master uncle at this stage seems rather premature. Jiang Feng smirked, his words laced with provocation. Do bear in mind, I am the designated true disciple of the esteemed Qinghua Zhenren, the leader of the Xianyao sect. Once I successfully establish my foundation, I shall formally enter his tutelage and become a true disciple. At that point, my identity and status will be entirely transformed, he thought. Harboring a sense of superiority over Yi Fei, the mere nominal disciple. What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Yi Fei couldn't help but display a knowing smile. I am indeed dissatisfied. What can you do about it? If you wish for me to call you master uncle, it is not impossible, provided you can defeat me. Jiang Feng's attitude was brazen. I have no need for you to call me master uncle. If you lose, you merely need to apologize to Du Yuan. Should I lose, I shall indeed call you master uncle, Yi Fei replied casually. Very well. You have said it. Do not go back on your word should you lose. Jiang Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. A man of honor cannot retract his words. Moreover, I am still your master uncle. How could I deceive a junior? Yi Fei stated seriously. Everyone, gather around. I wish to spar with this individual. If I lose, I will apologize to Du Yuan. If he loses, he must call me master uncle. Let everyone bear witness, Jiang Feng proclaimed, raising his voice without consulting Yi Fei. He summoned all those present in the square, showing a blatant lack of respect for Yi Fei. Who is this person daring to provoke Jiang Feng? He is the second in our Xianyao sect's inner circle, after all. Indeed, he seems unfamiliar. Perhaps he is relying on his own 9th level of qi refinement, feeling somewhat arrogant. But can the 9th level compare to the 9th level? He is likely to suffer greatly this time. Before long, the crowd began to chatter excitedly. Shall we begin? Jiang Feng taunted Yi Fei, reveling in the discussions around him. With that, he summoned a long sword, a magical artifact, and declared, You are the junior. I shall grant you one move. Yi Fei cast a disdainful smile at Jiang Feng, his arrogance palpable. Behold my sword. Jiang Feng, incensed by Yi Fei's apparent contempt, flicked his wrist, thrusting his long sword directly toward Yi Fei's heart with lethal intent. Who truly exhibits arrogance here? Yi Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Instead of dodging, he extended his arm to intercept the incoming blade. The onlookers gasped, believing him to be foolish. Just as they thought Yi Fei's arm was doomed, the sword was astonishingly halted by his outstretched limb. Not only was Yi Fei's arm unscathed, but the blade struck against it with a resounding clang, causing Jiang Feng to stagger back several steps before regaining his balance. How is this possible? Jiang Feng's face was a mask of disbelief as he observed Yi Fei's unblemished arm. What now? Shall we continue? Yi Fei inquired with a gentle smile. Humph. Bring it on. Jiang Feng scoffed, raising his sword high as his inner energy surged violently, coalescing in his right hand. Thousand blade slash, he shouted, bringing his sword down fiercely upon Yi Fei. In that instant, dozens of illusory sword shadows emerged, all aimed at Yi Fei. In response to the barrage, Yi Fei merely smiled calmly, his mind focusing as he summoned his treasured sword. "Golden Goose, take flight," he commanded, slashing his sword forward at an angle. As he did so, a ripple of golden sword energy surged forth. The moment the myriad sword shadows encountered this energy, they were obliterated with a series of sharp cracks. Yet, the ripple did not cease. It continued to surge toward Jiang Feng. Despite Jiang Feng's frantic attempts to parry with multiple strikes, he was unable to withstand the force of the sword energy. Just as the energy was about to strike him, and with Jiang Feng's expression turning to one of horror, Yi Fei simply waved his sleeve and uttered the word dissipate, causing the sword energy to vanish without a trace. "What now? Shall we continue?" Yi Fei asked, gazing at the bewildered Jiang Feng, who stood frozen in place. As his words echoed through the air, the square fell into a stunned silence, utterly awed by Yi Fei's overwhelming display of power. Chapter 41. The advantages of a false spirit root. I refuse to accept this. Come again. Witnessing his repeated failures, Jiang Feng's eyes blazed with a crimson hue, filled with indignation. Given their equal standing, such an outcome was utterly intolerable to him. It was worth noting that even when competing against Feng Pu, the foremost disciple of the inner sect, they would engage in hundreds of exchanges before a victor emerged. Yet, before Yi Fei, he could scarcely withstand a single blow. The disparity was simply too vast. Another round? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow in surprise. "We have not yet determined a winner." Jiang Feng gritted his teeth, declaring, "Indeed, we shall." "Very well, as you wish." A faint smile graced Yi Fei's lips. With a swift twist of his wrist, Jiang Feng executed the 3 points of freedom, his sword darting towards Yi Fei with 3 rapid thrusts. With each strike, a white sphere of light erupted from the sword's tip, hurtling towards Yi Fei. Despite their modest size, akin to a bowl, the spheres exuded a formidable aura. Long before they drew near, Yi Fei could sense the oppressive force emanating from them. This technique was indeed a notch above the previous one. Yi Fei nodded in approval. Then, without hesitation, he sheathed his sword, formed fists with both hands, and with a delicate push of his toes, propelled himself forward to confront the 3 approaching spheres. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, brilliant white light erupted as Yi Fei's fists met the 3 formidable spheres, shattering them into countless white motes that vanished into the air. Once the luminescent remnants dissipated, Yi Fei's fists remained unscathed, much to the astonishment of the onlookers, who collectively inhaled sharply. The 3 points of freedom was no trivial matter. It was the most powerful technique among the 3 swords of freedom, a feat only a select few could master. Though the spheres appeared diminutive, each was comparable to the full-force strike of a 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, showcasing tremendous explosive power. Even Feng Pu would hesitate to confront such an onslaught head-on, yet Yi Fei had effortlessly obliterated them with his bare fists. The strength of Yi Fei's physique was astounding, leaving the crowd in awe of his formidable physical prowess. Jiang Feng, too, was struck with disbelief. Despite his reluctance to concede, he understood that he had lost this contest. The very fact that Yi Fei could neutralize his 3 points of freedom with mere fists indicated that ordinary techniques could not breach his defenses. How could such an extraordinary individual exist in this world? Jiang Feng's heart roared with resentment, his unwillingness to accept defeat palpable. However, in an effort to avoid further humiliation, he reluctantly sheathed his sword. Not continuing, Yi Fei inquired with a smile. "Yi Shishu possesses techniques passed down from our esteemed ancestors. How could I possibly compete?" "I concede this match," Jiang Feng replied, his face flushed as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Even at this juncture, he sought to salvage his dignity. "Say what you will. You haven't forgotten our earlier agreement, have you?" With that, Yi Fei turned his gaze towards Du Yuan. "Disciple Du, I acknowledge my mistakes regarding the previous matters." Jiang Feng surveyed the surroundings, and upon catching sight of the mocking gazes directed at him, he could not help but grit his teeth and swiftly offered a fist to Du Yuan. After uttering these words, he disregarded any reaction from Du Yuan and turned to leave. He had clearly dug a pit for himself and could no longer bear to remain in that place. "Uncle Yi, you are truly remarkable." Observing Jiang Feng's retreating figure, Du Yuan excitedly approached Yi Fei, curiously examining him from head to toe. "You are commendable as well. One may lack ability, but one must possess integrity. What you did just now was commendable," Yi Fei remarked, giving Du Yuan a thumbs up. His willingness to step forward was primarily inspired by Du Yuan's earlier display of resolve, though somewhat belated. Such an act of courage would fundamentally alter Du Yuan's mindset in the future. Had Du Yuan allowed Jiang Feng to bully him without resistance, Yi Fei would have remained a mere bystander. How could one expect others to respect someone who does not even respect themselves? Uncle Yi, please spare me the sarcasm. Du Yuan replied with an awkward smile. Is everyone here to participate in the Divine Feather Secret Realm? Yi Fei inquired, addressing the crowd that had yet to disperse, without an ounce of arrogance befitting his status as an elder. Indeed, Uncle Yi, you are truly impressive. Are you a body refinement practitioner? Is that technique you used truly taught by our esteemed ancestor? Witnessing Yi Fei's amiable demeanor, the crowd eagerly bombarded him with questions. Yi Fei graciously welcomed their inquiries, responding to each one in turn, quickly forging a connection with them. Uncle Yi, will you also participate in this Divine Feather Secret Realm? After becoming more familiar with one another, a disciple named Ning Taiping, who was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, posed the question. Yes, Yi Fei nodded affirmatively. That's splendid. With Uncle Yi present, our chances of survival in the Divine Feather Secret Realm have greatly increased, Ning Taiping exclaimed enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, the others readily concurred. It was well known that each time the Divine Feather Secret Realm opened, fewer than 30% of disciples managed to emerge. If a sect lacked a formidable presence to intimidate others, they would be lucky to escape entirely unscathed. Hence, the appearance of a talent like Yi Fei within their ranks ignited excitement among the crowd. Though Fang Pu and Jiang Feng were formidable, their prowess did not significantly surpass that of leading disciples from other sections. In contrast, Yi Fei was not only capable of overpowering disciples from rival sects, but would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 without question. Consequently, the enthusiasm towards Yi Fei was palpable. Seeing their fervor, Yi Fei felt somewhat helpless. After sharing insights on cultivation for a while, he made his way back to Yunu Peak. Is Elder Jiang present? Yi Fei hesitated briefly before arriving at Jiang Mingyun's abode. Is there something you need? Jiang Mingyun's curious voice echoed from within the dwelling. Master Jiang, I am perplexed as to why I seem to outshine my fellow disciples despite not having practiced any profound techniques, Yi Fei inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Through his match with Jiang Feng, Yi Fei discerned that although both were at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he indeed possessed a significant advantage over Jiang Feng, almost overwhelming him. This left him in a state of bewilderment, especially considering his mediocre spiritual root, which should have rendered him weaker than Jiang Feng. You are a dual cultivator of both law and body. Merely relying on the physical prowess you have cultivated through your body refinement at this stage, you would find it challenging to meet an equal within the Qi refinement realm. Moreover, given your mixed spiritual roots, the essence of your true Qi is more robust than that of other cultivators, which naturally grants you an edge, Jiang Mingyun patiently elucidated. How can my inferior qualifications lead to a more vigorous true Qi? Yi Fei questioned, still puzzled. The quality of one's spiritual roots merely indicates their aptitude for cultivation and speed of advancement. While cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots may boast exceptional talent and rapid progress, they typically draw from only one element, rendering them less formidable compared to those with multiple roots who can harness all 5 elements. Although the former may accelerate their early cultivation, the challenges they face in the later stages become exponentially greater. For instance, after reaching the nascent soul stage, a gold spiritual root cultivator may quickly grasp the principles of the gold element, yet will lag significantly when attempting to comprehend the principles of other elements. Conversely, cultivators with multiple spiritual roots, despite their lack of purity, can continually break through their limitations, leading to the purification of their roots. Once they reach the nascent soul stage, they will possess an unparalleled advantage in understanding the principles, Jiang Mingyun further clarified. Does this imply that mixed spiritual root cultivators possess greater strength than others of the same realm? Yi Fei mused, beginning to grasp the concept, and asked once more. Perhaps so, solely relying on inner strength. However, when supplemented with magical artifacts and secret techniques, the situation could differ, Jiang Mingyun replied, his words laden with significance. Magical artifacts and secret techniques, Yi Fei murmured to himself. The assessment of a cultivator's strength is indeed influenced by their personal cultivation level. But the might of magical artifacts and secret techniques should not be underestimated. For instance, the Eloah 9 swords you are studying is undoubtedly among the elite in the cultivation world. Thus, each time you employ it, you achieve remarkable feats. Jiang Mingyun explained with patience. The Eloah 9 swords is a top-tier technique in the cultivation realm. How is that possible? I merely purchased it for 10 spirit stones from the Baibao Pavilion, Yifei responded, astonished by Jiang Mingyun's assertion. Indeed, this was true. He had initially spent 10 spirit stones to acquire it from the Baibao Pavilion. The Eloah 9 swords is a signature skill of senior sister Luoying. To my knowledge, she has yet to impart it to anyone else. Just because you acquired it for 10 spirit stones does not imply that others can do the same, Jiang Mingyun remarked, his words carrying deeper meaning. Chapter 42. The gift from the concubine. Could it be a special gift from my master? Upon hearing Jiang Mingyun's words, Yifei furrowed his brow, a faint suspicion creeping into his mind. Perhaps I should pay a visit to King's Hufeng. As a disciple, it is essential to frequently visit my master. Jiang Mingyun hinted to Yifei, but fell silent thereafter. Frequent visits? At this remark, Yifei felt a flush rise to his cheeks. He had long lamented his master's aloofness, yet he realized he had not been a diligent disciple himself. With Jiang Mingyun's blunt words, even Yifei understood the course of action he needed to take. He summoned his flying sword and soared towards King's Hufeng. Given the proximity between King's Hufeng and Yunnu Peak, it took only a brief moment for Yifei to arrive outside Luo Ying's cave dwelling. As soon as he dismounted from his sword, the celestial crane guarding the entrance called out to him. The sound was not one of rejection, but rather conveyed a hint of apology. Junior brother Yi, you have arrived. As soon as the crane's call faded, Ning Siyu excitedly emerged from the cave. Greetings, senior sister Siyu. Yifei responded courteously, bowing slightly. Why are you so formal? We are both of the same sect. There is no need for such politeness. You are here to see master, correct? Ning Siyu waved her hand, her face radiating with excitement. Indeed, it has been over a year since I last visited master, and I came today specifically to pay my respects, Yifei admitted somewhat sheepishly. Haha, silly junior brother. You have finally learned to be wise, Ning Siyu laughed, leading Yifei into the cave without consulting Luo Ying. This was Yifei's first visit to Luo Ying's cave. Similar to Jiang Mingyun's, there was a delicate fragrance in the air, a unique scent that invigorated the senses. Master, junior brother Yi has arrived. After guiding Yifei to a seat in the guest area, Ning Siyu called out to the depths of the cave. As her voice faded, Luo Ying, draped in yellow gauze, gracefully emerged from within. Greetings, master. Yifei quickly rose to pay his respects upon seeing Luo Ying. You have made considerable progress. You have now reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Luo Ying's consciousness swept over Yifei, and she nodded gently, her expression neutral. Thank you for your praise, master. Yifei replied, bowing deeply. There is no need for thanks. I have not taught you anything. Given your current level, you will certainly participate in the upcoming Shunyu secret realm. You have come to seek treasures, have you not? Luo Ying raised an eyebrow and inquired. Disciple merely wishes to visit master and has no intent of seeking treasures. Yifei was momentarily taken aback by Luo Ying's words and hastily clarified. Regardless of your intentions, I have my own assumptions. Since you have expressed your desire, I cannot allow you to leave empty-handed, lest others accuse me of being a miserly master. Very well. I shall bestow upon you both the shadowless boots and the armor of the insect. These two treasures, when combined with your body refinement techniques, will render you nearly invincible within the sacred feather secret realm. As he spoke, Luo Ying raised his right hand, and a tome along with a pair of azure boots floated gracefully before Yifei. Thank you, master, for your generous gifts. Yifei sighed inwardly and expressed his gratitude before carefully storing the items away. Though his aunt appeared to treat him with indifference and lacked warmth, deep down, she genuinely cared for his well-being. See you, why not lend your diamond umbrella to your junior brother? It serves little purpose for you at the moment. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Ying turned her gaze towards Ning Siyu, who stood nearby. Of course, Ning Siyu responded without hesitation, reaching into her storage pouch to retrieve a 4-foot-long, entirely black iron umbrella. Thank you, senior sister, Yifei exclaimed as he eagerly accepted the diamond umbrella, bowing in gratitude. Very well, there is nothing more to discuss. You may return now. The sacred feather secret realm is fraught with peril. Be vigilant and do not fall victim within. Your life is but a trifle, yet it would be a shame if these treasures were to be seized by others. With these parting words, Luo Ying waved her hand, signaling for Yi Fei to depart. Upon hearing Luo Ying's admonition, Yi Fei's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. Nevertheless, he respectfully bowed to her before turning to leave. Observing his departing figure, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Luo Ying's enchanting eyes, and a charming smile graced her lips. "Fetch your senior brother Qinghuai," Luo Ying instructed Ning Xiyu after Yi Fei had exited. "Is master concerned that junior brother may encounter unforeseen mishaps within the sacred feather secret realm? Should we prepare in advance?" Ning Xiyu inquired with a smile. "Just go as I instructed. There's no need for so much chatter." Luo Ying replied with a hint of annoyance. Yes, I shall go at once." Ning Xiyu laughed lightly, swaying her curvaceous form as she exited the chamber. Unbeknownst to Yi Fei, who returned to the Jade Maiden Peak and proceeded directly to his own cave dwelling, Luo Ying's request for Qinghuai remained a mystery. He settled onto the stone bed and retrieved the diamond umbrella. This umbrella was rather unique, with a 4-foot-long handle and 36 ribs, all crafted from dark gold. Each rib supported a black canopy made of refined black iron, and concealed beneath each canopy was a small blade, approximately an inch in length. These blades could be controlled by a button on the handle. When pressed, they would launch forth to engage an adversary, and a second press would summon them back to the umbrella. After recognizing it as his own with a drop of blood and thoroughly refining it, Yi Fei then produced the shadowless boots. These boots, entirely blue, adjusted their size automatically to fit the wearer's foot. Upon recognizing them as his own with a drop of blood, Yi Fei donned them. The moment the shadowless boots encased his feet, he felt an exhilarating lightness enveloping his body. With a surge of genuine energy infusing the shadowless boots, he stepped purposefully toward the entrance of the cave. How remarkable! After merely 2 strides, Yi Fei could not contain his astonishment. He discovered that donning the shadowless boots had doubled his speed, surpassing even that of his black circular talisman. Such treasures indeed. And he truly understands my needs. Sitting back down on the stone bed, Yi Fei felt a wave of gratitude. The concern of a family member filled him with a profound sense of contentment. After a moment of reflection, he retrieved the tome on the elephant armor technique. As the name suggests, this technique is designed to enhance defense and fortify the body, echoing the principles of his body refinement arts. With a sweep of his consciousness, he absorbed the entire content of the book. He then settled into a tranquil state, commencing his cultivation. The elephant armor technique consists of 4 levels, and with his current cultivation at the Qi refinement stage, he could only practice the first level. Fortunately, the difficulty of the first level was manageable, and within a few days, Yi Fei found himself making significant progress. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. While immersed in his training, Yi Fei suddenly received a message from Jiang Mingyun. "Yi Shizhi, we shall set off for Xinyu Valley tomorrow. Do not forget your promise to me." "Rest assured, Shishu. Since I pledged to take you along, I shall not go back on my word," Yi Fei replied to the air, aware that Jiang Mingyun could hear him within the cave. "That is excellent. Later, when Yun returns, do not let her in on this matter just yet," Jiang Mingyun reminded him. "Understood," Yi Fei nodded, then inquired, "When does Shishu plan to enter the Qinglong sword?" "Before you depart," Jiang Mingyun responded. As her words faded, the voice of Jiang Yun echoed from outside the cave. "Yi Shixiang, I'm back." In an instant, a stunning young woman clad in white gauze, her figure exquisitely curvaceous, appeared before Yi Fei. Chapter 43. Departure. How remarkable! The moment Yi Fei laid eyes on the young maiden before him, he could not help but widen his gaze in astonishment. This girl was none other than Jiang Yun, who had undergone a striking transformation compared to just a few months prior, nearly rendering Yi Fei unable to recognize her. Not only had her cultivation advanced to the 9th level of Qi refinement, but her once modest figure had blossomed into a pair of firm, rounded curves. If he disregarded her face, he might have mistaken her for Jiang Mingyun. Presently, Jiang Yun's bosom was ample enough to defy a single hand's grasp. In stark contrast to the conservatively dressed Jiang Mingyun, Jiang Yun exuded a boldness that was hard to overlook. Clad in a white undergarment that barely concealed her essential form, she wore a sheer white skirt that hinted at her allure, leaving substantial skin exposed. The front displayed a generous expanse, a deep valley enticing the imagination. The skirt was notably short, merely covering her perfectly rounded posterior. With each step, it appeared as though secrets sought to escape their confines. igniting a yearning to lean down and gaze up at her. Senior brother Yi, do you think Yiyun is beautiful? Sensing the heat of Yi Fei's gaze, Jiang Yiyun flashed a flirtatious smile and twirled gracefully before him. As her body turned, the delicate hem of her skirt lifted gently, revealing her smooth, fair thighs in full view, further captivating Yi Fei's attention. Whether intentional or not, Jiang Yiyun playfully lifted her full bosom, seemingly eager to demonstrate something to Yi Fei. How grand! No, how exquisite! Yi Fei instinctively voiced his thoughts, quickly correcting himself as his cheeks reddened. Senior brother Yi, you are so insufferable, Jiang Yiyun retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her hand. You are simply too beautiful. I couldn't help myself, Yi Fei admitted awkwardly, his face betraying his discomfort. Yiyun, you return and do not even greet your aunt, but instead rush to senior brother Yi. A teasing voice from outside interrupted them, revealing Jiang Mingyun's slightly reproachful tone. Aunt, I am at fault. I shall come immediately, Jiang Yiyun blushed, sticking out her tongue playfully before dashing outside. As she ran, she waved her hand, and her previous attire vanished, replaced by a modest azure robe. Although her speed was impressive, in a fleeting moment, Yi Fei caught a glimpse of her smooth back. This girl is truly enchanting. Yi Fei licked his parched lips, striving to quell the tumult within him. With his mind no longer inclined toward cultivation, he opted to carry a bucket to the peak and meticulously tended to the medicinal garden. For reasons unknown, after Jiang Yiyun departed, she remained within Jiang Mingyun's abode and did not re-emerge, leaving Yi Fei with a tinge of disappointment. The following day, Yi Fei arrived early at the entrance of the cave dwelling, eagerly awaiting the appearance of Jiang Mingyun and Jiang Yiyun. Fortunately, the two did not keep him waiting long. Within the span of half an incense stick, they emerged from the cave. Yi Shiji, please take Yiyun to Sunset Peak. I shall not accompany you. The secret realm is fraught with peril, and you two must support one another to ensure your safe return. Jiang Mingyun offered her words of caution before gesturing for the pair to depart. Yi Fei merely nodded and, accompanied by Jiang Yiyun, ascended upon his flying sword towards Sunset Peak. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yiyun, who stood ahead, a figure followed closely behind them after their ascent, the very Jiang Mingyun herself. As she approached Yi Fei, he sensed her presence and swiftly concealed her within the Azure Dragon sword. Their actions were executed with utmost discretion, leaving Jiang Yiyun oblivious to the occurrence. In the span of a quarter hour, the duo reached the summit of Sunset Peak. This peak serves as the principal summit of the Xiaoyao sect, featuring a plaza known as Sunset Plaza, which is comparable in size to the Divine Feather Plaza. To the north of the plaza lies the Xiaoyao Hall, the sect's assembly chamber and the venue for the leaders' receptions. At this moment, the plaza was teeming with a multitude of individuals. As Yi Fei and Jiang Yiyun disembarked from their flying sword, they were promptly encircled by a throng of people who bowed respectfully before them. Yi Fei was taken aback to discover that these individuals recognized Jiang Yiyun. However, despite their outward politeness, concern etched upon their faces was unmistakable. Master Uncle, are you also venturing into the secret realm? Inquired a disciple named Ning Taiping, his expression morose as he regarded Jiang Yiyun. Indeed. Why do you appear so troubled? Is it your wish that I refrain from going? Jiang Yiyun raised an eyebrow, her demeanor slightly irked by Ning Taiping's countenance. I dare not. Ning Taiping hastily shook his head. I understand your fears, but rest assured, I am equipped with the specially crafted concealment armor bestowed upon me by my aunt. The previous incidents shall not repeat themselves, Jiang Yiyun explained with an air of impatience, surveying the group with disdain. It was worth noting that during their previous mission, when confronted by monstrous beasts, these individuals had promptly chosen to flee, displaying a lack of loyalty. Only Yi Fei had been an exception, which is why her regard for him differed from that of others. That is reassuring. That is indeed reassuring. The collective sighed in relief upon hearing Jiang Yiyun's assurance. Their primary concern had been this very issue, for within the Divine Feather secret realm lay countless ferocious beasts. Accompanying someone who could consistently attract such creatures could spell doom for them all. Come over here. Just as the crowd exchanged a few words, a commanding voice emanated from the entrance of Xiaoyao Hall. The voice belonged to a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe. Yi Fei immediately recognized him as the sect leader, Qinghua Zhenren, the foremost disciple of the esteemed elder Luoying. In terms of seniority, he was obligated to refer to him as senior brother. Upon realizing that it was the sect leader who had spoken, The crowd wasted no time in assembling themselves neatly before Qinghua Zhenren. 9 individuals at the 9th level of Qi refinement, 35 at the 8th level, and 23 at the 7th level. The gaze of Master Qinghua swept over the assembled crowd, and with a satisfied nod, he acknowledged their presence. "Master, all have arrived," he announced. Upon confirming their attendance, Qinghua bowed respectfully towards the interior of the celestial palace. As his voice faded, Luo Ying, adorned in flowing yellow silk, gracefully emerged from within the hall. "Now that we are gathered, we shall commence our journey." Stepping forward, Luo Ying lightly flicked her delicate fingers, and a diminutive flying ship shot forth. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to a length of approximately 15 or 16 zhang and a breadth of 4 zhang. The vessel's cabin was spacious enough to accommodate 100 individuals, making it more than sufficient for the few dozen of them. "Please board," she beckoned. Once the ship stabilized, with a flourish of her grand sleeves, she lifted the gathered disciples into the air, and in the next moment, they found themselves atop the ship's deck. Following that, with a mere thought, the vessel trembled and swiftly soared forward, vanishing from sight in an instant. This journey spans a considerable distance of over 60,000 miles, requiring 2 days. "You may take your leave to the cabin for now. I shall summon you upon our arrival." As the flying ship steadied itself, Luo Ying invited the disciples into the cabin. Yi Fei, remain behind. Just as Yi Fei was about to step towards the cabin, Luo Ying called him to stay. "I pay my respects, Master," he said, standing reverently beside her. "You must hold on to this map and jade tablet. They will prove invaluable within the secret realm." Luo Ying nodded gently, handing Yi Fei a jade slip and a purple jade tablet. Upon closer inspection, Yi Fei realized that the purple tablet was indeed the one he had previously given to Luo Ying. "What is this?" he inquired, bewildered by the jade tablet in his hand. "It is precisely the one you entrusted to me," Luo Ying confirmed with a nod. "Why do you return it to me, Master?" Yi Fei asked, perplexed. "This jade tablet serves as your identity token for entering the Array God Hall. It is the only one of its kind in this realm. Upon entering the Divine Feather Secret Realm, you must first visit the Array God Hall to retrieve an item." Luo Ying gazed intently at Yi Fei, her expression warm and inviting. Chapter 44. Arrival at the Divine Feather Valley. The Array Temple. Yi Fei furrowed his brows in curiosity upon hearing about the Array Temple for the very first time. "Indeed, we are to retrieve something from the Array Temple," Luo Ying confirmed, before posing a question that had long troubled Yi Fei. "Do you know how your father's eyes were blinded?" At the mention of this inquiry, Yi Fei's body trembled involuntarily. "Master knows?" he asked, excitement lacing his voice. "Many years ago, in the Divine Feather Secret Realm, your father was injured by the formation while attempting to decipher the entrance array of the Medicine God Temple, all for the sake of this jade tablet, which ultimately cost him his sight," Luo Ying reminisced, a somber tone enveloping her words. It was evident that this memory was tinged with sorrow. "What are we to retrieve?" Yi Fei asked, his brow knitted in concern. "The Legendary Array Classic and the Super Array Disc," Luo Ying elucidated. "Both of these items are extraordinary, I presume?" Yi Fei ventured cautiously. "Extraordinary is an understatement. Each has the potential to stir chaos in the realm of cultivation. The Array Classic not only catalogs all spiritual tier formations in the cultivation world, but also introduces formations from the spirit realm. Anyone who comprehends it can attain the status of an Array Master. The Super Array Disc is even more formidable. It is said that those who possess it can traverse across realms with ease," Luo Ying elaborated. "Can I accomplish what my father could not?" Yi Fei asked earnestly. Sensing the complexity of the situation, he felt an unsettling certainty that the Divine Feather Secret Realm held many secrets yet to be unveiled. "Absolutely. 20 years ago, your father opened the entrance to the Array Temple. For reasons unknown, he was unable to enter. If you go, as long as you find the right place, you can enter with this jade tablet. Given that you have successfully honed your body, the formations there will pose no threat to you. Retrieving those 2 treasures should not prove difficult," Luo Ying explained calmly. "What about the God-devouring herb? Should we still collect it?" Yi Fei inquired, recalling the most crucial item in the Divine Feather Secret Realm. "If you secure these 2 treasures, obtaining the God-devouring herb will be as effortless as reaching into your pocket," Luo Ying replied, a charming smile gracing her lips. "Very well. I shall strive not to disappoint, Master," Yi Fei affirmed with a resolute nod. "Now, sit beside me and study that map. Remember, Once we arrive at the secret realm, do not concern yourself with the other disciples. First, go to the Array Temple and retrieve the treasures. Afterward, you may regroup with the others. The meeting points for each area are indicated on the jade slip, Luo Ying instructed, gesturing to the space beside her. Yes, Master, Yifei replied, dutifully taking his place beside Luo Ying. After sitting down, he focused his mind, sending a strand of consciousness into the jade slip. How vast is this? Upon discerning the expanse of the divine feather secret realm, Yifei could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The area of the divine feather secret realm spanned an astonishing 10,000 miles. According to the map, a myriad of terrains existed within, even including cities. However, these cities were mere ruins. No indigenous inhabitants resided within the divine feather secret realm. Master, given the vastness of the divine feather secret realm, wouldn't it be quite challenging to encounter others once we enter? Yifei inquired with a hint of curiosity. Your point has merit, yet it is also flawed. Though the divine feather secret realm is expansive, numerous areas are densely populated with demonic beasts, making it exceedingly difficult for humans to traverse. Consequently, the activity range for humanity is significantly constrained, which paradoxically increases the likelihood of encounters, Luo impatiently elucidated. I see. Upon hearing the explanation, Yifei finally grasped why the casualties in the divine feather secret realm were so high. During the ensuing time, he refrained from further inquiries and meticulously scrutinized the map within the jade slip, committing its contents to memory. Though the journey was lengthy, Luo Ying's vessel flew at remarkable speed, halting before a valley after merely 2 days. At that moment, 7 other ships had already gathered around this valley. Anchored in various positions, these belonged to other sects that had arrived earlier. Luo Ying made no effort to greet the others, casually selecting a spot to dock. Everyone disembark. We have arrived at the Divine Feather Valley, Luo Ying announced as the ship steadied. When the group beheld Yifei seated beside Luo Ying, expressions of envy washed over their faces, with Jiang Feng's eyes betraying a flicker of jealousy. It was important to note that despite having established his foundation, he was merely a direct disciple under the sect leader. Conversely, Yifei had already attained the status of the sect leader's junior disciple, a rank above him. Initially, he presumed that the elder did not favor Yifei, but it seemed otherwise now. A vague sense of trepidation crept into his heart, fearing that Yifei might seek retribution in the future. Thus, he quietly positioned himself behind the others, his eyes darting restlessly. This is indeed the Divine Feather Valley, the place where the Divine Feather secret realm opens. I trust that sect leader Qinghuai has conveyed all necessary information to you, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Each of you will receive a storage pouch containing a positioning jade plate and a map jade slip. Once inside, endeavor to act in unison to minimize casualties. Remember, upon acquiring the chiffon grass, your primary objective is to preserve your life, with the collection of spiritual herbs being secondary, Luo Ying instructed, waving her hand as 70 storage pouches emerged from her ring, floating before the disciples. The disciples bowed respectfully and promptly retrieved the storage pouches, securing them to their waists. After completing these tasks, Luo Ying chose to disregard the others, allowing them to roam freely aboard the spaceship. The disciples, understanding the situation, hastily retreated to the rear of the vessel, careful not to disturb Luo Ying. You shall hold onto this ring. The success of the Xiaoyao sect in acquiring spiritual herbs rests entirely upon you. Once the disciples had departed, Luo Ying removed the ring from her left index finger and handed it to Yifei. Thank you, Master. Yifei said respectfully as he accepted the ring and slipped it onto his finger. The ring still held the lingering warmth of Luo Ying's presence, evoking an indescribable sensation within Yifei. Observing Yifei don the ring, Luo Ying merely nodded before closing her eyes. Yifei, feeling a surge of excitement at possessing a storage ring for the first time, allowed his curiosity to guide him. With a flicker of his consciousness, he sent a thread of his spirit into the ring. What a vast space! He exclaimed in awe upon witnessing the ample interior of the ring, which was at least 100 times more capacious than an ordinary storage pouch. Although it paled in comparison to his azure dragon sword, within the realm of cultivation, it was indeed a remarkable artifact. However, disappointment washed over him as he noted the ring's emptiness. Reluctantly, he withdrew his consciousness. Just as he retracted his spirit from the storage ring, he caught sight of a spaceship swiftly approaching from the distance, passing them by. Driven by curiosity, he cast a glance toward the deck of that ship. In that fleeting moment, he beheld a graceful figure standing on the deck. Has she come as well? Yi Fei murmured, his body trembling at the sight of her. Chapter 45. The opening of the secret realm. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Yi Fei was certain that the figure he had glimpsed was indeed Lu Qianqian, the girl who had grown up alongside him, yet had chosen to abandon him due to his lack of spiritual roots. That scene from their past was forever etched in his memory, an indelible mark he could never erase. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian's heart was tumultuous, waves of disbelief crashing within her. How could it be that Yi Fei, once deemed rootless, had now ascended to the same level as her, both being cultivators at the 9th layer of Qi refinement? It was well known that she possessed a rare, celestial spiritual root, while Yi Fei had been dismissed as a mere waste. Had she truly made the wrong choice all those years ago? Conflicted emotions surged within Lu Qianqian, rendering her uneasy. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fei shook off his momentary stupor and compelled himself to regain his composure. Luo observed all of this keenly, her intuition hinting at a deeper understanding of the situation. Although she remained unaware of the intricacies involved, she felt satisfied with Yi Fei's reaction and chose to refrain from further inquiries. As time progressed, more and more flying vessels began to congregate around the Divine Feather Valley. Within half a day, the number soared to 20 ships. In addition to these grand vessels, numerous lone cultivators surrounded the area, most of whom were at varying levels of cultivation, primarily in the late stages of Qi refinement. When counted all together, their numbers reached a staggering 500 to 600 individuals. So many people, Yi Fei exclaimed, taken aback by the throng surrounding him. There certainly weren't this many when we first ventured out. Luo, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, quietly opened them and let out a soft sigh. Isn't there an abundance of spiritual herbs within? Why must cultivators engage in such fierce competition? Yi Fei, sensing her confusion, inquired, abundance? What constitutes as abundant? Intrigued, Luo regarded him attentively. Well, Yi Fei hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, what counts as abundance? Cultivators tread a treacherous path, advancing from Qi refinement to foundation establishment, and upon mastering that, to core formation, followed by nascent soul. But does the journey end with ascension? No. Beyond the nascent soul, even higher realms await. With resources limited, the pursuit of longevity and the quest for further advancement along the celestial path necessitate competition for resources. Should one refrain from contention, they risk being obliterated along the vast expanse of the immortal road. Does this seem cruel to you? Noticing Yi Fei's somber expression, Luo sighed softly, her voice gentle. Indeed, it does, Yi Fei nodded thoughtfully. Will you then relinquish your aspirations? Luo asked, her gaze serious as it fixed upon him. Never, Yi Fei affirmed, his determination unwavering, a newfound clarity dawning within him. Scatter aside, you rogue cultivators. Make way or risk being crushed by the ships. A harsh voice echoed from the distant sky, interrupting their conversation. Soon after, a black spaceship emerged on the horizon, swiftly approaching Xinyu Valley. As the vessel drew near, a voice among the scattered cultivators cried out, "The people from the Luocha sect are coming. Quickly, step aside, or misfortune will befall you." Upon hearing this, the scattered cultivators dared not hesitate and quickly dispersed to the sides, clearing a wide passage of several dozen feet. Just as the passage was made, the spaceship glided in and came to a steady halt above it. Humph, you are wise to comply. Otherwise, once in the secret realm, none of you would escape my wrath. As the ship settled, a pale-faced youth clad in a black cloak descended from the vessel, stepping onto a flying sword. He surveyed the scattered cultivators with a look of disdain. This individual was recognized by Yi Fei as Hua Qiuyang, whom he had encountered previously in Qingyuan town. Despite Hua Qiuyang's arrogance, the scattered cultivators dared not utter a word, retreating hastily to distance themselves from the Luocha sect's ship. It was no jest. This was the foremost sect of the demon cult in Xinyu country. Who would dare provoke them? Not to mention the 20 or so sects present. There were scarcely 3 that would truly risk inciting the Luocha sect. What took everyone by surprise was that Hua Qiuyang, riding his flying sword, directly approached the ship of the Xiaoyao sect. Who among you is Yi Fei? Step forward. Standing before the Xiaoyao sect's vessel, Hua Qiuyang completely ignored Luo and shouted loudly towards them. Seeing Hua Qiuyang's brazen demeanor, Yi Fei's expression hardened, and he prepared to confront him. Hee, Master Hua. Your son is quite audacious. Is he not afraid that the wind will cause him to trip over his own tongue? Before Yi Fei could advance, Luo Ying opened her beautiful eyes, chuckled lightly, and cast a sidelong glance at the Luocha sect's ship. Her tone seemed casual, yet a subtle pressure emanated from her presence. Hua Qiuyang, standing atop his flying sword, felt the weight of this pressure and began to tremble involuntarily. What does Miss Luo mean by this? Is she attempting to bully the weak? From the Luocha sect's ship, a man in a black robe silently emerged from the cabin. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, Hua Qiuyang, who was quaking in fear, suddenly felt a lightness wash over him, returning him to normalcy. Bully the weak. Master Hua is jesting. Had I wished to do so, he would already be a corpse. I merely intended to remind him that one must learn to be humble, especially in the presence of elders, lest others speak ill of him. Luo Ying responded with a calm smile, her words laced with meaning. Qiuyang, return. Whatever matters you have can be resolved within the secret realm. Here, you are shielded, but in the secret realm, you may act freely. Upon hearing Luo Ying's veiled rebuke, the man in the gray robe remained unfazed, his eyes fixed on her as he spoke with a smiling demeanor. Responding to the black-robed man's call, Hua Qiuyang shot Yi Fei a wicked smile before soaring back to the Luocha sect's ship. It was evident that he had recognized Yi Fei earlier and had intended to provoke the Xiaoyao sect with his earlier actions. The master of the fire gate remarked that while there are protectors outside, once inside, the situation changes dramatically. Survival hinges solely on one's own abilities. Luo Ying's lips curled into a knowing smile as she spoke. Very well, let us await the outcome with bated breath. The man in the black robe grinned wickedly, exuding an air of assured victory. Their exchange crackled with tension, causing the expressions of the other Yuaning elders aboard the ship to darken ominously. After weighing the pros and cons, they began to make arrangements for their disciples within the gate. On the ship of the Carefree sect, Luo Ying refrained from offering any advice to Yi Fei, confident that he would grasp the underlying meaning of her words. Prepare yourselves. The secret realm is about to open. Half a day later, after sitting in meditation on the deck, Luo Ying suddenly opened her eyes and spoke up. No sooner had her words left her lips than the spatial barrier above Shunyu Valley quivered, gradually revealing a white vortex the size of a fist. As time elapsed, this vortex expanded, transforming into a white portal over a meter wide within mere breaths. Let us proceed. As soon as the portal stabilized, Hua Qiuyang stepped forward, mounting his flying sword and entering the portal. Following closely were the disciples of the Rakshasa sect, numbering nearly 90 in total. With the entrance of the Rakshasa sect, other sects were not to be outdone. Their disciples also took to the skies on their swords and followed suit. The disciples of the Carefree sect were no exception. Once assembled, they flew into the white portal under the guidance of a disciple clad in white. Of course, Yi Fei and Zhang Yiyun were among them. Upon crossing the threshold of the portal, Yi Fei felt a momentary blur before finding himself in an entirely different realm. This place was a dense forest, enveloped in an eerie silence devoid of any presence of cultivators. Not only that, but there were also no demonic beasts in sight. Observing this, Yi Fei focused his consciousness and entered the Qinglong sword. Who are you? As he entered the Qinglong sword, he was taken aback by the sight of a woman in white by the edge of the Qinglong pool. He realized he did not recognize her. She was certainly not Jiang Mingyun, whom he had originally taken in. Chapter 46. Entering the temple of the array, the woman clad in white possessed alluring curves. Her well-defined bosom reminiscent of Jiang Mingyun's figure, captivating and enticing. However, her visage was strikingly ordinary. Yi Shizhi, it is I, the woman in white remarked with a smile. Her voice astonishingly identical to Jiang Mingyun's. Jiang Shizhi. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Yi Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, it is I, merely adorned with a mask. As she spoke, the woman delicately removed a human skin mask from behind her ear, revealing the breathtaking countenance of Jiang Mingyun. Ah, it truly is Jiang Shizhi. You startled me. Relieved to confirm her identity, Yi Fei exhaled deeply. In the secret realm, revealing her true appearance had always been somewhat inconvenient. Donning the mask alleviated her concerns. Jiang Mingyun, while speaking, reattached the human skin mask. Jiang Shizhi, we have entered the divine feather secret realm. Allow me to attempt to extract you from the Qinglong sword. Glancing at the unfamiliar face while calling her Jiang Shizhi, Yi Fei felt a twinge of awkwardness. Very well, I am prepared. Jiang Mingyun nodded affirmatively. With that, Yi Fei wasted no time. He concentrated his thoughts, enveloping Jiang Mingyun with a thread of divine consciousness. In the next instant, the two found themselves outside the Qinglong sword, standing amidst a dense thicket. Their cultivation was indeed suppressed. In an instant, Jiang Mingyun discerned the alteration in her realm. At that moment, her powers were restrained to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Where shall we go next? Yi Fei inquired, surveying their surroundings before turning to Jiang Mingyun. Let us heed Sister Luo Ying's guidance. We shall first proceed to the Temple of the Array, Jiang Mingyun replied without hesitation, evidently having considered this thoroughly. Do you know the location of the Temple of the Array, Shishu? Yi Fei asked. Of course, I have been here before. I am certainly more familiar with it than you. Just follow my lead, Jiang Mingyun replied with a charming smile. Raising her delicate hand, she summoned a flying sword. Subsequently, they stood upon the sword, which ascended gracefully into the air, swiftly heading southeast under Jiang Mingyun's command. Will this not draw too much attention? As they soared past towering mountains, Yi Fei felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing they might attract unwanted notice and trouble. What is there to fear? Although my cultivation is restrained, my divine sense remains unimpeded. I am acutely aware of everything within a 300-mile radius. Should we encounter anyone, I will deftly evade them. Jiang Mingyun remarked nonchalantly. Reassured by her confidence, Yi Fei cast aside his worries. Given their proximity to the Temple of the Array, it took merely half a day for Jiang Mingyun to guide Yi Fei to a sheer cliff. This cliff stood tall and straight, reaching into the clouds, with a valley below where the two found themselves situated. Is this the place? Yi Fei inquired with curiosity. The valley was desolate, with scant vegetation, and it was hardly a setting for a divine temple. You will find out shortly, Jiang Mingyun replied, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. With a single stride, she advanced toward the sheer cliff before them. Just as Yi Fei contemplated calling out to stop her, he was astonished to witness Jiang Mingyun's form seamlessly meld into the stone wall. Stupefied, Yi Fei hesitated not, following suit with a step forward. The instant his body traversed the stone surface, his vision brightened as if he had pierced through a curtain of water, emerging into another valley. This new valley spanned only a few feet in width, winding forward into an obscured horizon. However, at its center, circular platforms appeared at intervals of several paces, numerous in number and stretching inward. Jiang Mingyun stood transfixed, gazing at these elevated circles. What is it, Master Jiang? Yi Fei asked, concern etching his voice upon seeing her expression. It's nothing. Let us proceed, she replied, taking a deep breath and leading him further into the depths. For what felt like half a stick of incense, they walked until they halted before a radiant curtain of multicolored light. This magnificent barrier enveloped the entire valley ahead, evidently a protective array of sorts. This is the place. Take out the jade tablet, Jiang Mingyun gestured toward the shimmering veil. Yi Fei nodded, extending his right hand to reveal the purple jade tablet resting in his palm. He then gently tossed it forward, and the tablet soared onto the surface of the colorful curtain. As the jade tablet landed upon the luminous screen, the vibrant barrier rippled, unveiling a circular portal just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Upon sighting the emergence of the gateway, Jiang Mingyun exchanged a glance with Yi Fei, and they stepped through in succession. As they entered, the portal gradually sealed shut, a flash of violet light signaling the jade tablet's return to Yi Fei. With a flourish of his sleeve, he retrieved the tablet and turned his attention ahead. The interior bore little difference from the realm beyond the curtain. It remained a winding valley, leading further into obscurity. Shall we continue deeper? Yi Fei queried, glancing at Jiang Mingyun. I suppose so. This is my first time here as well, she responded, uncertainty lacing her tone. Very well, Yi Fei conceded, and together they ventured onward. Fortunately, they did not travel far before arriving at the valley's terminus. Before them lay a circular meadow, roughly the size of a diameter, encircled by towering cliffs that reached for the clouds. Nestled against the precipices were exquisite wooden pavilions, each 2 stories high. At the very heart of the meadow stood an octagonal tower, 6 stories tall, approximately 8 zhang high, and spanning 2 to 3 zhang in diameter. Is this truly the divine temple? Yi Fei questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. As he journeyed forth, he encountered not a single word. How then did Luo Ying and her companions ascertain that this place was called the Temple of Challenge? Indeed, The treasures should lie within this octagonal tower. Jiang Mingyun, her expression grave, nodded in agreement. How does my master uncle know this? Yi Fei inquired, perplexed. I just used my divine sense to probe the surrounding pavilions, and there was nothing of our interest within them. However, this octagonal tower remains inscrutable to my perception, Jiang Mingyun elucidated. Then let us simply enter and search for it, Yi Fei declared, striding toward the open tower door. Although Jiang Mingyun harbored some doubts, upon witnessing Yi Fei's resolute action, she felt compelled to follow closely, anxious that he might encounter unforeseen dangers. Thus, the two entered the octagonal tower side by side. As soon as they stepped inside, the tower door abruptly slammed shut with a resounding clang. This sudden turn of events startled them both. What is happening? Yi Fei exclaimed in alarm. Although he was uncertain as to why the door had closed, he had an ominous feeling that it boded ill. It seems we may not be able to leave, Jiang Mingyun remarked, her complexion darkening after surveying the area with her divine sense. Not able to leave? Yi Fei was taken aback and rushed to the location of the door, attempting to open it. To his dismay, he discovered that the door had vanished entirely, replaced by an immaculately seamless wall of the tower. Chapter 47. We can only try that method. Is this truly a manifestation of the supernatural? Yi Fei cautiously touched the wall, confirming it was indeed the tower's surface, and felt a chill creep down his spine. This was undeniably peculiar. Stop looking. This tower is sealed. Unless we can pass the assessment of this octagonal tower, there is no escape, Jiang Mingyun remarked, her gaze fixed on a wall inscribed with words. Assessment? Yi Fei turned in bewilderment. It was then that he noticed the densely etched characters on the wall before Jiang Mingyun. Driven by curiosity, he approached the wall and began to examine it closely. This tower is known as the Zhenshin Tower, consisting of 6 levels. Only by passing the assessment of the current level can one ascend to the next. Only by conquering the first 5 levels can one reach the pinnacle and exit this octagonal tower. Otherwise, one is doomed to remain trapped here. The tower opens once every 20 years, for a duration of 1 month, and to date, no one has succeeded in breaching its defenses. Does this imply that if we cannot pass the assessment, we shall never escape? A heavy dread settled in Yi Fei's heart, his expression grave. It seems so. We should hasten our efforts to conquer the tower, Jiang Mingyun replied, her countenance equally somber. This outcome was unforeseen for her as well. Initially, she believed that acquiring the legendary treasure would not pose much difficulty, but it now appeared her assumptions were overly simplistic. Yet, what must we conquer? Yi Fei gazed at the barren expanse of the tower's interior, an expression of confusion etched on his face. Although the wall spoke of assessments, it revealed nothing of their nature. The tower was expansive, yet desolate, devoid of anything, not even a staircase leading to the second level. The only clue lay in the intricate runes inscribed upon the wall. Yi Fei had only discerned these upon probing with his spiritual sense. They were invisible to the naked eye. However, through his spiritual exploration, he could distinctly sense that the wall was adorned with a myriad of black runes. These runes were peculiar, appearing as if carved by a chisel, scattered and chaotic in appearance. Let us focus on these runes, Jiang Mingyun decided, closing her eyes and settling herself on the ground. Observing her, Yi Fei refrained from further words, releasing his entire spiritual sense to envelop the first level of the octagonal tower. Countless runes flashed through his mind like lightning. Yi Fei swiftly scanned each rune, but found nothing particularly remarkable. He then began to sort and categorize the runes, experimenting with various methods. He even resorted to striking the wall with his fists, but to no avail. How exactly are we to conquer this? After 2 days, Yi Fei was utterly exasperated and chose to cease his efforts, sitting quietly on the ground with his brow furrowed in concentration. This situation is indeed troublesome. Jiang Mingyun, nearing her limit as well, opened her beautiful eyes and let out a soft sigh. 2 days have passed, yet there remains no sign of progress. This is merely the first layer. What of the subsequent layers? Even Jiang Mingyun, a formidable nascent soul practitioner, now finds herself feeling somewhat anxious. The answer undoubtedly lies within these runes. Yet what exactly are these symbols? Unable to fathom their meaning, Yi Fei chose to lie down upon the ground. After 2 days of relentless study of these runes, he was indeed fatigued. His spiritual awareness pales in comparison to Jiang Mingyun's, being merely at the qi refinement stage. And prolonged usage had taken a considerable toll, rendering him unable to sustain his efforts for much longer. You should take a moment to rest, Jiang Mingyun remarked, shaking her head in resignation as a fleeting glimmer of concern crossed her eyes. Thus, while Jiang Mingyun continued her analysis of the runes, Yi Fei reclined on the ground, his gaze fixed on the top of the layer, lost in contemplation. Master Jiang, have you noticed that these are not runes at all, but rather fragmented characters? After an hour, Yi Fei suddenly sat up, a spark of excitement illuminating his expression. Just as he had laid down, a flash of inspiration struck him, prompting him to consider viewing the runes from a different perspective. This attempt indeed revealed a clue. Fragmented characters? That seems unlikely. They lack any radicals, Jiang Mingyun observed again, her brows furrowing slightly as she shook her head gently. It is not a mere separation. It appears as if they have been cleaved apart by blades. Yi Fei's frown gradually relaxed as he continued to scrutinize them, excitement bubbling forth. Yes, they have indeed been cleaved. He sprang to his feet, his previously furrowed brow now entirely relaxed, his face alight with exhilaration. It seems to be the case. Prompted by Yi Fei's insight, Jiang Mingyun quickly began to discern the pattern as well. Master Jiang, if I am not mistaken, we need to reassemble these characters. Perhaps by piecing them together, we may uncover the answer. Yi Fei exclaimed eagerly. In that case, let us hasten to assemble them. Our time is limited. Jiang Mingyun nodded in agreement. The two then seated themselves upon the ground, their spiritual awareness extending to envelop the entire first layer of the octagonal tower. Even with a breakthrough, the task of reconstructing the countless fragments of text proved to be anything but simple. The fragments were exceedingly small. Some were mere punctuation marks, while others were divided into 3 parts with just a single stroke. This is the character for initial. This one represents approach. Under the guidance of his spiritual awareness, Yi Fei meticulously began to piece together the fragments that could form coherent characters. Remarkably, based on the cutting marks of each fragment, he was able to assemble them one by one. In contrast to Yi Fei's progress, Jiang Mingyun encountered difficulties. Although she could identify which fragments could form a character, her spiritual awareness was incapable of manipulating them, leaving her in a state of frustration. In a moment of desperation, she had no choice but to assist Yi Fei. As they assembled the characters, the number of formed words increased and the remaining fragments diminished, allowing them to piece together the characters with greater speed. After a day, the two finally completed assembling all the fragments on this layer into words. When the last character was formed, the black runes suddenly trembled, their inky hue seemingly evaporating, dissipating gradually. As the darkness faded, a golden essence emerged, transforming all the runes into radiant gold. Subsequently, these golden characters aligned themselves in sequence, and as soon as they were arranged, a brilliant light flashed, transmuting them into individual golden orbs of light. These golden points then converged, forming an elongated beam of light. As this golden beam materialized, it swiftly darted towards Yi Fei, penetrating his brow and gradually flowing inward. Yi Fei attempted to evade, but the beam moved with such velocity that he could not escape its grasp. An excruciating pain surged through him as the light streamed into him. Yi Fei clutched his head, crying out in agony. His mind felt as though it were being forcefully inundated with countless sensations, the pain nearly unbearable. Yi Fei, you must hold on, Jiang Mingyun urged, realizing the significance of the golden light entering his brow. The pain was overwhelming. Yi Fei continued to cry out, the sensation far more intense than any physical suffering he had endured. While refining his body had caused corporeal pain, this torment emanated from the depths of his soul. How could he possibly endure it? What could be done? Observing Yi Fei's torment, Jiang Mingyun felt a surge of urgency. She understood that this was a form of forced enlightenment. If Yi Fei could successfully absorb it, the benefits would be immense. While she could alleviate physical pain, this was a torment of the spirit, and even she, a formidable nascent soul expert, felt somewhat helpless. Seeing Yi Fei on the verge of collapse, Jiang Mingyun bit her lip in contemplation, letting out a soft sigh. There was nothing left but to try that method. With a graceful wave of her hand, she shed a piece of her clothing, though her outer robe concealed any unusual sight. Without the barrier of that garment, a unique fragrance emanated from her body, quickly infiltrating Yi Fei's nostrils. How delightful! Just moments ago, Yi Fei had been clutching his head in agony, but now he lifted his gaze, mesmerized by Jiang Mingyun. His expression one of sheer infatuation. Upon noticing the curves of her form, he could not help but drool, murmuring, "So grand, so round." Chapter 48. Insights on digestion. Yi Fei's words caused Jiang Mingyun's face to flush a deep crimson. Although she had anticipated this reaction, witnessing it firsthand still stirred a sense of annoyance within her. Her intention was to numb Yi Fei's senses. Otherwise, he would be unable to endure the excruciating pain of being forcefully inundated with insights. Fortunately, her strategy proved somewhat effective. At that moment, while Yi Fei gazed at her with an entranced expression, even drooling, he no longer emitted cries of agony. The golden beam of light was rapidly diminishing, soon to be entirely absorbed into his brow. This revelation brought a profound sense of relief to Jiang Mingyun. "What is this?" The infatuated Yi Fei suddenly grinned foolishly, extending his hand towards Jiang Mingyun's chest. The abruptness of his action, combined with their close proximity, caught Jiang Mingyun off guard, allowing him to seize his opportunity. Upon grasping her, Yi Fei gently pinched and twisted. As a maiden, Jiang Mingyun could hardly withstand such a gesture, letting out a soft moan as her body turned weak and nearly collapsed to the ground. "Pervert!" she exclaimed indignantly. However, she quickly regained her composure, a sudden realization dawning upon her. With a shriek, she instinctively kicked out, landing a precise blow to Yi Fei's groin, sending him flying backward. Thud! Yi Fei's body soared like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily against the tower's wall before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Just then, the golden beam of light completely entered his brow. Simultaneously, a staircase leading to the second floor slowly emerged at the center of the first level. You. Jiang Mingyun stood frozen, her face a portrait of embarrassment and fury as she gazed at the unconscious Yi Fei. Her cheeks burned with a mixture of shame and frustration, leaving her at a loss for words. "Consider yourself fortunate," she sighed helplessly, casting a resentful glare at the sleeping figure of Yi Fei. After adjusting her clothing, she approached his side and flicked her delicate fingers, sending a pill into Yi Fei's mouth. "Ouch, that hurts." Within mere moments, the previously unconscious Yi Fei suddenly clutched his groin, curling into a ball and crying out in pain. It seemed that Jiang Mingyun's kick had indeed been rather forceful. Seeing him in such distress, a wave of guilt washed over Jiang Mingyun, and a fleeting glimmer of concern flashed in her eyes. Yet, as she remembered that Yi Fei had successfully tempered his body, she exhaled a sigh of relief, feigning composure as she urged, "Stop pretending. Get up quickly. We need to ascend to the second floor." "Ouch! Ouch!" Yi Fei groaned, cradling himself as he struggled to stand, too embarrassed to meet Jiang Mingyun's gaze. In truth, the moment he regained consciousness, memories of the prior events flooded back. Though his mind had been momentarily clouded, he retained a vague recollection of the mischief he had caused. As he grappled with uncertainty on how to confront Jiang Mingyun, a subtle pain unexpectedly surged from his groin. In that moment, a flicker of inspiration ignited within him, leading to the earlier scene. A staircase materialized before them. They should ascend swiftly. Observing Yi Fei's pained expression, which seemed genuine, Jiang Mingyun tentatively probed, her confidence wavering. She harbored doubts about the validity of Yi Fei's discomfort. Despite his successful body refinement, that particular area remained a man's most vulnerable point. Her kick could indeed inflict genuine harm. "Ouch, ouch. Master Uncle, please wait a moment while I compose myself." Yi Fei grimaced, forcing himself to stand upright. With a deep breath, he cautiously took a step forward. However, as he initiated this movement, he abruptly halted, wincing in agony. Fortunately, his resolve remained steadfast. Through relentless suffering and perseverance, he eventually managed to stride onward. His actions rendered Jiang Mingyun, a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, utterly speechless, her anxiety palpable. What if her kick caused Yi Fei serious harm? How could she explain that to Sister Luoyu? Only when she observed that Yi Fei could walk unimpeded did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, she had entirely dismissed the earlier incident, conveniently forgetting that she was the one who had initially incurred a loss. Thus, with Yi Fei leading the way and Jiang Mingyun following closely behind, they ascended the staircase to the second floor of the Array God Tower. Unlike the first floor, the second was also barren, yet it featured a staircase leading to the third level. "Can we ascend directly?" Yi Fei pondered as he tentatively stepped forward. To his dismay, a translucent barrier obstructed his path, shimmering across each step of the staircase. Jiang Mingyun tried to breach it as well, only to find herself thwarted by the very first barrier. Faced with this impasse, their gazes shifted towards the barren tower walls. Alas, the walls were stark and devoid of any markings, even under the scrutiny of their spiritual senses. A glance exchanged between them was laden with confusion. What kind of insights have been infused into your being? Jiang Mingyun suddenly inquired, a spark of inspiration igniting within her. It seems to pertain to array formations. Yi Fei replied uncertainly. The insights were not his own. Even when forcibly infused into his being, they merely existed as an energy entity, suspended within his consciousness. To truly grasp these insights, he would need to project his own spiritual sense into the energy entity and engage in gradual contemplation. This staircase is protected by an array. My expertise in formations is insufficient to breach it. I suspect it is indeed linked to the insights you have received. Perhaps you should attempt to comprehend them. There may be answers within, Jiang Mingyun analyzed. Although her proficiency in formations was commendable, this particular array was exceedingly peculiar and unlike anything she had encountered before, let alone attempted to dismantle. I shall give it a try. Yi Fei nodded slightly and promptly seated himself on the ground. Then, a tumultuous wave surged through his sea of consciousness, and a wisp of his spiritual awareness soared into the energy entity suspended beside it. As Yi Fei's consciousness entered, an endless scroll devoid of a visible end unfurled before him, its surface densely inscribed with characters. The moment his awareness made contact with these inscriptions, they vanished from the scroll, simultaneously etching themselves vividly into his memory. A day later, when Yi Fei opened his eyes, he noticed that the energy entity within his sea of consciousness had diminished in size by half. I know what must be done, he declared, a smile illuminating his face as he swiftly approached the staircase. Through his recent contemplation, he had discerned the nature of the formation before him. Upon encountering the barrier of light obstructing his path, Yi Fei deftly formed seals with his fingers, occasionally pointing forward. Within mere moments, the barrier shattered with a resounding pop. Following the collapse of the barrier, Yi Fei stepped forward, placing his foot upon the first step. This time, he encountered no hindrance, successfully standing upon the first tier. He then employed the same method, executing hand seals with precision to dismantle the barrier on the second step. In this manner, after shattering 10 barriers, Yi Fei arrived at the landing of the staircase and seated himself once more. He divided his spiritual awareness again, probing into the energy entity. A day later, the energy entity was entirely assimilated, vanishing from existence. Yi Fei rose to his feet, prepared to dismantle the remaining barriers on the staircase. The last 10 barriers were swiftly overcome within a quarter of an hour. Is it yet another puzzle? Yi Fei mused, his expression rendered speechless upon discovering that the third level bore an uncanny resemblance to the first. Must I receive insights once more? Jiang Mingyun's heart tightened as she suddenly recalled her experiences on the first level, her delicate face flushing a deep crimson. Chapter 49. Almost crossed the line, master. Why don't you give it a try this time? Yi Fei said awkwardly. He was hesitant to attempt it himself. If something went awry, it would spell trouble. Jiang Mingyun remained silent, merely nodding gently. Subsequently, she closed her eyes, attempting to harness her spiritual consciousness to manipulate the fragmented characters. Perhaps you should take over, she suggested after a moment, her eyes fluttering open, revealing a somewhat unnatural expression. Her earlier attempt, much like the one on the first level, had proven futile. Her spiritual consciousness remained unable to move the fragments even a fraction. Very well, Yi Fei replied, resignedly steeling himself for the task. Drawing from his previous experience, he found this attempt considerably smoother. Although the number of characters was significantly greater than before, the two managed to complete the task within a day. Ouch! As the golden light penetrated Yi Fei's forehead, he cried out in pain, cradling his head. I hope you behave this time. Witnessing Yi Fei's agony, Jiang Mingyun sighed helplessly and removed a piece of her close-fitting clothing. Within mere breaths, Yi Fei stood before Jiang Mingyun, entranced, his mouth watering. So grand, so round. His gaze fixated on the fullness before him, reminiscent of their previous encounter. Close your eyes, Jiang Mingyun exclaimed, her voice sharp, as she swiftly tore a piece of fabric from her robe and covered Yi Fei's eyes. Although his vision was obscured, his sense of smell remained acute. How fragrant. He inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the scent that belonged to Jiang Mingyun. Jiang Mingyun almost felt overwhelmed by Yi Fei's reaction. Had he not been the son of Luo Yu and Yi Songlong, She might have struck him down with a single punch. Fortunately, this state of affairs did not linger long. Yi Fei soon absorbed the insights he needed. As the staircase to the fourth level manifested, Jiang Mingyun showed no hesitation, promptly donning her garment again. Without waiting for Yi Fei to regain his senses, she ascended to the fourth level. Half a stick of incense later, Yi Fei finally awakened. Observing that he was alone on the third level, he shook his head in resignation and cautiously made his way to the fourth level. There, Jiang Mingyun sat cross-legged at the edge, oblivious to his arrival. Upon noticing that the fourth level mirrored the second, Yi Fei settled down on the ground to contemplate the array insights he had just acquired. He now comprehended that this array tower was designed to cultivate successors of the array god. For reasons unknown, he had become the so-called successor. The first and third levels facilitated the transmission of the array god's legacy, while the second and fourth levels tested whether the successor could integrate the knowledge of the arrays. In truth, these arrays were merely foundational, at most classified as elementary. Jiang Mingyun's inability to decipher them stemmed from the fact that the array system of the array temple differed fundamentally from her own studies. These formations belonged to the ancient array, incomparable to the formations of today. After 3 days, Yi Fei successfully comprehended the insights from these formations. Due to the abundance of insights this time, he spent an additional day with his understanding of the third-level formations. The trials of the fourth level posed no significant challenge for him. Within a quarter of an hour, he ascended to the fifth level of the array god tower. Once again, it was a puzzle. Upon detecting the myriad fragments of remnants on the tower walls, Yi Fei couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Reluctantly, he calmed himself and endeavored to piece them together. Fortunately, it was only a short while before Jiang Mingyun joined him, sparing him from solitary struggle. After 2 days, all the remnants were finally assembled. "Ah!" Yi Fei cried out in anguish once more. This time, it was far more intense than the previous 2. He collapsed onto the ground, rolling about in agony. Witnessing this, Jiang Mingyun did not hesitate and quickly removed her close-fitting garment once again. How fragrant! Ah! The pain is unbearable. Even with the enchanting scent enveloping him, Yi Fei could still feel the soul-wrenching torment. He gritted his teeth and stood up, his eyes bloodshot, and a golden light slowly merging into his being at his brow, rendering him somewhat fearsome. His gaze towards Jiang Mingyun brimmed with possessiveness. The pain was excruciating. However, this expression of desire lasted only a moment before he once again grasped his head in despair. What to do? Observing the lengthy golden light, Jiang Mingyun felt a sense of urgency. This round of insights was evidently far more substantial than the previous 2, and the prior method seemed ineffective this time. She contemplated knocking Yi Fei unconscious, fearing it might impede his ability to receive insights. Just as Jiang Mingyun hesitated, Yi Fei, who had been lamenting, suddenly ceased his cries, his body beginning to tremble violently, on the verge of collapsing. Clearly, Yi Fei could no longer endure. "Yi Fei, you must hold on." Witnessing this, Jiang Mingyun's heart trembled, and she hurriedly approached, supporting his arm, her expression filled with concern. At that moment, she felt a sudden tightening around her waist, as Yi Fei's other powerful arm pulled her tightly into his embrace. "What are you doing?" Jiang Mingyun exclaimed, struggling to break free. Yet, within this secret realm, her cultivation was suppressed, and against the frenzied Yi Fei, she found herself unable to escape. "Yi Fei, I am your marshal, ain't you?" Realizing she couldn't break free, Jiang Mingyun shouted loudly, hoping to awaken Yi Fei, but as soon as she uttered a word, she felt her body weaken, rendering her voiceless. Unbeknownst to her, a large hand had already grasped her rounded form. Feeling Yi Fei's strong grip, Jiang Mingyun could no longer contain herself, her body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. For reasons unknown, she found herself unable to resist any longer. As the boundary was about to be crossed by Yi Fei, a tear slipped from Jiang Mingyun's eye, and she slowly closed her eyes. In a state of delirium, Yi Fei, upon noticing the tear at the corner of Jiang Mingyun's eye, abruptly regained his senses, hurriedly releasing her and forcefully pushing her away. "Ah!" Jiang Mingyun, losing her balance, let out a sudden cry as she fell to the ground. At that moment, Yi Fei, struggling against his inner desires and excruciating pain, stumbled away, curling up on the ground, clutching his head in anguish. Fortunately, the light had dwindled significantly, and after just a few breaths, it completely vanished into Yi Fei's brow. The instant the pain ceased, Yi Fei felt a blur before his eyes and fainted. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingyun had already risen from the ground. Observing Yi Fei's unconscious form, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. With a wave, she donned her fitted garment and slowly approached him. What a tragic fate! Jiang Mingyun sighed softly. This time, instead of administering a pill to Yi Fei, she quietly sat beside him, waiting for him to awaken naturally. At that moment, her delicate brows knitted together, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Confronted with those large hands, she could not comprehend why she had felt no inclination to resist earlier. She felt a sense of shame regarding her own reaction. After all, in her eyes, Yi Fei was merely a child. Yet now, faced with such an incident, how was she to contend with it? She did not believe it was Yi Fei's fault. Rather, he had saved her. Had he not suddenly regained consciousness, a grave mistake might have transpired. In such a case, would she have the courage to continue living? It hurt so much. Just as Jiang Mingyun's thoughts became a tangled web, Yi Fei, lying beside her, suddenly cried out in pain once more. Chapter 50. The treasure is fully acquired. What happened? Upon hearing Yi Fei's anguished cry, Jiang Mingyun's heart trembled, and she quickly turned her head to look at him. The myriad thoughts that had occupied her mind were swiftly replaced by concern for Yi Fei. My head aches terribly, Yi Fei lamented, cradling his head in distress. What is going on? Jiang Mingyun asked urgently, feeling helpless. My sea of consciousness has been overwhelmed, Yi Fei managed to articulate through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. At that moment, his sea of consciousness was already occupied by the energy he had absorbed, leaving little room. Hurry and digest those insights, Jiang Mingyun reminded him. In truth, Yi Fei was already aware of what needed to be done. He steeled himself against the excruciating pain in his sea of consciousness and sent a wisp of his spiritual awareness into the mass of energy. As time passed, the volume of that energy began to diminish. The intense pain in his sea of consciousness gradually dissipated. 5 days later, when he opened his eyes, the energy that had nearly overwhelmed his sea of consciousness had been completely digested. Damn it, that was a close call, he thought, recalling the excruciating pain from the previous soul rending, leaving him with a lingering sense of dread. Upon standing, he noticed that Jiang Mingyun had ascended to the 6th floor. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and followed her. The 6th floor was markedly different from the previous levels. In the east, west, south, and north directions, there were circular stone platforms. These platforms bore a striking resemblance to the ones he had seen in the valley. However, each of the 4 platforms held an item. The eastern platform displayed a jade tablet, while the western, southern, and northern platforms each held a circular disc of green, red, and black respectively. Each of these platforms was enveloped in a layer of vibrant, circular light, clearly indicating a protective formation. Yi Fei quickly realized that Jiang Mingyun was not present. She must have ventured out. He recognized the nature of the 4 colorful light barriers. With a swift motion, he drew a spiritual weapon, a longsword, from his possession. I shall choose you first, he murmured, approaching the eastern platform and gazing at the jade tablet. Gripping the longsword, he deftly twirled his wrist, striking out in 16 directions against the barrier in the blink of an eye. As he struck with his sword, the colors of the vibrant barrier began to fade. With the final strike of his sword, the barrier transformed into a transparent veil that burst apart with a pop, vanishing entirely. The protective formation around the jade tablet was thus effortlessly dismantled by Yi Fei. Having absorbed insights from the 5th level, he had made notable progress in understanding formations. Is this the formation classic? Yi Fei reached out and grasped the jade tablet. As soon as his consciousness delved within, the 2 characters formation classic came into view. Confirming its identity, he refrained from further examination and stored the jade tablet away. Subsequently, he employed the same method to dismantle 3 additional formations, retrieving the discs concealed within. Upon acquiring the 3 discs, he observed that each bore 2 minuscule inscriptions at their centers. The green disc was inscribed with defense, the red disc with attack, and the black disc with time. This must be the super array disc that Luo Ying had mentioned. However, it was not a singular disc, but rather 3 distinct ones. Time was of the essence. He resolved to study them further upon his return. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Fei stowed the 3 array discs away and descended the array god tower. When he reached the 1st floor once more, the tower's door had swung open. Without hesitation, he stepped outside. To his astonishment, as soon as he exited the array god tower, it rapidly shrank, transforming into a palm-sized object that flew into his hand. Intriguing. Casting a glance at the diminutive tower in his hand, Yi Fei merely smiled faintly before storing it within the Qinglong sword. Where had Uncle Jiang gone? Curiosity led him to survey the surrounding pavilions. Due to the limitations of his spiritual awareness, he failed to detect Jiang Mingyun's presence. In exasperation, he chose a pavilion at random and approached. As he drew near, he discerned the plaque that read Treasured Artifacts Pavilion. Standing at the entrance, Yi Fei swept his spiritual awareness inside. In an instant, the interior of the Treasured Artifacts Pavilion materialized in his mind. Although it bore the name Treasured Artifacts Pavilion, it contained no magical artifacts whatsoever. Aside from a few tables and chairs, there was nothing of interest. Finding the lack of items disheartening, Yi Fei moved on to another pavilion. This one was called Pavilion of Skills, and similarly yielded nothing. The Alchemy Pavilion was devoid of any treasures. As was the Forging Pavilion, Yi Fei traversed the entirety of the valley's pavilions, uncovering no useful items, which left him quite disheartened. Even more troubling was the absence of Jiang Mingyun, whom he had yet to locate. What could this mean? Had she perhaps exited the valley? With that question lingering in his mind, Yi Fei retraced his steps. It was not until he arrived before the resplendent multicolored barrier that he finally spotted Jiang Mingyun. She was seated on the ground, eyes closed in meditation. Uncle Jiang, are we ready to return? After a brief moment of hesitation, Yi Fei stepped forward to inquire. Although several days had passed, their reunion still felt somewhat awkward to him. Let us go, Jiang Mingyun replied, rising and nodding. Her demeanor was remarkably serene, as if the events of the past had never transpired. All right, Yi Fei replied with an awkward smile, leading the way. Thus, they traversed the protective formation and made their way back to the sheer cliff where they had initially entered. Uncle Jiang, where shall we go next? Yi Fei asked, standing amidst the empty valley. First, gather the cleansing herbs to rid yourself of your mortal essence, and then we shall proceed to the soul-devouring valley. Jiang Mingyun stated calmly. With that, she unsheathed a flying sword and leapt upon it. Observing this, Yi Fei followed suit, and once they both steadied themselves, with a subtle movement of her mind, Jiang Mingyun commanded the sword to soar forth like a swift arrow. Yi Fei remained oblivious to their destination, nor did he wish to inquire. He stood behind Jiang Mingyun, entranced, gazing at her exquisitely graceful silhouette and inhaling the faint fragrance that enveloped her. Unbeknownst to him, a warmth began to stir within his heart. Memories of the gentle touch from days prior flooded his thoughts, causing his breath to quicken. Jiang Mingyun, acutely aware of Yi Fei's changing demeanor, found herself equally affected, her complexion slightly flushed and her heart racing faster than usual. Clearing her throat softly, she quickly regained her composure. The sound of her throat clearing jolted Yi Fei back to reality, awakening him from his reverie. He inhaled deeply, discreetly pinching his thigh to quell the excitement that threatened to overwhelm him, vowing to banish any further errant thoughts. An hour later, Jiang Mingyun guided the flying sword to a stop amidst a dense thicket. There it is, you may begin your gathering. I shall wait for you here. If possible, you might consider transplanting some into the Qinglong sword. Should they thrive, they will prove invaluable in the future. She indicated towards a patch of silvery, cleansing herbs. These were the cleansing herbs unique to the divine feather secret realm. Understood, Yi Fei replied, stepping towards the patch of cleansing herbs. He was aware that consuming these herbs would bring him one step closer to advancing his foundation. Chapter 51. Purification of mortal flesh. Though the cleansing herb is unique to the divine feather secret realm, it is not abundantly found everywhere, typically only appearing in a few designated locations, flourishing in patches. Before Li Fei lay a verdant expanse, with no less than 100 plants. Following Jiang Mingyun's instructions, Li Fei devoted the better part of a short incense stick to transplanting all these cleansing herbs into the Azure Dragon sword. As Jiang Mingyun had anticipated, the cleansing herbs indeed thrived within the sword. A mere sprinkling of the waters from the Azure Dragon pool breathed life into the freshly transplanted herbs, which began to exhibit a vitality even more exuberant than when outside. Master Uncle, these cleansing herbs can survive within the Azure Dragon sword. Li Fei exclaimed excitedly as he emerged from the sword. That is splendid. You may commence the purification of your mortal flesh there, Jiang Mingyun replied, her countenance brightening as she gestured towards a nearby stone. Acknowledging her direction, Li Fei approached the stone, seated himself upon it, and placed a cleansing herb into his mouth. The moment the herb touched his tongue, a wave of refreshing coolness enveloped him. As he chewed, streams of invigorating juice flowed down his throat and into his abdomen. Once it settled within him, the coolness began to radiate from his lower belly, spreading throughout his entire being. As the icy sensation coursed through him, it abruptly transformed into a searing heat. In the blink of an eye, he found himself drenched in sweat, every pore of his body wide open. His veins, muscles, and bones began to expel greasy impurities, which flowed out through the open pores. Compared to the agony endured while cleansing his spiritual roots, Li Fei now, despite the heat, felt an extraordinary sense of relief. The more impurities he expelled, the lighter his body felt, and the greater the sensation of euphoria surged within him, nearly prompting him to moan in delight. After a brief interval, Li Fei sprang to his feet, exhilarated. He was now enveloped in a dark, grimy layer of filth, obscuring even his true visage. "Clean yourself first," Jiang Mingyun said, hurriedly covering her nose as she waved him off, noticing his eagerness to approach. Her reaction caused Li Fei to blush, bringing to his attention his disheveled state. With a mere thought, he entered the Azure Dragon Sword. Moments later, he emerged, a flash of motion marking his return. "Master Uncle, these cleansing herbs are truly extraordinary," he declared, brimming with excitement. He realized that after the purification of his mortal flesh, his physique had undergone a significant transformation. Not only did he feel lighter, but his vision and perception had notably enhanced. Indeed, this marks a crucial step for cultivators transitioning from the mundane to the ethereal, Jiang Mingyun replied with a smile, feeling reassured by Li Fei's current state. "Can these cleansing herbs be refined into medicinal elixirs?" Yi Fei cautiously inquired. "Is it impossible? As qi refinement practitioners lack innate true fire, and there is no earth fire present, refining pills here is utterly unfeasible." Jiang Mingyun shook her head in response. "What about the true fire within your body, Master Uncle? Can it be utilized?" Yi Fei's mind sparked with a sudden thought. "That is not an option. I have already attempted it. Moreover, within this divine feather secret realm, there are no fire elemental beasts to be found." Jiang Mingyun sighed in resignation. She had already anticipated what Yi Fei was pondering. This was evidently a deliberate act of the heavenly Tao, aimed at preventing an excess of practitioners from transcending their mortal confines. Only in this manner could resources be conserved, allowing for the cultivation of a greater number of advanced practitioners. "Master Uncle, if you enter the Azure Dragon Sword, could you not refine this cleansing grass into a pill?" Yi Fei suddenly conceived a bold idea. This should be feasible. Jiang Mingyun's eyes sparkled with realization, and she immediately reached a decision. Subsequently, with a flicker of Yi Fei's consciousness, the two found themselves within the Azure Dragon Sword. After the passage of an incense stick's time, accompanied by the fragrant aroma of herbs, Jiang Mingyun successfully refined 6 golden pills from 3 cleansing grasses. "It truly can be done," Yi Fei exclaimed, leaping with excitement as he beheld the 6 resplendent pills emerging from the furnace. The successful creation of the cleansing pill signified that the Xiaoyao sect could cultivate foundational practitioners at a rate several times, even dozens of times, that of other sections. If this trajectory continued, the Xiaoyao sect would undoubtedly stand unrivaled among all sects within a century. "Enough, do not celebrate prematurely. Let us not forget the paramount purpose of our journey," Jiang Mingyun reminded him. "Thank you for the reminder, Master Uncle," Yi Fei quickly replied, his smile fading into a respectful demeanor. "Now, please send me out, and you remain here to thoroughly investigate that jade slip and the 3 array discs. When we arrive at the soul-devouring valley, I will call for you." Jiang Mingyun glanced at the array spirit tower set aside. "I appreciate your efforts, Master Uncle." Yi Fei bowed once more, then a wisp of his consciousness enveloped Jiang Mingyun. In the next moment, she vanished from his sight, with only himself remaining. Yi Fei let out a long sigh. Ever since that incident, although he had maintained his composure beside Jiang Mingyun, a sense of unease lingered within him. Forcing aside his distracting thoughts, Yi Fei retrieved the jade slip. As he projected a wisp of consciousness, a vast reservoir of array knowledge surged into his mind from the slip. Without those prior insights, I fear I would not even comprehend the contents of this jade slip. After a quarter of an hour, Yi Fei shook his head in exasperation and stored the slip away. The array formations contained within the array classic encompassed a wide array of topics, even delving into alchemy and artifact crafting. The intricacies and profundities of the formations were such that without foundational knowledge, one could not truly grasp them. Even if one could understand them, fully comprehending their depths would prove to be no trivial endeavor. Merely the intermediate-level formations, the majority of which could only be comprehended after ascension, posed a formidable challenge. Yi Fei confidently asserted that this array classic was undoubtedly not of this realm, but rather a relic from a higher realm that had fallen to this place. After putting away the jade slip, he retrieved the 3 array discs. He first picked up the disc inscribed with the word defensive. After a brief examination, he infused a trace of true energy into it, hoping to activate the array. However, he was met with disappointment as the disc showed no response whatsoever. Child, do not squander your efforts. This array disc cannot be activated without being refined first. Even after refinement, it remains inert unless you possess a medium-grade spirit stone to serve as energy, the Azure Dragon explained with a smile as it descended from the clouds. Just as Yi Fei was pondering the matter, medium-grade spirit stones? Yi Fei felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. While he possessed a considerable number of spirit stones, they were all of the lower grade, and he lacked even a single medium-grade stone. Even the Spirit Stone Mine in Hidden Dragon Village had yielded none of medium quality, underscoring their rarity. Do you think? This is a top-tier array disc, not something of your realm. The fact that you have obtained it is already a tremendous stroke of fortune. Even in the higher realms, it is considered elite, and it would still hold value in the immortal realm. To activate it, not only is a medium-grade spirit stone required, but you would also need to expend at least 1,000 of them each time, the Azure Dragon remarked dismissively. 1,000. At this revelation, Yi Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. It was essential to note that 1 medium-grade spirit stone equated to 100 lower-grade stones. Thus, 1,000 medium-grade stones amounted to a staggering 100,000 lower-grade stones. And that was merely to activate the array disc once. Such an expenditure would be unsustainable even for a large sect. Does this mean that the array discs I have acquired are utterly useless? Yi Fei lamented with a bitter smile. Not entirely without merit. That time array disc may still hold some utility for you, the Azure Dragon remarked, gazing at the black array disc with a knowing smirk. Chapter 52. The Time Array Disc. The Time Array Disc? Yi Fei gazed at the obsidian disc with a look of perplexity. Indeed, this is the Time Array Disc, within the recesses of my inherited memories. It stands as one of the most extraordinary entities in the realm of cultivation. Observing the dark disc before him, the Azure Dragon's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Altering the flow of time, much like that medicinal herb field, Yi Fei immediately thought of the nearby herb field. You are correct, once activated. This time array disc can indeed modify the flow of time, akin to that herb field. However, the extent of its alteration remains uncertain. You shall have to experiment for yourself, the Azure Dragon elucidated. Does activating it also require mid-grade spirit stones? Yi Fei inquired cautiously. Naturally, though perhaps not as many as you might think, the dragon replied, albeit uncertainly. What do you mean? Yi Fei's brows furrowed in contemplation. The defensive and offensive array discs have a broad activation range, thus consuming more resources. In contrast, the time array disc requires a substantially smaller scope. Perhaps 10 to 20 stones would suffice to activate it. However, even once activated, its duration will not be lengthy, the Azure Dragon mused thoughtfully. Very well. I shall experiment with it once I acquire mid-grade spirit stones, Yi Fei responded, somewhat disheartened, as he stored all 3 discs away. He had initially believed that the Azure Dragon would have a method for him to utilize the time array disc immediately. To his disappointment, it seemed he was mistaken. Mid-grade spirit stones were indeed necessary. Lacking these stones, the discs would serve no purpose remaining within the Azure Dragon's sword. So Yi Fei simply summoned the sword forth with a flicker of his consciousness. Have you completed your research? Upon seeing Yi Fei emerge so swiftly, Zhang Mingyun expressed mild surprise. Yes, the disc cannot be used for now. The old dragon mentioned that mid-grade spirit stones are required. Yi Fei replied with evident frustration. How many are needed? Zhang Mingyun asked casually, showing no signs of astonishment. The defensive and offensive formations consume 1,000 stones each time. As for the time array disc, I am uncertain at present, but the dragon suggested that a mere 10 or 20 stones could activate it. Yi Fei recounted honestly. I possess some mid-grade spirit stones. Take them and see how the time array disc performs. Jiang Mingyun said as she handed Yi Fei a storage pouch. Thank you, Master Jiang. Yi Fei expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow as he accepted the pouch. Go ahead. You have half a day to reach the soul-devouring valley, which should be ample time for your experiments. Jiang Mingyun waved him off. Yi Fei nodded and re-entered the Azure Dragon sword. Settling by the edge of the Azure Dragon pond, he retrieved the time array disc. This disc was entirely black, palm-sized, and its material was unknown. The surface and underside were intricately etched with mysterious runes. Around the disc's circumference were circular grooves, within which lay a hexagram. Each vertex of the hexagram featured a small aperture, perfectly aligned within the circular grooves. After a simple blood oath to recognize its master, Yi Fei commenced the process of refinement. Fortunately, this time array disc is easier to refine than a magical artifact. In just a quarter of an hour, Yi Fei completed the refinement. Had it been a magical artifact of this caliber, he would likely have been unable to refine it at all. Upon completion, Yi Fei tossed the time array disc into the air and uttered a single word. The disc rapidly expanded, its diameter stretching to approximately 10 feet, hovering before him. Descend. With a gentle press of his left hand, the time array disc slowly descended to the ground. Observing the disc, Yi Fei noted the 6 fist-sized recesses at the apex of the hexagram. With a flicker of thought, a strand of his consciousness swept into the storage bag that Jiang Mingyun had given him. 100 pieces. He was momentarily taken aback by the quantity of medium-grade spiritual stones within. Jiang Mingyun had indeed been generous, bestowing upon him 100 medium-grade stones all at once. This gesture deeply moved Yi Fei. After a brief moment of contemplation, he selected 6 stones. Although medium-grade spiritual stones were similar in size to low-grade ones, they contained a significantly greater amount of energy, and their luster was more vibrant and translucent. Following his intention, Yi Fei seated himself upon the time array disc and placed the stones into the 6 recesses. Once all 6 stones were deposited, the disc trembled throughout its entirety. Subsequently, a layer of white light burst forth from the outer circular recess, extending outward. This white light converged about 10 feet above Yi Fei's head, forming a luminous dome that enveloped the entire time array disc. Within the shimmering barrier, Yi Fei felt no abnormalities. The environment felt indistinguishable from the outside world, and he could hardly perceive any variation in the flow of time, as he was unable to elevate his cultivation or refine pills at this moment. Yi Fei closed his eyes and began to ponder some lower-tier formations from the array classic. After 10 hours, he opened his eyes, extended his right hand, and retrieved the spiritual stone from the recess directly in front of him. With the removal of this stone, the white light dome that had shrouded the time array disc vanished in an instant, consuming less than 1/10 of the stone's energy. Upon grasping the stone, Yi Fei quickly estimated the energy expenditure. After extracting the other 5 stones, he summoned the Qinglong's sword. Master Uncle, how long have I been inside? Yi Fei inquired. Approximately an hour and a quarter, Jiang Mingyun promptly replied. Tenfold the flow of time. Yi Fei exclaimed in astonishment at Jiang Mingyun's response. Tenfold. This figure even surprised Jiang Mingyun. Indeed, I calculated the time when I entered the disc. I spent a full 10 hours inside, Yi Fei clarified. What was the consumption of the spiritual stones? Jiang Mingyun asked with a flicker of concern. 6 stones, each consuming less than 1/10 of its energy. At this rate, 6 medium-grade spiritual stones can sustain the operation of the time array disc for an entire day, Yi Fei responded. Yi Fei swiftly calculated the consumption. Nephew Yi, the world of cultivation is rife with deception. It is a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. This matter regarding the time array must not be disclosed to a third party, Jiang Mingyun said with a solemn expression. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Jiang. I am well aware, Yi Fei replied, a sense of urgency tightening in his heart as he grasped the gravity of the situation. You need not worry. I shall keep this matter confidential and harbor no covetous thoughts. Fearing that Yi Fei might misinterpret her intentions, Jiang Mingyun hastily turned to clarify. What I say is the truth. In the face of such a formidable treasure, I possess no desire whatsoever. Should you wish for it, I would not hesitate in the slightest. Yi Fei gazed intently at Jiang Mingyun, his demeanor earnest. His eyes were clear, devoid of any ulterior motives, and his words were sincere. The purity of his gaze sent a tremor through Jiang Mingyun's heart, causing her to feel flustered as she quickly averted her gaze. She said nothing more, guiding her flying sword toward the direction of the soul-devouring valley. Unbeknownst to her, her perception of Yi Fei had subtly shifted in that moment. After approximately an hour, Jiang Mingyun brought the flying sword to a halt at the mouth of a valley that spanned roughly 20 zhang in width. "Is this the soul-devouring valley?" Yi Fei inquired, puzzled. The valley before them was barren and lifeless, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Indeed, the disciples of the Rakshasa sect must have already entered, Jiang Mingyun affirmed. Otherwise, the periphery would not appear as it does now. Not as it does now? What might it look like then? Yi Fei asked, furrowing his brow. "You will understand once we proceed further," Jiang Mingyun replied with a mysterious smile, then urged her flying sword deeper into the soul-devouring valley. Chapter 53. The Autumn Sun of War. Uncle Jiang, how could there possibly be god-devouring grass here? Yi Fei inquired, bewildered as he gazed into the increasingly desolate, soul-devouring valley. "It is only here that the god-devouring grass can flourish. It cannot grow elsewhere." Jiang Mingyun replied with a gentle smile. "Why is that? This place is devoid of even the most basic vegetation. How could it possibly yield such rare treasures of heaven and earth?" Yi Fei expressed his skepticism. The term god-devouring implies the consumption of souls, so it must thrive in an environment saturated with lingering spirits, Jiang Mingyun elucidated. "Ah, so the god-devouring grass indeed feeds on the spirits of the departed. But there are no spirits present here," Yi Fei observed, scanning his surroundings and finding no trace of such entities. "The lingering spirits here have already been absorbed by the autumn sun of fire. You will soon understand," Jiang Mingyun said cryptically, continuing to guide her flying sword deeper into the valley. After traveling several miles further, Jiang Mingyun finally halted. Before them, 30 yards away, stood a man clad in a black robe, commanding a dark banner as he contended with dozens of spirits ahead. This man was none other than Huqiuyang. "Damn it! If it weren't for that Yi Fei, I wouldn't be enduring such hardship," Huqiuyang grumbled loudly while struggling to draw the spirits into his banner. Upon hearing his foul remarks, Jiang Mingyun cast a bemused glance at Yi Fei. "Ah, I'm just collateral damage." Yi Fei sheepishly rubbed his nose. "Can you handle this fellow on your own?" Jiang Mingyun arched an eyebrow in inquiry. "I should be fine. Do you have other plans, master?" Yi Fei asked with curiosity. "To save time, we shall split our forces. You will deal with him here while I go ahead to gather the remaining spirits," Jiang Mingyun explained with a smile. "All right, I'll take care of this guy." Yi Fei nodded in agreement. "Given your abilities, you should certainly surpass Huqiuyang. But remember, he is the son of Huorenli, the leader of the Rakshasa sect, and will possess considerable skills. Do not underestimate him," Jiang Mingyun reminded Yi Fei as they parted ways. After Jiang Mingyun departed, a sly grin crept onto Yi Fei's face as he stealthily approached Huqiuyang. In just a few breaths, he found himself within 8 or 9 yards of Huqiuyang. "Who goes there?" Just as Yi Fei was about to advance further, Huqiuyang suddenly turned, his voice sharp with authority, having just drawn several spirits into his banner. He sensed Yi Fei's presence behind him. "What? You no longer recognize me?" Yi Fei halted, a smile gracing his features. "Yi Fei? Haha, I was just looking for you. And here you are, presenting yourself so conveniently. It seems my search was in vain, yet I find you before me effortlessly." Huqiuyang laughed heartily upon realizing it was Yi Fei. "What do you want with me?" Yi Fei casually inquired. "Of course, I seek to reclaim my Yin Luo banner. You snatched it away without even coming here to collect the souls, forcing me to utilize this inferior substitute, which took me over 10 arduous days to reach this point." Reflecting on the tribulations of those 10 days, Huqiuyang felt a surge of anger. He had presumed that Yi Fei, having taken the Yin Luo banner, would come here to gather the souls, providing him the perfect opportunity to eliminate Yi Fei and seize the banner for himself. That way, he could effortlessly acquire the god-devouring herb. However, he was taken aback, having waited for several days without a glimpse of Yi Fei. Left with no choice, he had to resort to the half-finished product he had prepared in advance. Due to its incomplete nature, the effectiveness of soul collection was far inferior to that of the Yin Luo banner. He could only gather the souls after expending half of their energy, which had cost him considerable effort and time throughout his journey. "I forgot to mention, the Yin Luo banner is not in my possession," Yi Fei remarked with a shrug. "Nonsense. I am certain you are the one who took the Yin Luo banner. Hand it over swiftly, or I shall not hesitate to take action," Huqiuyang replied venomously. He felt a wave of regret at not having killed Yi Fei back in Qingyuan town. Had he obtained Yi Fei's likeness then, Yi Fei would not have survived to this day. Even if I were to give you the Yin Luo banner, would you let me go? Yi Fei scoffed disdainfully. Huh, of course not. Hu Qiuyang grinned wickedly, unabashedly stating his intentions. Why waste words? Let us engage directly. Yi Fei, uninterested in further dialogue, agreed, very well. If you seek death so eagerly, I shall oblige. With a sinister smile, Hu Qiuyang extended his right hand, and a long spear materialized within his grasp. This spear, approximately 7 feet in length, was of vivid crimson, as if freshly retrieved from blood, exuding a potent stench that was quite unsettling. It was the bloodthirsty spear, which Hu Qiuyang had nurtured for a considerable time. Yi Fei, undeterred, produced the diamond umbrella, eager to test its prowess. Hu Qiuyang, with a sinister grin, lunged forward. The spear aimed directly at Yi Fei. Despite the distance of 7 or 8 zhang between them, the instant Hu Qiuyang thrust the spear, a crimson shadow shot forth, reaching Yi Fei in the blink of an eye. Such speed! Yi Fei gasped in shock, hastily unfurling the diamond umbrella to shield himself. At that moment, he had yet to discern the nature of that crimson shadow. With a resounding thud, the shadow collided with the diamond umbrella, producing a dull echo as Yi Fei's body was uncontrollably propelled backward, sliding 2 zhang away. As he retracted the indestructible umbrella, a sudden gust of wind swept across the back of his head, accompanied by a pungent scent of blood. Unbeknownst to him, the fiery Qiuyang, nearly 10 paces away, had unexpectedly dashed behind him, thrusting a spear in his direction with alarming swiftness. A chill ran down Yi Fei's spine. He dared not hesitate. He activated his shadowless boots and swiftly leaped to the left, narrowly evading the attack. Without a moment's pause, he took another step to the left, increasing the distance between himself and Qiuyang. He was intrigued by how the seemingly ordinary disciple, at merely the 9th level of qi refining, could possess such remarkable speed. I never expected that a mere disciple like you would possess spiritual boots. Qiuyang was momentarily taken aback as he observed Yi Fei evade his strike. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that Yi Fei was indeed wearing a pair of light blue spiritual artifact boots. You are not without your own merits, Yi Fei remarked coldly, fixating on Qiuyang's feet, which were clad in a pair of white boots that evidently enhanced his speed, seemingly superior to his own. Realizing the source of Qiuyang's rapidity, Yi Fei felt a sense of relief. Achieving such velocity through external means was certainly preferable to facing an opponent whose innate speed was inherently swift. What does it matter if you possess spiritual boots? Beneath my bloodthirsty spear, you are still destined for demise, Qiuyang sneered maliciously. Blood arrow, he bellowed, channeling his internal energy. And once again, he thrust the spear towards Yi Fei. This time, dozens of blood-red arrows, each measuring 2 inches in length, erupted from the spear's tip, hurtling towards Yi Fei with blinding speed. Indestructible blade, Yi Fei shouted fiercely, as a surge of true energy coursed through his arms, rapidly unfurling the indestructible umbrella to shield himself. Simultaneously, he pressed a button on the handle with his right thumb. Chapter 54. The lethal strike of Hu Qiuyang. The button on the handle of the diamond umbrella controls the 36 flying blades. As Yi Fei pressed the button, the concealed blades beneath the umbrella's canopy spun forth, launching themselves towards Hu Qiuyang at a remarkable speed. In that instant, dozens of blood arrows also struck the diamond umbrella. Clang, clang, clang. The successive sounds resonated as the blood arrows were all deflected by the umbrella. The recoil force caused Yi Fei to slide back a few yards. Once he regained his footing, he discovered that the 36 flying blades he had just released had been completely repelled by Hu Qiuyang. Pressing the button on the umbrella's handle again, the blades returned to the diamond umbrella as if summoned. This umbrella is quite impressive, Hu Qiuyang remarked, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes as he observed the umbrella's ability to withstand his blood arrows and unleash flying blades. Such a treasure. Now that he had laid eyes upon it, he would not let slip away. Want it? Then come and take it with your true abilities, Yi Fei scoffed, looking disdainfully at Hu Qiuyang. The latter's arrogance was astounding. After just 2 exchanges, he had already set his sights on Yi Fei's artifact. Truly astonishing. Blood rain. Hu Qiuyang shouted again, shaking his spear as he lunged towards Yi Fei. Each thrust of the bloodthirsty spear unleashed several blood-colored orbs the size of eggs from its tip, raining down upon Yi Fei. In the blink of an eye, The number of blood orbs surged to the hundreds, densely packed like a torrential downpour. Yi Fei dared not underestimate this assault. He promptly opened the diamond umbrella to shield himself from the blood orbs while pressing the button on the handle once more. Immediately, the 36 flying blades whirled outwards, targeting the area behind him, for Yi Fei had discerned that Hu Qiuyang was swiftly advancing from that direction. Ignoring the threat behind him, Yi Fei deftly spun the diamond umbrella. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of impact echoed as the multitude of blood orbs were deflected by the rapidly rotating umbrella. This time, Yi Fei remained firmly in place, thanks to the umbrella's rotational force absorbing the impact. Simultaneously, the 36 flying blades surged from 8 different directions, assailing Hu Qiuyang, who had just regained his footing. This thwarted Hu Qiuyang's opportunity to ambush Yi Fei. Damn it! Hu Qiuyang cursed, his bloodthirsty spear dancing in front of him. In a matter of moments, he had swatted away the flying blades. The diamond umbrella's defense was commendable, but its offensive capabilities were lacking. With a resigned sigh, Yi Fei pressed the button on the handle once more to retract the blades. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he transformed the diamond umbrella into a spiritual artifact sword. Blood Rain. Noticing Yi Fei's change of artifact, Hu Qiuyang smirked, unleashing hundreds of blood-colored orbs towards Yi Fei once again. Will you not try something different? Yi Fei scoffed disdainfully, channeling his vital energy into the shadowless boots. With a swift flick of his toes, he propelled himself into the air, soaring effortlessly to a height of 2 zhang, evading the impending danger. The golden swan soared across the sky. High above, Yi Fei slashed his spiritual sword downward at Hu Qiuyang, who was 5 or 6 zhang away. As the sword cut through the air, a golden ripple of sword energy radiated outward toward Hu Qiuyang. This golden wave moved with remarkable speed and covered a vast area, making it difficult for Hu Qiuyang to evade. In a moment of desperation, Hu Qiuyang grasped the corner of his long robe with his right hand and swung it forcefully, releasing a dense gray mist that enveloped him entirely. To Yi Fei's surprise, his renowned Iluan 9 swords, upon entering the black mist, lost its momentum and dissipated into nothingness, failing to inflict even the slightest harm on Hu Qiuyang. As the golden rainbow traversed the sky, Yi Fei began to descend, thrusting his spiritual sword once more toward Hu Qiuyang. Yet again, the blade vanished into the black mist, falling silent. Just as Yi Fei prepared to strike again, Hu Qiuyang's voice erupted from within the haze, summoning a multitude of ethereal figures that emerged from the fog, over a dozen phantoms. This was Yi Fei's first encounter with such apparitions. They bore a striking resemblance to humans, yet their forms were translucent and insubstantial. However, they radiated an aura of energy comparable to practitioners at the 4th or 5th level of qi refinement. As these phantoms surged toward Yi Fei, their mouths moved as if uttering something. Though silent, an inexplicable force emanated from them, assailing Yi Fei. This energy momentarily dulled his thoughts, causing his hand, raised with the spiritual sword, to slow. Die! Hu Qiuyang's voice pierced through the mist, and a blood-red spear shot forth, aimed directly at Yi Fei's heart. Simultaneously, the seemingly normal phantoms bared their fangs and rushed at Yi Fei, their speed more than doubled. The sight of their fierce countenance jolted Yi Fei awake, his heart racing. With a sweeping motion, Yi Fei wielded his spiritual sword like a blade, slicing horizontally while activating the shadowless boots to retreat rapidly. Although his strike was directed forward, the resultant sword energy formed a crescent-shaped barrier that protected a substantial area in front of him. Moreover, this sword energy expanded swiftly. In an instant, the phantoms collided with the sword energy. Upon impact, they emitted no sound and disintegrated into nothingness, obliterated by the sword's might. Meanwhile, Hu Qiuyang's spear, following closely behind, was met with the same fate, careening away upon contact with the sword energy. A scream escaped Hu Qiuyang's lips as he was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. How is this possible? You are merely at the 9th level of qi refinement. How can you unleash such a formidable blow? Hu Qiuyang struggled to rise, his face contorted with rage. What? Are you afraid? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow, a mocking expression adorning his features. Afraid? Huh. This is merely the beginning. Soon, you shall witness my true prowess. Hu Qiuyang laughed maniacally, stowing away his prideful, bloodthirsty gun. With a flicker of his consciousness, a half-finished Yin Luo banner materialized in his grasp. He twirled his wrist, causing the banner to tremble vigorously. With each shake, 10 malevolent spirits burst forth, swiftly advancing toward Yi Fei. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of these spirits surrounded Yi Fei, their numbers continuously multiplying. Confronted by the swarming phantoms, Yi Fei felt a chill run down his spine, and he swung his spiritual sword fiercely. Even with the formidable 9 swords of Eloah, he found himself struggling against the relentless tide of spirits. Observing Yi Fei's escalating difficulty, Hu Qiuyang smirked wickedly, biting his tongue until blood flowed, spraying it onto the half-finished Yin Luo banner. Instantly, his complexion paled, and his body swayed with weakness. Gritting his teeth against the frailty, he bellowed in a frenzy, "Spirits, arise!" He then thrust the banner toward Yi Fei with fervor. In the next moment, 3 towering spirits, each wielding a massive axe and bearing fearsome visages, erupted from the banner and soared towards Yi Fei. Such power! Yi Fei, who was preoccupied with the spirits, felt a jolt of trepidation at the sight of the 3 apparitions. The force they exuded was comparable to that of a foundational cultivator. Faced with one such cultivator, he would struggle. 3 were beyond his capacity to confront. It was time to resort to his last resort. With a swift glance, Yi Fei dispatched the spirits before him, extending his left hand to reveal a small sword-shaped jade talisman. Go! As the 3 spirits swung their axes towards him, Yi Fei, devoid of hesitation, shouted and activated the golden sword talisman in his grasp. In an instant, 3 beams of golden light shot forth, striking directly at the 3 spirits. Thud! 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 The dull sounds echoed as the spirits were pierced by the golden swords, dissolving into nothingness. With the release of the golden light, the jade talisman in Yi Fei's hand shattered. Its use is exhausted. You possess a talisman. Hu Qiuyang, witnessing his hidden cards so effortlessly dismantled, was filled with resentment. Summoning 3 spirits had nearly drained his internal energy, leaving him too fatigued to continue the fight. He found it difficult even to remain standing. Since you lack the strength to fight, it is time for you to perish. Observing Hu Qiuyang's loss of power, Yi Fei smirked, drawing his sword and lunging toward Hu Qiuyang. He intended to bring a swift end to Hu Qiuyang's life. What Yi Fei did not anticipate was that in response to his thrusting sword, Hu Qiuyang did not evade at all. "Ha ha, you underestimate me, Hu Qiuyang." He laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with animosity toward Yi Fei. He then forcefully hurled his right hand forward, sending 2 round, fiery red orbs hurtling toward Yi Fei. Simultaneously, he summoned the last vestiges of his true energy, activating the spiritual boots beneath him to swiftly retreat. This is bad. The moment Yi Fei laid eyes on the 2 orbs, he immediately sensed the impending danger. Yet, all transpired too swiftly. There was no time for him to evade, leaving him to helplessly watch as the orbs drew ever closer. Chapter 55. The Fiery Autumn Sun and the Devouring Divine Herb. Ha! You wish to slay me, the Fiery Autumn Sun? You are not worthy. As he witnessed the 2 orbs drawing near to Yi Fei, the distant Fiery Autumn Sun erupted into a maniacal laughter. Boom! Boom! Just as his laughter faded, 2 violent explosions resonated in the direction of Yi Fei. Subsequently, a tremendous shockwave surged forth, causing Fiery Autumn Sun to stagger. Humph! I refuse to believe that 2 fire thunder pearls cannot obliterate you. With a disdainful snort, Fiery Autumn Sun directed his gaze toward the source of the explosions. It is essential to note that these fire thunder pearls were crafted by his father, Hu Runli, himself. Not only would they easily dispatch a foundation establishment cultivator, but even a core formation adept would suffer grievous injuries. He had unleashed 2 upon Yi Fei. There was no way he could evade them. After consuming a pill, Fiery Autumn Sun slowly approached the site of the recent explosions. At that moment, the area lay desolate, devoid of any human presence. This did not surprise him. After all, he was well aware of the devastation wrought by the fire thunder pearls. The corporeal form of a chi refining stage cultivator would undoubtedly have been reduced to ashes. Has even the spiritual artifact been obliterated? Upon arriving at the explosion site and discovering the complete absence of any remnants of magical tools, Fiery Autumn Sun felt a tinge of confusion. An unsettling sensation lingered within him. Could it be that the brat has survived? Impossible. He was far too close to escape. With his brows knitted tightly, Fiery Autumn Sun began to scan the surroundings incessantly. Is he searching for me? Just as he pondered this, Yi Fei's mocking voice echoed from behind him. Fiery autumn sun whirled around, and upon seeing Yi Fei standing behind him with a spiritual sword in hand, his body shuddered. Shock etched across his face. Why you are still alive? The tremor in fiery autumn sun's voice betrayed his disbelief. As you stated, to kill me. You are still lacking in merit. Yi Fei's expression sharpened as he thrust the spiritual sword forward, piercing directly through fiery autumn sun's skull. In that instant, blood erupted forth, and fiery autumn sun fell lifelessly to the ground. As Yi Fei withdrew his sword, fiery autumn sun's body collapsed backward, spilling a mixture of red and white upon the earth. Fortunately, it was in that moment of peril that Yi Fei had taken refuge within the Azure Dragon's sword, thus evading disaster. Otherwise, even had he successfully tempered his body, he would have perished here. Just as Yi Fei intended to collect the storage ring from fiery autumn sun's hand, a yellow talisman suddenly soared from beneath the corpse, transforming into a flash of golden light that vanished into the horizon. What was that? Yi Fei was momentarily taken aback, a look of bewilderment crossing his features. Nonetheless, he paid it no heed. Extending his right hand, he summoned fiery autumn sun's storage ring into his grasp. After securing the ring, Yi Fei did not hasten to inspect its contents, but instead summoned his flying sword and soared deeper into the soul-devouring valley. Outside the divine feather secret realm, aboard the ship of the Rakshasa sect, Horenli, who had been meditating within the cabin, abruptly opened his eyes, his expression dark and foreboding. Through the perception of his bloodline, he sensed that Huoqiuyang had just fallen. Who is it? Who has slain my son? At this moment, he could no longer contain the sorrow and fury swelling within him, and he let out a thunderous roar. His voice resonated like a bell, echoing throughout the periphery of the divine feather valley. Upon hearing this furious cry, the ancient Yuan-Ing cultivators seated within their flying vessels opened their eyes and turned their gazes toward the direction of the Luocha sect ship, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Luo Ying's lips curled slightly, revealing a captivating smile. Within the secret realm of divine feather, Yi Fei wielded his flying sword, soaring inward for a mile before encountering a graceful white figure ahead. This figure was Jiang Mingyun, who was seated with her eyes closed on the ground, seemingly awaiting Yi Fei. You have underestimated her slightly. The counterattack of a cultivator on the brink of death is formidable. You should not have rushed in. You must be more cautious in the future, she admonished as Yi Fei descended from his sword. Clearly, she had been observing the battle between him and Huoqiuyang the entire time. Thank you, Master Jiang, for the reminder. I will be more vigilant henceforth. Yi Fei expressed gratefully. Very well, let us retrieve the soul-devouring herb, Jiang Mingyun instructed, rising gracefully and casting a fleeting glance at Yi Fei before leading the way. After walking a mere dozen paces, they arrived at a stone wall, the terminus of the soul-devouring valley. The wall towered 100 feet high. When Yi Fei looked up, he discovered a palm-sized dark red herb growing several feet above them. Although small, this herb bore 2 caps. Is this the soul-devouring herb? Yi Fei inquired with curiosity. Not quite, Jiang Mingyun replied with a gentle shake of her head. Not quite. Yi Fei was perplexed. The herb was clearly before them. How could it not be? Furthermore, its form resembled the description he had gleaned from the jade slip. Hand me that semi-finished Yin Luo banner, Jiang Mingyun requested, extending her delicate hand toward Yi Fei. Without a word, he retrieved the semi-finished Yin Luo banner from Huoqiuyang's storage ring and placed it gently in Jiang Mingyun's palm. Watch closely, she instructed as she began to rotate her wrist, manipulating the Yin Luo banner. As the banner spun, a multitude of spectral souls emerged from within. To Yi Fei's astonishment, as soon as these souls flew out, crimson threads descended from above, ensnaring them one by one, and then yanked them sharply into the air. Looking up, Yi Fei realized that these threads were emanating from the soul-devouring herb. The souls being drawn away were effortlessly absorbed into the 2 shimmering caps of the herb, as if they were mere wisps of smoke. The speed at which it consumed the souls was astonishing, even surpassing the rate at which Jiang Mingyun released them. In merely a few breaths, the makeshift Yin Luo banner ceased to release any more souls. You have squandered a considerable number of spirits within it. Observing the rapid depletion of souls, Jiang Mingyun shot Yi Fei a disapproving glare. Subsequently, with a flicker of her consciousness, she retrieved the authentic Yin Luo banner. As before, she liberated all the souls contained within it. In stark contrast to the half-finished version, This banner harbored a significantly greater number of souls, including 4 spectral entities. Although these spirits possessed foundational strength, they were utterly defenseless against the crimson threads and were swiftly absorbed by the devouring god herb. As the herb consumed the souls, its hue deepened progressively, ultimately turning pitch black. The moment the inky color manifested, the devouring god herb ceased its consumption of souls. Witnessing this, Jiang Mingyun gathered the remaining souls back into the Yin Luo banner. This represented the true essence of the devouring god herb. Stowing the Yin Luo banner away, Jiang Mingyun gestured towards the entirely blackened herb. Must it always be this way? Yi Fei inquired with curiosity. He felt fortunate to have Jiang Mingyun by his side. Had he ventured here alone, he would have certainly harvested it indiscriminately. Indeed, this is a necessary step for the maturation of the devouring god herb. Jiang Mingyun affirmed with a smile. Then can we harvest it now? Yi Fei asked tentatively. Yes, it is ready for harvesting, Jiang Mingyun confirmed. It one tea bite. Will it? Yi Fei shuddered at the thought of the earlier scene where the herb consumed souls. Rest assured, it only feeds on souls and poses no threat to anything else. It is merely a plant, Jiang Mingyun reassured him with a smile. Relieved by the absence of danger, Yi Fei propelled himself upward along the stone wall. In a flash, he reached the devouring god herb, grasping it with his right hand and plucking it from the ground. Having harvested it, will it be able to regrow here in the future? Yi Fei queried, inspecting the herb in his hand. Fear not, it has already released a considerable number of spores. In 20 years, another will sprout in this very spot, Jiang Mingyun replied. Releasing so many spores ensures its regrowth. After stowing the devouring god herb in the azure dragon sword, Yi Fei asked in astonishment. Indeed, this herb is quite unique. A lesser realm can only yield a single specimen, Jiang Mingyun explained with a smile. This heavenly order is truly bizarre, Yi Fei remarked, unable to suppress his gaze towards the sky, feeling somewhat perplexed. Do not speak ill of the heavenly order. Beware of its retribution. Jiang Mingyun admonished him with a sidelong glance. We should take our leave. The others from the Rakshasa sect have yet to arrive, which likely means they are causing mischief outside. We ought to hasten in searching for that girl Yun, lest any unforeseen incidents arise. Jiang Mingyun expressed her concern. With that, she summoned her flying sword and, accompanied by Yi Fei, soared out of the soul-devouring valley. Chapter 56. The manifestation of the enigmatic body upon careful reflection. It had been 17 days since the opening of the divine feather secret realm. At this juncture, disciples from every sect had, to varying degrees, made their gains. Having exited the soul-devouring valley, Yi Fei and Jiang Mingyun chose a random direction to commence their search. Unlike their previous ventures, this time they gathered medicinal herbs encountered along the way while seeking. Thanks to Jiang Mingyun's formidable spiritual awareness, their movements went unnoticed by anyone throughout their journey. Having nothing pressing to attend to, Yi Fei retrieved the storage ring belonging to Huoqiuyang. Surely, it must contain valuable items. Anticipation swelled within him. For Huoqiuyang's status promised the treasures within would not disappoint. Indeed, as Yi Fei's consciousness swept inside, a satisfied smile graced his lips. He discovered 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, 3 spirit artifacts, 6 magical tools, 4 vials of elixirs, over 200 varieties of spirit herbs, 2 tomes of techniques, a jade slip containing a map, and 2 jade tokens. For a cultivator at the refining stage, such wealth was exceedingly considerable. However, the absence of the Fire Thunder Pearl left Yi Fei somewhat disheartened. After the gold sword talisman had been depleted, he found himself lacking means to contend with foundation-building cultivators. What is this map? Upon scanning the jade slip containing the map, Yi Fei furrowed his brow. He realized that the map within the slip was also of the divine feather secret realm, albeit with some discrepancies compared to the one he possessed. It appeared to be more detailed. Furthermore, 2 locations were marked with special symbols. One was the soul-devouring valley, which he was familiar with, and the other was the Joyous Gate, of which he had never heard. Yi Fei scrutinized the position of the Joyous Gate and discovered it was situated in an area teeming with ferocious beasts, making it nearly inaccessible to ordinary individuals. If time permitted, it would be prudent to investigate further. With his consciousness retracted, Yi Fei made a resolution. Since the Array Temple was rumored to harbor extraordinary treasures, the Joyous Gate would likely not lack in them either. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Mingyun guided Yi Fei through the secret realm for half a day. To their surprise, Despite encountering numerous disciples from other sects along the way, they had yet to catch sight of any from the Carefree sect. This absence stirred a sense of foreboding within them. Could something truly have gone awry? Jiang Mingyun murmured anxiously, her heart inexplicably uneasy. Traditionally, large-scale conflicts between sects would not erupt until the final days of the event, yet it was clearly still early. Surely, there was nothing amiss. Perhaps the members within their sect had merely congregated. Let us continue searching, Yi Fei reassured her. It seemed they had no choice but to proceed thus. With a light sigh, Jiang Mingyun quickened the pace of her flying sword. After another half-day, having traversed much of the Divine Feather's secret realm, they finally caught sight of the disciples from the Carefree sect. At that moment, they found the disciples besieged by 3 other sects atop a mountain peak. They are the Rakshasa Gate, the Withered Zen Temple, and the Moon Worship sect. The total number of disciples from these 3 sects approaches 120. In stark contrast, the Celestial Gate now counts only 42 members remaining. Fortunately, Jiang Yun is among the crowd on the mountaintop, safe and sound. Which brings a sigh of relief to Jiang Mingyun. They are encircled about a mile ahead, yet at present, they remain secure. Upon halting by a tree, Jiang Mingyun relayed the situation as perceived through her spiritual sense to Yi Fei. Why are these 3 sects surrounding us from the Celestial Gate? Yi Fei inquired, puzzled. I am not entirely sure. The fact that these 3 sects have united suggests there are hidden circumstances we are unaware of. However, given the sheer number of them, it seems quite challenging for us to rescue our brethren, Jiang Mingyun said, her brow furrowed tightly. If we were outside the secret realm, I would not fear them. Even if more came, I could handle it easily. Yet within this domain, I find myself in a quandary, she continued. Having observed that there are 30 disciples at the 9th level of Qi refinement among the 3 sections, even though she is stronger than the average disciple at that level, she could not possibly contend with so many simultaneously. Has Master Uncle forgotten about Yun's unique constitution? Yi Fei asked with a grin. The Nisheng body? Jiang Mingyun suddenly realized something, her eyes gleaming with insight. Indeed, if we harness the strength of the demon beasts, that should suffice to quench the thirst of those 3 sect disciples, Yi Fei remarked with a sly smile. He then produced a communication jade plate and spoke a few words into it. Afterward, he stashed away the jade plate and, together with Jiang Mingyun, entered the Azure Dragon Sword. Once they entered the Azure Dragon Sword, merely a few breaths later, the earth began to tremble. Countless demon beasts started to converge on the hillside where Jiang Yun was situated. Due to the abundance of demon beasts within the secret realm, soon thousands had gathered at the base of the hill. What is happening? This sudden turn of events rendered the disciples of the 3 sects at the base of the hill utterly unsettled. It must be a beast tide. We need to get out of here quickly, or we will be left waiting for our demise, someone finally shouted as the number of demon beasts increased. Following this exclamation, the disciples of the 3 sects could no longer afford to concern themselves with the disciples of the Celestial Gate behind them. They all grasped their magical artifacts and rushed toward a single point, preparing to break free. This scene was perfectly captured by Jiang Yun, who stood high above, a smile gracing her lips as she subtly donned a pink belly band. Meanwhile, the disciples of the 3 sects below had already engaged in battle with the demon beasts. You certainly have a clever mind, Jiang Mingyun, having already flown out from the Azure Dragon Sword, cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fei and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. At this moment, the two had stealthily descended to the halfway point of the mountain, engrossed in watching the fierce battle unfolding below. Although the 3 sects had numerous disciples, the demon beasts were even more abundant. In just a few breaths of combat, over a dozen disciples from the 3 sects had already fallen. Evidently, the disciples of the 3 sects were intent on breaking free, and the cost of their endeavor was undoubtedly substantial. In their fervor, they failed to notice that several peripheral beasts had begun to retreat. The reason the beasts engaging them did not withdraw was merely due to their aggressive counterattacks. After all, even beasts possess a sense of pride. It is only natural for them to retaliate when provoked. Enough of this. Let's hasten and inquire about the situation, urged Jiang Mingyun, having lost interest in the unfolding events. Reluctantly, Yi Fei complied, summoning Jiang Mingyun into the Qinglong sword before swiftly making his way to the mountain peak. Upon reaching the summit, he was immediately spotted by Du Yuan, who stood at the forefront. Master Yi, Du Yuan exclaimed excitedly, waving his hand. Yi Fei returned a smile, effortlessly closing the distance to join the group. Master Yi, How did you manage to ascend? Du Yuan inquired, his curiosity piqued by the absence of any signs of battle on Yi Fei's person. I had been lurking behind this crowd and took advantage of the chaos to slip away. Yi Fei fabricated a casual excuse. What transpired here? Why are you encircled by these individuals? After providing his explanation, Yi Fei expressed his curiosity. Damn it, Master Yi, you are unaware of the situation. We were betrayed by a traitor, Du Yuan responded, his expression a mix of indignation and sorrow at Yi Fei's inquiry. Chapter 57. The Misfortunate Three Sect Practitioners, Traitors? Yi Fei furrowed his brow and inquired, is it truly Jiang Feng? Indeed, that scoundrel has surrendered the sensing jade token to the Rakshasa sect. They have utilized it to ascertain our location, and already 28 of our brothers have been mercilessly slaughtered, Du Yuan lamented, his voice growing heavier with indignation. How did you manage to gather here? Yi Fei asked, curiosity piqued. Prior to entering the secret realm, the sect leader had made arrangements. Upon our entry, our foremost task was to convene at the center of the realm, partake in the cleansing herb collectively, and gather spiritual medicines together. Who could have anticipated that Jiang Feng, the traitor, would betray us, leading to such a grievous loss of brothers and inviting the onslaught of these three sects? If it were not for Master Zhang's possession of the talisman, we would have perished long ago, Du Yuan explained, his teeth clenched in anger. The look on his face suggested that if Jiang Feng were before him now, he would devour him whole. It seems that the Kuchan Temple and the Moon Worship sect have allied with the Rakshasa sect. Following Du Yuan's explanation, Yi Fei grasped the general course of events and harbored a suspicion within. Master Yi, what shall be our next course of action? A tall youth clad in white approached. Bowing respectfully, this individual was Feng Pu, the foremost practitioner in the qi refining stage of the Carefree sect, who had always overshadowed Jiang Feng. Have you all consumed the cleansing herb? Yi Fei inquired. Yes, we have all partaken, and we have gathered a modest quantity of spiritual medicine, though not much. Feng Pu replied respectfully. Since you have already consumed the cleansing herb, do not venture elsewhere. Hand over all the positioning jade tokens to me, then retreat into the mountain's depths. When the secret realm is about to conclude, I shall come to guide you. Yi Fei decisively stated after conferring with Jiang Mingyun through a strand of his consciousness that he had sent into the Azure Dragon's sword. Will the sect leader punish us for this? Feng Pu glanced at the others, a hint of concern in his voice. After all, he lacked the authority to make such a decision. I hold the highest rank here. My word is final. Once we are out, I shall explain everything to the sect leader and our master. You need not worry. Your only task now is to hide swiftly. I shall take care of everything else. Yi Fei concluded, solidifying his decision. Seeing this, the others complied without further protest, employing earth evasion techniques to burrow 50 fathoms underground. This depth was sufficiently secure, beyond the detection of qi refining practitioners. Brother Yi, I wish to accompany you. To Yi Fei's surprise, Jiang Yiyun emerged from below. Stay here, it is safe. Yi Fei urged, waving his hand dismissively. He intended to head to the joyful sect and did not wish to bear an encumbrance. I do not wish to remain. I want to follow Brother Yi. Please take me with you, Jiang Yiyun implored, grasping Yi Fei's arm, her soft form brushing against him as she spoke. The place I intend to visit is rather perilous. Though this sensation is exhilarating, with Jiang Mingyun observing through the Qinglong sword, how could Yi Fei dare to act recklessly? He hastily withdrew his arm, declaring, I am not afraid. I shall go. Moreover, I am quite formidable and will undoubtedly assist you. Jiang Yun once again grasped Yi Fei's arm, urging him to allow her to accompany him. Just as Yi Fei was about to decline, Jiang Mingyun conveyed a thought to him. Very well, you may accompany us. Since Jiang Mingyun had spoken thus, Yi Fei felt it inappropriate to refuse and acquiesced. Senior Brother Yi, those individuals have returned. As the two ascended to the mountainside, they discovered that the disciples from the three sects, though significantly diminished in number, had recognized the anomalies exhibited by the magical beasts and had ceased their attacks. They began their retreat. As they withdrew, abandoning their assault, the magical beasts disregarded them and retreated as well. Hee, let us do it again, Yi Fei remarked mischievously at Jiang Yiyun. All right, Jiang Yiyun replied with a charming smile, her delicate hand brushing against her waist as she concealed the protective garments that masked her alluring fragrance, tucking them away. In but a fleeting moment, the magical beasts that had previously retreated suddenly halted, raising their heads to emit a series of fierce cries. Subsequently, they all turned and began to converge once more towards Jiang Yiyun. The skies and the ground were shrouded in a dark mass, a sight that was truly terrifying. What on earth is happening? The remaining disciples of the three sects, numbering just over 50, suddenly changed countenance, exclaiming in alarm, "Damn it, let us head up the mountain. We cannot allow those rascals from the Xianyao sect to profit from this." After a moment of deliberation, they exchanged glances and swiftly made their way towards the mountainous summit, hoping to drag the disciples of the Xianyao sect down with them. However, their reactions and speed were no match for the swift magical beasts. Before they even reached the mountainside, they were overtaken by a swarm of bloodthirsty bats, second-tier magical beasts. As the bloodthirsty bats approached, the disciples of the three sects had no choice but to steel themselves and draw their magical artifacts in defense. Thus, they found themselves ensnared by the bats. In just a few breaths, other magical beasts arrived in succession. The remaining disciples of the three sects were entirely surrounded. Put it on. This time, those fellows should not be able to escape. Witnessing the situation unfold, Yi Fei, who had retreated to the mountaintop, urged Jiang Yiyun to don her attire. A quarter of an hour later, as the two descended from the peak, all the magical beasts had retreated. Below the mountainside lay a scene drenched in crimson, with various severed limbs scattered about. There were both cultivators and magical beasts among the carnage, resembling a hellish nightmare. Is this the end? Observing the gruesome spectacle before her, Jiang Yiyun displayed not a trace of fear. Rather, she appeared somewhat exhilarated. Are you not satisfied? Yi Fei felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. How dull. They haven't even made a move yet, Jiang Yiyun pouted. Upon hearing those words, Yi Fei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is this what they call not having made a move? So many lives lost, and they still claim to have refrained from action? It is indeed lamentable for these individuals. Not a single one among the numerous cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement managed to endure. Now, the spoils of their demise fall to us. After casting another glance at the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, Yi Fei let out a sigh of deep regret. He then summoned his flying sword, and together with Jiang Yiyun, they began to collect the storage equipment of these individuals, along with various scattered magical artifacts. Simultaneously, they procured a considerable amount of materials from the bodies of several demon beasts. Yi Fei discreetly transferred a significant number of corpses into the Qinglong sword, intending to use them to accelerate the growth of the spirit washing tree. The pair spent half an hour meticulously scouring the entire battlefield. At that moment, each of them held around 50 to 60 storage bags. Eventually, they found a clear patch of ground and emptied the contents of all the storage bags in one fell swoop. Before them lay a mountain of spirit stones, spirit herbs, and magical artifacts, causing Jiang Yiyun's eyes to widen in disbelief. Are all of these truly ours? She questioned, struggling to grasp the reality. Upon examining the pile, she counted over 20,000 spirit stones alone, along with more than 1,000 spirit herbs and over 100 magical instruments. Let us gather these. We have another destination to reach, Yi Fei reminded her, and with a flick of his consciousness, he stored all the items into his storage ring. Where are we headed? Jiang Yiyun inquired with curiosity. Have you heard of the Joyous Sect? Yi Fei casually asked. The Joyous Sect? Is it located here? Yi Fei was taken aback when Jiang Yiyun suddenly displayed an expression of incredulity upon hearing the name of the sect. What is the matter? You've heard of the Joyous Sect? Yi Fei asked, intrigued. I have. Jiang Yiyun hesitated momentarily before nodding. What exactly is this Joyous Sect? Upon learning that Jiang Yiyun was aware of it, Yi Fei was instantly filled with excitement. Chapter 58. The Joyful Sect. When Yi Fei inquired about the Joyful Sect, Jiang Yiyun's delicate face instantly flushed a vivid crimson, leaving her at a loss for words on how to respond. Is it inconvenient to speak of? Yi Fei pondered aloud. His curiosity piqued. Well, it's not that, Jiang Yiyun stammered. Legend has it that the Joyful Sect excels in dual cultivation, with each member possessing extraordinary abilities. However, it has been lost to time for countless years. The mention of dual cultivation brought a hint of embarrassment to her demeanor. I see, Yi Fei replied, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Do you know the location of the Joyful Sect, Senior Brother Yi? Jiang Yiyun asked, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. It is noteworthy that the Joyful Sect exists solely within the realm of legends. She had stumbled upon its mention in a tome from the Flowing Cloud Merchant Association. and even across the entirety of the divine dragon continent, only a scant few were aware of its existence. Take a look at this. Since they were to embark on the journey together, Yi Fei did not withhold any information and handed Jiang Yiyun the jade slip containing the map. It truly is here. Upon examining the slip, Jiang Yiyun's eyes widened in astonishment. It should be, as I obtained this jade slip from another. Yi Fei elucidated. With that, he summoned his flying sword, carrying Jiang Yiyun as they soared towards the direction indicated by the map. A day later, they arrived before a towering peak. According to the markings on the map, the joyful sect was situated beside a ravine on the mountainside. However, to the naked eye, no structures were discernible. Only a dense congregation of demonic beasts could be seen. Though most of these beasts were of the first rank, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, with one appearing every few paces. Even in the air, various flying demonic beasts were plentiful. Attempting to traverse directly through the skies was evidently unfeasible. Curiously, these beasts only surrounded the mountain, with few present on the periphery. There must be something unusual about this mountain, Yi Fei mused, furrowing his brows as he maneuvered the flying sword around the mountain's outskirts. With so many demonic beasts, we cannot proceed, Jiang Yiyun lamented, her brow furrowed in concern. Master Jiang, should I also enter? Seeing that Jiang Yiyun was unable to venture into the mountain, Yi Fei sent a fragment of his consciousness into the Azure Dragon's sword, inquiring with Jiang Mingyun inside. Let her in. She won't recognize me in my current guise, Jiang Mingyun replied with a nod and a smile. Since Jiang Mingyun showed no fear of being discovered by Jiang Yiyun, Yi Fei felt reassured. After conferring with Jiang Yiyun, he guided her into the Azure Dragon's sword. What? Where's this? And who is this sister? Upon entering the Azure Dragon's sword, Jiang Yun was left speechless by her surroundings. Let this sister explain it to you. I must focus on our journey, Yi Fei said, uncertain of how to elaborate, and thus passed the conundrum to Jiang Mingyun. Sister, could you tell me where we are? Jiang Yun showed no reservations as she eagerly stepped forward to grasp Jiang Mingyun's arm, affectionately calling her sister. The endearment drew bemused expressions from both Yi Fei and Jiang Mingyun. To prevent disturbing Yi Fei, Jiang Mingyun led Jiang Yiyun aside. Indifferent to the two, Yi Fei sent forth a strand of his consciousness to control the now dust-like Qinglong sword, directing it to drift into the mountain. Remarkably, this method proved effective. The Qinglong sword, transformed into micro-dust, could glide past the very eyes of the demon beasts without eliciting any suspicion. Thus, Yi Fei guided the Qinglong sword toward the ravine indicated on the map. After half an hour, a speck of dust materialized beside a ravine on the mountainside, precisely at the location marked on the map. To his surprise, he discovered a natural concealment array here, explaining why he had not noticed the small path earlier while on the periphery. As a voice resonated, Yi Fei, accompanied by Jiang Mingyun and Jiang Yiyun, emerged from the Qinglong sword. Before them lay not only the ravine, but also a lengthy stone path of azure hue. This path meandered along the mountainside, bending in the distance, seemingly without end. Moreover, being within the concealment array, no demon beasts were present. Let us proceed. Perhaps something awaits us just ahead. Yi Fei surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of any discernible entrance, and then led the two women along the azure stone path. The path was extensive, and after navigating through twists and turns for 2 or 3 miles, they finally reached its terminus. To their astonishment, they arrived at a vibrant platform, lush with the essence of spring. The platform measured about 10 zhang in width and nearly 40 zhang in length, with a ravine at its edge and a broad stone pathway in the center. On one side of the platform, nestled against the mountainside, stood 4 cave dwellings, while the opposite side boasted a medicinal herb garden spanning approximately 2 zhang in width. This garden was not only adorned with a variety of spiritual herbs, but the quality of these herbs was notably high. Near the stone path, a row of plants blossomed with pink flowers. What flowers are these? They smell divine. As they arrived, Jiang Yiyun curiously gazed at the pink blossoms, captivated by their alluring fragrance. I have never seen them before, Jiang Mingyun replied, shaking her head. They probably aren't spiritual herbs, just ordinary plants. Yi Fei shrugged nonchalantly, adding, since we are unfamiliar with these flowers, let us not linger and continue forward. Is this truly the former site of the Huanyixiang sect? It appears rather shabby, Jiang Yun remarked, wrinkling her nose at the solitary row of cave dwellings. regardless of its appearance. As long as there are treasures within, it matters not, Yi Fei replied with a gentle smile, stepping into the first cave dwelling. What a grand bed! Upon entering the cave, Yi Fei was momentarily taken aback. The dwelling measured approximately 2 zhang in depth and 3 zhang in width. Inside, there lay an enormous wooden bed measuring 10 feet in length and 30 feet in width. Such a colossal bed could accommodate an entire multitude. Gazing at the magnificent structure, Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel a wave of emotions. Noticing that there was nothing else in the chamber apart from the bed, the 3 companions proceeded to the second cave. This one was of similar size and served as an alchemical chamber. At that moment, aside from a dilapidated alchemical furnace, it was devoid of any other items. With no other option, they ventured into the third cave. This cave resembled a study, featuring several rows of bookshelves. Unfortunately, at this time, the shelves stood empty. After yielding no discoveries in this chamber as well, the trio moved on to the fourth cave. In contrast to the previous 3, this cave was significantly larger, measuring 20 feet in depth and 70 to 80 feet in width. Against the back wall, a row of meditation cushions was arranged. Yi Fei counted and found there to be as many as 18 cushions. In the center of the cave, a stone table was present, atop which rested a jade slip. Beyond this, there was nothing else of note. I shall see what is inscribed on this jade slip, Jiang Yun declared as she approached it. However, after merely a glance, her face flushed crimson, and she hastily returned the slip to its original place. What was in there? Yi Fei inquired, puzzled by Jiang Yun's reaction. If you wish to know, look for yourself, she replied, her cheeks still tinged with red, before dashing out of the cave. Observing her demeanor, both Yi Fei and Jiang Mingyun exchanged bewildered glances. To uncover the mystery, they each delved into the jade slip with their spiritual senses. As soon as their consciousnesses touched the slip, they were inundated with knowledge of a technique called the joyous art. Upon glimpsing the contents, their faces turned as crimson as Jiang Yun's had moments earlier. It was a dual cultivation technique, replete with incantations and vivid illustrations. The illustrations were rendered with exquisite detail, resembling lifelike figures, and were quite explicit, revealing the intimate aspects of both genders without reservation. Moreover, they depicted various enticing postures, exceedingly provocative in nature. Being uninitiated and inexperienced, the 3 had never encountered anything like this before, and after perusing the slip, they hastily retreated. For reasons unbeknownst to them, once they exited the cave, a peculiar heat enveloped their bodies. Why is it so warm? Jiang Yun, who had exited first, felt the sensation more acutely than Yi Fei and Jiang Mingyun. Her clothing clung to her dampened skin, accentuating her form. Witnessing this sight, Yi Fei's breath quickened, his eyes turning a deep crimson. Not only him, at that moment, a hint of desire flickered in Jiang Mingyun's beautiful eyes. Chapter 59. The unexpected. Initially, the peculiar sensation was faint, manageable for the 3. However, as time progressed, they found it increasingly difficult to suppress their feelings. Unbeknownst to them, as if guided by an unspoken connection, they gravitated towards the first cave. Rushing towards the enormous wooden bed, amidst fervent breaths, they cast aside all concerns and intertwined with one another. Although Jiang Mingyun possessed the highest cultivation level, her reactions were the most intense. The various intricate postures she had glimpsed in the jade slip were all enacted with Yi Fei. Curiously, in this state of confusion devoid of thought, once they assumed those positions, the previously merely glanced over joy technique began to operate autonomously within them. The more they activated the joy technique, the more exhilarated they felt, making it increasingly challenging to return to their normal state. As the technique flowed through them, a chilling current coursed within. Yi Fei, having reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, experienced little change. Jiang Yun was similarly situated, at the peak of the qi refinement stage with minimal alteration. Yet, Jiang Mingyun distinctly sensed a significant advancement in her cultivation. Previously at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, she now experienced a visible surge in power, advancing to the late stage within just 2 days, a pace that could only be described as astonishing, one that few would believe if spoken of. After 2 days, the trio finally emerged from their dreamy state, momentarily bewildered before they realized the need to dress and exit the cave. It must be the flowers, Jiang Mingyun thought as she gazed at the unknown pink blossoms before her, feelings stirring within her. Let us not dwell on these flowers for now. We should gather all these spiritual herbs, suggested Jiang Yiyun, pointing towards the herbs. Let us transplant them into the Qinglong sword. You can use these herbs for alchemy later without having to turn them over to the sect. Jiang Mingyun nodded, glancing at Yifei, who had no objections to the plan. The three quickly set to work, and within half an hour, they had transplanted all the spiritual herbs into the Qinglong sword. Yifei even decided to transplant a few of the mysterious flowers, believing that their ability to ensnare a nascent soul cultivator like Jiang Mingyun was certainly noteworthy. He thought they might yield insights upon further study. The two women did not dissuade him from transplanting the flowers, though their expressions were somewhat uneasy. After completing the transplantation of the herbs, Yifei ventured into the fourth cave, collected the jade slip within, and then led the two women away from that place. Upon returning to the ravine where they had first entered, Yifei guided them into the Qinglong sword. An hour later, the trio successfully ascended the flying sword, departing from the area to commence an extensive gathering of spiritual herbs within the secret realm. With Jiang Mingyun's presence, they amassed over 1,000 spiritual herbs in merely 3 days, a truly bountiful harvest. Let us proceed, Yifei urged, to fetch those disciples. There lies a journey of several days to the heart of the secret realm. Judging by the time, it seems to align perfectly, observing the considerable harvest thus far. Jiang Mingyun calculated the time and offered her reminder. The Divine Feather Secret Realm, while entry is achieved through random teleportation, does not allow for such randomness upon departure. One must reach the center of the realm. This is also a significant reason for the high casualty rate among disciples of various sections. Otherwise, one could simply seek a secluded spot and wait until the end. However, with a fixed teleportation array in place, this method becomes unfeasible. Should the secret realm conclude without a successful teleportation, one would be directly annihilated by the heavenly Tao within its confines, leaving no chance of survival. Thus, even if the final days were fraught with danger, everyone had no choice but to muster their courage and gather towards the center. As Jiang Mingyun was not suited for exposure, upon their return, she directly entered the Azure Dragon Sword. Yifei, accompanied by Jiang Yiyun, successfully reached the mount where the disciples of the Carefree sect resided a day later. Everyone, come forth, Yifei called out as he stood atop the mountain. In mere moments, the remaining 41 members of the Carefree sect emerged from beneath the ground. Master Yi, are we to return now? Feng Pu approached respectfully and inquired. The secret realm is nearing its end. I fear we may run out of time, Yifei affirmed with a nod. And our gains from this venture. Feng Pu hesitated. Fear not. I have gathered a considerable amount of spiritual herbs during this time, sufficient for our needs, Yifei replied, patting his storage ring with a smile. Then I must thank you, Master Yi, Feng Pu said, his expression brightening as relief washed over him. Following this exchange, the group did not linger, and under Yifei's guidance, they began to converge towards the center of the secret realm. Among them were 8 at the 9th level of Qi refinement, 25 at the 8th level, and 8 at the 7th level, totaling 43, including himself and Jiang Yiyun. As Yifei led the way, he scanned each disciple with his spiritual sense, contemplating the potential dangers that might arise upon reaching the central area of the realm. He feared that with so few members from the Carefree sect, they might not be adequately prepared. Thus, he resolved to devise a comprehensive strategy. Qianqian, yield to me, or else you know the consequences that await. A male voice lewdly laughed 2 days later as Yifei and his companions approached the edge of a forest. Senior Brother Liu, please conduct yourself with dignity, followed a feminine voice. Upon hearing this voice, Yifei involuntarily trembled, halting his advance immediately. Chapter 60. A reunion with Liu Qianqian. Please wait a moment. I shall take a look. Yifei hesitated briefly before greeting Jiang Yun and Bai Pu, quietly slipping into the woods. Observing Yifei's actions, the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect exchanged glances and remained rooted in place. Junior Sister Qianqian. Now that Wang Hai is dead, is it not a waste to retain such a remarkable physique? If you agree to accompany me, rest assured, upon returning to the sect, I will ensure that my grandfather accepts you as a true disciple. As Yifei entered the forest, a rather lascivious male voice echoed once more. Brother Lu Quan, do you take me, Liu Qianqian, for someone easily swayed? Even in death, I would never allow you to insult me. Liu Qianqian's voice was frigid, devoid of any inclination to submit. At that moment, Yifei stealthily approached, appearing within a mere 10 paces. In his line of sight, he beheld a man and a woman, both clad in azure. He recognized neither, yet the woman was unmistakably Lu Qianqian. Death. Heh, even a corpse can offer me. Lu Quan, exquisite delight. Lu Quan rubbed his hands together, his gaze shamelessly roaming over Lu Qianqian. Now, she had matured beyond her 16-year-old self, her figure alluringly developed. The fullness of her bosom and the graceful curvature of her hips captivated any man's attention. Upon hearing Lu Quan's lewd remarks, she felt a chill sweep through her body, trembling slightly in response. You are utterly inhuman. Lu Qianqian's voice quivered with indignation, tinged with a hint of fear. She was acutely aware of Lu Quan's formidable nature and knew that she might not escape this ordeal, her heart heavy with despair. Heh! If you are wise, you will yield to me. With your talent, you will surely advance to the Yuaning stage. Once I possess your essence, my own ascent to Yuan Ying will be effortless. Imagine, we could dwell together in harmony. What a beautiful prospect that would be. Lu Quan's gaze was rife with avarice. His true nature laid bare. Are you also after my essence? Lu Qianqian's brows furrowed as she murmured, her expression forlorn. She recalled how, after Wang Hai's demise, Wang Chongqing had uttered similar words, yet he had refrained from acting against her due to her low cultivation level. Hey, you are truly perverse. Not even sparing the dead, lower than a beast. Unable to endure such a conversation any longer, Yi Fei revealed himself and approached the two. Yi Fei. The moment she laid eyes on Yi Fei, Lu Qianqian's body trembled, her face reflecting disbelief. She could never have anticipated that he would appear before her at such a moment. His presence stirred deep-seated wounds within her heart, long buried. Do you know each other? Upon hearing Lu Qianqian call out Yi Fei's name, Lu Quan narrowed his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent flashing within. What? Do you intend to silence him? Yi Fei noticed the malice in Lu Quan's gaze and could not help but smile derisively. Although Lu Quan had also reached the 9th level of qi refinement, Yi Fei paid him no heed. Hua Qiuyang could extinguish him, so naturally, Lu Quan posed no challenge. What of it? It seems that your Xiaoyao sect is but a solitary remnant now, is it not? Observing Yi Fei clad in the attire of the Xiaoyao sect, Lu Quan felt a sense of relief and spoke with a tone laced with mockery. What do you mean by that? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. Haha. It appears you remain oblivious to the alliance formed by the rascal sect, the Kuchan Temple, and the Moon Worship sect. Your disciples of the Xiaoyao sect have likely perished en masse, Lu Quan exclaimed with loud laughter. How do you know this? Yi Fei's brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Quan. As a man on the brink of death, it matters not to share this with you. Prior to the commencement of the secret realm, several sects reached a consensus to obliterate the legacy of your Xiaoyao sect. The sects responsible for this endeavor are precisely those three, Lu Quan declared with pride. Why is that? Yi Fei's expression shifted, a hint of panic flickering across his face. Why? Your Xiaoyao sect has long dominated, seizing every instance of divine devouring grass, which has incited considerable discontent among the sections, particularly the rascal sect, who, despite their arduous efforts in crafting the Yin Luo banner, must expend exorbitant resources to procure ascension pills. Do you believe they would acquiesce to such injustice? Lu Quan spoke candidly, revealing all he knew without reservation. The spoils of the secret realm are to be claimed based on one's merit, are they not? Yi Fei's brow knitted tightly. The revelations Lu Quan shared indeed took him by surprise. Indeed, this time, the sects aim to eliminate your Xiaoyao sect's most elite qi refining disciples based solely on their abilities, Lu Quan sneered. The Xiaoyao sect will undoubtedly endure, though it is a pity you will not live to witness it. Yi Fei gently shook his head, summoning his spiritual weapon, a longsword. Having gleaned the information he sought, he felt no inclination to engage in further dialogue. Since you seek death, I shall grant you that wish. Lu Quan, unyielding, extended his right hand to draw forth a long knife, sweeping it across the surroundings. Yi Fei launched the most formidable strike, executing the third sword of the Yi Luo 9 swords with precision. Sometimes, the element of surprise constitutes the most potent weapon. He was confident that Lu Quan would be unable to withstand this assault. Indeed, as his sword arc cleaved through the air, a swift and formidable wave of sword energy surged forth, aimed directly at Lu Quan's midsection. The arc moved with remarkable speed and ferocity, arriving in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Lu Quan's expression turned to one of shock, Evasion was no longer an option, and he could only instinctively raise his long knife in defense. He had never anticipated such a ferocious and sudden initial strike from Yi Fei, leaving him utterly unprepared. Clang! Whoosh! In a mere instant, Lu Quan's long knife was sent flying by the arc of sword energy. With a splatter of blood, Lu Quan was bisected by the lethal blade of energy. His body cleaved in two. Yi Fei had dispatched Lu Quan with a single move. The entire scene unfolded with such swiftness that Lu Quan remained oblivious to his fate until the very end. The initial expression of astonishment still lingered on her face. So strong. Lu Qianqian, standing aside, was equally taken aback, staring blankly at Yi Fei. All right, you should hasten back to your team, Yi Fei said, tucking away Lu Quan's storage belt and addressing Lu Qianqian with a nonchalant tone. Thank you, Lu Qianqian murmured softly, biting her crimson lip in gratitude. Upon hearing her words of thanks, Yi Fei merely nodded before turning to depart. Not even a single word more. After Yi Fei's figure vanished, Lu Qianqian's complexion turned pale, murmuring to herself, her heart feeling as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, the pain unbearable. Let's go. Upon returning to the Xiaoyao sect's team, Yi Fei waved his hand and led everyone onward toward the center of the secret realm. 2 days later, they successfully reached the fringes of the secret realm. You all should descend underground first. I will scout ahead. Yi Fei instructed the group to enter a valley below, while he, accompanied by Jiang Yun, soared toward the heart of the secret realm. Although most disciples from the Azura Gate, the withered Zen Temple, and the Moon Worship sect had been eradicated, he learned from Lu Quan that other sects also harbored intentions to eliminate the Xiaoyao sect. Thus, Yi Fei's mission was one of retribution. Since they wished to strip the Xiaoyao sect of its legacy, the disciples of these sects had no reason to survive. This time, Yi Fei aimed to ascertain which sects sought to eradicate the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. Brother Yi, what are your plans? Standing on the flying sword, with her arm linked to Yi Fei's, Jiang Yun inquired curiously. Do you remember how we outsmarted those 3 sect disciples? Yi Fei pursed his lips, drawing Jiang Yun into his embrace. Are you planning to target other sects as well? Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since they show no mercy, we shall not be bound by righteousness. Yi Fei briefly recounted the information he had gathered to Jiang Yun. All right, in that case, let's unleash our madness once more. Jiang Yun's face flushed with exhilaration as she danced around on the flying sword. Yi Fei found her exuberance rather amusing. As they conversed, the duo landed on the edge of a grassy expanse, the very site of the teleportation array. Chapter 61. The trap. This expanse of grassland spans approximately 2 miles, with a square platform rising 2 feet high at its center. Due to the considerable distance, Yi Fei could discern little detail. At this moment, numerous sects had gathered on the grassland, each maintaining a cautious distance from one another. Without a hint of trepidation, Yi Fei and his companion navigated their flying swords directly above the grass. Limited by the scope of his spiritual awareness, Yi Fei squinted to observe that a few disciples from the Rakshasa sect and the Kuchan temple were present, only 8 in total. They stood together, gazing at the two with evident surprise. Not only them, but disciples from 2 other sects also scrutinized the pair's every move with unfriendly eyes. However, amidst these hostile glances, many disciples from other sects greeted Yi Fei and his companion with warm smiles. The Xiaoyao sect had long dominated this territory, and its friendly sects were not few in number. Yi Fei took in all these reactions. Brother Yi, shall we just fly around like this? Jiang Yun inquired curiously from the flying sword. Indeed, as bait, we must be noticed, Yi Fei replied, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After circling above the grassland, Yi Fei led Jiang Yun towards a dense forest. Jiang Mingyun had just informed him that the area was teeming with beasts. As soon as the pair departed, several disciples from the Rakshasa sect and the Kuchan temple hastily followed suit. The disciples from the Baidu sect and the Falling Maple Mountain exchanged glances and quietly withdrew from the grassland, their intentions clear. These 2 groups swiftly converged within the depths of the forest. Could those 2 be up to something? The leader of the Baidu sect remarked gravely, observing the leisurely flight of Yi Fei and Jiang Yun. It was evident that he had sensed their unusual behavior. What could be amiss? They are merely 2 at the 9th level of Qi refinement. You have 6 at that level in your Baidu sect alone. We total 96. How could we fear them? A disciple from the Rakshasa sect, at the 8th level of Qi refinement, cast a disdainful glance at the Beidou leader, his tone laced with mockery. Although this disciple-esque cultivation was not particularly high, the leader of the Beidou sect seemed wary and refrained from further comment. The others also remained silent. Though they were somewhat displeased by the disciple's tone, they nonetheless shared his viewpoint. 96 against 2, there was no suspense in the outcome. Let us go. We should catch up and swiftly resolve this, the Rakshasa disciple declared, waving his hand and leading the group to pursue Yi Fei and Jiang Yun. The fish has taken the bait. Standing upon his flying sword, Yi Fei smiled, manipulating the sword leisurely as he lured the crowd, swiftly entering the depths of the forest. This shall suffice. 15 minutes later, Yi Fei and Jiang Yun descended from the flying sword, standing upon a massive boulder. At this moment, the pursuers were merely 100 paces behind them, clearly visible to the naked eye. Now it's your turn, Yi Fei remarked, casting a smile towards Jiang Yun. All right, I've been anticipating this moment. Jiang Yun replied with a mischievous grin, then gracefully waved her hand, discarding a piece of clothing that clung closely to her form. It was a crimson belly band. Brother Yi, do you find this belly band appealing? Without retracting the belly band, she thrust it into Yi Fei's hands and spoke in a sultry tone. It's lovely. Later, wear it just for me, he responded. The smoothness of the fabric, combined with her unique, delicate fragrance, captivated Yi Fei, igniting a fervor within him. He realized that after experiencing the pleasures of intimacy, he had become utterly defenseless against such provocations. Deep within, he felt an insatiable yearning, wishing to whisk Jiang Yun away into the azure dragon sword at that very moment. As they conversed, the pursuers had closed the distance to less than 20 paces. Just then, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted around them, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Clouds of dust swirled as countless ferocious creatures swiftly encircled them. What is happening? Is it a beast tide? One questioned. A beast tide? Nonsense. There's no way this could be a beast tide. We must have stumbled upon something we shouldn't have. What should we do then? Another asked anxiously. We must dash out immediately. If we don't escape now, we'll be surrounded by the beasts and left to perish. In an instant, the group trailing Yi Fei erupted into chaos, voices clashing in a tumultuous frenzy. Enough. Silence. We will charge out together, all towards the same direction. A disciple of the Rakshasa sect, witnessing the rapidly approaching horde of beasts, trembled in fear, momentarily disregarding Yi Fei as he fervently directed the group to confront the encroaching creatures. In a heartbeat, the two factions clashed violently. Meanwhile, Yi Fei and Jiang Yun led the beasts in their direction, swiftly advancing towards the group of people. Despicable. Those struggling to break free from the encirclement while wielding their magical artifacts cursed vehemently, their eyes filled with rage. They understood that once completely surrounded by the beasts, their chances of escape would be virtually extinguished. Hee, enjoy yourselves. I'm taking my leave, Yi Fei nonchalantly declared, and as they closed the distance to mere yards, he and Jiang Yun soared into the azure dragon sword, vanishing from sight. How is this possible? The sudden disappearance of Yi Fei and Jiang Yun left the group in stunned disbelief, their faces etched with astonishment, momentarily forgetting their actions. As their movements faltered, several individuals were instantly torn apart by the ravenous beasts, meeting their demise on the spot. We must break free. Realizing the dire situation, they could no longer afford to hesitate, swinging their magical artifacts with all their might as they fought desperately against the oncoming horde. At this moment, they had no mind to ponder the disappearance of Yi Fei. Unbeknownst to them, after vanishing, Yi Fei had not ventured far, but had quietly flown behind them. He seized the opportune moment, striking when they were unprepared, occasionally drawing forth the Qinglong sword to deliver lethal blows from behind. This tactic proved highly effective. Within mere breaths, the spirits of these individuals were utterly shattered. Faced with the elusive Yi Fei, they possessed no semblance of resistance. Coupled with the relentless assault from numerous demon beasts, these individuals swiftly succumbed to despair. With the sounds of blood splattering and lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground, the scene soon transformed into a river of crimson. Within half a stick of incense, all 96 souls had perished, with not a single one surviving. The demon beasts, having lost their targets, retreated in disarray. At this point, a windfall had presented itself. Jiang Yun waved her delicate fists, overjoyed and dancing with excitement. Observing her exuberance, Yi Fei could only shake his head and smile wryly. The two, as before, after clearing the battlefield, each carried dozens of storage bags to a vacant area. So many spiritual herbs? Upon emptying the contents of the storage bags, their eyes widened in astonishment. The number of various spiritual herbs amassed from the bags of these 96 individuals exceeded 3,000, surpassing even those collected from the previous group. Yi Fei speculated that these sects had distinct roles. The earlier group was tasked with hunting members of the Xiaoyao sect, while this current batch likely focused on gathering spiritual herbs. With such a bountiful collection before him, Yi Fei seemed to contemplate something further, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Chapter 62. The trials in Huarun lay several days prior, while Yi Fei and his companions were foraging for spiritual herbs. They happened upon a considerable quantity of chiffon grass. Currently, Zhang Mingyun is tirelessly refining chiffon pills within the Qinglong sword, having successfully produced over 200 thus far. Such an abundance of chiffon pills, coupled with the plethora of spiritual herbs, is sufficient to secretly cultivate more than 200 foundation establishment cultivators for the Xiaoyao sect, rivaling a century's worth of accumulation. Although the 96 individuals possess a fair amount of spiritual herbs, their other possessions are scant, with the spiritual stones numbering less than 10,000. After transferring all these items into the storage ring, Yi Fei led Zhang Yiyun to the concealed valley where the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect were hiding. Half a day later, under Yi Fei's guidance, they arrived at a grassy expanse. With less than half a day remaining until the conclusion of the secret realm, a significant number of individuals had gathered here. Yet this was still a mere fraction compared to the throng present at the realm's onset, leaving fewer than 600 souls. Most of these were disciples from various sects, with only a handful of loose cultivators remaining. Why did the heavenly Tao devise such a design? Would it not have been preferable for the chiffon grass to flourish in the outside world? The loss of so many talents is indeed lamentable. Observing the sparse crowd, Yi Fei felt a wave of emotion wash over him. However, devoid of the interference from the Resetsu sect, this secret realm was far more tranquil than anticipated. Even on the final day, there was scarcely any conflict. Thus, everyone awaited the closure of the secret realm in a serene atmosphere. As a beam of white light radiated from the stone platform at the heart of the grassy area, all those standing upon it were enveloped in light, only to find themselves transported outside the Shun Yu secret realm in the blink of an eye. They had emerged, breathing in the familiar air of the outside world. The individuals exhaled in relief and hastily returned to their respective sects aboard their flying vessels. The loose cultivators quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the area. Yi Fei and his companions were no exception, successfully arriving aboard the Xiaoyao sect's flying ship. Master, here are the spoils of our journey. Yi Fei promptly presented the storage ring to Luoying. Inside, there were over 4,000 spiritual herbs, alongside the Shirshin mushroom and chiffon pills. Observing the safe return of so many disciples brought great joy to Luoying. She had not expected Yi Fei to retrieve much, casually slipping the storage ring onto her jade finger. From Luo Ying's demeanor, Yi Fei discerned that she was indifferent to the spiritual herbs. Even lacking any intention to inspect them, her primary concern was his safe return. This deeply touched Yi Fei's heart. Master, won't you take a look at what's inside? Yi Fei prompted gently. It suffices that you have returned safely. The quantity of items is inconsequential, Luo Ying replied nonchalantly. However, since Yi Fei had brought it up, she still probed her consciousness into the storage ring. Why are there so many? Upon glimpsing the contents within the storage ring, Luo Ying's surprise was palpable as she turned to Yi Fei. She had anticipated that, given Yi Fei's prowess, his gains would be considerable. Yet she had not expected such a remarkable bounty. Moreover, she had also witnessed Chiffon Dan within, who had annihilated 5 sections. Yi Fei replied with an air of indifference. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, Luo Ying finally noticed that several sects, including the Rakshasa sect and the Kuchan temple, had not sent out a single disciple. How could this be? A sudden jolt coursed through Luo Ying's heart, and her expression turned grave. This matter is rather lengthy. I will recount it to Master when time permits. Yi Fei sighed softly. Very well, this issue is indeed significant. You should retreat to the back for now. As she spoke, Luo Ying stepped forward, shielding Yi Fei behind her, her demeanor serious as she gazed intently ahead. At that moment, Huarunli from the Rakshasa sect was swiftly approaching. Fairy Luo, you must provide me with an explanation this time. Huarunli declared upon reaching the flying vessel of the Xiaoyao sect, his gaze fixed fiercely on Yi Fei behind Luo Ying, his anger barely contained. What does the sect master mean by this? Luo Ying's brows furrowed, her tone icy. What do you think it means? Just take a look at this. Huo Renli waved his hand, and a yellow talisman soared from his grasp, igniting in the wind, revealing an image in the sky. It depicted the moment Yi Fei pierced through Huo Qiuyang's skull. This talisman was an image talisman, which had captured the assassination of Huo Qiuyang. A recording from the image talisman he carried. Fairy Luo, do you see? My son Qiuyang was slain by this Yi Fei. You must give me an explanation. Huo Renli narrowed his eyes, his voice sharp. Huh. Sect Master Huo jests. This secret realm of divine feathers is inherently a survival of the fittest. According to my disciple, upon entering the realm, they were immediately besieged by your Rakshasa sect. I request an explanation from you first, Luo Ying retorted, unflinching in the face of Huo Renli, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she questioned him sternly. Qiuyang is my son. Upon hearing this, Huo Renli raised an eyebrow, his voice escalating. What of it if Huo Qiuyang is your son? Yi Fei is still my disciple. Who urged your son, lacking in strength, to provoke him? His death was well-deserved. Luo Ying's brows furrowed, showing no mercy in her words towards Huo Renli, clearly indicating her readiness to engage in combat. Observing this, Huo Renli's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated Luo Ying's unwavering stance. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his right hand, and 4 figures swiftly approached. These 4 were the esteemed elders from Ku Chan Temple, Baiyu Sect, Beidou Sect, and Luo Feng Mountain. Huo Renli, what is the meaning of this? Seeing these 4 figures, Luo Ying's expression darkened immediately. What do you think it means? Today, you must hand over Yi Fei to me. Otherwise, well, you see, this matter is unlikely to end well. Huo Renli sneered, glaring at Yi Fei behind Luo Ying, his murderous intent palpable. The other 4 quietly encircled the flying vessel of the Xiaoyao sect, causing the disciples aboard to tense up instantly. Yi Fei was similarly engrossed, his eyes darting about as he contemplated a strategy. Do you believe that after my sister's ascension, the Xiaoyao sect is devoid of capable individuals? Despite being surrounded, Luo Ying exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, a playful smile graced her face. With a flick of her beautiful eyes, she surveyed the other 4 individuals. As she cast her gaze upon them, 6 figures rapidly approached from various directions. They were the esteemed elders from sects such as the Half Moon Sect and the Danding Sect. Upon their arrival, they bypassed the 4 individuals and took their positions on the Xiaoyao sect's airship, their intentions unmistakable. They intended to lend their support to the Xiaoyao sect. This scene caused a furrow to deepen on Huo Renli's brow, placing him in a predicament. The other 4 elders mirrored his expression, exchanging glances that reflected their discontent. After all, they had initially acted with impertinence, although they were perplexed as to how their disciples had all perished. Such occurrences within a secret realm fell within the realm of normal competitive conduct. They knew that using this incident against the Xiaoyao sect would not hold water. Moreover, they could not substantiate that the Xiaoyao sect was behind it. Given their capabilities, it was indeed implausible. Is it possible that this time, the Shirshin grass has fallen into your Xiaoyao sect's hands? After a moment's contemplation, Huo Renli inquired with a darkened expression. That is indeed the case, Luo Ying replied, a faint smile gracing her lips, not denying the claim. Then for this upcoming elixir of ascension, one must be allocated to my Luocha sect, Huo Renli asserted, his tone brooking no dissent. Is it solely because your son has perished? Luo Ying regarded Huo Renli, her eyes glinting with mockery. Is that not sufficient? Although Huo Renli maintained a steadfast demeanor, he felt a flush of embarrassment. He was aware that he was being unreasonable, yet, at this juncture, he was intent on maximizing his gains. You, the esteemed leader of a sect, cannot be fevered enough to utter such nonsense. The allocation of the elixir of ascension shall remain as per tradition. The highest bidder prevails. Luo Ying displayed no inclination to compromise. Then so be it. Even if it costs my old bones, I shall engage in a spar with the celestial maiden. Resolute, Huo Renli steeled himself. A spar? Excellent. I, Luo Ying, am eager to witness the prowess of the fire sect's leader. She showed no signs of retreat. Very well, let us engage in battle. Should I be defeated, this matter will be considered settled. However, if I emerge victorious, you must yield both Yi Fei and the Shirshin grass to me. Huo Renli's eyes narrowed, a sinister smile playing on his lips, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Wait, To everyone's astonishment, before Luo Ying could respond, Yi Fei, standing behind her, unexpectedly stepped forward. Chapter 63. The Azure Dragon Sword grows the god-eating mushroom. What? Do you wish to confess voluntarily? Upon seeing Yi Fei step forward, Huo Renli's expression brightened, and he inquired eagerly, I have committed no wrongdoing. Why should I confess? Since the head of the fire sect intends to bully the weak, I shall accompany you to the end. However, I am a person of dignity. It is impossible for me to surrender without a fight. Given the vast difference in our realms, should we not establish some conditions for fairness? Yi Fei smiled lightly, facing the Yuaning expert without a trace of fear. Conditions? You, a mere insignificant insect, think you can negotiate with me? Do you even possess that qualification? Huo Renli scoffed derisively. Is the head of the fire sect afraid? Yi Fei raised the corner of his mouth, speaking with deep significance. Afraid? You are but an insect. How could I possibly fear you? Speak your conditions freely. Huo Renli squinted, still wearing a face of disdain. Very well, I shall be direct. Pray tell, what is the range of your divine sense, esteemed sect master Hua? Yi Fei asked. 300 miles, Huo Renli blurted out, looking rather pleased with himself. Since the range of your divine sense is 300 miles, might I request a 200-mile head start? After 200 miles, you may pursue me at your leisure. Should you catch and eliminate me, I shall have no further objections, and our grievances will end here, with no ties to the Xiaoyao sect. However, if I manage to escape from your grasp, you must never mention this matter again. Yi Fei spoke calmly and collectedly. Agreed. Huo Renli responded without a moment's hesitation. It was absurd. His speed, as a late-stage Yuaning, was unmatched by any mere Qi refinement junior. Not to mention 200 miles. If he allowed Yi Fei a head start of 400 miles, Yi Fei would still stand no chance of escape. Yi Fei, on his flying sword, could not traverse 200 miles in an hour. In contrast, Huo Renli could cover that distance in less than a quarter of an hour, even less if using a flying vessel. In his view, the likelihood of any unforeseen events was virtually non-existent. Yi Fei's actions were merely futile struggles. Yi Fei Luo Ying attempted to intervene, clearly believing that Yi Fei was being reckless. If that were the case, he would have no chance of escape at all. Rest assured, master. I am well aware of what I am doing. Yi Fei interrupted Luo Ying, his tone brimming with confidence. Luo Ying wanted to say more, but as she opened her mouth, she seemed to receive a transmission, her beautiful eyes sparkling momentarily before she fell silent. What a magnanimous spirit, sect master Hua. Let us agree on this. I shall set forth now, and after 200 miles, you may pursue me at your discretion. Yi Fei clasped his fists, showing no regard for Huo Renli as a superior. Very well, prepare to meet your demise. Huo Renli licked his lips, not concealing the murderous intent in his eyes. The question now lay in whether Hua Zhongzhu possessed the capability to confront him. Yi Fei, undaunted, spoke with a tone brimming with provocation. After uttering his words, he summoned his flying sword and soared southward, disregarding Huo Renli's reaction entirely. Observing Yi Fei's departing figure, Huo Renli's eyes blazed with fury. Had it not been for the presence of Luo Ying and her companions, he might have already pursued him. The audacity of a mere Qi refinement and to challenge him was nothing short of humiliation. In contrast, Luo Ying regarded Yi Fei with admiration, recognizing a striking resemblance to the formidable Yi Songlong of yore, which left her somewhat entranced. Just when others presumed Yi Fei was doomed, Jiang Yun, standing behind Luo Ying, merely scoffed at Huo Renli with disdain. In her view, Huo Renli was destined to suffer disgrace this time. There was no way he could capture Yi Fei. In the distance, aboard the flying vessel of the Chongshu sect, Lu Qianqian gazed anxiously in the direction Yi Fei had vanished. Meanwhile, Yi Fei was leisurely making his way southward, feeling no urgency, especially with his aunt positioned behind him. He harbored no fear of Huo Renli disregarding the rules to pursue him. Master Jiang, what do you suggest we do next? Yi Fei inquired, dividing his focus as he conversed with Jiang Mingyun through a thread of his consciousness connected to the Qinglong sword. Even in this situation, you still refer to me as Master Jiang. Jiang Mingyun retorted with a resentful glare directed at Yi Fei. What should I call you then? He asked sheepishly. Call me Mingyun, she replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Mingyun, where shall we proceed next? Yi Fei obediently asked, though he felt a twinge of awkwardness after his words. To the Qihua sect in the land of Qihua, Jiang Mingyun shyly suggested, although she had prompted Yi Fei to use that name. Hearing it stirred a peculiar excitement within her. It was worth luoting that she had once referred to Luo Yu as a sister. Now she found herself as the woman of Luo Yu's son. Such thrilling distinctions were undeniably intoxicating. Why must we go there? Yi Fei questioned, perplexed. The Qihua sect is a foundational body refinement sect, home to the Qihua Spring, whose waters are of exceptionally high temperature, making it an ideal place for body refinement practitioners. Jiang Mingyun elucidated. Will it aid me in reaching the second realm of body refinement, the flesh realm? Yi Fei instantly grasped Jiang Mingyun's intentions. Precisely. If you wish to advance, it is best to accomplish this second realm sooner rather than later, Jiang Mingyun affirmed with a nod. Have you discussed this matter with my master? Yi Fei suddenly recalled Luo Ying. I have. Rest assured, with me accompanying you, she will not be troubled. Jiang Mingyun assured him. With that, Yi Fei felt no further concern. He focused intently on guiding his flying sword southward. An hour later, after Yi Fei had traveled over 160 miles and exited the range of divine perception from Huaren Li, he directly entered the Azure Dragon Sword. He then allowed the sword, now transformed into fine dust, to attach itself to a large tree. Mingyun, how long do you think we should remain here to ensure our safety? Yi Fei inquired as he approached Jiang Mingyun within the Azure Dragon Sword. At least half a month, Jiang Mingyun replied thoughtfully. That fellow from Huaren Li will not easily let you off. Then I shall begin my foundation building within. Yi Fei decided swiftly upon hearing the duration. Indeed, now that you are advancing to foundation building, you only require this foundation pill. Jiang Mingyun said with a smile as she produced an orange-yellow pill, evidently having prepared it for him in advance. Mingyun, thank you. Yi Fei expressed his gratitude. Gazing at Jiang Mingyun, there's no need for such formality between us. Quickly take the pill and commence your cultivation, Jiang Mingyun replied with a charming smile, placing the foundation pill directly into Yi Fei's hand. As Yi Fei received the pill, he pulled Jiang Mingyun into his embrace and leaned down to kiss her. Jiang Mingyun initially resisted slightly, but soon surrendered, willingly extending her delicate tongue. Ahem, have you considered my feelings? Just as the two were lost in their moment, the Azure Dragon above coughed lightly twice and descended. Startled, Yi Fei and Jiang Mingyun quickly parted. Yi Fei maintained his composure, but Jiang Mingyun's face flushed crimson as she shot Yi Fei a fierce glare before sitting down beside him with her head lowered. Senior Azure Dragon, you are being rather disrespectful, Yi Fei playfully chided the dragon, something he would never have dared to do under normal circumstances. You young ones should indulge elsewhere and not disturb my tranquility. It has been many years since I have seen a female dragon. Have you considered my feelings? The Azure Dragon shot Yi Fei a disapproving look, causing Yi Fei's jaw to nearly drop in astonishment. So, the senior Azure Dragon was in search of a female dragon. Rest assured, once I, Yi Fei, have the capability, I will certainly find you one. No, I shall find you 10, ensuring your satisfaction, Yi Fei jested. You should focus on enhancing your cultivation instead. It is premature to speak of such matters, the Azure Dragon waved dismissively. By the way, a god-devouring herb has sprouted in your medicinal garden. Be careful to tend to it properly, and do not mistake it for mere weeds, the Azure Dragon added, pointing at the medicinal field. What? The medicinal field has produced a god-devouring herb? Upon hearing this, Yi Fei's face was one of disbelief. Even Jiang Mingyun looked astonished as she turned to gaze at the medicinal field. Chapter 64. Successful Foundation Laying. The initial evolution of the Azure Dragon space in this realm of the devouring godgrass. Only one specimen may exist. How could such a thing possibly grow within the Azure Dragon Sword? Yi Fei harbored some skepticism. Nonetheless, despite his doubts, he and Jiang Mingyun eagerly made their way to the edge of the spiritual herb field for a closer inspection. To his astonishment, there it was. Yi Fei's countenance brightened as he soon discovered a grass the size of a fingernail. Though still small, and only a faint red in color, it exhibited a vigorous growth and abundant vitality. How could the devouring god grass possibly flourish here? Yi Fei inquired of the Azure Dragon beside him. When you previously introduced the devouring god grass, its spores naturally remained here. This space is self-contained and not subject to the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Allowing the grass to grow freely, the Azure Dragon elucidated. Does this mean that the Azure Dragon Sword will function as a divine feather secret realm in the future? Yi Fei mused, his gaze shifting to the cleansing grass in the spiritual herb field, invigorating him instantly. The divine feather secret realm opens once every 20 years. While the devouring god grass can mature 10 times within the azure dragon sword in that same span, the azure dragon remarked with profound significance. Upon concluding his explanation, the azure dragon vanished into the clouds above. 10 times in 20 years, Yi Fei muttered, gazing at the minuscule devouring god grass. It seems the dragon continent is destined for a transformation. Jiang Mingyun, having overheard the azure dragon's words, immediately perceived the implications. Her gaze turned contemplative as she stared into the vastness above. Mingyun, please tend to these spiritual herbs while I focus on advancing my foundation, Yi Fei instructed, not contemplating further than that. After issuing his command, he settled beside the azure dragon pool. Having shed his mortal shell, he was now qualified to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Coupled with their previous dual cultivation, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi refinement. Hopefully, one pill will suffice, Yi Fei mused before placing the foundation establishment pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and in mere moments, waves of potent medicinal energy surged through his limbs and torso. Yi Fei refrained from hesitation as the Xiaoyao True formula within him began to operate rapidly, transforming this energy. As the formula circulated, streams of medicinal energy were transmuted into genuine qi, flowing through his body's acupoints and into his meridians. After circulating through his meridians, all of this genuine qi converged within the cyclone of his dantian. At this moment, the genuine qi in the cyclone had reached an exquisite density, making further integration exceedingly difficult. The influx of genuine qi soon filled Yi Fei's dantian entirely, and an intense sensation of expansion overwhelmed him. With great resolve, Yi Fei endured this sensation of swelling, pushing the speed of the Xiaoyao True formula to its utmost limit. Consequently, the genuine qi within his dantian continued to accumulate, quickly reaching its peak. The sensation of expansion reached a critical threshold for Yi Fei, transforming into excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth, he endured the torment and roared internally, channeling all his energy into the meridians, forcibly directing it into the swirling vortex within his dantian. This caused the vortex to spin with increasing velocity. The process was arduous, representing a pivotal step in the refinement of energy, transitioning it into a liquid state. Only through this transformation could he accommodate a greater volume of energy within the same capacity of his meridians. Fortunately, the potency of the foundational pill was remarkably strong, and after numerous attempts, Yi Fei suddenly sensed a tremor at his dantian. Subsequently, the rapidly rotating vortex abruptly slowed, shrinking in size to become a droplet of liquid energy. In an instant, this droplet began to rotate swiftly, drawing in the excess energy from his dantian, which flowed into the meridians, undergoing a cycle before transforming into strands of liquid energy that merged with the rotating droplet. The unsettling sensation of expansion within Yi Fei dissipated. Concurrently, a resounding clarity enveloped his mind, and his consciousness expanded uncontrollably outward, reaching a radius of 1.5 miles. Elated by the expansion of his consciousness, Yi Fei realized he had successfully established his foundation, perhaps due to his physical cultivation. His range of consciousness post-foundation was significantly larger than that of peers at the same level. Typically, a nascent foundation cultivator's consciousness spans merely a mile, yet he had achieved 1.5 miles upon entering this stage. With some residual potency still unrefined within him, Yi Fei continued to sit cross-legged, assimilating the remaining energy. After a quarter of an hour, he finally rose to his feet. At this moment, the energy within him had completely liquefied, flowing continuously through his meridians. Had the spirit herb field truly enlarged? As Yi Fei approached the field, he was momentarily stunned, his face reflecting astonishment. He discovered that after establishing his foundation, the spirit herb field had indeed doubled in size, now encompassing over 20 acres. Moreover, the space of the azure dragon's sword had expanded tenfold, now spanning an impressive radius of 200 miles. It was no longer merely a valley. It now featured prairies, mountains, and streams, all present. The only lament was the persistent absence of life. It remained devoid of any other beings. Azure Dragon Senior, can the space of the azure dragon's sword continue to evolve? Yi Fei inquired respectfully towards the azure dragon residing among the clouds. Indeed, the space of the Azure Dragon sword will grow alongside the elevation of its Master's realm. Otherwise, with its current size, it could scarcely accommodate a five-clawed dragon. Let alone my Azure Dragon clan, the Azure Dragon replied, descending from the clouds with a smile. Such power. Does it mean that when I reach the Yuanying stage, this space will expand to a radius of 20,000 miles? Yi Fei ventured cautiously. Almost, before you achieve the transformation. The spatial range of the Qinglong sword is relatively limited. With each significant advancement in your cultivation, its spatial extent will expand tenfold. Upon your transformation, each major elevation will result in a five-fold increase in space. The Qinglong nodded as it explained. If that is the case, does this mean the Qinglong sword space is comparable to an independent world? Yi Fei couldn't help but widen his eyes. Strictly speaking, it is indeed an independent realm, one that has existed since the primordial chaos. Once you undergo transformation, you will truly sense its formidable power. The Qinglong smiled mysteriously and, before Yi Fei could pose another question, returned to the clouds. Transformation? That seems a distant prospect for me. Yi Fei shook his head helplessly. Not to mention transformation. Given the current circumstances, advancing to the Yuanying stage is already an arduous task. What? Are you lacking confidence in yourself? Jiang Mingyun approached Yi Fei, smiling as she inquired. It is exceedingly difficult, Yi Fei replied, a bitter expression upon his face. To achieve transformation, he must first endure the trials of refining flesh, bones, and tendons. The pain associated with each subsequent step of body refinement will undoubtedly surpass that of skin refinement. Yi Fei was uncertain if he could withstand it. Cultivating immortality is inherently defiant against the heavens, and for you, this is merely the beginning. However, your initial steps have already surpassed those of the vast majority, so you must have faith in yourself and not be disheartened. Rest assured, no matter how challenging the path ahead may be, I will walk alongside you. Jiang Mingyun extended her delicate hand, linking it with Yi Fei's arm, speaking softly. Thank you, Mingyun. Yi Fei drew Jiang Mingyun into his embrace. All right, you should immerse yourself in your cultivation. Otherwise, that old man will descend again. Feeling Yi Fei's large hand resting on her rear, Jiang Mingyun quickly extricated herself from his grasp, playfully pointing toward the clouds. Her cheeks flushed. Let us discuss it after we go outside. Yi Fei chuckled awkwardly, then, with a flicker of his form, vanished underground. Having previously learned formations within the Array God Tower, he was eager to experiment with their complexities. Chapter 65. Your smile is enchanting. The formation array, a crucial aspect of cultivation, serves a myriad of purposes. Among these, the most commonly employed is the spirit gathering array. As the name suggests, this array is designed to concentrate spiritual energy. It can amass the surrounding spiritual essence, elevating its density within the array to several times, or even a dozen times, that of the external environment. The enhancement in cultivation speed is markedly significant. What Yi Fei aimed to accomplish was to establish a rudimentary spirit gathering array at a depth of 100 zhang underground. Although it is but a primary array, it is rooted in ancient techniques, and its ability to concentrate spiritual energy surpasses that of the contemporary spirit gathering arrays found in the Divine Dragon continent by a considerable margin. Drawing from his previous insights into array formations, Yi Fei executed the setup of the spirit gathering array with relative ease. In less than 15 minutes, he had successfully arranged a spirit gathering array spanning several zhang. What a formidable array! The concentration of spiritual energy within this formation is astonishingly 40 times that of the outside world. Upon the completion of the array, as Yi Fei settled inside, he was overwhelmed by the intensity of the spiritual essence, which was on the verge of liquefaction. The efficacy of this spirit gathering array exceeded his expectations, achieving a concentration 40 times greater than that found externally. What effects might be realized with the enhancement of the time array disk? The mere thought of the time array disk in his possession made Yi Fei's heart race. Mingyun, come down. Let us experiment with cultivating within the time array disk and observe the results. Such a fortuitous opportunity would not be solely enjoyed by Yi Fei. He called out to Jiang Mingyun to join him. What a rich abundance of spiritual energy. Upon entering the spirit gathering array, Jiang Mingyun was equally astonished by the density of the spiritual essence. If we are to wait for half a month, let us utilize the time array disk for our cultivation. The mid-grade spirit stones you provided last time will suffice, Yi Fei suggested. Naturally, Jiang Mingyun had no objections to Yi Fei's proposal. Soon, he retrieved the time array disc, and the two of them sat opposite each other upon it. As mid-grade spirit stones were placed into the grooves of the array disc, it activated, enveloping them in a white light curtain. The spacious array disc allowed them ample room. And even with two additional individuals, it would remain spacious. Once the array was activated, they began to circulate their cultivation techniques. Unbeknownst to them, as they commenced their cultivation, the spirit-gathering array began to whirl like a vortex, fervently drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Within the array, this energy coalesced into droplets of liquid spiritual essence, which were swiftly absorbed by the time array disc to facilitate their cultivation. As time flew by, after half a month, the 90 mid-grade spirit stones were finally depleted. Yi Fei stowed away the time array disc, and the two returned to the surface. At this moment, both had experienced significant advancements in their cultivation. Although only half a month had elapsed externally, within the time array disc, over 5 months had passed. During this span, Yi Fei encountered a cultivation bottleneck after merely 1 month of practice. In the remaining time, he devoted himself to the study of formations. Remarkably, with his prior insights coupled with 4 months of contemplation, Yi Fei had now made significant strides in the realm of formations, having thoroughly grasped the fundamentals of elementary arrays. In contrast, Jiang Mingyun's progress was far more pronounced. Her 5 months of cultivation had solidified her foundation in the late stage of the nascent soul realm considerably. Her advancement could rival that of decades of arduous practice. If she continued at this pace, it would not take a year for her to achieve the consummation of the nascent soul stage. Of course, such rapid progress would entail a substantial consumption of mid-grade spirit stones. For safety's sake, Jiang Mingyun first summoned the Qinglong sword. Once she confirmed that there were no dangers lurking within the fire realm, she then allowed Yi Fei to exit as well. Finally emerging, Yi Fei exhaled deeply. For someone unaccustomed to prolonged seclusion, such an extensive period of cultivation had been somewhat challenging. Let us proceed to the Qian sect, he suggested. With that, Jiang Mingyun conjured a flying vessel and, carrying Yi Fei, soared southward. This was a true artifact flying ship, renowned for its swift pace, covering 4,000 miles in a single hour. How far is the Qian sect from here? Yi Fei inquired once the vessel stabilized. Traveling south for 100,000 miles leads to the borders of the Huiqi kingdom, and an additional 30,000 miles will bring us to the Qian sect, which will take 3.5 days, Jiang Mingyun replied. That is quite a distance. Over 100,000 miles. Yi Fei exclaimed in astonishment. The Divine Dragon continent comprises 6 kingdoms, vast in scope. Thus, this distance is rather trivial, Jiang Mingyun smiled in response. Then why haven't we seen disciples from the other 5 kingdoms in the secret realm? Do they not need to enter? Yi Fei asked, perplexed. Each kingdom possesses its own secret realm, all of which open and close simultaneously, so there is no need for them to come to our Divine Feather Kingdom. Jiang Mingyun explained. Thus, as they conversed, the two continued their journey southward, and after 2 days, they successfully entered the territory of the Huiqi kingdom. No wonder this place is called the Huiqi kingdom. As soon as they entered its borders, Yi Fei understood that the name was not arbitrary. He found himself surrounded by an endless expanse of desert. The temperature here was significantly higher than that of the Divine Feather Kingdom. Were they not cultivators? They would have been drenched in sweat by now. Yet, even as cultivators, they had to constantly circulate their inner vital energy to mitigate their body temperature. Otherwise, prolonged exposure to such an environment would be unbearable. Most regions of the Huiqi kingdom were like this. Although the environment was harsh, it was particularly conducive for body refining practitioners, especially for those in the skin refining stage. Cultivating in such conditions over time greatly increased the likelihood of success. This was also the reason why there were many body refining practitioners in the Huiqi kingdom. Jiang Mingyun looked at the vast sea of yellow sand and smiled. Are there many body refinement cultivators in the Fire Red Kingdom? Yi Fei was quite curious about this. At least 30%, Jiang Mingyun replied, her expression complex. Given the scarcity of resources here, body refinement is the only viable path. Does that imply the existence of high-level body refinement cultivators in the Fire Red Kingdom? Yi Fei immediately grasped the implication and turned to Jiang Mingyun. Indeed, she confirmed. This is precisely why I brought you here. The Fire Red Kingdom indeed harbors strong practitioners in the muscle refinement stage. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators cannot breach their defenses. Among the 6 nations, only here is truly suitable for your cultivation. Jiang Mingyun nodded with a smile, pleased that Yi Fei had deduced this so swiftly. Despite being Yi Fei's partner now, she still regarded him as a junior in her heart. Within the Fire Red Kingdom, although predominantly desert, after flying several thousand miles inward, greenery began to emerge. Furthermore, as they ventured deeper, mountains, rivers, and lakes appeared. Although their scale was modest, they were significantly better than the arid outskirts. As Jiang Mingyun was a powerful nascent soul cultivator, no one dared to impede their swift passage through the Fire Red Kingdom. After a day's journey, the two alighted upon a massive rock. We have arrived. Jiang Mingyun pointed toward the mountain range ahead. How do we get in? Yi Fei furrowed his brow as he asked, stepping down from the flying vessel. Stealthily infiltrating another sect was no simple task. Of course, we sneak in. Jiang Mingyun chuckled, covering her mouth. Mingyun, you've turned mischievous, Yi Fei remarked with a resigned smile, suddenly understanding her intention. He had anticipated that Jiang Mingyun, as a nascent soul powerhouse, would employ a different approach. He was surprised that she chose to use the Azure Dragon's sword to blend in. Hee, this is called marrying a chicken, following the chicken. Marrying a dog, following the dog, Jiang Mingyun said with a charming smile, unfazed by the implications of her actions. You look so beautiful when you smile. Observing her radiant expression, Yi Fei felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He couldn't help but lick his lips, overcome by an impulse to leap forward. You truly are a rogue, Jiang Mingyun said, her heart fluttering at his demeanor, her cheeks instantly turning crimson, her voice barely above a whisper. Chapter 66. Successfully infiltrating the Crimson Flame Springs. As Jiang Mingyun grew increasingly shy, Yi Fei found it ever more difficult to contain the tumult of emotions swirling within him. Ultimately, he surrendered to his impulses and leapt forward without restraint. Be careful, someone might see, Jiang Mingyun exclaimed, yet she did not resist, quickly succumbing to his embrace. Fear not, I will set a formation, Yi Fei chuckled, while simultaneously searching for Jiang Mingyun's delicate lips. He deftly formed hand seals, casting spirit stones in various directions. Within mere breaths, he established a rudimentary concealment and soundproofing formation. Forget the past. This time I shall cherish you truly. Observing Jiang Mingyun's excited, trembling form in his arms, Yi Fei leaned in slowly. Jiang Mingyun's body responded with remarkable sensitivity. The moment they touched, she began to tremble uncontrollably. This scene left Yi Fei astounded. Had he truly done anything to provoke such a reaction? How vexing. Her body is naturally attuned, he mused. Realizing the situation was beyond his control, Jiang Mingyun's cheeks flushed crimson, as she dared not meet Yi Fei's gaze. Naturally attuned? Yi Fei questioned, confusion evident on his face. Do not inquire now. I shall explain later, Jiang Mingyun replied, extending her graceful arm to embrace Yi Fei's neck. This time, neither made a conscious effort to restrain themselves, nor did they cultivate any techniques. This is all your fault. Half a day later, upon seeing her limping form, Jiang Mingyun shot Yi Fei a shy glare. Apologies, it was entirely my fault. You should rest. I will handle the rest, Yi Fei said sheepishly. Knowing he had exerted himself too much, he quickly led Jiang Mingyun into the Qinglong's sword, and then, using his spiritual sense, he guided a speck of dust deeper into the mountains on the currents of the wind. After another half-day, the speck of dust finally halted before a vibrant, multicolored barrier. This valley marked the location of the Crimson Flame sect. Due to the protective mountain formation, even a mere speck of dust could not enter freely. We shall wait. Inside the Qinglong's sword, Yi Fei and Jiang Mingyun exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. They could only bide their time until a disciple of the Crimson Flame sect appeared. Only then could they seize the opportunity to slip inside. Fortunately, there were many disciples of the Crimson Flame sect. After just over an hour, the multicolored barrier shimmered with ripples. Soon, a young man clad in yellow emerged from within. Seizing the moment, Yi Fei deftly maneuvered the speck of dust, slipping through the barrier before it closed. At last, they were inside. A wave of relief washed over Yi Fei as he continued to guide the speck of dust deeper into the Crimson Flame sect. Although Jiang Mingyun possessed a map of the sect, its vast expanse required significant time for Yi Fei to navigate, eventually leading them to the heart of the sect, Crimson Flame Peak. The Crimson Flame Peak, though appearing modest in height, spans an extensive area of several miles. Its outer perimeter is diligently guarded by numerous disciples, effectively regulating the ingress and egress of individuals. However, to Yi Fei, these precautions were mere trifles. Commanding the Qinglong sword, he deftly navigated past the layers of guardians from the Crimson Flame sect and entered the depths of the peak through a long, shadowy mountain passage. This sanctified domain serves as the hallowed ground of the Crimson Flame sect, home to the revered Crimson Flame Spring. Within the mountain's interior, a vast expanse lay hollowed out, measuring several miles in circumference. Scattered at intervals were 9 circular pools, each exuding steam as scalding spring water surged forth from the molten vents at their bases, creating a cascade of bubbles that burst upon the surface. Upon meticulous scrutiny, Yi Fei discerned that, although the pools appeared identical, subtle distinctions existed. The temperature of the spring water increased progressively from the outermost to the innermost pool. At this moment, the space was deserted, devoid of any presence. What shall we do now? Having circled the pools and confirmed their solitude, Yi Fei turned his gaze to Jiang Mingyun beside him. This is the flesh-refining pill. Once ingested, one should immerse oneself in the outermost pool, progressing to the next only upon acclimatization to its temperature. This process continues until one can endure the warmth of the final pool, achieving the flesh-refining realm. Jiang Mingyun handed Yi Fei a vial, containing the elixir she had prepared in advance. Such refining potions are not uncommon in the Divine Dragon continent. The scarcity of practitioners engaging in body refinement is not due to a lack of pills, but rather the excruciating pain that few can withstand. Even among those who can endure, sacred sites for body refinement, like the Crimson Flame Spring, are exceedingly rare, with only 2 known locations across the entire Divine Dragon continent. Consequently, the elite body refining cultivators are few and far between. Will this temperature truly not scald one to death? Observing the steaming pools, Yi Fei shuddered involuntarily. Indeed, without resistance, one could be cooked alive. You wouldn't be foolish enough to enter without utilizing your vital energy, would you? Jiang Mingyun teased lightly, her laughter ringing like a bell as she covered her mouth. Do not mock. You're not the one entering. It's easy to speak without experiencing the discomfort. Yi Fei's face flushed with indignation. Who says I want to go in? Having come this far, I cannot squander this opportunity. Jiang Mingyun smiled brightly. You too will enter? Yi Fei queried in surprise. Of course. I practice both body and spirit cultivation, albeit my body refinement level is somewhat lower. Jiang Mingyun responded with a captivating smile. I truly had not noticed. Yi Fei circled around her, curiously surveying her. Enough of that. Please set up a few formations at the entrance to prevent any intruders from interrupting our training. Under Yi Fei's gaze, Jiang Mingyun felt a flush rise to her cheeks and quickly shifted the topic. When she began discussing serious matters, Yi Fei set aside his playful demeanor, guiding the Qinglong sword towards the exit of the passage. As he ventured deeper into the tunnel, Yi Fei meticulously arranged a surveillance formation on the stone walls at intervals, crafted to monitor any intrusions. For added security, he established over 20 such formations along the 2-mile corridor. While these surveillance formations were not particularly advanced, they provided constant vigilance over their surroundings. Yi Fei maintained a thread of consciousness linked to them, ensuring he would be alerted at the slightest disturbance. After all, it was prudent to exercise caution within another's sect. In addition to these surveillance formations, Yi Fei also set up a barrier formation at the internal exit, capable of preventing external consciousness from probing and while also muffling any sounds emanating from within. He resolved to refine some formation flags when time permitted, as he contemplated the advantages they would offer. Although the formations he established were limited in number, they consumed half a day's time. After all, deploying formations through the Qinglong sword was no trivial task and required considerable mental effort. If he had formation flags at his disposal, the process would be significantly simpler, allowing for swift and effortless arrangement of formations. Shall we proceed? After conducting a final inspection and confirming that everything was in order, Yi Fei exited the Qinglong sword alongside Jiang Mingyun. Shall we go together? Upon reaching the first pool, Yi Fei gazed at Jiang Mingyun's alluring silhouette and inquired. Of course, Jiang Mingyun replied with a charming smile, gradually shedding her yellow veil to reveal her form-fitting attire beneath. Chapter 67. The fiery spring of body refinement. After sharing an intimate moment with Yi Fei, Jiang Mingyun cast aside her modest robe into her storage ring. donning a more revealing gauze dress that accentuated her figure. With the gauze now discarded, her alluring form was laid bare before Yi Fei, captivating him with an ardent gaze that ignited a fire within his heart. "Now, quickly consume the elixir," she purred, her voice laced with seduction as she smiled coyly, clearly pleased by his reaction. With that, she shed her remaining garments and, after consuming a body-refining pill, plunged into the fiery spring with a splash. Moments later, immersed in the water, Jiang Mingyun could not suppress a moan of anguish. Her entire body flushed crimson, her delicate brows knitted in distress. Yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. Seeing her plight, Yi Fei wasted no time. He swiftly disrobed, swallowed a body-refining pill, and leapt into the water beside her. The heat was overwhelming. In an instant, a searing pain coursed through his body, penetrating to the very marrow, nearly causing him to faint. Without hesitation, he activated the body-refining mantra within him, while simultaneously feeling the cooling effects of the elixir spreading throughout his limbs, alleviating the bone-deep agony, if only slightly. Yet, that excruciating sensation remained unbearable, far worse than enduring a waterfall's relentless cascade. Yi Fei inwardly howled, pushing the mantra to its limit. Even so, the relief was minimal. He could distinctly sense his muscles undergoing transformation, akin to being boiled alive. Fortunately, the potency of the body-refining pill continuously stimulated the vitality of his flesh, ensuring that his inner muscles retained their vigor. He could only imagine the torment awaiting him during the stages of bone and sinew refinement. As he labored through the mantra, despair echoed in his heart. He was not alone. Jiang Mingyun was in a similar state of struggle. Each time their endurance waned, they shouted aloud, finding some solace in their shared agony. This torment lasted for an entire day before it began to ease slightly, prompting a collective sigh of relief from both. After another day, the elixir's potency began to impact the outer layer of their muscles. As each muscle was subjected to the scalding water, the effects of the body-refining pill rapidly manifested, revitalizing the cooked flesh. By the third day, the first pool of spring water no longer inflicted any harm upon their skin, and they felt no trace of the water's scorching heat. At last, it was over. Yi Fei and Jiang Mingyun exchanged a glance and emerged from the pool. As soon as they stepped out, they swiftly donned their garments, their thoughts converging as they entered the Qinglong sword. A day later, they soared out of the Qinglong sword once more, plunging into the second spring. This experience was markedly more intense than the last. Within just half a day, they found themselves struggling to endure. What to do? Sensing that the efficacy of the flesh-refining pill could hardly keep pace with the recovery of their muscles, Yi Fei felt a surge of anxiety. At that moment, he noticed Jiang Mingyun approaching him. Her condition was also precarious. She clung to his neck, seeking solace. Even in such close proximity, they could not sense each other's presence. Frost cultivation. Just as Yi Fei was engulfed in confusion, Jiang Mingyun, despite enduring excruciating pain, transmitted her thoughts to him. Her reminder illuminated Yi Fei's understanding. They promptly attempted a connection, and to their astonishment, they discovered that their muscle recovery accelerated significantly with just one cycle. It works. Yi Fei's heart leaped with joy as he glanced at Jiang Mingyun, who was also looking back at him, her face radiant with delight. Clearly, frost cultivation was equally beneficial for her. This time, in merely 2 days, they emerged from the second spring, revitalized and devoid of any fatigue. Instead of retreating into the Qinglong sword for rest, they immediately assumed their positions and entered the third spring. Although this spring was even hotter than the last, the effects of frost cultivation enabled them to acclimate swiftly. 2 days later, they ventured into the fourth spring. Despite the increasing temperature, they consistently adapted within 2 days. Thus, after 8 more days, they emerged from the eighth spring. Alarmed, Yi Fei sensed an approaching presence just as they were about to enter the ninth spring. With a quick warning to Jiang Mingyun, they hastily donned their attire and soared into the Qinglong sword. In an instant, Yi Fei waved his sleeve, dispelling the barrier formation. Fortunately, their swift reactions left no trace behind. "Master, with my abilities, can I endure the first spring?" A woman's voice resonated through the passage. The two concealed within the Qinglong sword clearly heard it. "The first spring is the simplest. With your capabilities, it should pose no significant challenge." As the voice of an elder echoed, 2 figures emerged from the passage. A graceful young woman clad in a yellow dress, and an elderly man draped in a gray cloak. Yi Fei had already observed their features through the surveillance formation on the cave wall. Upon entering, they approached the first spring. How could there be traces of water here? The elder exclaimed softly as he directed his gaze toward the pools. Unintentionally, he cast a glance and noticed a puddle by the edge of the eighth pool. This watermark was evidently freshly left. Upon closer inspection, he discerned two sets of footprints, one large and one small, indicating the presence of two individuals. Could it be that someone had been here before? The young girl quickly caught on, furrowing her brow in inquiry. This should not be the case. There appeared to be no place to hide. The elder's expression darkened slightly. Despite his words, his consciousness had already extended, enveloping the entire space, leaving no corner of the surrounding stone walls unexamined. Yet, the outcome was unmistakable. The elder had made no discoveries, further deepening the somberness of his countenance. The eighth pool. Could it be him? Upon realizing it was the eighth pool, the elder's eyes suddenly narrowed, as if he had pieced together a notion. Could it be the ancient master? The mention of the eighth pool prompted the girl to think of someone as well. No, that couldn't be right. The ancient master was but one person. Why then were there two sets of footprints? The girl swiftly dismissed her own conjecture. It was clear that someone was engaging in frost cultivation with her, and this individual's physical cultivation level was at least at the 8th stage of body refinement. In our flame sect, there were only two individuals of such caliber. One was you, master by Xingyang, who happened to be at the 9th stage of body refinement, and the other was your master, who was now a bone refining expert, progressing even faster than I. The elder squinted his eyes slightly, communicating his deductions to the girl. Frost cultivation in this flame spring? Although the girl's cheeks flushed slightly, curiosity still compelled her to ask. There is something you might not know. When refining the body in this flame spring, frost cultivation not only alleviates pain, but also accelerates the speed of body refinement. For instance, relying solely on your willpower, you can currently endure only through the first pool. However, if you were to engage in frost cultivation with someone else, you could directly persevere to the fourth pool. As he spoke, the elder gazed at the girl before him with fervor. Chapter 68. Unsavory dealings. Is it possible to directly cultivate to the fourth level? Upon hearing the elder's words, the young maiden felt a flicker of temptation. She paid no heed to the elder's peculiar gaze. At the very least, if the results were promising, advancing directly to the 5th level would pose no issue. As she spoke, the elder's gaze shifted to the maiden's prominent bosom. Although she was merely in her early 20s, her form already hinted at maturity. It was not grand, yet possessed its own allure. I wonder if that ancient master has not wandered too far. The maiden pointed at the watermarks on the ground, her expression tinged with hesitation. Fear not. Since we have arrived, even if they were here moments ago, they shall not return in the near future. Observing the maiden's demeanor, the elder's gaze grew more fervent, unabashedly revealing his covetousness towards her. Master, if we were to proceed in such a manner, would it not be disloyal to our mistress? The maiden hesitated, voicing her concerns. We practitioners are inherently defiant against the heavens. Given that we are engaged in such rebellious acts, what is this matter in comparison? My dear Yuner, rest assured. If you follow my guidance, you shall assuredly advance to the 5th level of the flesh refinement realm within 10 days. As for your mistress, you need not concern yourself. She is merely a superficial entity and will not mind. The elder could no longer restrain himself. He stepped forward and grasped the jade-like hand of the maiden named Yuner. She did not resist, her face flushed with bashfulness as she lowered her head. The ensuing events require no further elaboration, as the two soon shed their garments and entered the first pool of water. How shameless. Jiang Mingyun had long retracted her consciousness, spitting in disgust to express her discontent. As the maiden's master, it was beneath her dignity to engage in such sordid affairs. Ahem. Yi Fei also cleared his throat, withdrawing his awareness. How was the young girl's figure? Jiang Mingyun narrowed her beautiful eyes, regarding Yi Fei with a knowing smirk. Fair indeed. Though lacking in ample proportions, Yi Fei spoke instinctively. No, wait, I saw nothing at all, truly nothing. The moment his words escaped his lips, he realized the predicament and hastily corrected himself. Humph, there are no good men. Jiang Mingyun huffed, casting an indignant glare at Yi Fei before turning away, dismissing him entirely. What have I done to deserve this? It is not I who sullies my own disciple, so why direct your ire at me? Yi Fei muttered, feeling somewhat perplexed. Say it again. Should you utter another word, do not expect to touch me again. Jiang Mingyun instantly adopted a stern expression, feigning anger. Very well, very well. I shall remain silent. Yifei quickly closed his mouth. It would be a jest. To be denied the company of such a beautiful woman would be more painful than death. Now that is more like it. The two individuals were not in a hurry. You should hasten to cleanse your spiritual roots. With your current physical strength, you are capable of undergoing the purification multiple times. Yifei's demeanor pleased Jiang Mingyun greatly, but she suddenly adopted a more feminine tone. Women are indeed fickle. Yifei could only helplessly nod at Jiang Mingyun before swiftly moving to the cleansing tree. At that moment, 5 ripe cleansing fruits were already hanging from the tree. Having been hastened to maturity previously with the corpses of demon beasts during their time in the divine feather secret realm, this had certainly alleviated much of the trouble. Yifei directly plucked the cleansing fruits and consumed them all, embarking on the 10th purification of his spiritual roots. Half an hour later, the potency of the cleansing fruits was entirely depleted. As Yifei was merely one step away from the flesh refinement stage, he easily withstood the pain brought on by this round of purification. Once he had washed away the impurities, he retrieved a pile of spirit stones. Determined to complete the cleansing of his spiritual roots in one go, 6,200 low-grade spirit stones. When the cleansing fruits matured once more, Yifei calculated the spirit stones consumed for this maturation, leaving him astounded. Over 6,000 low-grade spirit stones were required, a sum that even ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, let alone core formation cultivators, would find difficult to part with. These thoughts fleetingly crossed Yifei's mind as he soon regained his focus, plucking the cleansing fruits to commence the 11th purification. After a considerable period, he rose to his feet, having completed the 11th cleansing. Again, with a flick of his right finger, the withered cleansing tree began to absorb the spirit stones piled nearby. Given the ample supply of spirit stones at his disposal, he continuously stimulated the tree's growth with the stones, perpetually cleansing his spiritual roots. A day later, Yifei completed the 17th purification. This time, the consumption of spirit stones alone exceeded 18,000. He also spent 2 hours absorbing the potency of the cleansing fruits. As the number of purifications increased, the process and its demands became increasingly arduous. It seemed that the 18th purification could only be undertaken upon reaching the flesh refinement stage. Reflecting on the pain he had just endured during the cleansing, Yifei let out a long sigh. Although this sensation was now familiar, each experience remained profoundly etched in his memory. Ah, master, why must you treat me this way? Just as Yifei had cleansed himself, a chilling scream echoed from outside the azure dragon sword, belonging to a girl named Yun'er. What was happening? Startled by her cry, Yifei quietly glanced outside the azure dragon sword. In his line of sight, the girl appeared pale, her skin visibly withering at an alarming rate. In that moment, she could scarcely utter a word, her eyes filled with terror and resentment. Was this the practice of yin extraction to replenish yang? Upon witnessing this brutal scene, even Yifei could not suppress the frantic beating of his heart. Alas, since this event has transpired, there is no way I shall allow your master to be informed. As he observed the girl gradually losing her vitality, the old man let out a sinister smile. He then emerged from the pool and donned his garments. Guinin, I shall inevitably bring you to submit beneath me. After completing these actions, the old man's countenance twisted into a grotesque visage as he glanced at the 8th pool. Yifei, take me away. I am determined to eliminate him. Just as the old man was about to depart, Jiang Mingyun swiftly flew to Yifei's side, her voice devoid of any emotion. It seemed she had also witnessed the preceding events. Surely, there shall be no unforeseen circumstances? Yifei expressed some concern. What is there to fear? He is merely a golden core cultivator. Jiang Mingyun's expression was one of disdain. Very well. Yifei, resigned, summoned his consciousness and, alongside Jiang Mingyun, drew forth the Qinglong sword. Their sudden appearance startled the old man. You. He barely uttered the words before his voice was silenced. For at that moment, his head had already rolled to the ground, his body severed. Jiang Mingyun had given him no time for further words, swiftly executing him. With Jiang Mingyun's late-stage nascent soul cultivation, vanquishing the old man was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. After dispatching the old man, Jiang Mingyun produced the Yin Luo banner. And with a flick of her wrist, Yifei witnessed an indistinct shadow being drawn into the banner. Was that his soul? Yi Fei inquired with curiosity. If the Yin Luo banner were not employed to collect it, its energy would swiftly dissipate, transforming into an ordinary wandering spirit. Jiang Mingyun nodded in explanation. Wandering spirit? Upon death, do souls not enter reincarnation? Yi Fei questioned in astonishment. Reincarnation? A mere golden core cultivator does not even possess the qualifications for reincarnation. Jiang Mingyun scoffed. Surely, one must have qualifications for reincarnation? Yi Fei's lips twitched, realizing he had gained new insights. Indeed, only upon reaching the transformation stage does reincarnation come into play. Prior to that, regardless of the realm, death results in becoming a wandering spirit, with no distinction. Jiang Mingyun casually remarked. After speaking, she waved her delicate hand, causing the old man's storage bag to soar before Yi Fei. Without hesitation, Yi Fei promptly stored it within the Qinglong's sword. Such swiftness! Quickly, let us retreat into the Qinglong's sword. Someone approaches. Jiang Mingyun's expression suddenly shifted, urgently urging him. Chapter 69. Young junior brother, you terrified me. Is someone coming? Yi Fei was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. With a flick of his mind, he immediately drew Jiang Mingyun into the Qinglong's sword. As he retracted his consciousness, he was about to extend it again when Jiang Mingyun hurriedly cautioned him. What's wrong? Is the newcomer formidable? Yi Fei swiftly withdrew his consciousness, a sense of trepidation washing over him. A mid-stage Yuan-ing cultivator from the muscle-refining realm, the foremost figure of the Fire-Red Kingdom. Elder Xiao Bufan of the Qi-Yin sect, Jiang Mingyun stated nonchalantly, as if she held little regard for this so-called first of the Fire-Red Kingdom. Such prowess! Cold sweat broke out on Yi Fei's back, and he felt a wave of panic. Had he extended his consciousness and been discovered by Xiao Bufan, it would have spelled disaster. Fear not. It is safe to remain hidden within, Jiang Mingyun replied with a calm smile, taking Yi Fei's arm and guiding him to sit by the Qinglong pool. Listening in poses no threat. He will not detect our presence. No sooner had Jiang Mingyun's words fallen than a commanding voice resonated from outside the Qinglong sword. Which fellow Taoist is present? Please reveal yourself. The voice belonged to a middle-aged man, presumably Xiao Bufan. Regrettably, despite his repeated calls, no one responded to him. After several breaths, a man and a woman emerged from the passage. The man was an elderly figure, his hair and beard entirely white, while the woman possessed an exquisite figure and radiant complexion that rivaled even Jiang Mingyun's beauty. Master, what has transpired? The elder inquired, bowing respectfully before Xiao Bufan. Look for yourself. Xiao Bufan gestured towards the corpse of the elder by the poolside. How could junior brother Lu meet his end here? This corpse is actually that of my nephew, Xia. The elder, upon Xiao Bufan's prompting, finally noticed the two bodies by the pool. With a single glance, he recognized their identities. Master, who killed junior brother Lu? The elder asked, bewildered. I do not know. I sensed his soul lamp extinguish and arrived here, but found no trace of any other presence. I have scanned the entire Qi-Yin sect with my consciousness and detected no other Yuan-ing cultivators. Presumably, that individual has escaped using some secret technique, Xiao Bufan replied, his brow furrowed, his voice low and grave. If even Master cannot detect him, then he has likely indeed departed. The elder's expression grew serious. Such scoundrels deserve to die. Clean this place up, and from today forth, the Qi-Yin spring shall be temporarily sealed. You should also increase the number of personnel outside to prevent anyone from exploiting this situation. Xiao Bufan declared with a cold snort as he surveyed the elder's corpse, then turned to leave, leaving the elder and the woman behind. Master, what should we do next? The woman stepped forward, her voice soft as she inquired after Xiao Bufan's departure. What else can be done? We can only follow the master's wishes and seal the crimson flame spring for a while. The elder sighed, his face reflecting helplessness. As he spoke, he furrowed his brow and stored the two corpses into his storage belt. Master, how about I remain here? If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I could handle them. The woman suggested, her eyes glinting with determination. Are you not afraid, Gushimi? The elder looked at her in surprise. Rest assured, I, Gu Yinin, am a mid-stage core formation cultivator, she replied confidently. Very well. Since you have reached the 8th level of physical refinement, it would be beneficial to cultivate undisturbed during this time. The elder quickly grasped Gu Yinin's intentions. Glancing at the 9th spring pool, he contemplated. Thank you, master. With his consent, Gu Yinin bowed in gratitude. The elder merely nodded and departed without lingering. Once alone, Gu Yining exhaled deeply. Yi Fei, is that you? After confirming the elder had gone far, she softly called out into the air. This caused Yi Fei and Jiang Mengyun, who were hidden within the azure dragon sword, to exchange bewildered glances. Junior brother, I know it's you. Master transmitted to me a few days ago that you had arrived. Undeterred by the lack of response, Gu Yining continued to speak to the empty space. By the way, I forgot to mention, my master is Yi Songlong, and I am your sixth senior sister. Realizing she was the disciple of his father and his sixth senior sister, Yi Fei was taken aback. How many disciples has my father taken? I was unaware of any of them. Hearing Gu Yining's words, Yi Fei instantly understood, yet remained in a state of shock. Have you heard of this woman? He asked Jiang Mingyun. Not at all. I've never heard of her. You'll have to make your own judgment, Jiang Mingyun shrugged, appearing helpless. She truly had no knowledge of this matter. Could this woman be lying to me? Yi Fei pondered, uncertainty creeping in. Jiang Mingyun was equally unsure. So he felt even more hesitant. She probably wouldn't, otherwise how would she know who you are? Jiang Mingyun responded earnestly. Even if she is a senior sister, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to expose any secrets. Yi Fei remained indecisive. Junior brother, I understand your concerns. However, you need not worry. I am already aware of the matters regarding the Azure Dragon Sword. Master has informed me, Gu Yining interjected, sensing Yi Fei's reservations. Why does father divulge everything? Upon hearing Gu Yining's words, Yi Fei nearly leaped up in indignation. Even Jiang Mengyun, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. What manner of father would betray his own son? Why does my father discuss everything with you? Gu Yining's bluntness left Yi Fei with no choice but to reveal himself. Thus, with a mere thought, he materialized before her. My goodness! Gu Yining exclaimed, startled by Yi Fei's sudden appearance, retreating a considerable distance. You nearly scared me to death. Junior brother. Upon realizing it was indeed Yi Fei, she hastily patted her heaving chest, letting out a sigh of relief. As her delicate hand moved, her ample bosom quivered slightly. Are you truly my father's disciple? Yi Fei inquired, his gaze fixated on her quivering form, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Could it be otherwise? Listen for yourself, she replied with a charming smile, producing a sound transmission jade tablet and placing it near Yi Fei's ear. Soon, the voice of Yi Songlong resonated from the tablet. Yining, Yi Fei should have infiltrated your Qi Yin sect by now. If you encounter him, do not let him slip away. The Qi Yin spring will not be easy for him to navigate. If you could engage in mutual cultivation with him, it would be most beneficial for both of you. Moreover, you need not address me as master anymore. Just call me father. I have consented to your affairs. This was the first time in over 2 years that Yi Fei heard Yi Songlong's voice, yet instead of joy, he felt only astonishment. Now do you believe? Gu Yining said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After all, Yi Songlong's words were somewhat overwhelming for a young woman. Senior sister. With the voice of his father echoing in his mind, Yi Fei could no longer harbor doubts and awkwardly called out. Yet, internally, he was filled with disdain for Yi Songlong. This father was utterly unreliable, selling his own son to his disciple without even a meeting. Do you agree to this arrangement? Seeing that Yi Fei believed her, Gu Yining finally exhaled, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Wouldn't this be a bit inappropriate? Yi Fei stammered. What could possibly be inappropriate? When you were little, you even caught him here. She retorted. Now that you've already laid claim, how could you possibly marry anyone else? You must take responsibility. Noticing Yi Fei's reluctance, Gu Yining propped up her bosom with both hands, pouting her lips in a most pitiful manner. Chapter 70. Are you reluctant? Sixth sister, please don't act this way. It seems we have never met before, have we? Yi Fei remarked. A sense of exasperation washing over him as he observed Gu Yining's pitiful demeanor. Oh, but we have. When you were just 1 year old, I would carry you and play with you all day long. You were quite the little flirt, always reaching for inappropriate places. Once, when Master caught you, he jokingly said he would marry me off to you when you grew up, Gu Yining replied earnestly. However, as she mentioned Master Yi Songlong's jest about marrying her to Yi Fei, a rosy blush adorned her cheeks. A distinguished mid-stage alchemist. Displaying such girlishness before Yi Fei left him momentarily speechless. How can that be? Yi Fei felt utterly at a loss. Why not? I knew you liked me, so I've always been waiting for you. Go ahead, touch it. It's grown and feels quite nice now, Gu Yining said playfully. Grasping Yi Fei's hand, and pressing it against her ample bosom. Faced with a powerful alchemist, Yi Fei found himself with no opportunity to react, compelled to comply. "How is it? Do you like it? Isn't it bigger than before?" Gu Yining asked, a hint of shyness lacing her voice, yet she feigned composure. "Sister, perhaps we should deliberate over this matter," Yi Fei stammered, retracting his hand with an awkward smile. "What? Are you unwilling? Now that you've touched me, I can't be married off anymore. You can't be unfaithful, whether you like it or not. You must accept this. Otherwise, I'll inform Master and let him decide for me," Gu Yining declared, her brows furrowing in defiance. "Sister, allow me to explain. It's not that I am unwilling. It's simply that I already have a wife," Yi Fei hastily clarified, sensing Gu Yining's rising ire. "You have a wife? When did you get married? Who is she? Does Master know?" Gu Yining's heart raced with urgency upon hearing Yi Fei had a woman in his life, prompting her to bombard him with questions. "You can ask her yourself," Yi Fei replied, helplessly summoning Jiang Mingyun. After all, he found himself at a loss for words regarding such delicate matters. "So, you are the junior sister-in-law? You're incredibly beautiful," Gu Yining exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Mingyun's sudden appearance, but quickly composed herself and approached her with a smile. Disregarding any sense of propriety, Jiang Mingyun, caught off guard by Gu Yining's casual demeanor, could only respond with a bemused expression, unsure how to react. "Wait, I can't call you junior sister-in-law. That would be improper. Since you were married first, I should refer to you as elder sister. Don't you think that's how it should be?" Gu Yining realized her faux pas and hastily corrected herself. Ahem. Upon hearing the term sister, Jiang Mingyun nearly choked on her own saliva, coughing twice as her delicate face flushed crimson. Was her sister unwilling? Jiang Mingyun's reaction caused Gu Yining to feel a twinge of guilt. "No, that is not it. Jiang Mingyun, fearing that Gu Yining might become upset, hurried to explain herself. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, Gu Yining interrupted her. "If you're not unwilling, then you must be willing. Since that is the case, let us agree that you shall be the elder sister and I the younger." Gu Yining's expression brightened as she immediately solidified this arrangement. Witnessing the situation unfold in such a manner, Jiang Mingyun was left speechless, frozen in place. Faced with Gu Yining, she felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How could this woman behave in such a manner? Did she not possess even a shred of modesty? How could a woman be so forward? "You may decide your affairs amongst yourselves. I shall not interfere." Jiang Mingyun rubbed her forehead and stepped aside, utterly at a loss for words. "Junior brother, let us commence the body refining. Once you have completed it, we shall depart together." Noticing that Jiang Mingyun was ignoring her, Gu Yining promptly approached Yi Fei, seizing his arm and playfully urging him. "Sister, could we not be so forward?" Yi Fei quickly withdrew his arm, feeling a headache coming on. "Of course, I can refrain from being proactive. Why not let you take the initiative, junior brother?" Gu Yining smiled sweetly and obediently stood beside Yi Fei. In the face of Gu Yining's childlike demeanor, Yi Fei felt utterly speechless. "Junior brother, hurry and remove my clothing." Seeing that Yi Fei was taking too long to respond, Gu Yining urged him. "Why on earth would I remove your clothing?" Yi Fei was instantly exasperated. "How can we refine without undressing? And how could we engage in body refining without it? Look, I have even prepared this flesh refining elixir." As she spoke, Gu Yining produced a vial and handed it to Yi Fei. "Sister, are you truly here just to wait for me to refine my body?" Upon seeing the vial, Yi Fei's heart stirred, and he asked tentatively, "Indeed, I have been waiting for you here for over a decade." Gu Yining pouted, immediately adopting a look of grievance. "Over a decade?" Hearing this, Yi Fei's heart quivered. "How did my sister know I would come here?" Yi Fei inquired in confusion. "It was, of course, what Master said. My presence here was also arranged by Master. He mentioned that when you matured, you would come to the Qi-Yin sect for body refining, instructing me to enter first and assist you at a crucial moment." Gu Yining explained, her face reflecting nostalgia. Could father have predicted even this? Yi Fei glanced perplexedly at Jiang Mingyun beside him. His arrival here was entirely Jiang Mingyun's idea. Could it be that Jiang Mingyun was also orchestrated by Yi Songlong? Yi Fei harbored deep skepticism regarding the matter at hand. "Do not look at me. I am unaware of this situation. My knowledge of this place was purely accidental and has no connection to your father." The intensity of Yi Fei's gaze was quickly deciphered by Jiang Mingyun, who hastily offered an explanation, fearing that Yi Fei might misconstrue her intentions. How shall we proceed with this issue? Yi Fei inquired, a hint of distress evident in his voice. Men are interchangeable. I am indifferent. You may decide as you see fit, Jiang Mingyun replied with a nonchalant shrug, her words carrying little weight. Now, please transfer me into the Qinglong sword, and you too should promptly focus on your physical training. Observing Yi Fei's evident turmoil, Jiang Mingyun feigned indifference, yet her heart ached for him. However, Yi Fei hesitated. No more buts. A man must not be so indecisive, she admonished. Let this matter be settled. Your father arranged it for a reason. Moreover, you have always relied on others. You cannot be ungrateful, can you? Jiang Mingyun waved her hand dismissively, interrupting Yi Fei with a semblance of righteousness. Her words left Yi Fei with no room to counter. With a subtle movement of his mind, he transferred Jiang Mingyun into the Qinglong sword. Thank you, senior sister. Yi Fei turned to Gu Yining, speaking earnestly. Regardless of the reasons, Gu Yining's presence here was undeniably for his sake, and such sacrifice was not something every woman could offer. We are all family now. Why be so polite? Observing the shift in Yi Fei's demeanor, Gu Yining lowered her head shyly, her voice barely audible. Senior sister, can you endure the waters of the ninth pool alone? Yi Fei shifted the conversation awkwardly, his inquiry tinged with hesitation. Absolutely not. Gu Yining replied, her head snapping up, the answer escaping her lips without a moment's thought. Very well, then we shall proceed with frost cultivation, Yi Fei conceded, a sense of resignation in his tone. Given the circumstances, he found himself in a precarious position and, with reluctance, made this decision. Chapter 71. The Mastery of Flesh Refinement. Little junior brother, do you agree? Yi Fei inquired, prompting Gu Yining to leap up in excitement. My senior sister has waited for me for over a decade. How could I let her down? Yi Fei stated earnestly. At least you have a conscience, Gu Yining responded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she threw herself into Yi Fei's embrace. This sudden display of emotion took Yi Fei aback, stirring a pang of tenderness within him. Perhaps Gu Yining was not as strong and carefree as she appeared. In truth, much of her bravado had been a fade, yet her feelings for Yi Fei were utterly genuine. Her actions were merely to spare him from discomfort. Unbeknownst to Yi Fei, Gu Yining had been his guardian until he was 2 years old. Their shared experiences had woven an unbreakable bond between them, one that had endured since that time for reasons unknown. As Yi Fei was just a child then, he retained no memories of those events, which now made his decision feel so arduous. All right, let us begin, Gu Yining said, having composed herself slightly in Yi Fei's arms. She gazed into his eyes with a tender look, urging him forward. Her expression evoked a profound sense of compassion within him. In that moment, Yi Fei felt an inexplicable thrill, as if he were standing before a long-lost lover. Unable to restrain himself, he leaned down and captured her soft lips with his own. At last, this moment had arrived. As Gu Yining savored the warmth of his kiss, a tear of joy slipped down her cheek. She wrapped her arms tightly around Yi Fei's waist, fearful that he might suddenly vanish. Everything unfolded seamlessly. After a prolonged moment, they slowly parted. Lying by the pool and gazing up at the stone wall above. Little junior brother, do you know? 16 years ago, you could only fall asleep in my arms every night. You were lively and adorable, the sole source of my solace. Without you, I might not have made it this far. Now, look at you, grown into a man. With you to protect me, I fear nothing anymore, Gu Yining murmured softly, lost in her own thoughts. She paid no heed to whether Yi Fei understood. She merely wished to voice the sentiments that had long resided in her heart. In her solitude over the years, she had felt immense loneliness and oppression. Can you tell me about your past experiences? Gu Yining inquired, her words stirring a tumult of emotions within Yi Fei. He sensed that she had undoubtedly endured much sorrow. The past is behind us. There are some things you need not know, Gu Yining said, turning her head to place a gentle kiss on Yi Fei's lips, smiling radiantly. After uttering these words, she felt an immense lightness, as if a great burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Rest assured, with me by your side, I shall ensure your happiness every single day, Yi Fei gently assured as he enveloped Gu Yining in his embrace. Thank you, little junior brother, Gu Yining replied, her hand caressing Yi Fei's well-defined chest muscles, her face radiating bliss. Following their affectionate exchange, Yi Fei imparted the secrets of the joyous technique to Gu Yining. Hand in hand, They then entered the ninth spring pool. "It is truly wonderful to have you, junior brother," Gu Yinin murmured softly, feeling the effects of their dual cultivation. Although they were in the ninth spring pool, the pain she felt in her body was significantly less than that of the eighth pool. "It will only get better from here," Yi Fei proclaimed, simultaneously accelerating the flow of the joyous technique to its utmost limits. As day faded into night, 2 days swiftly passed. When they emerged from the spring pool, they had successfully attained the realm of flesh refinement. At that moment, the strength of their muscles rivaled that of spiritual artifacts. "Now, you and your sister may continue your cultivation," Gu Yinin said with a radiant smile as she donned her clothing and gracefully settled at a distance, closing her eyes to meditate. Clearly wishing not to interrupt Yi Fei and Jiang Mingyun. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Fei summoned Jiang Mingyun from the Qinglong sword, thanks to the effects of the joyous technique. After 2 days, Jiang Mingyun also achieved mastery in flesh refinement. Once they had dressed and stepped out of the spring pool, Gu Yinin approached with a blush upon her cheeks. Although her eyes had been closed, she had sensed everything that transpired within the pool. Having witnessed sights she was not meant to see, the inexperienced Gu Yinin felt an overwhelming shyness. Her embarrassment rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. "Junior brother, do you have any plans for what comes next?" Gu Yinin inquired, eager to shift the conversation away from the uncomfortable moment. "Do you have something in mind, sister?" Yi Fei responded, knowing she had something to say. "I have heard that in half a month's time, there will be an auction in the city of Stone Wilderness where a colorful lotus will be sold," Gu Yinin stated earnestly, gazing toward the outside of the Qian sect. "A colorful lotus? The one needed for refining the conception pill?" Yi Fei raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Indeed, this colorful lotus is a rare treasure. If you wish to conceive, it is wise to prepare in advance," Gu Yinin confirmed with a nod. "Shall we go see it?" Yi Fei turned to Jiang Mingyun. "That sounds good. I do not have any of those colorful lotuses in my medicinal garden, so acquiring one for your future conception would be fortuitous," Jiang Mingyun readily agreed. Such high-grade spiritual materials thrive only under extremely specific conditions and cannot be cultivated artificially. In nature, encountering even a single specimen is exceedingly rare, which contributes to the scarcity of yuaning cultivators. For Yi Fei, the chance to come across a colorful lotus here represents a significant opportunity. Once the opinions of the three were unified, Yi Fei and Jiang Mingyun entered the Azure Dragon Sword, transforming into a speck of dust that settled upon Gu Yinin's attire. They emerged from the Crimson Flame, Spring alongside her. Instead of heading directly to the Crimson Flame sect, Gu Yinin returned to her cave dwelling, as certain preparations were indispensable for attending the auction. To Yi Fei's surprise, Gu Yinin turned out to be a proficient alchemist. Within her cave, there was an impressive assortment of elixirs, including high-grade spirit pills suitable for nascent soul practitioners. Outside her dwelling lay a substantial medicinal garden, where she cultivated numerous spiritual herbs of varying quality, though their tier was not particularly elevated. After gathering an ample harvest and tidying up the elixirs within her cave, Gu Yinin prepared to depart from the Crimson Flame sect. Just as she stepped outside, she encountered Xiao Bufan, who had arrived unbeknownst to her. "Are you leaving?" he inquired, his expression betraying a hint of complexity as he regarded Gu Yinin. Chapter 72. The City of Parched Stones. "Thank you for your guidance, Master," Gu Yinin said, lightly biting her crimson lip and bowing respectfully. She did not deny it. After all, Xiao Bufan had treated her well in the Scarlet Flame sect. "I made a promise to Yi Songlong that upon your successful mastery of the body refinement stage, you would be free to leave. Now that you have achieved that, I shall honor my word. However, I must ask you to leave these spiritual herbs behind. In this vast expanse of yellow sand, our meager resources in the Scarlet Flame sect have been hard-earned. Take this spirit stone instead as a form of compensation," Xiao Bufan sighed. Handing Gu Yinin a storage bag, he felt a twinge of reluctance at her departure, for her remarkable skills in alchemy had significantly contributed to the rapid development of the sect. Yet bound by their previous agreement, he found himself unable to act against it. Though he wished to disregard their pact, he dared not, fearing the repercussions from Yi Songlong. "Thank you, Master." Gu Yinin accepted the storage belt with both hands, her face beaming with gratitude. She bore no ill will toward Xiao Bufan for his refusal to allow her to take the spiritual herbs, understanding their significance to the sect. Thus, she left behind all the herbs and elixirs, taking only the storage bag Xiao Bufan had given her. How miserly. Yi Fei, within the Azure Dragon Sword, scoffed at Xiao Bufan's actions. To him, these spiritual herbs were hardly worth mentioning, far less than a fraction of what he possessed within the Azure Dragon Sword. After nearly a year of accumulation, he had amassed a considerable number of herbs. In the fiery land of the Fire Red Nation, possessing such herbs was already commendable. Had it not been for his disciples, Xiao Bufan would not have acted so generously. Jiang Mingyun sighed in resignation. She understood Xiao Bufan's rationale. Is the sect in the Fire Red Nation truly so impoverished? She queried, to which Yi Fei expressed his astonishment. In such harsh conditions, there was little choice. This was also why the Fire Red Nation had so many body refinement cultivators. Many practitioners could only strive for more cultivation resources after reaching the body refinement stage, while those who failed to do so would find themselves unable to acquire any resources, destined never to enter the foundation establishment stage. Jiang Mingyun was well aware of the circumstances in the Fire Red Nation. How can there be such a vast disparity among top-tier sects? Yi Fei reflected, reminiscent of the medicinal gardens atop the Jade Maiden Peak of the Carefree sect. Come forth. Gu Yinyin had already soared several hundred miles away from the Scarlet Flame sect on her flying sword during their conversation. Sister, how many spirit stones did Xiao Bufan give you? As soon as they emerged from the Azure Dragon Sword, Yi Fei inquired curiously. 20,000, Gu Yinyin replied, holding up 2 fingers. That's quite a sum. Yi Fei nodded, satisfied with the amount. As he gazed upon Lu Zhan's storage belt, it was apparent that, as an esteemed inner-sect elder of a top-tier sect, Lu Zhan possessed merely over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. In comparison to the core formation cultivators of the Xinyu Kingdom, this was rather meager. Well, the spirit stones of the Qiyin sect have all been expended on spiritual herbs. My master has been quite generous to provide me with this much, Gu Yinyin remarked with a hint of melancholy. Do not be disheartened, senior sister. Once we achieve success, we shall bestow numerous benefits upon the Qiyin sect, Yi Fei reassured her. Thank you, junior brother, Gu Yinyin said, gazing affectionately at Yi Fei. Come, board my flying ship. It will be swifter. Witnessing the tender exchange between Yi Fei and Gu Yinyin, Jiang Mingyun felt a pang of jealousy and summoned her own flying vessel with a graceful wave of her hand. Wow, sister has a flying ship. Could it be that sister is a nascent soul cultivator? Gu Yinyin exclaimed, nearly dropping her jaw in astonishment at Jiang Mingyun's ship. She instantly realized something, looking at Jiang Mingyun in disbelief. Previously, she could not discern Jiang Mingyun's cultivation level and had presumed she possessed a treasure that concealed her true strength. Never had she imagined Jiang Mingyun was a formidable nascent soul adept. After all, Yi Fei was merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could he possibly attract the attention of a nascent soul cultivator? Indeed, Mingyun is a nascent soul cultivator. Yi Fei explained with a smile. Little junior brother, you are truly impressive. You, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, have managed to win over a nascent soul cultivator. Gu Yinyin praised, giving Yi Fei a thumbs up. My striking good looks are simply irresistible, Yi Fei boasted, puffing out his chest with feigned pride. Gu Yinyin's choice of words made him feel a bit bashful. Striking good looks, you say? Hurry aboard. Jiang Mingyun shot him an exasperated look at his self-adoration. Under the command of the nascent soul powerhouse, Yi Fei dared not to hesitate, promptly leaping onto Jiang Mingyun's flying ship alongside Gu Yinyin. Thus, the 3 of them laughed and chatted merrily as they swiftly soared towards the western city of Huashi. Huashi City was not too far from the Qiyin sect. Within half a day's time, Jiang Mingyun brought the ship to a halt 500 miles from the city. Subsequently, she and Gu Yinyin entered the Qinglong sword, allowing Yi Fei to continue flying forward on his own sword. With no urgency to rush, Yi Fei leisurely flew while observing his surroundings. This area, in contrast to the location of the Qiyin sect, was closer to the heart of the Huachi kingdom and was not nearly as desolate. It had already departed from the realm of arid wasteland. However, tall trees remained a rarity. The environment was still rather harsh, and along his journey, he had scarcely encountered even low-grade spirit herbs. Even the cultivators were few and far between. However, as he drew nearer to Huashi City, patches of low shrubs began to appear, and the number of cultivators increased. An hour later, Yi Fei arrived before an imposing city gate. Before him stood a gate approximately 7 to 8 zhang wide and 5 to 6 zhang high, with the words Huashi City inscribed prominently in black above. Flanking the gate were towering city walls, rising 5 to 6 zhang high, encircling the entire city. At this moment, several squads of armored guards were stationed at the city gate, scrutinizing the entering cultivators. Though termed as an inspection, it was, in reality, a collection of entrance fees, 3 low-grade spirit stones per individual. Given the considerable influx of entrants, long queues formed. Naturally, those of higher cultivation levels, such as golden core cultivators, could pass through special channels, avoiding the wait altogether. However, Yi Fei, being merely at the foundation establishment stage, found himself trailing behind the crowd. After paying the required 3 spirit stones, he finally stepped into the city. What a magnificent sight! Upon entering, Yi Fei was immediately struck by the grandeur before him. Although he was unaware of the precise dimensions of the stone wilderness city, the street alone spanned a width of 10 paces. The thoroughfare bustled with a constant stream of beast-drawn carriages and pedestrians, creating a lively atmosphere. The buildings flanking the street were splendidly adorned, standing 3 to 4 stories high, far surpassing the humble market of Qingyuan town. As he strolled along the broad avenue, Yi Fei observed the myriad shops lining either side, his heart swelling with excitement. He realized that cultivators were not solely devoted to silent meditation. They too indulged in the earthly pleasures of urban life, sipping tea in tea houses and composing lyrical verses in taverns. Growing up in a mountain village, Yi Fei had never encountered such vibrancy. Merely walking a few miles left him awestruck. There were vendors selling elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, and cultivation techniques. Every conceivable item was available, even services for refining pills and crafting weapons. This experience broadened Yi Fei's horizons significantly. Had he not visited this place, he would have remained oblivious to the wonders of the world. Little junior brother, could you refrain from appearing like a country bumpkin? Teased Gu Yinyin from within the azure dragon sword, observing Yi Fei's expression through her spiritual sense. Cough, cough. It's not as if I've never seen anything before. Yi Fei replied sheepishly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Haha, this stone wilderness city is merely a small town. There's nothing particularly remarkable about it. Hurry and sell your herbs to exchange for some spirit stones. To bid for that colorful lotus, you'll need at least 100,000 spirit stones. And you're still quite short, giggled Zhang Mingyun from within the azure dragon sword. Heeding Zhang Mingyun's advice, Yi Fei promptly quickened his pace. Chapter 73. Yunqi Merchants. The city of Shijiang is indeed expansive, spanning an impressive 40 to 50 miles. Yi Fei devoted an entire day to exploring its principal thoroughfares. After traversing the entirety of Shijiang, he formed a preliminary impression of the city, diligently noting the names and locations of several larger merchant guilds. Ultimately, he arrived at the very heart of the main street. Unlike other row shops, there stood a solitary building, 6 stories high and 100 feet square. This was the largest merchant guild in Shijiang, known as the Yunqi Merchants. Esteemed sir, please come in. As Yi Fei approached the entrance of the Yunqi Merchants, a polite attendant greeted him warmly. Do you purchase spiritual herbs? Yi Fei inquired casually. Indeed. How many do you possess? The attendant, while ushering Yi Fei through the grand entrance, inquired courteously. If the price is reasonable, at least 1,000 stocks, Yi Fei replied, calmly surveying the first floor of the guild. The first floor of Yunqi Merchants was quite simple, featuring over 10 counters, each dedicated to a specific category of goods. There was a comprehensive array of items: elixirs, magical artifacts, martial arts manuals, talismans, spiritual herbs, and materials for refining, among others. Rest assured, esteemed sir, our prices at Yunqi Merchants are fair and transparent, the attendant assured him, a smile of flattery gracing his face upon learning of the considerable quantity of spiritual herbs Yi Fei possessed. He promptly guided Yi Fei to the third room on the right of the second floor. In contrast to the bustling first floor, the third floor of Yunqi Merchants was markedly serene. Flanking the staircase were 2 rows of private rooms, 5 on each side, designated for entertaining guests. The attendant ushered Yi Fei into the elegantly appointed third room on the right. The decor was exquisite, featuring 3 antique chairs and a tea table at the center. Surrounding the room were 7 or 8 varieties of spiritual flowers and herbs, exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance that invigorated the spirit. The room was also quite spacious, measuring approximately 2 zhang square. Esteemed sir, here are our purchasing prices for medicinal herbs. Please take a look. After seating Yi Fei and pouring him a cup of spiritual tea, the attendant presented him with a jade slip. Upon receiving the jade slip, Yi Fei merely glanced at its contents, which instantly imprinted themselves in his mind. The prices were as follows: inferior spiritual herbs for 2 inferior spirit stones, medium-grade herbs for 25 inferior spirit stones, and superior herbs for 300 inferior spirit stones. The finest herbs were priced individually, with the lowest starting at 3,000 inferior spirit stones. After reviewing the jade slip, Yi Fei returned it to the attendant and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "If the herbs are of a higher vintage, will the prices fluctuate?" The herbs he had acquired from the site of the former Huanyizong were of exceptional age, far surpassing the quality of ordinary herbs. "That would depend on the specific vintage of the herbs you provide, esteemed sir," the attendant replied with a smile. "The prices seem reasonable. What do you deem the worth of my herbs?" Yi Fei nodded, unfastening a storage pouch from his waist and handing it to the attendant. He had prepared this pouch in advance to facilitate the transaction. "Please hold on a moment." The attendant, upon merely scanning with his consciousness, displayed a look of astonishment. After respectfully bowing to Yi Fei, he retreated with his storage bag. Moments later, a strikingly beautiful woman, dressed in a revealing gauzy skirt, sauntered in, her hips swaying enticingly. As she moved, her ample bosom quivered, seemingly yearning to break free from its constraints. Giggling, "Oh, how youthful you are, little brother." The moment she entered the room, the enchanting woman flashed a flirtatious smile and seated herself next to Yi Fei. With a graceful wave of her hand, the door to the room slowly closed. The attendant who had previously welcomed Yi Fei did not follow her inside, due to the brevity of her gauzy skirt. As she sat down, a portion of her smooth and rounded dairy was exposed. A mere glance left Yi Fei feeling parched, with a blaze igniting in his lower abdomen. Noticing Yi Fei's reaction, the woman's lips curled into a beguiling smile, and she slightly parted her legs. As she did so, the alluring contours of her thighs gradually became visible, tantalizingly obscured by a white fabric that hinted at what lay beneath, igniting the imagination. "Little junior brother, you little lecher. This vixen possesses the cultivation of the core formation stage. Do not let her enchant you. If you wish to see, I can strip bare for you," came the irked voice of Gu Yining, interrupting Yi Fei's gaze towards the woman's thigh. "Senior, who are you?" Upon hearing Gu Yining's warning, Yi Fei was jolted awake and quickly averted his gaze, cupping his hands respectfully towards the beautiful woman. The look of infatuation he had just displayed vanished instantly. Giggling, "I am Yun Shuier, the steward of the Yunqi Trading Association. Little brother, your self-control is commendable." With a soft laugh, Yun Shuiyer's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. "Have you examined those spiritual herbs?" Yi Fei inquired, his demeanor now entirely composed. "Indeed." Yun Shuier nodded, her gaze fixed on Yi Fei with a significant curiosity. "You are not from the Huichi Kingdom, are you? Why? Does your Yunqi Trading Association require knowledge of the origins of goods?" Yi Fei raised an eyebrow, deliberately expressing a hint of displeasure. "Little brother, you jest. We conduct business openly. Of course, we do not question the origins of items. I was merely curious and asked out of whim," Yun Shuier explained with a sheepish smile. For some inexplicable reason, in the presence of Yi Fei, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage, all her prior preparations seemed to have been in vain, leaving her somewhat vexed. "Then, Steward Yin, please state your price. If agreeable, we shall proceed with this transaction. If not, I shall seek alternatives," Yi Fei said, his expression returning to one of calm clarity. 800 inferior spirit herbs shall be exchanged for 2,000 inferior spirit stones. 150 medium-grade spirit herbs will yield 6,000 inferior spirit stones. 450 superior spirit herbs, I shall provide you with 600 inferior spirit stones each, totaling 30,000 inferior spirit stones. Altogether, this amounts to 38,000 inferior spirit stones. My young brother, what do you think of this price?" As the conversation turned serious, Yun Shuier withdrew her charming smile and spoke earnestly. "Very well, I shall accept this price." After a brief discussion with Jian Gu Yining and Jiang Mengyun, Yi Fei nodded in agreement. "This is the spirit stone. My young brother may take a look." With a delicate flick of her fingers, Yun Shuier summoned box after box of spirit stones, which were neatly arranged in the vacant space of the room. There were at least 10 boxes. Yi Fei, unreserved, swept his divine consciousness over the stones. Then with a flourish of his sleeve, he stored them all within his spatial belt. My young brother must still possess a considerable quantity of spirit herbs, correct? If so, our Yunqi Chamber of Commerce would be most willing to purchase them all. After the transaction was concluded, Yun Shuier gracefully rose to her feet and poured another cup of spiritual tea for Yi Fei. As she leaned forward, her taut and curvaceous form was fully revealed to him, her voice sultry and enchanting, making it hard to resist. How can Manager Yun be so certain that I possess more spirit herbs? Yi Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. After a fleeting glance at her alluring figure, he redirected his gaze to her delicate, fair face. Hee, it is merely a guess. Yun Shuier giggled, her demeanor shifting to that of a coy young woman. I was just contemplating that if my young brother has such an abundance of spirit herbs, I would consider gifting him a private suite at the auction. Upon hearing Yi Fei's response, Yun Shuier chuckled, personally serving him the spiritual tea as her demeanor softened. An auction? Yi Fei feigned ignorance as he accepted the tea. Indeed. In just over 10 days, our Yunqi Chamber of Commerce will host an auction. At that time, high-ranking cultivators from across the entire Huiqi Kingdom will gather here. Yi Fei inquired further, and Yun Shuiyer's eyes sparkled with delight as she replied with a playful tone. Are there valuable items at the auction? Yi Fei casually asked. Naturally. There will be numerous treasures that even nascent soul cultivators covet. Furthermore, I can share a piece of information with you. A map will be auctioned, detailing the entrance to the ancient site of the Medicine God sect. Yun Shuier leaned closer to Yi Fei, her breath fragrant and warm against his ear. The proximity intensified the heat within him, and the combination of her warm breath and subtle fragrance rekindled the fervor in his heart, leaving him both stirred and exhilarated. Chapter 74. The Cloud Steward. I am merely a nascent cultivator, yet the Cloud Steward has overestimated my capabilities. Such a monumental affair as the ruins of the Medicine God sect is beyond the reach of someone of my humble cultivation level. Yi Fei forced himself to regain his composure, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. Why, little brother, you are anything but ordinary. With such a plethora of spiritual herbs, how could an average person possibly procure them? Yun Shuier chuckled softly, her eyes fixed intently on Yi Fei, her voice laced with a delicate allure. The Cloud Steward jested. Since you are so gracious, I suggest these spiritual herbs be sold through your Yunqi Chamber of Commerce. Yi Fei replied, presenting an additional 2,000 portions of medicinal materials, which nearly filled the room due to their sheer volume. Indeed, little brother is exceptional. I fear I shall not easily forget you, Yun Shuier remarked, her beautiful eyes sparkling with interest as she surveyed the room filled with herbs, her tones sweetly enticing. Seemingly entranced by Yi Fei. Ahem, perhaps we should settle the accounts first, as I have matters to attend to. Yi Fei coughed lightly, urging her to proceed. He truly wished to depart, for while he could endure the presence of such a mature and enchanting woman for a year, he had 2 other women waiting for him in the Azure Dragon Sword. At that moment, Zhang Mingyun and Gu Yinin's expressions within the room were far from pleasant. Yi Fei dared not indulge in any inappropriate actions. Very well, I shall calculate your total, little brother, Yun Shuier said with a charming smile, her consciousness sweeping over the spiritual herbs. You are indeed extraordinary. These 2 portions, like the previous ones, are valued at 38,000 low-grade spirit stones each. The total amounts to 76,000 low-grade spirit stones. That sounds acceptable. Yi Fei responded without hesitation, confirming the transaction. Here are your spirit stones, Yun Shuier grinned, collecting the herbs and retrieving over 20 boxes of spirit stones from her storage ring. This jade token grants you access to the premium auction room. Consider it a gift. As she spoke, she presented a green jade token inscribed with the number 15, indicating it was for the 15th room. Thank you, Cloud Steward, Yi Fei replied graciously, accepting the spirit stones and the jade token. Initially troubled by the prospect of attending the auction, he now felt relieved, knowing he had secured entry. Do you require any magical treasures or pills? Our Yunqi Chamber of Commerce is the largest in Stone Wilderness City, with a vast array of items available for your perusal. Yun Shuier offered as Yi Fei prepared to leave. Perhaps next time, Yi Fei replied politely, giving a slight bow to Yun Shuier before exiting the Yunqi Chamber of Commerce. Shortly after leaving, Yi Fei found himself in a deserted alleyway. He swiftly donned a human skin mask, instantly transforming his visage. With a flourish of his sleeves, his azure robe morphed into white. After a series of twists and turns, Yifei re-emerged onto the main street and entered the second shop. A quarter of an hour later, he exited this establishment and proceeded to the third one. Thus, Yifei dedicated half a day to visiting 8 shops before finally departing from the desolate stone city. In each of these 8 shops, he sold 500 spirit herbs, fetching prices comparable to those of the Yunqi Merchant Association. In total, he sold 4,000 herbs for a sum of 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. After parting with 7,000 spirit herbs, Yifei found himself with merely 2,000 remaining, predominantly of medium grade or higher. He had no intention of selling these, choosing instead to reserve them for future cultivation. Once he had traversed 300 miles beyond the boundaries of Stone City, Yifei selected a secluded spot and burrowed 100 feet underground. He excavated a rudimentary cave dwelling and established a simple concealment and isolation formation. Only then did he enter the Azure Dragon Sword. "Junior brother, is that Yin Shui or beautiful?" As Yifei materialized within the Azure Dragon Sword, Gu Yining cast him a mischievous glance and inquired. "Not as beautiful as senior sister," Yifei replied earnestly. Moving to Jiang Mingyun's side and gesturing towards the towering pile of spirit stones. "Mingyun, are these spirit stones sufficient?" The spirit herbs had sold for a total of 264,000 low-grade spirit stones, coupled with the previously remaining 70,000. Yifei now possessed nearly 340,000 spirit stones, stacked like a small mountain. That should be more than enough for bidding on the colorful lotus flower. But acquiring that map may pose a challenge, Jiang Mingyun remarked with a furrowed brow. "As long as I can secure the colorful lotus flower, I have no intention of bidding on that map," Yifei replied nonchalantly. "Why? Are you not interested?" Jiang Mingyun queried with curiosity. "Quite simply. If the medicine god sect were so easily found or entered, those who possess the map would have already done so. Why would it still be up for auction? The map likely holds little value," Yifei explained with a smile. "You present a valid point," Jiang Mingyun conceded, nodding in approval as she regarded Yifei, akin to an elder observing a younger relative. Such an obvious truth was not lost on her. She merely sought to test Yifei's discernment. "Mingyun, step outside with me," Yifei said, seizing upon Jiang Mingyun's gaze. He led her out of the Azure Dragon Sword, then with a flick of his consciousness, sealed the sword to prevent Gu Yining from witnessing their surroundings. "What is the matter?" Jiang Mingyun inquired, intrigued by Yifei's air of mystery. "What is the matter? Where else do women look at their men with such gazes?" Yifei feigned displeasure. "Giggle. In my eyes, you are but a mere child." Jiang Mingyun covered her cherry lips, laughing with a delightful tremor. "Small? You dare to deem it small? Very well. I shall let you experience its true might." Yifei feigned anger as he lunged at Jiang Mingyun, pinning her to the ground. An hour later, he brought the utterly exhausted and somewhat unsteady Jiang Mingyun into the Azure Dragon Sword. Upon seeing their appearance, Gu Yining immediately discerned their escapade. "Little junior brother, how could you be so inconsiderate? You went off to frolic with your sister without inviting me." Gu Yining pouted, clearly displeased. "Next time, I promise to bring you along." With the auction still some time away, Yifei awkwardly smiled and promptly burrowed 200 feet underground. Having mastered the flesh-refining realm, he had no trouble at this depth. The concentration of spiritual energy here was an astonishing 20 times that of the outside world. As soon as he arrived, Yifei couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "I have some medium-grade spirit stones here. You and Yining can utilize the time array to cultivate while I take a moment to rest." Once he had set up the gathering spirit array, Jiang Mingyun followed him down and handed him 50 medium-grade spirit stones. Naturally, Yifei did not refuse such an offer and immediately called Gu Yining down as well. "Is the spiritual energy here truly this dense?" Gu Yining gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the nearly liquefied spiritual energy within the gathering spirit array. She realized that the energy concentration was, in fact, 80 times that of the outside world. 80 times. What an astonishing figure. Cultivating here for a year would equate to 80 years of practice for others. This was simply extraordinary. Chapter 75. Foundation Establishment. Are you surprised? There is more to astonish you ahead. Yifei smiled enigmatically, then summoned the time array plate. He took Gu Yining by the hand, and together they seated themselves upon the time array plate. Before Gu Yining could voice her curiosity, Yifei inserted spirit stones into the 3 slots of the array. The moment the stones were placed, the time array plate activated, enveloping them in a luminous white shield. "What is this?" Gu Yining inquired, Her curiosity piqued. This is the time array plate. 1 day outside equates to 10 days within, Yifei explained with a grin before closing his eyes to commence his cultivation, paying no mind to Gu Yinin's reaction. At first, Gu Yinin was taken aback by his words, remaining speechless for a while. However, once she comprehended the implications, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she hastened to cultivate without wasting a moment. After 18 cycles of cleansing his spiritual roots, Yifei noticed a significant enhancement in his aptitude. His spiritual root quality now rivaled that of cultivators with heavenly roots. In this environment, with the concentration of spiritual energy at 80 times the norm, his cultivation speed matched that of others at 50 or 60 times. This far exceeded his expectations, as his cultivation progressed at a visibly rapid pace. Within the time array plate, after 15 days, Yifei successfully advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. 20 days later, he progressed to the late stage. On the 70th day within the time array plate, Yifei finally reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, where further advancement became exceedingly challenging. Observing this, Yifei exited the time array plate, leaving Gu Yinin to continue her cultivation. Already at perfection, Zhang Mingyun expressed her astonishment upon seeing Yifei achieve the pinnacle of foundation establishment in just 7 days. His cultivation speed was indeed astonishingly swift. This is still considered slow. Although 7 days have passed outside, over 2 months have elapsed within the time array plate. With the enhancement of the spirit gathering array, the actual results of his cultivation could equate to several years of arduous training. Yifei did not feel elated, instead offering a wry smile. After all, with the 80-fold concentration of spiritual energy and a 10-fold acceleration of time, although he only cultivated for 7 days, it was equivalent to more than 5,000 days of rigorous practice. 5,000 days, doesn't that equal over a decade? To transition from the initial stage of foundation establishment to its peak in over a decade cannot be termed as swift. Compared to prodigies, there remains a discernible gap. Be content with your progress, Jiang Mingyun remarked, exasperated by Yifei's apparent dissatisfaction. Now that I have reached foundation establishment, should transitioning to core formation pose a significant challenge? Yifei pondered, glancing toward Jiang Mingyun. He was aware that a thunder tribulation would accompany the advancement, but was unaware of its true ferocity. When I underwent my own core formation, I faced only 3 bolts of heavenly lightning. Given your physical cultivation level, you should easily withstand those 3 tribulations. Zhang Mingyun responded with a smile. According to the intensity of the tribulation she had encountered, Yifei found it effortless even to withstand it with just his physical form. If that is the case, I shall undergo the tribulation first and then attend the auction. Yifei swiftly reached a decision. This is the best course of action. This is the Breaking God pill, and it is the last boundary-breaking elixir I can prepare for you. The conception pill will depend on your own efforts. Zhang Mingyun nodded, retrieving a golden-hued pill and presenting it to Yifei. Thank you, Mingyun. Yifei expressed his gratitude as he accepted the pill and seated himself on the ground. He held his breath, focusing his mind, and placed the breaking dust pill into his mouth. The potency of this pill was exceptionally formidable. As soon as it entered, it transformed into torrents of overwhelming medicinal energy, dispersing throughout Yifei's limbs and bones. He dared not hesitate. The operation speed of the carefree true art within him surged to its peak in an instant, rapidly converting the immense medicinal energy within. As the medicinal energy was transformed, streams of true qi flowed vigorously into Yifei's dantian like rivulets. However, after Yifei had completed his foundation establishment, the rotating droplets in his dantian had become exceedingly viscous, making it nearly impossible for any additional true qi to merge. The true qi liquid accumulated in Yifei's dantian, unable to enter the meridians, causing him great discomfort. As the true qi liquid thickened and multiplied, it reached a point where no further integration was possible after a quarter of an hour. At this moment, Yifei's capacity for endurance had also reached its limit. Consolidate. Yifei shouted fiercely, then frantically urged the dense true qi to merge with the droplets of true qi in his dantian. This process was arduous. He attempted thrice without success. On the 4th attempt, as he gathered his strength once more, his dantian trembled violently. In an instant, the rotating droplets of true qi suddenly shattered, merging with the true qi liquid in the dantian. Subsequently, under the impetus of the carefree true art, The viscous true qi liquid began to rotate slowly within the entire dantian, gradually increasing its speed until it reached its zenith in the span of a breath. At that moment, the thick spiritual liquid, after being violently agitated, began to solidify and take shape, forming a pale yellow sphere the size of a dragon's eye. This pale yellow sphere represented the golden elixir. Yi Fei successfully condensed the golden elixir. As soon as it was formed, it began to spin rapidly, driving the dense true qi liquid within the dantian to circulate continuously through the meridians. Although Yi Fei had condensed the golden elixir, his spiritual awareness remained unchanged. Hurry out and face the golden elixir tribulation. Otherwise, your elixir will not be complete, Jiang Mingyun reminded him as Yi Fei pondered in confusion. Ah, I see. Yi Fei realized instantly. He then drew forth the Qinglong sword and returned to the ground. As Yi Fei returned to the ground, he was met with the sight of a once clear sky, now rapidly engulfed by dark clouds from all directions. In just a handful of breaths, the clouds obscured the sun, casting a shadow over the entire expanse of sky. Thunder rumbled ominously. Soon, the storm clouds began to resonate with roaring sounds, and bolts of lightning started to gather within. Yi Fei gazed upward at the flickering lights amidst the clouds, his expression grave. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of white light streaked across the sky. Instantly, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a chopstick, descended from the clouds, aimed directly at Yi Fei, who stood firmly on the ground. Crack! It was only as the thunder approached that Yi Fei heard its piercing roar. The power of this lightning was comparatively mild, and it seemed that enduring it with his body would prove beneficial. Just as he prepared to withstand the strike, the voice of Jiang Mingyun echoed in his mind. Heeding her transmission, Yi Fei relinquished his defense and allowed the lightning to strike him. Jila. As the first bolt impacted the crown of his head, a searing sensation coursed through his entire being. Waves of electrical energy surged within him, seemingly intent on wreaking havoc on his body. However, as a practitioner of the body refinement realm, Yi Fei's physique was remarkably resilient, rendering the electrical force incapable of inflicting any harm. Ultimately, it diffused entirely within him. Indeed, he was unharmed. With the realization that the electrical energy had fully dissipated within him, Yi Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, before he could fully exhale, another flash of white light illuminated the sky, and a second bolt of lightning struck towards him. This bolt was noticeably thicker than the first. Seeing that it was still manageable, Yi Fei boldly leapt into the air to meet it head-on. Crack! With a resounding clap of thunder, Yi Fei stood unscathed upon the ground, the second bolt having failed to harm him. The final bolt approached. Yi Fei raised his gaze to the storm clouds, still swirling with gathering electricity, and his heart was devoid of any trepidation. He had met the second bolt with ease, and with the escalating intensity, the third bolt would surely be within his capabilities as well. Rumbling echoed above. The clouds churned ominously, and soon, the third bolt of lightning flashed forth. Yi Fei wore a smile, showing no inclination to evade. In his estimation, this level of intensity was still within his grasp. The outcome was as anticipated. This third bolt was once again entirely absorbed by his body. However, it was evident that this absorption was not as effortless as the previous one. Having assimilated the third bolt, Yi Fei smiled nonchalantly, bracing himself to receive the bountiful reward bestowed by the heavens. Yet, to his surprise, after the descent of the third bolt, the storm clouds did not disperse. The thunder continued to roll ominously, as if brewing yet another lightning strike. What could this mean? Yi Fei looked over with a puzzled expression at Jiang Mingyun, who, at that moment, shared his bewilderment. Crack! At that moment, a brilliant white light streaked across the sky, heralding the arrival of the fourth thunderclap. Chapter 76. An unusual tribulation of golden core formation. The fourth bolt of heavenly thunder was evidently larger than the third. However, in Yi Fei's perspective, he still believed his body could withstand it. Thus, he did not evade and braced himself against the strike. Yet this time, he unmistakably felt the strain. Crack! To his astonishment, as soon as the fourth bolt descended, the fifth struck immediately, without a moment's respite. This Yi Fei's expression tightened, and a foreboding sensation arose within him. His tribulation was already unlike that of others, and the relentless succession of heavenly thunders was decidedly abnormal. Moreover, the fifth bolt was as thick as his middle finger. Yi Fei realized that even if he could endure it, it would push his body to its limits. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and accepted the onslaught. The reason for his resolve was that he had discovered the lightning energy previously absorbed by his body had fortified his muscles after digestion, resembling the process of body refinement. Such a rare opportunity was not one Yi Fei could afford to squander. Would there be more? Gazing at the ominous clouds above, still swirling with menacing lightning, his apprehension deepened. Not only he, but even Jiang Mingyun, who was safeguarding him from a distance, furrowed her brow in concern. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Yi Fei would have to confront at least 6 bolts of heavenly thunder. Yet, the 6th bolt was typically encountered during the formation of an embryo, while Yi Fei was merely at the golden core stage. The notion of a golden core cultivator facing the embryonic thunder tribulation was unheard of for both Yi Fei and Jiang Mingyun. Thunderous roars. Crack. Soon, the 6th bolt of thunder descended with a resounding crash. This bolt was evidently thicker than his middle finger. Yi Fei dared not withstand it with his body any longer and hastily summoned a spirit sword. Channeling his vital energy into his right hand, he thrust upwards with great force, releasing the sword to meet the descending thunder. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two collided, producing a violent explosion. The spirit sword was shattered into fragments, while the thunder was diminished to the size of a pinky finger. Yet it did not dissipate and continued its descent towards Yi Fei. Upon witnessing this, Yi Fei felt a wave of relief and chose not to evade. Bracing himself once more, this intensity was still within his capacity to manage. More? After the 6th bolt fell, the ominous clouds above showed no signs of dispersing, causing Yi Fei's heart to constrict. Given the strength of the 6th bolt, the 7th would undoubtedly be formidable. Even with the spirit sword for defense, he feared it would pose a challenge. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fei summoned another spirit sword before the next bolt could strike. Having eliminated so many adversaries, he possessed an ample supply of spirit swords. He felt no sorrow over the loss of a few. Crack! Just as he conjured the spirit sword, the 7th bolt of heavenly thunder descended with a flash. The celestial lightning had already grown to the thickness of a thumb. Go! With a flick of his right finger, Yi Fei hurled his spiritual sword towards the descending bolt. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the spiritual sword shattered into fragments. Following this, a bolt of lightning as thick as a middle finger struck directly upon Yi Fei. Was there more? After enduring yet another strike, Yi Fei gazed upwards at the sky. How ruthless! The moment he looked up, his expression changed drastically. Following the 7th bolt of lightning, 2 more descended in quick succession, one thicker than a thumb, and the other as thick as an infant's arm. He had already struggled against the 7th bolt, and now faced 2 even more formidable strikes simultaneously, leaving Yi Fei's heart in turmoil, devoid of any confidence. It seemed the heavens intended to extinguish him. A cold glint flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. He couldn't afford to hesitate any longer and prepared to summon more spiritual swords for defense. Yet, he had underestimated the might of the tribulation. Compared to the previous 7 bolts, these final 2 struck with astonishing speed. Almost as soon as he sensed them, they were upon him. It was over. A shiver ran through Yi Fei's heart, realizing the dire situation. At that moment, standing at a distance, Jiang Mingyun's face turned as pale as death. These last 2 bolts, even Yi Fei might struggle to withstand, let alone her. This was evidently the complete divine transformation lightning tribulation. The arc of lightning as thick as an infant's arm would be difficult to resist even with a true artifact. Yet Yi Fei was merely at the core formation stage, having just reached it, without any true artifact in his possession. Are you really finished? What will I do then? Jiang Mingyun's eyes revealed a deep sorrow. She yearned to rush forward to shield Yi Fei from the 2 bolts, but she understood that if she did, the heavens would unleash an even harsher retribution. Just as despair enveloped them both, the 2 bolts of lightning struck Yi Fei simultaneously. Just when Yi Fei believed his end had come, the lightning that landed upon him absorbed entirely into the Qinglong's sword at his waist upon contact with his skin. What is happening? This sudden turn of events left Yi Fei momentarily stunned, gazing at the Qinglong's sword with incredulity. Jiang Mingyun shared the same astonishment, frozen in place. Not just the 2 of them, but the dark clouds above also emitted 2 deafening roars, akin to fury and unwillingness. After the rumbling subsided, the ominous clouds gradually dispersed, and a radiant rainbow light descended from the sky, enveloping Yi Fei. Bathed in this ethereal glow, Yi Fei felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. The rotation speed of the golden core within his dantian instantly reaching its peak. He continuously absorbed the descending rainbow light. Yi Fei's consciousness expanded at an astonishing rate, growing from a radius of 5 miles to 15 miles in just a brief moment. As Yi Fei's consciousness expanded to a radius of 15 miles, the vibrant, multicolored radiance gradually dissipated. In that moment, Yi Fei transformed into a genuine golden core cultivator. What a close call. It was only upon retracting his consciousness that Yi Fei recovered from his earlier astonishment. Had it not been for the Azure Dragon sword absorbing the 2 bolts of heavenly lightning at the last moment, he would have been nothing more than a lifeless corpse, perhaps even reduced to ashes by the thunderous strikes. Let us venture inside, Jiang Mingyun suggested, pointing towards the Azure Dragon sword. Yi Fei nodded, and with a flicker of his mind, he vanished alongside Jiang Mingyun. Has it grown this vast? Upon entering the Azure Dragon sword, Yi Fei was astounded by the changes within. What was once a spatial realm spanning merely 200 miles had now expanded to 2,000. Moreover, the barren land had begun to teem with life. However, these nascent forms of life were merely ordinary plants, with not a single tree in sight. Even the Azure Dragon's medicinal field had doubled in size, now encompassing over 40 acres. Elder Azure Dragon, what transpired earlier? Yi Fei inquired, casting a fleeting glance at the transformations before directing his question toward the Azure Dragon hovering above the clouds. This Azure Dragon sword is a treasure born from the primordial chaos. Absorbing such minimal heavenly lightning is of little consequence. Furthermore, this absorption benefits the sword, allowing it to enhance the laws governing its internal space through the power of the heavenly way, the Azure Dragon explained, descending from the clouds with a smile. The newly sprouted plants are a testament to the influence of those 2 bolts of lightning. Then why did I have to endure multiple bolts during my golden core tribulation? The intensity seems to far exceed that of a typical golden infant tribulation, Yi Fei pondered, reflecting on the peculiarity of his own golden core lightning tribulation. Oh, this is but the beginning. The tribulations you shall face in the future will be even more formidable, the Azure Dragon remarked, a knowing smile gracing its features as it gazed at Yi Fei. Chapter 77 Farewell to Yun Shui Air. Will it be even more terrifying? Senior Qinglong, please do not frighten me. The expression on Qinglong's face sent a chill down Yi Fei's spine. He could hardly fathom how daunting his future tribulation would be. Would I ever scare you? Qinglong responded. All roots of spiritual essence derived from the spirit-washing tree are not recognized by the heavenly Tao. Consequently, during your tribulation, you will endure 3-fold the punishment of lightning compared to others. Of course, the greater the number of heavenly tribulations you face, the more benefits you shall reap. For instance, the heavenly lightning that tempers your body this time will enhance your physical resilience by at least 20%. Even when confronted by formidable opponents at the same level, you will possess an undeniable advantage. Qinglong explained with a smile. 3-fold. Upon hearing this figure, Yi Fei was instantly petrified, completely disregarding the benefits it promised. What a jest! If the ascension tribulation for a nascent soul involves 9 bolts, he would be subjected to 27. If each bolt of heavenly lightning surpasses the previous one in strength, the intensity of the tribulations would be far beyond 3-fold, perhaps even 6 or 9 times that. Was he not just setting himself up for disaster? Regardless of the potential benefits, if he could not endure, what good would it do? Haha, it will indeed be arduous. Hence you must strive diligently, Qinglong stated. The Qinglong sword can only withstand the final bolts of heavenly lightning for you. The earlier ones you must bear yourself. Observing Yi Fei's grim countenance, Qinglong let out a rare chuckle. Cannot the Qinglong sword absorb a few more bolts of lightning? Yi Fei inquired, perplexed. Interfering with the tribulation is against the heavenly Tao. Thus, it can only manifest once the tribulation concludes. Otherwise, it would attract even more formidable lightning, Qinglong candidly replied. If that is the case, with my constitution, I fear I may not even survive the nascent soul tribulation. Yi Fei's expression darkened. Continue refining your body. Once you reach the bone refinement stage, there will still be a glimmer of hope, Qinglong said meaningfully. A glimmer of hope. Upon hearing those 4 words, Yi Fei's heart sank. A glimmer of hope is better than none, is it not? The cultivation path is pursued for those fleeting moments of hope. After all, our transaction is merely a thread of that hope, Qinglong laughed heartily, then returned to the clouds. Do not be disheartened. I will always be by your side. With proper preparation, overcoming the nascent soul tribulation will undoubtedly present no issues. After Qinglong departed, Jiang Mingyun approached, taking Yi Fei's hand gently and speaking softly, filled with confidence in him. Thank you, Mingyun. Yi Fei gratefully embraced Jiang Mingyun, feeling the depth of her affection for him. Now, while the formation disc still has energy, hurry and enter to cultivate. Every bit of improvement counts. Jiang Mingyun gently patted Yi Fei's back, tenderly reminding him, you should join as well. There is still ample space inside. Yi Fei nodded, replying, you go ahead. My cultivation has already reached the late stage of the nascent soul. I am not in a hurry to advance. I will cultivate again once you attain your nascent soul. A charming smile graced Jiang Mingyun's face, clearly indicating her intention to ascend alongside Yi Fei. Thank you. Yi Fei expressed his gratitude with a glance towards Jiang Mingyun, then swiftly vanished underground, re-entering the time array. At that moment, Gu Yining remained with her eyes closed, diligently cultivating. Due to Yi Fei's tribulation occurring outside the Qinglong sword, she had not noticed the recent events. Observing her intense focus, Yi Fei simply smiled faintly and settled down to begin his own cultivation. Fortunately, after cleansing his spiritual roots 18 times, their purity had reached a commendable level. As he resumed his practice, he encountered no cultivation bottlenecks, and his progress continued to soar rapidly. The auction is about to commence. You should hurry out, Jiang Mingyun called 4 days later, awakening the two cultivators. When they emerged, Yi Fei had already advanced to the mid-stage of the golden core. A remarkable improvement. Gu Yining, too, was impressive, being just one step away from achieving golden core perfection. Take these elixirs. I have refined them during this time. Exchange them at the Yunqi Chamber of Commerce for some spirit stones. They may prove useful at the auction, Jiang Mingyun said, handing Yi Fei a storage bag. She had been tirelessly concocting elixirs to support Yi Fei, for he was now her entire world. In just over 10 days, she had produced over 200 furnaces of elixirs, with a total of 1,300 pills, having taken no rest except for guarding Yi Fei intermittently. The elixirs she crafted were of medium and high quality, thus possessing considerable value. When totaled, these 1,300 pills represented a substantial worth, proving far more advantageous than selling spirit herbs directly. With the elixirs in hand, Yi Fei swiftly exited the Qinglong sword and flew towards the stone wilderness city. Now a golden core cultivator, he could ride the winds, his speed surpassing that of the spirit sword by a factor of 2. In just a short span, he arrived at the outskirts of Stone Wilderness City. As the auction approached, the influx of cultivators into the city was significant, with a long queue formed at the city gates. Fortunately, being a golden core cultivator allowed him to access the high-level cultivator passage without delay. Esteemed senior, please come in. What would you like to see today? Upon reaching the entrance of the Yunqi Chamber of Commerce, the attendant who had previously assisted him hurried forward. Do you accept elixirs? Yi Fei inquired casually. Yes, yes, yes. The attendant, upon hearing the mention of elixirs, excitedly repeated the word thrice and promptly led Yi Fei to the 3rd floor. Please wait a moment, esteemed senior. I will summon Manager Yun right away. After allowing Yi Fei into the private room and pouring him a cup of ethereal tea, the attendant discreetly withdrew, heading upstairs to summon Manager Yun. Little brother, you have made your sister long for you, came the sultry voice of Yun Shuier from just outside the door. No sooner had she spoken than she entered, her voluptuous figure swaying enticingly as she approached. Upon entering, she cast a flirtatious glance at Yi Fei. You are too polite, my friend, he replied, merely clasping his hands in greeting without rising. Little brother you. As Yun Shuier drew closer, she noticed the change in Yi Fei's cultivation level, her eyes widening in disbelief. Hee, I merely carried a treasure that conceals my cultivation. Yi Fei replied with a nonchalant smile, offering a casual excuse. I see, she responded, her expression transforming into one of realization, followed by a light laugh as she settled beside him. Today, her attire was as revealing as before, with ample expanse of snowy skin on display, though the fabric covering her key areas had shifted to a striking red. In Yi Fei's eyes, this red was even more tantalizing than the previous white. Take a look at these elixirs, dear friend, and provide me with a suitable price, he said, not waiting for Yun Shuier to speak before handing over his storage bag. So many? She exclaimed, glancing at the contents with surprise as she turned to Yi Fei. What? Is the esteemed Merchants Association unable to accommodate this? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow. Little brother, you jest. Even with such a quantity, it poses no issue, she replied smoothly. How about this? 30 low-grade spirit stones for a mid-grade elixir, and 300 low-grade spirit stones for a high-grade elixir. Are you satisfied with this offer? After a brief contemplation, she proclaimed her prices. Deal. Yi Fei, uninterested in haggling, agreed immediately. 1,000 mid-grade elixirs and 300 high-grade elixirs. Are these figures accurate? Yin Shui'er confirmed. Indeed, Yi Fei nodded. Very well, the total comes to 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. Kindly accept this, she said, waving her jade arm, causing dozens of boxes filled with spirit stones to materialize in the room, stacking high enough to nearly fill the entire space. Once Yi Fei verified the number of spirit stones, he brushed his fingers over his storage ring and, with a wave of his hand, collected all the stones. Having previously calculated the price, he knew the amount was excessive for a single storage belt, which was why he had brought Jiang Mingyun's storage ring to avoid arousing Yin Shui'er's suspicion. Does my little brother have any further needs? Whatever I, Yin Shui'er, can assist with will surely satisfy you, she said, her eyes glinting as she playfully accentuated her curves and licked her crimson lips, speaking in an alluring tone.